Chapter 256. Chapter 256, Battle to the Death. By the Battle Team. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing asked curiously, "What is the secret arts fire warrior?" Xiao Yan said solemnly, "Basically, the secret arts fire warrior requires the heavenly jewel master to have both the strength and fire attribute, the focus being a powerful physical strength. When cultivation, all their physical jewels are consolidated with equipment that boosts their strength. At the same time, all their elemental jewels are stored with the same skill, Flame Strength Blast. This Flame Strength Blast skill is actually a very simple skill, simply adding an explosive strength to one's attacks. Although this skill is only rated at 3 stars, it has quite an obvious increase in strength. Furthermore, with the Secret Arts Fire Warrior storing this skill multiple times, with their effects stacking, although it might not be to such a degree like Boss Assembly Set Shield, it is still able to boost their strength to a considerable, almost terrifying degree. Of course, the drawback of this cultivation method is that there is almost no possibility of breaking past to the 9th jewel level or higher. That is to say, his highest possible future level will only be an upper level zone stage. As such, anyone with outstanding talent would not choose such an extreme method of cultivation. However, at lower levels, they indeed have a huge advantage over most others, especially in the battlefield where they are nearly unstoppable. It is rumored that several hundred years ago, there was an army formed out of secret arts fire warriors, all of whom were at the upper level zone stage. Although they only numbered 100 people, they were almost invincible in the battlefield. Even Heavenly King powerhouses were not willing to face them. For now, we do not know how much of the combat styles and secrets of the secret arts fire warrior Sichuan has mastered, but we do not need to worry that much. After all, the true power of the secret arts fire warriors are usually only when they reach the zone stage. Hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, Zhou Weiqing's interest in these secret arts were definitely piqued. In truth, these so-called secrets were mainly in the matching of consolidated equipment and stored skills. The explosive power of fire fused with the strength attribute, and how they matched together. In other words, having the physical and elemental jewels focusing on boosting in the same direction. This was also the base principle behind all the ultimate heavenly jewel masters, like the ultimate agility of Shangguan Binger. Zhou Weiqing was a consolidating equipment master, and hearing about these secret arts fire warriors, it was as if a door opened in his mind, broadening his horizons and giving him much food for thought. Of course, it was not for himself, but rather for his classmates and followers who would be using his own consolidating equipment scrolls. They could be said to have just entered the Jewel Master world, though they were not heavenly Jewel Masters and were still low level. This would also allow him to shape them. At this point, the fight on the stage was reaching its climax. As a secret arts fire warrior, Sichuan's strength was not inferior to Crow's. As such, as both of the clash time and again, the shockwaves reverberated around the plaza, causing the sturdy stage to tremble. Crow's face was calm, the axes in her hand swirling about with all her martial skill, smashing hard into Sichuan's hammers as he flew about in mid-air, making use of the force of their blows to stay in the air, then using the downward force of his blows to increase their strength against Crow. Such a contest of strength was definitely a crowd-pleaser, and the audience cheers swamped the entire plaza like waves. As compared to the first fight, this one definitely roused their spirits and fired their blood. In their resting house, Zhou Weiqing, Lin Tianao, and the rest of the team were smiling. They knew that barring any major surprises, they had secured this fight. Although Sichuan's secret arts had allowed him to boost his strength to terrifying levels, it was still after all the boosts from his consolidated equipment and stored skills. On the other hand, Crow was only using heavenly energy to boost herself, mainly using her own physique inherited from being a member of the Gold Crow tribe. She had not even used her consolidated equipment or stored skills at all. As such, despite seemingly a stalemate, the disparity in terms of expenditure of heavenly energy was huge. Sichuan would eventually tire himself out, and though Crow's cultivation level was lower than his and with a lower total amount of heavenly energy, she would definitely be able to outlast him, and by then, there would be no doubt in who the victor would be. As for Sichuan constantly staying in mid-air, it might seem he was taking the initiative in doing so, making use of gravity. In truth, any skilled practitioner could tell that it was actually Crow who had the situation in hand, forcing him to be unable to land. Any human strength came from their physique, connected to the earth. Only then would they be able to leverage positioning, leveraging their own strength, and deflecting opponents' strength. With her martial combat skills, Crow had been able to force Sichuan to stay in mid-air, not giving him the time to slow down, recover. He could only attack continuously and clash forcefully. She wanted to end this as soon as possible. Sichuan naturally understood this as well. Alas, Crow's strength was just too terrifying, as was her skill with the axes, and once she had gotten the advantage, he was unable to leverage anything to break himself out of the rut. Although he had seen all of Crow's other fights, at that point he had just felt that her strength was powerful, but that he was no weaker. Only now that he fought her personally did he know he was wrong. Just standing there, Crow gave him the impression like she was an insurmountable mountain. Every clash reverberated right through his body, causing his body to feel a quick numbness, and his arms slowly started feeling leaden. Crow, 600 gene of weight and 1,300 gene weight of the legendary axes. Such a terrifying mass accompanied by her strength, one could never imagine the sheer power without experiencing it for themselves. This was simply not human. As compared to her physical strength, the boost from her heavenly energy and fire attribute skills were much lesser. Such a clash of pure strength was naturally a huge drain on a secret arts fire warrior like Su Chuan. After all, he was still at the 4-jeweled cultivation level, and was not able to fully make use of all their secret arts to their maximum capabilities. Feeling his energy draining rapidly, he was starting to get worried. In the next clash, when Su Chuan's body bounced back upwards in midair, he gave an abrupt shout. The diminishing flames around his body suddenly flared out once more, blazing in a new life as the red flames turned orange. His entire aura suddenly changed as well. Strangely, he actually paused in midair for a second, before he struck downwards at Crow once more. This time, his speed was obviously slower than before, but the hammers in his hands were stained in orange-red flame, giving it a horrifying feel that struck to the very soul. Just like how all the members of the Fei Li battle team were so adamant about victory, so was the Bai De battle team. In order to achieve victory, Su Chuan was not afraid to sacrifice himself. In the Fei Li battle team rest house, everyone stood up abruptly on seeing what had happened. What Su Chuan was using was just too familiar to them, as Xiaoyan had just used it previously against Little Witch, igniting his flame of life, but in order to secure this victory, Su Chuan had decided to ignite his flame of life before he fully ran out of heavenly energy. The watching members of the Fei Li battle team gripped their fists tightly, their eyes filled with concern. Even though Crow's strength and defense were formidable, could she face down Su Chuan, who was pitting his life to use his flame of life? However, in the next instant, everyone was stunned, as the scene played out in front of them in an unbelievable way. Swoosh! Without any warning, or any leverage, Crow suddenly shot back over a dozen yards, her axes held in front of her protectively. No one knew when she had done it, but only the members of the Fei Li battle team could see from their vantage point that Crow had somehow attached her consolidated equipment chain to the edge of the stage. Indeed, she had made use of the chain to pull herself backwards instantaneously without any leverage. Bang! Alas, unfortunately for Su Chuan, the blow for which he had risked his life smashed savagely into the floor of the stage. It was as if a meteor had struck the diamond-hard stage, with rubble and dust spraying into the air along with the huge explosion, erupting into the air like a ferocious volcano. As the air cleared, a 20-yard diameter huge crater was revealed in the center of the stage, and the very atmosphere around the stage seemed to have turned orange-red with the sheer heat. The explosion was just too violent, the resulting shockwaves still reverberating across the plaza, almost breaking the various rest houses as the wave passed them. Although Su Chuan's cultivation level was only 4-jeweled, such a strike with his ignited flames of life behind it, even a 6-jeweled heavenly jewel master would not want to take such a blow easily. It took the time of several breaths before the intense heat in the air dissipated, though the air was still dusty. At that point, another dark red light lit up, flying forward with a wooda sound. "We surrender!" Lang Xie shouted out immediately. Alas, he was too late. One of Crow's legendary axes, weighing over 600 gene, spun in the air with a deadly air, burying itself deep into Su Chuan's chest. Already weak from burning up his flame of life, Su Chuan was smashed to the ground by it. With its weight and Crow's strength, such a blow was at least 3,000 gene or more, let alone the fact that it was the axe blade that bit into his body. Not even mentioning the fact that Su Chuan was an ordinary heavenly jewel master, even if he were a gold Crow tribe member like Crow, their reinforced skin and bones would not be able to take such a blow. His entire chest caved in and split apart, every single rib and lung smashed into bits. Before he could even cry out, Su Chuan's life had been swiftly taken by the flying axe. Crow stood up from the other side of the stage, looking at the judge innocently. He was so fierce, I thought he still had the fight in him. Leader Lang Xie, you should have surrendered for him earlier. Look, making me feel so bad, sigh, to have a life just gone like this. I didn't do this on purpose, alas you were too slow in admitting defeat. You? Lang Xie almost spat out a mouthful of blood and rage as he glared at Crow, the flames in his eyes. The other Bai De battle team members were also enraged, almost charging forward towards Crow. Right at that moment, several Zhongtian officials from the skill-storing palace appeared, blocking their path. When they released their 6 sets of heavenly jewels, no matter how angry the Bai De battle team members were, they had no choice but to hold themselves back. Even the judge on the stage couldn't bear to look at the mangled corpse of Su Chuan. Crow walked over, pulling her axe from his body, a sorrowful look on her face as she mourned, "A3, I did not want to kill you. Why did you have to be born in the Bai De Empire? Alas, you shouldn't have called yourself a secret arts fire warrior, without learning their secrets properly, you dared come on the stage to play around, sigh, dying in my hands, it was not unjust after all. After the judge proclaimed the Fei Li battle team victory, Crow walked down the stage. Such a bloody scene caused the entire audience to lapse into silence. They had originally been looking forward to an exciting fight, but only then did they realize that the hate between the two empires were to such a degree. This was truly a fight to the death for both sides. As the officials once again cleared up the stage, the members of the Bai De battle team all had bloodshot eyes. Under such a circumstance of certain victory, Crow had still finished off Su Chuan. This had definitely angered all of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257. Chapter 257, Battle to the Death. Bai De battle team. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. As Crow returned to their rest house, all the Fei Li team members gave her a big thumbs up. Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but say, too cunning, that shorty did not die in vain. No matter who, if he or she made the mistake of underestimating Crow and thinking she was all brawn and no brain, then they would definitely perish in her hands. Crow said innocently, I didn't say that I would clash recklessly with him to the end. Alas, his cultivation level wasn't strong enough to properly control his flame of life, and he could only strike down hard. Why wouldn't I dodge it? Alas, he wasn't thinking clearly at the end, so I had no choice but to help him go to his second life. Lin Tianao laughed and said, your bloodlust is too strong. However, well done. Every powerful Bai De Empire Heavenly Jewel Master we kill will save hundreds and thousands of our Fei Li soldiers. Alright, enough about that. Weiqing, who are you assigning to the next fight? Zhou Weiqing thought for a moment before saying, originally, I wanted to have Crow join me for this upcoming fight. However, she is pretty drained from her previous fight, and this is a critical fight for us. To be safe, leader, you and I should take this one. Lin Tianao nodded and said, alright. Even a person with usually as safe and stable a character like him was stirred up by the previous fight, and there was a brilliant gleam in his eyes. Zhou Weiqing lowered his voice and whispered in his ears, and Lin Tianao nodded. It was time for their 2v2 fight. In the first two fights, both sides had each scored a victory. Without question, this third fight was now an extremely critical one. Whoever won this would not only gain a huge upper hand, but also match point, possibly leading to victory. Zhou Weiqing's plan was actually very simple. In the first round, his motive for sending Yi Paopao was because he had expected the opponent to send out one of their top two players, and using Yi Paopao with a strategy to drain the opponent's heavenly energy before surrendering, allowing them to take out a powerhouse without any loss to their own main strength. Since they had expended one of their top members in the first round, and would likely reserve their best member or leader to the last few rounds, that meant their member in the second fight was probably not too powerful. Sending Crow, one of their strongest few, would allow them to defeat that opponent and bring them to a draw. As long as they could achieve victory in the third fight, then the Fei Li battle team would be able to win the entire match with the lowest possible cost. Of course, the linchpin of this entire strategy was Zhou Weiqing himself, as he would be the mainstay in both the third and fourth fights. Very quickly, the stage was repaired. From the start of the entire Heavenly Jewel tournament, the only two times the stage had to be repaired was for the Fei Li battle team's fights, and more amusingly so, both times the one who destroyed the stage was their opponent. As Zhou Weiqing and Lin Tianao ascended the stage, the opposing leader Lang Xia and the Darkness Heavenly Jewel Master who had fought in the first fight, Qing Qian, also ascended the stage. Without a doubt, Lang Xia was also determined to take this important third fight. Both he and Qing Qian were the strongest two in the entire Bai De battle team, and in their entire team, only the two of them were at the 5-jeweled cultivation level. Although Qing Qian had expended a lot of heavenly energy in the first fight, she was still in relatively decent shape. More importantly, since she had already fought in a 1v1 fight, and if the team wanted to utilize her power, the only was for her to fight in this 2v2 battle as well. Looking at the anger in Lang Xia and Qing Qian's eyes, Zhou Weiqing smiled, hello, you two. Do not worry, both leader and I are much kinder, and not as violent as Crow. Sigh, such a shame. Such a 4-jeweled secret arts fire warrior, it must have been tough to cultivate him up, right? Qing Qian exclaimed angrily, stop acting and shedding crocodile tears. I'll definitely kill you later. Seeing that the animosity between both sides were so strong, the judge quickly interrupted, both sides, report your names. Fight, start. He totally skipped over all the formalities, and after saying that retreated swiftly to the corner of the stage. After both sides had introduced themselves, Zhou Weiqing swiftly released his overlord Bao. This critical 2v2 match had finally begun. The first one to take action was Qing Qian. A flash of black light spread out swiftly from her feet, rushing towards Zhou Weiqing. It was the curse of sluggishness once more. The Battle team had deliberated hard on Zhou Weiqing's appearance in the previous matches. Although he was only at the 3-jeweled cultivation level, his performance in those fights had definitely given them a sense of danger and pressure. That was especially so for the previous fight 3 days ago, when Zhou Weiqing had used his spatial ren to claim victory in such an overwhelming fashion, leaving them with a deep impression. For a mere 3-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Master to be able to make use of skills at such a level, and to be able to represent the Fei Li Battle team in such important matches, he was definitely someone of status and rank within the team. As such, Lang Xie and Cheng Qian would not underestimate him at all. At the same time as Cheng Qian struck out at Zhou Weiqing, Lang Xie charged forth towards Lin Tianao, lifting his hands, a huge spiked mace appearing in his hands. Surprisingly, his spiked mace was also an assembly set consolidated equipment. Lang Xie's physical jewels were also of the strength attribute, and his spiked mace was actually a 5-jeweled assembly set consolidated equipment, almost the antithesis of Lin Tianao's ultimate defense. The spiked mace was fully silver in color, with 5 sockets around the mace. Surrounded with a thick glowing layer of heavenly energy, it gave forth a terrifying aura of death and destruction. Lang Xie's elemental jewels was of the wind attribute, and with the intention to pursue an ultimate speed for close combat, his elemental jewels were all stored with supporting skills that boosted his speed. As such, not only was his movement speed extremely quick, even the attack speed of his huge spiked mace was immensely boosted. In order to achieve maximum offensive capabilities, Lang Xie did not focus on defense at all. A powerful offense added to high speeds, Lang Xie was a rapid meat grinder on the battlefield. This fight was the ultimate clash between offense and defense, as the fight between the two leaders heated up into a white-hot intensity. Lifting his left leg, Lin Tianao took a large step forward, his 5-jeweled assembly set shield smashing into Lang Xie's 2-meter-long spike mace, which was as thick as a man's thigh. As both powerful consolidated equipment clashed against each other, silver and yellow light sparked respectively from the impact. Both were the leaders of their respective teams, and were also the most outstanding talents of their generation. In terms of combat ability, skill and experience, they were almost equal, and to easily exploit their enemies' mistakes was definitely not easy. As such, a tough stalemate continued between the two. With a loud crash, Lin Tianao stood there unmoving, while Lang Xie staggered back a step. Both sides were using assembly set consolidated equipment, all socketed, with nearly equal cultivation level, yet why did Lang Xie lose slightly in a direct clash? The answer was simple, that was because Lin Tianao was an ultimate defense Heavenly Jewel Master, his Earth attribute combined with defense attribute both boosting his defense. Although Lang Xie's wind attribute improved his speed, it did not help in his offensive power. As such, his sheer power was lacking compared to Lin Tianao's, whose combat skill was sufficient to deal with his increased speed. Lang Xie also knew that in terms of power, he was slightly inferior to Lin Tianao. However, at this point, he did not hesitate or hold back, striking hard at Lin Tianao. Both sides were pursuing extremes, extreme offense against extreme defense, and the two clashed in a whirlwind of perfect strikes, displaying their sheer skill and power to the entranced audience. In truth, Lang Xie's plan was very simple, to hold back Lin Tianao and preventing him from interfering with Cheng Qian. On the other hand, Cheng Qian would be in charge of finishing off Zhou Weiqing as quickly as possible, before helping him with Lin Tianao. With both of them against Lin Tianao, it would be a much easier fight. In Lang Xie's eyes, with Cheng Qian's cultivation level and power, it should be easy for her to deal with Zhou Weiqing. Although he had shown his power, he was after all still just merely at the 3-jeweled cultivation level? No matter the level of control over his skills, it would not be able to overcome the sheer difference in heavenly energy and power. Alas, the script did not necessarily follow his wishes. At the other side, as Zhou Weiqing saw that Cheng Qian had activated the curse of sluggishness on him, a black light also flashed under his feet. However, in his case, it was released towards Lang Xie. Same like Yi Pao Pao, he did not even bother attempting to dodge Cheng Qian's curse. When Cheng Qian saw the black light under Zhou Weiqing's feet, she was caught by surprise. From the start of the heavenly tournament until now, although Zhou Weiqing had fought several times, he had only shown his spatial attribute. In the first fight, although the arrows he shot out had other attributes, but it gave everyone the impression that it had been the imbued skill of his overlord Bao. However, this time, with Zhou Weiqing clearly activating the black light of his curse of doom by himself from the feet, only then did Cheng Qian realize that this 3-jeweled youth had both the darkness and spatial attributes. Furthermore, his skills were all extremely high rated. Cheng Qian was not the only surprised one to see the curse of doom, even many of the powerhouses on the VIP stage revealed shocked expressions. Shanghuan Tianqin said in surprise, darkness and spatial attribute elemental jewel, furthermore both are great attributes. No wonder the Fei Li battle team has placed such importance on him, to even allow a 3-jeweled heavenly jewel master to fight in such an important fight. Earlier, he was also leading the team, a well-kept secret indeed. This young man has indeed given us many surprises. The skill-storing palace master Shangguan Longyin said solemnly, "Your Majesty, should we approach him?" Shangguan Tianqin waved his hands, saying, "There is no rush, let's see how far this Fei Li battle team can go first. It seems like this little fellow has some other hidden secrets, we can always decide and act after looking clearly." Two great attributes, that is rare indeed. Looks like his elemental jewel is an Alexandrite after all. Longyin, report this to the Heaven's Expense Palace. Such a young man is a rare find. Also, investigate what is his current age. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguan Longyin nodded as a pondering look appeared in his eyes, and he turned to look at Zhou Weiqing with greater focus. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258. Chapter 258, Silver Emperor Wing / 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. The discussion was not just on the VIP stage, as many of the other battle teams also broke out in discussion, even the seeded teams. To the 5 great saint lands, elemental jewels with 2 attributes was perhaps not considered rare, but for both attributes to be rare great attributes, it was definitely extremely very rare, like the hair of a phoenix and the horns of a qilin. Of course, the seeded teams only increased their attention on Zhou Weiqing. As a 3-jeweled heavenly jewel master, it wasn't sufficient to threaten them. The black light of Qingqian struck Zhou Weiqing without any trouble. Seeing that her curse of sluggishness had struck him so easily, a look of disdain flashed in Qingqian's eyes, but Zhou Weiqing drew his bow calmly and unhurriedly towards her. A bizarre scene occurred on Zhou Weiqing, who had been struck with the curse of sluggishness, just as the black light reached his head and was about to coalesce into the symbol for the curse and take effect, when all of a sudden, the black light shattered like a bubble bursting. Unbelievably, with Qingqian's 5-jeweled cultivation level, her curse of sluggishness had failed to take effect on Zhou Weiqing. Darkness attribute skills, especially the curse type ones, all had a small chance of failure. However, when the difference in levels between both sides were that large, it was almost a guaranteed success. Qingqian had not expected her curse of sluggishness would actually fail. Right at that moment, along with an explosive sound, Zhou Weiqing had released his attack from his overlord bow. 2 arrows shot out from the bow, each heading towards different directions. One, towards Qingqian, while the other, sky-high in Lang Xie's direction. Zhou Weiqing had somehow overcome the curse of sluggishness, but Lang Xie on the other side had not been immune to Zhou Weiqing's curse of doom. Instantly, 3 different colored symbols above his head, and Lang Xie felt a strange coldness in his body. The curse of doom weakened his defense, attack, and also increased his sense of pain, and even at the 3-jeweled cultivation level, it was able to affect Lang Xie for 10 seconds, but as soon as the curse of doom took effect, Lin Tianao instantly felt the difference, as his enemy's attacks weakened. He immediately reacted, seizing the opportunity as his feet moved swiftly in intricate footwork. The heavy shield in his hand struck out like a wall in various angles as he turned from defense to offense. Qingqian quickly recovered from her momentary shock, and a black staff appeared silently in her right hand. At the same time, the black, scale-like armor consolidated around her right arm, right shoulder, and chest, as well as the jet-black crown inlaid with a dark red ruby. As the thick darkness attribute aura exploded forth as she summoned all her consolidated equipment, Qingqian waved the staff in her hands. A black light struck out towards the arrow Zhou Weiqing had shot towards her. At the same time, the black light separated into 2, striking out towards the other arrow as well, and both were swiftly destroyed. Although both arrows shattered, the skills imbued within were also activated. 12 thick black tentacles spread outwards, curling towards Qingqian and Lang Xie. This was the first arrow shot towards Qingqian. As for the second arrow, it exploded in midair in a bright flash of silver light, dropping to the ground and sliding a little as the very air split apart. It was the spatial rend. Having shattered in midair, it seemed like Zhou Weiqing's spatial rend would be extremely useless. However, at this point, his third arrow arrived. This arrow actually somehow shot right towards the spatial rend. In the dense silver light, the spatial rend in midair blinked silently, appearing directly at the back of Lang Xie. This was definitely a top-level manipulation of skills. Who could guess that Zhou Weiqing would reenact the fusion of blink and spatial rend, and with such precision, using his arrows, Only the powerhouses onlooking could see the true key behind Zhou Weiqing's 3 arrows. In truth, the touch of darkness was the most important, not to attack his opponents or to disable them. With his cultivation level, they were barely harassed for a split second. However, its other extraordinary effect was its increase in his senses. This was also why Zhou Weiqing was able to control his other 2 arrows and skills to such an amazing degree. Furthermore, split second of harassment from the touch of darkness had also been key. In order to resist it, Qingqian had to manipulate her heavenly energy to defend herself. At the same time, that also prevented her from assisting Lang Xie in that moment. Yet, that very split second had given Lin Tianao his opportunity. Lin Tianao was not known for his speed. Yet, his battle consciousness and skill was definitely the top that Zhou Weiqing had ever seen. In that moment when Lang Xie froze momentarily, Lin Tianao had already activated the charge skill from his shield. Bathed in yellow light, his speed increased shockingly as he charged and smashed savagely into Lang Xie. Lang Xie's body was struck backwards, and in doing so, he felt an intense pain in his back as his heavenly energy lost control, gushing out from his back. It was Zhou Weiqing's spatial rend, which had been sent behind his back with his blink. This combination in teamwork from Zhou Weiqing and Lin Tianao could be said to be a work of perfection down to every detail. If you were to tell the onlooking audience that they had not practiced this before, it was likely that no one would believe it. In truth, such an unbelievable teamwork was not led by Zhou Weiqing, but Lin Tianao. What Zhou Weiqing had done was to do his best to control the opponent and provide the opportunity by having the spatial rend appear there. Yet, the truly ingenious cooperation was due to Lin Tianao's battle consciousness, allowing him to react unbelievably quickly and with the right actions, forcing Lang Xie back into the spatial rend. Lang Xie was indeed worthy of being the Bai De team leader, their top mainstay in the team. As soon as he felt the pain in his back and his heavenly energy leaking out, he reacted instantly and without panic. After all, Zhou Weiqing's cultivation level and power was much lower than his, and although he did not have any defensive abilities, his powerful stage 9 heavenly Shin energy was still able to offer some level of defense. As a thick green light lit up from the huge spiked mace, Lang Xie grabbed the front of it with his left hand. Gritting his teeth and resisting the intense pain from his back, he shoved the spiked mace in front of him, twisting his body with all his might in a semicircle, forcibly sliding himself and deflecting the impact of Lin Tianao's charge. Making use of the spin torque, he managed to break free, preventing himself from being sliced apart by the spatial rend. Just as Lang Xie sustained the heavy injuries, Zhou Weiqing on the other side did not continue firing arrows, instead surprising everyone with a charge. His body seemed to accelerate as a thick green light enveloped him, and like a huge bear he charged towards Qingqian. On the VIP stage, the calm face of the Zhongtian skill-storing palace master Shangguan Longyin couldn't help but change when he saw that, exclaiming in surprise, "Wind attribute. He has a third attribute." When Shangguan Longyin looked towards Shangguan Tianxin, he saw a light in his king's eyes. Both of them knew that although Zhou Weiqing's cultivation level was not high, such a talent like his with 3 attributes would be a force to be reckoned with as soon as he reached 6 jewels and higher. What Zhou Weiqing used was his wind attribute tornado strike skill from his icy soul heavenly bears. The explosive skill caused him to charge forward in almost an instant, and at the same time, he released yet another arrow. Just one arrow this time, and with Muan's signature unique archery skill, the twisting bowstring archery. The arrow flew towards Qingqian at breakneck speed. A cold light flashed in Qingqian's eyes. Never in her wildest imagination did she think that both herself and Lang Xie would have such troubles with a mere 3-jeweled heavenly jewel master, almost suppressed by him. Lang Xie had been injured, and the fury in her heart was almost at boiling point. In addition to the death of Su Chuan earlier, her battle spirit was now at its maximum. Facing Zhou Weiqing's charge, she lifted her black staff once more, an immense black tornado appearing before her and moving towards Zhou Weiqing and the arrow between them. As soon as she activated this skill, she also launched herself in the air, sliding silently towards Lin Tianao. When Zhou Weiqing saw the black tornado, he was also caught by surprise. This was no ordinary simple darkness attribute skill, but a darkness and wind fusion skill. It wasn't necessarily that Qingqian had 2 attributes, but her staff had been imbued with it, allowing her to combine its effects with her own stored skills to come up with this powerful fusion skill. As if it had eyes, the black tornado flew straight towards Zhou Weiqing. Once again, a bright silver light flashed as Zhou Weiqing's arrow disappeared. It was a blink arrow. With a huge explosion, the arrow slammed savagely into Qingqian, catching her by surprise. Although Qingqian had a considerable amount of quality of heavenly energy, she had been weakened by Yi Paopao in the first fight, and had not fully recovered. At the same time, she had expended even more in this fight. Although she quickly reacted to this surprising arrow, dodging it to the best she could, it still slammed hard into her shoulder. The twin explosive effects of the Overlord Bow and the twisting bowstring archery skill activated together, combining to form an explosion greater than the sum of its parts. Qingqian let loose a pained cry, as the heavenly energy protecting her shoulder was shattered apart, and her shoulder became a bloody mess of mangled meat. Zhou Weiqing's archery and control was not to be underestimated, as it struck her unprotected left shoulder. It was time for the second socket of the Overlord Bow to show its true power in this critical moment. Besides the blink skill, a second skill had been imbued within, and it was released right at this point. As the arrow exploded, a bright silver-green light appeared. It was small, barely the length of an index finger, and silent. The silver-green light only appeared for a split second, but Qingqian's body froze. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259. Chapter 259, Silver Emperor Wing Slash. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. With insufficient heavenly energy and caught by surprise, Qing Qian's protective heavenly energy had been destroyed by that blink arrow, exploding into her unprotected shoulder. In that opportune moment, the silver-green light had tunneled deep into her. When Zhou Weiqing had first seen Muin use the twisting bowstring archery, it had been against a zone stage heavenly beast, and it had managed to threaten and damage the zone stage heavenly beast. With the addition of the Overlord Bao's explosive effect and the surprise factor, even with his lower cultivation level, that was a shocking success. In truth, from the start of the Heavenly Jewel tournament, Zhou Weiqing had not used this archery skill, and had kept it for a critical battle. Now that he had unleashed it, it naturally showed its power. The silver-green light was none other than Silver Emperor Wing Slash, which he had tempered for the last 3 days. Having this terrifying Silver Emperor Wing Slash enter her body, how could there be any possible good outcome for her? Qing Qian's body froze in place, blood pouring out from all her orifices as her internal organs were totally destroyed, as the life fled from her. Her loss was not just because of her lack of heavenly energy, but more importantly, in her mind, Zhou Weiqing was just a mere 3-jeweled heavenly jewel master. No matter how much importance they had placed on him, it was still as a lower-level jewel master, and not as an equal. Anyone who had underestimated Zhou Weiqing had never come to a good end. Even Lin Tianao himself had suffered such a loss earlier and gambled away his own freedom. Kaiying Qian. Seeing Qing Qian mortally wounded, Lang Xia cried out in anguish, shock, and pain in his face. Howling with rage, he went berserk, his muscles bulging out abruptly as his strength exploded, dealing a flurry of blows in a frenzied rage towards Lin Tianao. Alas, facing the stable, rock-steady Lin Tianao, no matter how his enraged blows flew in from all directions, they were to no avail. He could only watch as the light slowly disappeared from her eyes along with her consolidated equipment dissolving into the air, as she crumpled to the ground. At the other side, Zhou Weiqing was facing the final blow of Qing Qian. By now, the black tornado had reached him. Earlier, Zhou Weiqing had burst forth with a sudden speed due to his tornado strike, which had been calculated to mislead her into thinking he was not using his bow. Alas, this very action was now extremely costly, as he had sent himself hurtling towards the black tornado without any chance of dodging the locked-on tornado. Zhou Weiqing was clear that with his own cultivation level, if he were to be struck directly by this twin attribute fusion skill, no matter how strong his physique was, he would be disintegrated by it. Luckily, Qing Qian had perished, and would no longer be able to control the skill. In that moment of critical danger, a dark gold light sprang forth from Zhou Weiqing's body, a split second before he entered the black tornado. As the black tornado finally expended itself, dissipating slowly, Zhou Weiqing was left rolling on the ground awkwardly, his clothes tattered and torn in many places. Luckily, he was still alive, and even more, there wasn't even any signs of blood on him. Although he ended up unharmed, Zhou Weiqing broke up in cold sweat. He thought to himself, looks like it isn't a good idea to use up blink so easily. Perhaps it'll be better to conserve it for times like that. Almost died there. Indeed, he had almost perished right there and then. In the last moment, he had summoned his legendary hammers, and the protective shield of the God-tier consolidated equipment had saved his life. He had then released them just before the tornado ended. It was only because of the God-tier protective shield that he survived, and luckily he kept his hammers in time, and hidden in the black tornado, no one spotted it, or suspected it. After all, Zhou Weiqing also had the darkness attribute, and no one knew if he had some other way to deal with it. Managing to kill Qing Qian with a single arrow had definitely shocked the entire audience. No one had expected that in this 2v2 fight with 3 5-jeweled heavenly jewel masters, the one who made the critical difference was not one of them, but the weakest one of only 3 jewels, Zhou Weiqing. In truth, since the first fight when he sent out Yi Paopao with the plan, Zhou Weiqing had been scheming against the second strongest member of the Bai de battle team. Without question, Qing Qian's cultivation level, control and combat strength was a lot stronger than their previous opponent from the Miao battle team, Zhang Fei, who also had the same darkness attribute. Despite that, although Zhou Weiqing did not know beforehand that she was also of the darkness attribute, he had already been scheming against the second member of the Bai de battle team from the start. Yi Paopao's role was simple, yet critical, to drain her of as much heavenly energy as possible. Zhou Weiqing then made use of every possible method to anger her. Finally, the true critical key to success was not the 10-star rated Silver Emperor Wing Slash, but the twisting bowstring archery skill. Indeed, it was the combination of the twisting bowstring archery skill and the Overlord Bao's explosive effect that managed to break through Qing Qian's powerful 5-jeweled level protective heavenly energy, allowing the Silver Emperor Wing Slash to do its deadly work. 3 days of tempering and comprehension allowed Zhou Weiqing to gain a masterful control over the Silver Emperor Wing Slash. Without any protection from heavenly energy or equipment, having its way in an unprotected body, even a 5-jeweled heavenly jewel master would not be able to survive. As Qing Qian crumpled to the ground, she did not seem to be heavily injured with just her outward appearance, but in truth, her entire innards had been destroyed. However, the difference between 5 joules and 3 joules was indeed huge. Even with all his planning and scheming, with Qing Qian underestimating him, Zhou Weiqing still almost died to Qing Qian's final blow. That was still under the fact that he had been in control of the fight, and she had not been able to unleash her strongest power yet. Zhou Weiqing sat on the ground, panting with deep breaths. There was no happiness or pride in his eyes, just a grim resolution. In his mind, he was saying, "My future father-in-law, wait and see. I will definitely prove my worth to you with my deeds and power. I will definitely be able to protect Binger." The fight was not over. Qing Qian's death had caused Lang Xie to go berserk, dealing out a flurry of blows with all his might, glowing green as he was boosted by his wind attribute. Alas, Lin Tianao had switched back from offense to defense once more, standing like an immovable mountain, an ultimate defense that seemed insurmountable. Originally, Lang Xie was very slightly inferior to Lin Tianao, and on top of it he had been inflicted with Zhou Weiqing's curse of doom. Even in his berserk state, he might seem to be in the advantage, but in truth, his heavenly energy was being drained at a much faster rate than Lin Tianao. That was not even considering Zhou Weiqing, who could recover and join in at any time. Any audience member could easily tell that the Fei Li battle team was already in a huge advantage in this 2v2 fight. Zhou Weiqing had almost depleted more than 60% of all his heavenly energy in that flurry of skills he had used, mostly because he had used so many in such a short period of time, greatly increasing the drain on him. However, he was not in a rush, slowly standing up and stretching himself, before walking to Qing Qian's dead body. With a lift of his leg, her body was sent flying in a gentle arc to the Baide battle team's rest house, as he said seemingly to himself, "Sigh. I was so careless, how could she die like this? How could she be so frail? Sigh, why is her body so soft? Could it be her bones are all shattered?" If Lang Xie recovered his senses, the sensible thing to do would be to quickly jump down and surrender, to take this loss and try to reverse the situation in the later 1v1 fights. Alas, Zhou Weiqing's grasp and understanding of human nature was not to be underestimated. After all, the majority of Muin's teaching to him had been how to read people and to see weaknesses, perhaps more than even archery. Earlier, when Qing Qian had been disadvantaged by Zhou Weiqing's attacks, Lang Xie's behavior had been so intense. With that, Zhou Weiqing immediately judged that the relation between the two was more than just ordinary teammates. This was further affirmed when Lang Xie went berserk after Qing Qian had been killed. What he was doing now was to further enrage Lang Xie, to prevent him from recovering his senses and making the right decisions. Hearing Zhou Weiqing's words, Lang Xie's face turned red, and all of a sudden, he spat out a mouthful of blood, forming a blood arrow wrapped with wind attribute heavenly energy towards Zhou Weiqing. He was not afraid of expending his own lifeblood to kill Zhou Weiqing, to take revenge for Qing Qian. Alas for him, when Zhou Weiqing spoke those words, he had already been prepared for any reaction. Faced with the sudden attack from Lang Xie, his body vanished silently. Indeed, his blink skill's cooldown had recovered. The blood arrow was not able to lock onto Zhou Weiqing, and it flew off into the distance. As it left the stage, the judge quickly lifted up his hand, blocking it with a quick shield of energy, preventing it from flying into the audience and hurting anyone else accidentally. With Lin Tianao's power and combat experience, when Lang Xie sent an attack towards Zhou Weiqing suddenly, he quickly seized the opportunity. In a charge, he closed in, his heavy shield smashing directly into the spiked mace in an angle, causing him to be knocked back. At that point, Lin Tianao showed the world why his assembly shield set was called offense and defense in one. As the huge shield struck downwards, it was used like an immense axe chopping downwards. Stumbling backwards, Lang Xie was out of position and balance, and had no choice but to use his spiked mace to block the attack once more. Another loud crash as they clashed, and Lang Xie fell back once more. However, this time, right as he was moving back, a silent yellow light appeared abruptly behind him, blocking his stumbling body. At the same time, the heavy shield in Lin Tianao's hands suddenly disassembled into 5 shields, all striking savagely towards Lang Xie like a meat grinder. Blocking Lang Xie's back was Lin Tianao's ultimate skill, his illusory shield, which held a fifth of his entire defensive power. It was sufficient to keep Lang Xie from falling back, keeping him in range of the surprise attack, and more importantly, disrupting his rhythm. The 5 disassembled shields smashed down like 5 secret weapons from different angles. Facing the threat of death, Lang Xie's latent potential burst forth, the spiked mace in his hands whirling like a dance of death, attempting to block all of the attacks. Right at that moment, he suddenly felt his body tighten for a split second, slowing him down. Unfortunately for him, in that moment of life of death, that split second was like an eternity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260. Chapter 260, Silver Emperor Wing / 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Clang clang clang. 3 loud clashes rang out as 3 of the shields were knocked away by the spiked mace. Alas, that moment of stiffness had done its job, and Lang Xie was unable to dodge or parry the last 2 shields. With a sickening thud, his right arm which had been holding his spiked mace was chopped off from the shoulder by one of the shields. As for the other shield, it slammed savagely into his belly. Although he had a powerful heavenly energy shield, Lin Tianao's cultivation was equal or slightly higher than his, and the sharp edge of the shield almost cut him into 2. The 5 shields flew back together, consolidating into the single huge tower shield once more. Once again, Lin Tianao activated his charge skill, slamming into the heavily injured Lang Xie, causing him to fly back from the impact. An arrow flew in right into the flying body, sinking directly into the wounded belly of Lang Xie with a huge explosion. Finally, Lang Xie's wounded body was split into 2 from that explosion, and he landed below the stage, on the verge of death. When Lang Xie fell down onto the floor with a loud thud, the entire plaza fell silent. From the start of the Heavenly Jewel tournament, there had been no deaths. Today, in this horrifying match, 3 people had died in succession, and in such terrible ways. This was almost a record in the history of the entire Heavenly Jewel tournament, especially for it to be in such a one-sided way. Lang Xie's final death had been due to Zhou Weiqing this time. When Lin Tianao had attacked ferociously and suddenly, Zhou Weiqing had lifted up his left hand, and a green light had fallen upon Lang Xie. That was also what caused the momentary pause in him. Naturally, that was Zhou Weiqing's fetters of wind. Without question, with his cultivation level, it wasn't even able to control or lock Lang Xie in place at all. However, slowing him for that split second was all it took, and it was the difference between life and death for Lang Xie. Of course, the final explosion was also an arrow from the Overlord Bao. This time, the rest of the members of the Bai de Battle team did not react at all, they were all just too stunned. None of them would have ever dreamed in their worst nightmares that their leader and vice leader would perish on the stage. At that moment, their battle spirits were almost broken. Lin Tianao kept his assembly set shield, turning and walking to Zhou Weiqing. Patting him on the shoulder, he said with a bright light in his eyes, "Well done." Zhou Weiqing nodded to him quietly. It was not a good feeling to kill someone, but this was a matter of an enmity between empires, it was kill or be killed. Once again, he also felt the truth of Tang Xian's words to him so many years ago. In any fight, control skills were just so critically important, especially in team fights. In terms of raw strength and power, both he and Lin Tianao added together was definitely lesser than Lang Xie and Cheng Qian, no matter how drained she was. However, it was because of all his powerful support and control skills that had allowed him to control the rhythm and path of the entire fight, allowing them to snatch victory in such a crushing fashion. Muan had once told Zhou Weiqing, "The most formidable thing about a person was not his heavenly energy, skills, physical strength, or even killing intent, but his intelligence. Even an ordinary human without any powers would be able to kill a Heavenly King Jewel Master with a cunning plan, however unlikely." This was undoubtedly the most exciting match of the entire tournament thus far, but none of the audience was able to cheer at all. After all, they were ordinary citizens, and none of them had witnessed death firsthand before. Although there was some considerable distance to the stage, they were still able to feel the deathly awful atmosphere. Finally, a voice broke the silence as the judge announced the Fei Li battle team's victory. 2v2 match, Fei Li Empire victory. Both Lin Tianao and Zhou Weiqing jumped down, welcomed by the warm embraces of their excited teammates. Drunken Bao laughed out loud, "Boss, Weiqing, from now on, you are the heroes of the Empire. This is too great, to be able to kill off even Lang Xie. Ha 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 ha." After a moment of silence, the judge finally said solemnly, "Fourth match, 1v1, both sides, please send your representative member." The current score is 2-1, with Fei Li battle team leading. The scenario was following Zhou Weiqing's plan, as it was down to match point for the Fei Li battle team. The entire Fei Li team looked to Zhou Weiqing once more, and he nodded to them assuringly before stepping up onto the stage once more. Indeed, Zhou Weiqing had expended a huge amount of heavenly energy, but if anyone were to underestimate him again because of that, it would be a deadly mistake. After all, no one truly knew how fast the recovery rate of his heavenly energy was. Under the full draw of all 13 energy whirlpools at his death acupuncture points, Zhou Weiqing barely took half an hour to recover from fully depleted to full energy. In fact, that was probably the scariest thing about his combat prowess. On the mass battlefield, a Heavenly Jewel Master like him with such a recovery rate was perhaps even scarier than a 6-jeweled Zheng stage Heavenly Jewel Master, but the Immortal Deity technique had caused Zhou Weiqing much pain and suffering over these last few years, but as he entered the second section and beyond, Zhou Weiqing finally understood the meaning of no pain no gain. Indeed, along with the immense suffering and many near-death experiences came many impressive benefits as well. Seeing Zhou Weiqing ascend the stage once more, the eyes of all the entire Bai de Battle team turned bloodshot. Without their leaders to restrain them, all of them were arguing and striving to be the one to charge over and kill him. However, at that point, Lang Xie suddenly raised his hand. He had been brought to their rest house, on his last gasp of breath, and he grabbed one of the members' sleeves. Although he had been cut nearly into two, with his physique, although there was no saving him, he was still managed to hold on to life by a thread for a short time. Leader, you, the other by the team members looked at the dying Lang Xie, their bodies quivering. Lang Xie finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low as he said weakly but firmly, surrender. I order you all to surrender. We cannot afford any more losses. We must take revenge, but not like this, do not fall into their trap. I do not want any of you to die. You are all the cream of the crop, the most talented of this generation of our empire. One day, you will stand on the battlefield and take revenge for us. As he gasped out these last words, the last vestiges of life finally left his eyes, his head lolling down as he breathed his last breath. It was a struggle, but the Bai de battle team members did not disobey Lang Xie's last order and surrendered the match. However, standing on the stage, Zhou Weiqing could clearly see the sheer hatred their bloodshot eyes as they glared at him, as they slowly left the plaza with the three corpses of their fallen comrades. Zhou Weiqing's eyes were calm. He was not pleased with death, nor was he used to it. However, he knew that such a hatred between empires was not so easily resolved, and there was no right or wrong, and there was only the fight between two sides. With this victory over the Bai de battle team, this also almost guaranteed that the Fei Li Empire was now in the top 8. Of course, they still had fights ahead, but not counting the seeded team, the Bai de battle team had already been the toughest opponent in the third group of theirs. Originally, some of the other empires had been hoping that the two large empires would take each other down, allowing them to steal a second place with some luck. Alas, this tiny hope had been dashed with this crushing victory by the Fei Li battle team. The tournament continued, but after that bloody fight, the rest of the fight seemed to pale in comparison. Furthermore, regarding the Fei Li battle team, the impression of them had risen tremendously, and even those who had not looked upon them favorably as winners were now reconsidering their stance. Undoubtedly, Zhou Weiqing had shown himself in an extraordinary light throughout the last fight, as did Lin Tianao. Without Lin Tianao's powerful and stable strength as a cornerstone rock in a turbulent stream, no matter how many all of Zhou Weiqing's plans and control skills, they would not have been able to beat Lang Xie and Qing Qian, let alone kill them. The Fei Li battle team were still gathered in their rest house as the rest of the team slowly left to have their lunch. They were all still too excited, seated round chatting, and Yi Pao Pao gave Zhou Weiqing a quick punch. Well done, you little rascal, you have indeed helped me to take revenge. I do not mind taking the scolding after all. Ha ha. The only thing I'm worried now is, now that the audience has seen such a bloody scene, will they be able to still eat lunch? Lin Tianao smiled, then said seriously, alright, everyone, I have something to discuss with you after today's fight. In terms of command, I am a steady and stable leader, but perhaps too much so. Weiqing's command is extremely creative, a powerful and unconstrained style like heavenly steeds soaring across the skies. I would like to let Weiqing be in charge of commanding us in the future fights. Does anyone object? In terms of Zhou Weiqing's command and directions, judgment, and even power, it had earned his comrades' approval and respect. That was especially so after that 2v2 match. Even the 5-jeweled heavenly jewel masters like Xiaoyan and Drunken Bao were a little afraid after seeing it. They were clear that even if they were the ones in Lang Xie and Cheng Qian's place, they would not do any better, but... The entire team agreed with Lin Tianao's suggestion, and Zhou Weiqing's status in the team rose sharply, officially taking his place as a mainstay second only to Lin Tianao. Zhou Weiqing stretched lazily. After resting for this period of time, his heavenly energy was almost fully recovered. Let's head back, there isn't much else for us to watch. Our next opponent, the Kao battle team, is relatively easy, and we should take the next few days to rest up and bring ourselves to tip-top condition in preparation for that fight. As everyone stood up to go, Drunken Bao said, Weiqing, you are truly the most reckless fellow I have ever seen, yet not foolhardy. Boss was right indeed, your creative and unconstrained strategies are definitely surprising, to both us and our enemies, and I definitely approve. However, there is one very important thing I have to say, you better let me fight the next round, I'm itching to get on the stage, but... Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily and said, even if you do not want to go, I will also shove you up there. You and Xiao Yan are our secret weapons of our battle team. In this, he was not exaggerating. Both Drunken Bao and Xiao Yan were 5-jeweled heavenly jewel masters, yet they had not even ascended the stage once. In most other teams, they would perhaps be the top fighters or mainstay of the team. Although their combat strength was slightly weaker as compared to Lin Tianao, but they were undoubtedly outstanding geniuses to be able to reach such a level at their age. After all, Drunken Bao was only 27 years old, and Xiao Yan even younger at 26. Both were younger than Lin Tianao. As the Fei Li battle team returned to their inn, Zhou Weiqing took a big meal and once again gathered up a container of fresh water, heading back to his room in preparation to start his tempering training again. Just as he was about to close the door, Lin Tianao came up to him. "Weiqing, I need to talk to you," Lin Tianao said hesitatingly. Zhou Weiqing quickly invited him in. Although Lin Tianao had lost the bet to him and was now his follower, Zhou Weiqing held much respect and approval for him. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 261. Chapter 261, Evolution. Demonic Change or Zhou Weiqing? 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Lin Tianao's character was like his skills, stable, steady and consistent. Zhou Weiqing knew that his own character was rather contrasting to that, much more radical. That had its advantages, but also its disadvantages as well. Someone like him would benefit greatly from having someone stable like Lin Tianao around as his companion, with both complementing each other to amplify each other and allow them to display their talents to the maximum. Both Lin Tianao and Zhou Weiqing were direct speakers, and he did not try to beat around the bush. "Weiqing, is there something wrong with Lady Binger? Did something happen?" Hearing Lin Tianao's question, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but be surprised. "How did you know?" Lin Tianao furrowed his brow, saying, "Since we left the Fei Li city, although you have trained, you were never that diligent. Yet, these few days, you have been going through closed-door training nonstop, not eating and drinking for several days. Although we might not have been together for long, I think I do understand your character pretty well. Added to the fact that Lady Binger has gone missing, besides the fact that something has gone wrong, I cannot think of another reason why you would suddenly become so diligent. But Weiqing, no matter as your follower, your leader, or your friend, since something has happened to Lady Binger, why did you not tell us all? The Heavenly Jewel Tournament might be important, but both you or Lady Binger are our companions. If she is in trouble, we will definitely help as best we can. In fact, if we didn't bump into that Shangguan Shuer who looks exactly like her, I would almost have thought you came up with that story of her being related to the Heaven's Expanse Palace." Zhou Weiqing gave a bitter smile and said, "It's not that I do not want to say, but in truth no one else can help in this matter, and I can only depend on my own strength. To be honest, up to now, I still cannot believe what happened, it feels so unreal. She really does come from the Heaven's Expanse Palace, and is part of the Triplet Sisters. The problem is, her father is called Shangguan Tianyue, and he is the second palace master of the Heaven's Expanse Palace, at least at the Heavenly King stage or perhaps even higher. You heard it for yourself that day when Shangguan Shuer came looking for me. Unless I can defeat her, I can never be together with Binger. That Shangguan Shuer is possibly the heir to the entire Heaven's Expanse Palace, and she already has such a powerful cultivation level at 7 jewels, possibly also with the Alexandrite Cat's Eye, and with God-tier legendary sets. To defeat her, how could it possibly be an easy task? I am only 2, almost 3, years younger than her. Every time I'm improving, so is she as well." Lin Tianao gave a faint smile and said, "Weiqing, you should not belittle yourself like that. In truth, I have felt that in terms of talent, you have the most potential out of anyone I have ever seen or heard of in my life. Even comparing with the 5 great saint lands, I am certain that no one is stronger in that respect. Do not forget that we do not come from those great saint lands, perhaps not even from large heavenly jewel master clans. Those from direct lineage in the great saint lands like Shangguan Shuer, from a very young age, powerful jewel masters will help them cleanse their marrow, meridians and body, giving them a huge advantage. From the age of 3, they are taught how to cultivate with the top arts, and they usually awaken their heavenly jewels by the age of 6 to 7. With such a head start, in addition to various secret medicines, top arts, their speed of cultivation is naturally extremely fast. Furthermore, they do not have to worry about skill storing, consolidated equipment, as that will be prepared by their elders. With even their cultivation route and direction planned for them, how could they not be much faster than any ordinary heavenly jewel masters? That's the reason why they are at such a high level of 6, 7 jewels even below 20 years old. Both that little witch and Shangguan Shuer are similar in that. Yet, for us, it is very different. We are from ordinary backgrounds, almost commoners in comparison. Our heavenly jewel awakening has an element of luck within, and to be able to start cultivating at 10 years old is already considered very good. While cultivating, we still have to worry about skill storing and consolidating equipment. At the same time, our training arts are likely lower level than theirs. It can be said that, for us to reach our current state, it was through much struggle, blood, and sweat that we have earned on our own. You are not even 17 years old this year, and you have already reached a 3-jeweled cultivation level. To an ordinary heavenly jewel master without any powerful background, that is already considered unbelievable. I definitely believe that when you reach my age, your power will definitely be far above mine. Our way of cultivation is definitely a lot slower when compared to those privileged, but it isn't without its benefits. After all, we have gone through much suffering and toil, working hard to gain our power. Sometimes, the process is equally important as the result, and we have a stronger foundation due to that, treasuring every skill and consolidated equipment we have. At the same time, our battle experience and combat skill is usually more varied and abundant. Simply put, if I met any member of a privileged clan, as long as our cultivation level isn't too far apart and he doesn't have more than 2 attributes, I have the confidence in beating him. Fighting spirit and willpower isn't something so easy to foster, not even with the best training conditions. Furthermore, I have noticed that your cultivation speed is truly unbelievably quick. It has barely been long since your last level up, and yet your heavenly energy is close to reaching the next level again. Added to that, you have that unheard of elemental jewel, an Alexandrite cat's eye jewel with that many attributes. I truly believe that you will be able to defeat Shangguan Shuer in the near future, perhaps even being able to defeat her with a lower cultivation level. Speaking up to that point, Lin Tianao finally paused. The strong confidence in his words definitely influenced Zhou Weiqing. Although he had not shown it, he had been feeling despondent and lacking in confidence, but Lin Tianao's words had sparked a fire within him once more. Once again, Zhou Weiqing felt a sense of joy that he had been so lucky to have him as a follower. Looking seriously at Zhou Weiqing, Lin Tianao continued, however, Weiqing, you must remember that everything needs to be done step by step in the proper process. This is especially so for cultivation. You must not rush into things and be too hasty, or you might end up in trouble with a cultivation deviation one. In that case, everything you have worked so hard for will go up in smoke just like that, and you will never ever see your binger again. Do you understand? Zhou Weiqing understood clearly in his heart that Lin Tianao was telling him this because he was afraid that he would be overdoing the training and get into trouble, and wanted to remind him. He was an only child in his family, and in that moment, looking at Lin Tianao, Zhou Weiqing felt as though he was looking at an older brother. Nodding his head repeatedly, he agreed. Seeing that his words had taken effect, Lin Tianao stood up, patting Zhou Weiqing's shoulder and saying, you are an intelligent person, and very spirited and creative. I dare say you are the most talented person. This is not some mindless praise or flattery. I know I do not need to say more, you should understand what I mean. Cultivation and training is extremely important, but the process is very important. Do not be reckless. Weiqing, work hard, I am rooting for you. You are born with the inner charisma of a leader, and with your strategies and charisma, you are good at influencing the people around you. Even I am no exception. If your plan for this Heavenly Jewel tournament works out as per your expectations, and we actually succeed, then when we return, you will definitely have raised a whole new level in many different ways. In the future, when you graduate from the Fei Li Military Academy, you will definitely become a great leader in general, and yield brilliant results in the military field. After saying all that, Lin Tianao patted Zhou Weiqing hard on the shoulder once more before leaving the room. After closing the door, Zhou Weiqing was not able to calm down for a while. Suddenly, he muttered to himself, Tianer, thank you. If not for your reassurance that time, I would have missed on the opportunity to gain Bro Lin as a follower. Fat Cat, who was sleeping on the bed, twitched a little at that, but did not move any further. A dim light flashed in Zhou Weiqing's eyes as he returned to the bed to begin his cultivation. He totally understood Lin Tianao's words. They were to not just encourage him, but also to warn him. However, Zhou Weiqing had not told Lin Tianao what he had actually been training at. After all, his method of 3,000 tempering was just too astonishing in the world. The immortal deity technique could be said to be one of his greatest secrets, and he would not easily speak of it even amongst those close to him. The 3,000 tempering training was just the training and tempering of the skills, and the worst that could happen was for his physique to be overdrained, but it was not an actual cultivation of heavenly energy. Only when actually cultivating heavenly energy would there be a chance of cultivation deviation. However, his immortal deity technique was really unique in that sense. It was an extremely dangerous, almost deadly technique, but its benefit was that danger was only during the breakthrough of his death acupuncture points. In terms of normal cultivation, there was only benefits and was exempt from the normal dangers of cultivation. A black light slowly flashed out in the room. This time, Zhou Weiqing was tempering his touch of darkness skill. After the many fights he had, the more he realized how important and useful control skills were in fights, not just individual but even more so in teams. It was because of his many control skills that he had been able to stem the tide and save the day many a time, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat even when at a disadvantage against stronger opponents. Without question, the touch of darkness was far from being the strongest of his stored skills, or even his control skills. However, it was one of the more useful ones with various uses. Most importantly, it was able to improve his senses, and also with the additional benefit of being able to affect one or multiple targets with its many tentacles. As such, its potential was extremely great, and perhaps more so than most other control skills. As such, Zhou Weiqing had chosen to temper it, as it would help increase his combat strength the most in the shortest time. With his 2 previous experiences under his belt, Zhou Weiqing quickly fell into a rhythm with tempering the touch of darkness. Furthermore, this touch of darkness was different from his previous 2 skills, as it lasted a much longer time. This also allowed him more opportunity to feel and understand it. Of course, it also meant he would be casting less of them in succession in the same amount of time. Besides the state of fatigue it left him in, Zhou Weiqing was almost in love with this 3000 tempering technique. Not only did it allow him to temper and strengthen his skill, understand and comprehend the profound mysteries of his attributes, it also sped up his heavenly energy cultivation speed. What could be more suitable for him? He had only gone through the 3000 tempering technique twice in the last 6 to 7 days, and already Zhou Weiqing felt as if his heavenly energy had improved more than his previous 20 days of cultivation. Given sufficient time, he expected that he might even be able to improve a level of heavenly energy every month within the heavenly Shin energy stage. That was also one reason why he was so enamored with cultivation currently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262. Chapter 262, Evolution. Demonic Change or Zhou Weiqing? 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. One thing Lin Tianao said was definitely true. If Zhou Weiqing was given the time, and he actually worked diligently in training and cultivation, he would definitely shock the world. As the black light flashed continuously in the room, the touch of darkness was released. The room was not large, and as it spread out from Zhou Weiqing's body, it reached into every corner of the entire room. Zhou Weiqing started to play around with it, making use of his mental control and spirit to make the touch of darkness move around and do various things. At the same time, he experimented with its stability, strength, toughness, and flexibility. In doing so, Zhou Weiqing started to feel the difference between the darkness attribute and the spatial or wind attributes. Spatial attribute skills required an instantaneous release of power that was so even for the spatial rend. Although it could last 3 seconds, but the key to it succeeded was that instant of power on release. As for the darkness attribute, it was rather different. When the touch of darkness was released, it could be said to be just the beginning, and continued control over it was the most important. Just the first try of this caused Zhou Weiqing to feel some strain, as there was just too many tentacles to control. To try and control each and every one of them and doing something different not only required him to have an incredible amount of multitasking, calculating and also powerful control over the skill, heavenly energy and the darkness attribute. It was almost as if his entire brain had to be split into a dozen parts, and instantly Zhou Weiqing felt the true difficulty of this skill. Although this level of control was not an additional drain on his heavenly energy, it was definitely a huge drain on his spirit and consciousness. As the first touch of darkness skill ended, Zhou Weiqing did not rush into casting it again. Instead, he sat down recollecting the entire process he had gone through, the feelings and experiences he had just undergone, as well as the feedback that the skill itself returned. The best part of the touch of darkness could be said to be the increase to all of the user's senses, and was one of the rarest boosts available, which made it all the more valuable. With this increase in senses, it also made delving into the profound mysteries of the skill easier, allowing him to feel more, understand more, and absorb more. Just like that, Zhou Weiqing began the process of repeatedly casting touch of darkness one after the other, experiencing and understanding it as time passed by. This time, Zhou Weiqing only spent a day before his training ended. He had not even finished half of the water, but he was forced to conclude the training, because he fainted dead away. The intricate control of the touch of darkness took an unprecedented toll on Zhou Weiqing's spirit and consciousness. Furthermore, he had never really trained in that department before, and did not know how important it was for controlling skills. In truth, the majority of heavenly jewel masters did not go out of the way to train their spirit and consciousness, as that would usually slowly improve as their cultivation level improved. The unique quality about the darkness attribute was that it did not take a large toll on his body and physique like other skills, but a much larger toll on his spirit. By the time he had almost totally expended his spirit, his mind lapsed into a deep faint as an automatic protection reaction. Even Zhou Weiqing himself did not know that he had unknowingly opened up a new path for himself, a unique path of training his spirit and consciousness. On the surface, a heavenly jewel master's spirit was not a critical characteristic, and only those with the divine attribute would regard it highly. However, in truth, for the spirit attribute to be actually one of the top 3 saint attributes, how could it be useless? The stronger a person's spirit and consciousness, the greater control he would have over everything, heavenly energy, skills and even the body to a certain extent. With the same amount of heavenly energy, the same skill, when used by a jewel master with a stronger spirit, it would be a lot more efficient and powerful, perhaps even several times stronger. When Zhou Weiqing fainted and fell into a deep sleep, Fat Cat, which was not far from him, suddenly opened her eyes. At that moment, there was a strange, almost astonished look in her eyes. How did he do that? Fat Cat thought to herself. A few days ago, when Zhou Weiqing had first gone through the 3000 tempering training, she had already been shocked once. It could be said that the 1000 tempering training was very well known by all heavenly jewel masters, yet it was not widely used for a reason. No one had ever done it like Zhou Weiqing, let alone up to 3000 tempering. Even the members of the 5 great saint lands would shake their heads when they talked about the 1000 tempering training technique. This training method was just too harmful to one's vitality, and possibly even life force, and if overdone, could possibly lead to serious and lasting damage. As such, although there were so many benefits to it, the drawbacks were sufficient to dissuade most from making use of such a technique. Most heavenly jewel masters would rather waste more time in practicing their skills over a long period of time, with much lower efficiency, than to make use of such an extreme method. A few days ago, when Fat Cat had witnessed Zhou Weiqing use his spatial Ren skill 1,500 times in slightly more than a day, she had been totally shocked to the core. Even more so than Zhou Weiqing, she knew how impossible that was, and the true implications of that. Furthermore, she had been alongside Zhou Weiqing for so long, and she was extremely clear on his cultivation. Instantly, she realized that he had stumbled upon the perfect training method for himself. The facts had indeed been as she expected. Without even considering the huge benefits from Zhou Weiqing's improved spatial Rend and Silver Emperor Wing / having a large part to play in his winning of the various fights, just the dangerous sheer speed of his cultivation of heavenly energy would already breathtaking. Despite that, Fat Cat was once again shocked by Zhou Weiqing. With her keen senses, she could tell that Zhou Weiqing's spirit was in an unstable flux. She was extremely familiar with such a flux. After all, her main attribute and training focus was the spirit attribute. Without question, when Zhou Weiqing was tempering his darkness attribute Touch of Darkness skill, he was actually somehow training his spirit and consciousness at the same time. Was he some monster, or just an unbelievable genius? That notion was all that Fat Cat could think of. However, even she did not realize that although she knew that the stronger Zhou Weiqing grew, the less control and power she would have over him, she did not have any killing intent, but rather a strange happiness. At that point, she somehow forgot about all the time she had been bullied by Zhou Weiqing. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Weiqing was slowly aroused from his deep sleep by a strange feeling. The first sensation he had was that of cold, his entire body feeling icy cold, and one which seemed to spread from inside. It was as if his entire body was a huge block of ice, and the cold was continuously being produced from within and spreading throughout and out from his skin. Such a cold was definitely not something that came from an external source. The instant that Zhou Weiqing woke, he started shivering uncontrollably, even his teeth were chattering loudly. What is happening? What is going on with me? Zhou Weiqing was surprised, and as he roused fully to his senses, he realized that he had lost control of his body. Turning his senses inward to examine himself, Zhou Weiqing realized that he couldn't actually sense any vestiges of heavenly energy. At that point, his heart sank in an icy feeling of doom, which someone left him even colder than before. Cultivation deviation. This was the only explanation that Zhou Weiqing could think of for the state he was in, although it didn't make sense at all. As much as he did not want to believe that he could enter cultivation deviation while training, the facts were before him, and he had no other choice but to believe it. He did not even have the time to ponder on how he had actually entered cultivation deviation, when the icy cold overwhelmed his thoughts, and he lapsed into a strange mindless state. His entire body, down to the muscles, innards, meridians, all of it seemed frozen and mashed together. The intense pain was even worse than all the previous times he had felt when breaking through his death acupuncture points, though he had previously thought that was impossible. With that empty feeling, it was as if the breath was being forced out of his body. The cold battering him, as if trying to turn him into a pile of ice dust. Zhou Weiqing could almost hear his own bones groaning and creaking. The sound of his own bones made him almost break down. Alas, his mind was still strangely awake, and the pain was so intense, almost like he was struck with his own curse of doom's increased pain senses while being tortured. When Zhou Weiqing had awoken, Fat Cat had also gotten up. Her purple eyes were wide opened as they scrutinized Zhou Weiqing, and slowly a look of delight entered them. With a shake of her body, she turned into a 3-meter huge form. She did not touch Zhou Weiqing, but the happiness in her eyes grew stronger as she stood there silently, watching the changes in his body. In Fat Cat's eyes, Zhou Weiqing had totally turned a bleak gray color. Indeed, totally gray, even down to his usually black hair, skin, eyes, and even nails. A layer of thick demonic aura also extended to every section of his skin, though it was not released outwards. If Fat Cat was not looking upon him with her own eyes, she would not even be able to sense anything untoward from him. If it had been Lin Tianao or any of the other team members here, none of them would be able to recognize what was happening to Zhou Weiqing. Even Little Witch, who was from the Heavenly Demon sect, one of the great Saint lands, would not be able to recognize it. However, Fat Cat was different. With a single look, she immediately knew what Zhou Weiqing was experiencing, as she had just gone through the exact same thing not long ago. Evolving. He was actually evolving. Indeed, Fat Cat knew that Zhou Weiqing was evolving, just like a heavenly beast. Although she could not understand how a human like Zhou Weiqing could actually go through such an evolving, she could clearly tell that this would bring a huge benefit to her as well. Just like the previous time when she evolved, Zhou Weiqing had benefited a great deal from her. The strange thing that left her puzzled was that although Zhou Weiqing was going through the same evolving state, he did not seem to release the same aura which would attract heavenly beasts to devour him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263. Chapter 263, Evolution. Demonic Change or Zhou Weiqing? 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Such a circumstance should appear any time a heavenly beast evolved, and it was one of the restrictions on heavenly beasts growing stronger. Even one as powerful as herself, when she had evolved, she had attracted many zone stage heavenly beasts, even Little Witch had been attracted by the aura to come and cause trouble, but yet, Zhou Weiqing did not seem to have the same problem, and the demonic aura surrounding his body seemed to block off any external senses, not allowing anything from leaking into the atmosphere. In Fat Cat's eyes, it only meant one thing: Zhou Weiqing's evolving was even stronger than her own. That was to say, Zhou Weiqing was in a certain way evolving into a higher level species than herself. That was the thing that truly caused Fat Cat to be so puzzled. After all, as a divine heavenly spirit tiger, she was at the top of this world's pyramid, and could be considered a godly or divine beast, totally comparable or perhaps beyond humans. After all, they could reach the heavenly god stage. Yet, standing at the top of the pyramid, she still sensed Zhou Weiqing's evolving was of a higher level than her. How could that be possible? Puzzled, Fat Cat was left staring and unable to react for a moment. The only thing she was sure of Meow was that currently Zhou Weiqing was giving off a very dangerous feeling, a feeling that a lower-ranked heavenly beast felt from a higher-ranked heavenly beast. Perhaps even clearer than that. When speaking of the rank here, it was not the cultivation level but rather the bloodlines. For example, divine beasts like the divine heavenly spirit tiger which could reach the heavenly god stage as compared to the ordinary heavenly beasts which could only reach the maximum of zone stage. The look of disbelief in Fat Cat's eyes grew even stronger, as she muttered to herself. No, that's impossible. How can he be a higher-ranked heavenly beast than myself? He is clearly a human. Furthermore, in this world, there shouldn't be any heavenly beasts with a higher rank. Alas, no matter how much she told herself that, she could not change the facts happening right in front of her. As the gray light extended throughout Zhou Weiqing's body, his clothes slowly dissolved. Luckily, he had fallen onto the ground when he fainted, otherwise the bed sheets and mattress would probably have been dissolved by him as well. As the gray light grew stronger and thicker, from an inch to 2, then 3. By the time 2 hours had passed, there was barely a trace of spirit remaining in Zhou Weiqing's eyes, and his entire body was frozen and numb like a stiff log, and the gray light surrounding him was almost 1 chi thick. Fat Cat could clearly sense that she would gain much from Zhou Weiqing's evolving. However, at this point, she dared not approach. Even with her cultivation level and powerful bloodlines, she did not know what would happen when she closed in. As such, she could only wait and see. After the gray light had extended to about 1 chi thickness, it stopped extending. The familiar black tiger tattoos then started appearing from below Zhou Weiqing's skin, starting from his right leg before spreading to every inch of his body. The only difference from the previously was that the king word on his forehead was no longer the original black color, having turned a crystal-like, almost transparent gray. It was not a death-like gray, but containing a strange sort of lively spirit. The gray king word almost seemed like a unique eye, feeling and sensing everything around. Zhou Weiqing's bones were making weird creaking sounds, almost like little explosions. The gray light around him started to undulate in a rhythmic pattern, the greatest change being around both his arms, which were rapidly expanding. At first, Fat Cat could see the blood vessels below the skin of his arms expanding, the skin being forced outward by the pressure within, but slowly they were hidden beneath the bulging muscles. In a matter of moments, Zhou Weiqing's arms already expanded to more than double its normal size, the thick black tiger tattoos twisting and turning as if a little boat in the frenzied seas, a power emanating from his arms. Zhou Weiqing's body also started to move at this point. As the gray light seemed to form an air current lifting him up from the ground slowly, his left leg remaining on the ground while the right leg rose up in a strange arc, almost reaching his own head. Besides his male pride that Fat Cat could see, she was astonished to see that Zhou Weiqing's entire right leg had turned a pitch black. The black right leg seemed warped, even his bones mutating as it extended in length by almost half a meter. Next, his right leg seemed to bend into a strange large hook. That instant when the hook formed, the gray light around Zhou Weiqing's body seemed to have found a point to gather, and like a swarm of bees it converged upon his right leg. At this point, only Zhou Weiqing's powerful arms were left supporting him on the ground. As a terrifying power emanated in waves from his body, his hands grew as well, his nails growing 2 inches as they radiated a powerful black and gray light, thick and strong. The demonic change. Without any question, Zhou Weiqing was currently in the midst of the demonic change. Yet, Fat Cat had witnessed his demonic change before, and this time it looked totally different. Suddenly, Fat Cat understood. Currently, it wasn't just Zhou Weiqing's body which was evolving, even his demonic change was evolving. What is his cultivation level? Only 3 jewels, yet his demonic change is already evolving? Furthermore, he hasn't even trained his demonic attribute in any way. Fat Cat suddenly felt as if her brain wasn't working anymore, going numb. She just felt that she had just seen so many impossible things from Zhou Weiqing, and she wondered if all she knew was even true at all. As the time passed second after second, and minute after minute, Zhou Weiqing finally started regaining his consciousness. As the gray light flowed towards his right leg, he finally felt as if the intense cold around his body was subsiding. Currently, Zhou Weiqing's raised right leg was glowing with the unbelievably thick gray light, enveloping it while spinning in a helix pattern, slowly permeating right into his leg. As the unbearable cold left, he was left with an aching and tingling sensation. Zhou Weiqing felt like his entire body, down to the bones, was constantly beset with wave after wave of strange aching pin and needles. A little itchy, yet a weird comforting sense. It was like the first time he had entered the demonic change, getting help from Shangguan Binger, and having his heavenly jewels awakened and his blocked meridians widened and opened. What happened? Didn't I enter cultivation deviation? The terror and dread in Zhou Weiqing's heart slowly faded, replaced eventually by a sense of excitement. He could clearly feel as the numbness and ache diminished, a sense of power was filling him. That was especially so for his arms, where his large hands were now plunged deep into the tough floor. A gentle light shone from Zhou Weiqing's face, as his eyes opened and lit up in a bright spark. He felt as if the attribute wheel in front of his eyes was spinning uncontrollably as it changed from attribute to attribute. His 3 heavenly jewels were also constantly swapping attribute control, and they were invariably linked indeed. At first, the attribute wheels were moving too fast, but slowly, they slowed down, and he was able to look at them clearly. Zhou Weiqing was surprised to see that when the attribute wheel turned to the gray zone, his first elemental jewel seemed to have a claw-like symbol, with a round hole in the center of the claw. Could that mean the Devour skill? When a skill was stored, it showed on the attribute wheel. No matter which attribute the skill was stored on, it would appear on the corresponding wheel of the corresponding jewel. For example, for his first elemental jewel, the darkness attribute skill stored was his Touch of Darkness skill. As such, when that attribute will move to the black zone, he was able to see the symbol there, a black octopus with a strange purple border. That was the symbol representing the Touch of Darkness, and each of his other skills also had their own symbol. Before today, only the gray zone was completely unchanged. Even the colorless zone of the time attribute had a symbol in the first jewel, a symbol of a whirlpool, representing the absolute delay skill. However, at this point, the first elemental jewel's gray zone, representing the evil or demonic attribute, had actually finally gone through a change, with the additional claw symbol. What did that mean? Could it be that he could finally control the Devour skill? As he thought up to that point, Zhou Weiqing's heart started racing. He did not know what star rating that Devour skill had, but he could clearly remember what had happened the first time he had used that skill in the demonic change state, forcefully destroying an entire huge pack of forest direwolves. More importantly, it had saved his life, and not only that, it had caused his cultivation level to shoot up. As Zhou Weiqing was both surprised and delighted, he suddenly realized that in the gray area of his second elemental jewel, there seemed to be a new symbol as well. That symbol was a round shape, totally gray. When the attribute wheel spun to the gray zone, a strange sight occurred. A black light and a blue light seemed to swiftly invade into the zone, mixing with the gray and forming a gray, blue and black 3-colored ball. What does that mean? Zhou Weiqing was left confused. From the colors, if they were attributes, the gray represented the demonic attribute, the black representing the darkness attribute, while the blue representing the lightning attribute. All 3 were attributes he had. Could it be gods? Did that mean that this skill actually required the fusion of 3 attributes? Zhou Weiqing was suddenly gripped by a fiery joy as he thought up to that point. At that moment, a name suddenly appeared in his heart. Dark Demon God Lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264. Chapter 264, Challenging the Seeded Team? 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Dark Demon God Lightning. Simple words, yet filled with a tyranny that left a heart flustered. When Zhou Weiqing sensed the name, he instantly knew that his guess was right. His second elemental jewel skill was a fusion skill of darkness, demonic and lightning attributes. Just as Zhou Weiqing's emotions grew more and more excited, as he started daydreaming about the power he got. All of a sudden, his body started trembling, as a burning heat flowed from his right leg towards his entire body, and the sudden pain caused him to grunt and fall onto the ground. Zhou Weiqing's heavenly jewels appeared around his wrists in their original form, lighting up in succession as the bright lights flashed out. Green, blue, silver, black and gray, and of course a colorless light that couldn't be seen. The 6 lights gathered above his head, forming 6 strange symbols, and the tiger tattoos on his body started gathering speed as they continued in their rhythmic undulations, seeming to form strange symbols as they did so. When Fat Cat saw this, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Weiqing's current state was the normal state of evolving that she knew so well. 2 lights lit up around Fat Cat as well, purple and gold, and similarly gathering above her head. She took a step forward, coming to Zhou Weiqing's body, allowing the 2 symbols of light to meet with the 6 around Zhou Weiqing's head. As per what happened during her evolving, the 8 lights gathered in a strange formation above them, forming a shield of light enveloping them. Amongst the 8 lights, the purple and gold of Fat Cat, as well as the gray and colorless of Zhou Weiqing's were the brightest, with their symbols the largest as well. As the shield formed around them, Zhou Weiqing's body slowly returned to its normal state, the black scorpion hook of his right leg vanishing as his right leg and both arms were restored to their original states, though the tiger tattoos remained on his body, still twisting and undulating. As compared to Fat Cat's evolution, Zhou Weiqing's was much shorter, lasting only 1 day and 1 night. As the light shield vanished, Fat Cat roused first. When her eyes opened, a surprised delight appeared in them as she could clearly sense that there had been a marked improvement in her cultivation level. Although it could not match her own evolving, it had already given her more than 3 months' worth of cultivating. However, Fat Cat did not realize that when she looked at Zhou Weiqing, a slight tinge of dependence flashing in her eyes. After she fully awoke, Fat Cat quickly turned into her small form, and Zhou Weiqing started to wake up as well at that time. The instant Zhou Weiqing opened his eyes, the 6 different colors flashed one by one in his eyes, as if bolts of swift lightning. With a shudder, he felt a slight pricking pain all over his skin. Subconsciously, he looked down, only to see that his skin was split apart almost everywhere. As he moved, the splitting of the skin grew more obvious, but just a surface layer. Zhou Weiqing tried touching it, and at the slightest graze of his fingers, the skin peeled aside, revealing a new layer of skin below. As compared to his previous skin, the fresh new layer was a few shades darker, a deep bronze filled with the sheen of health. If one looked closely, they would be able to see a special glow. Also, after further examination, Zhou Weiqing found that his physique was actually taller than before, his muscles and body even more well-built, sheer power and strength flooding his body. The Black Pearl. The first thing that Zhou Weiqing thought of was the Black Pearl that had given him everything, awakened his heavenly jewels. Without question, what happened to him earlier definitely had something to do with the Black Pearl. Previously, when Little Witch came looking for him, he hadn't been very interested in their training method for the demonic attribute. That was because of what little he knew of his own demonic attribute. The demonic attribute skill he had was not stored from any heavenly beast, but had appeared on its own. Furthermore, when he had competed with Crow in physical strength, he had vaguely senses that he was close to being able to control the demonic change. In truth, his judgment was accurate. This was indeed the result of his demonic change, and him, evolving, thanks to the Black Pearl. He had even gained another demonic attribute skill, and not an ordinary one from the looks of it. Furthermore, he had gained control over the Devour skill, and also had quite an impressive improvement to his body, not just in terms of strength, but also toughness and flexibility. Turning his sense inwards, Zhou Weiqing realized that once again, his heavenly energy had reached the peak of its current stage. This time, however, he wasn't lucky enough to have it break through automatically. If not, he could possibly have reached the 14th stage of heavenly energy by now, or the 2nd stage of the heavenly Shin energy. Still, he had reached the 13th stage not long ago, and he was already at the peak. Such speed was already unheard of. It had barely been half a month. In fact, what Zhou Weiqing did not know was that his evolving was something that would definitely happen. In fact, it should have happened when he reached the 1st stage of heavenly Shin energy. However, at that point, he had not broken through that stage on his own cultivation, but through the evolving of Fat Cat. As such, it had not been sufficient to bring about his own full evolution, though he had still benefited from that, of course. As Zhou Weiqing's heavenly energy grew, adding to the fact he had been going all out in his training in the last week or so, it all culminated to this point when he had expended all his spirit, especially after the training of the Touch of Darkness. It had been the last spark needed to bring about his evolution. That Black Pearl, from another world, bringing with it the powers of that powerful beast Dark Demon God Tiger, causing his body to go through a second evolution. Although there wasn't a huge increase in Zhou Weiqing's heavenly energy, it was truly the evolution and improvement of his body that was striking. With his current body, both in terms of toughness and strength, it was beyond any ordinary five-jeweled heavenly jewel master. As for the improvement of his demonic attribute, demonic change, and addition of skills, that would only be a huge boost to his overall combat prowess, bringing it up to a whole new level. Stretching himself and working out the kinks in his muscles and bones, the first thing that Zhou Weiqing did was to take a nice long bath. Although he had not eaten and drank for 2 days, he did not feel any hunger. The peeling old skin on his body was terribly unbearable though. Luckily, although his scalp did peel off, all his hair remained, or it might have been a strange sight. After a good long wash, he had finally removed all the excess old skin, and cleansed, he felt fresh and new again. The most obvious feeling was of course that new strength that coursed through every bit of body, as if every movement he took would cause a ripple in the air. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but say something that he hadn't said for a long time. "Damn, you're looking handsome indeed." This time, he was not being narcissist, at least not too much. Besides the change in his skin, his aura seemed totally different, his eyes deep and magnetic, his disposition hidden and not like the previous showy feel he once had. He had not even reached 17 years of age, and it was definitely unusual for a person of that age to have such an aura. Along with his huge physique, he looked more mature than his actual age. Returning to his room and putting on a fresh set of clean clothes, only then did Zhou Weiqing feel some hunger. By this time, it was already evening, and when he ran to the dining hall for food, he found the rest of the Fei Li battle team having dinner as well. Without hesitation, Zhou Weiqing sat himself down at the table, and sat down to gorging himself, giving the rest of the team a scare at how he wolfed it all down. Lin Tianao examined Zhou Weiqing from top to bottom, revealing a surprised look. He was not the only one, as all the team members seemed to sense something was different about him. After all, they had all been together for a time now, and they were very familiar with Zhou Weiqing. Looking at him, with his hair still damp from his bath, his physique clearly larger, and with a different air about him, how could they not feel strange? Crow's eyes lit up, as she said, "Weiqing, why do I feel like you have become more suave?" Zhou Weiqing did not stop eating, as he said, "Of course I'm suave and handsome, what's new about that?" Pausing a second, he slid Crow a wary side glance before saying, "Crow, your brother here already belongs to someone, don't have any designs on me." Crow gave a humph and said, "Isn't it common for men to have wives and concubines? Anyway, you are thinking too much, I also have a fiancé already." Little Four grinned and said, "Haha, Weiqing, don't tell me that your heavenly energy cultivation level raised again?" Zhou Weiqing shook his head, still chewing. In a matter of minutes, the entire table of food had been polished off, mostly by him. Lin Tianao had no choice but to order another round of food. After they had all finished eating, Zhou Weiqing finally heaved a sigh of satisfaction, patting his stomach and saying, "Ah, that hit the spot." Drunken Bao smiled and said, "Weiqing, why are you acting like a hungry ghost? That being said, recently you have been extremely diligent. From your looks, it seems like your efforts have paid off well, right?" Zhou Weiqing nodded, looking towards Crow and saying, "Come on, let's compete strength again." After saying that, he extended a hand to her. Crow started, slightly taken aback, but she subconsciously lifted her hand to his. Her hand was even larger than Zhou Weiqing's, and as soon as their hands met, she exerted her considerable strength. In their previous competition of strength, she had not been fully convinced of her loss, feeling like she had not performed well. Furthermore, Zhou Weiqing had previously started with a sudden burst of power, causing her loss. As such, this time, she quickly used her full power from the start, thinking to pay him back in kind this time. Alas, as soon as she did so, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She felt as if Zhou Weiqing's palm was filled with a strangely solid feel. The next moment, a huge power overwhelmed her, and before she could react, she had been lifted up from the ground totally. This time, Zhou Weiqing's sleeve on his arm did not burst apart like the previous time. In fact, he did not even seem to be exerting himself, as if it was all a breeze to him. Releasing his hand, Zhou Weiqing placed Crow back on the ground. The members of the Fei Li battle team all stared at each other, shocked to the core. Crow herself had a blank look on her face. This time, she did not even know how she lost. Earlier, she had already used all her might in order to win, but when Zhou Weiqing had exerted strength, she did not even have a chance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 265. Chapter 265, Challenging the Seeded Team? 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Crow couldn't help but squeeze Zhou Weiqing's arms, before saying curiously, "Weiqing, are you really human? Could it be you're a long-lost member of my Gold Crow tribe?" After his competition with Crow, Zhou Weiqing had taken up his cup to drink. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but spray out the mouthful of water. "Who's your long-lost tribe member? I really worked extremely hard this time in my closed-door cultivation, but..." Crow gave another humph, saying, "Don't give me that. No matter how hard you work, it's impossible to gain so much strength in such a short period of time. Your current strength is definitely beyond any ordinary human means. There must be some secret behind it." Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Heh, since you already know it's a secret, then you shouldn't ask anymore. Come on, let's finish up. I want to go back and continue cultivating." "Crow, you need to buck up. It will not be easy to catch back up to my strength." Crow shook her fist at him, saying, "Don't be cocky yet. Us Gold Crow tribe members will continue growing in strength as we mature, and as our heavenly energy grows. Before long, I will catch back up to you." Soon, the 3 days of rest had ended, and the next fight begun. Perhaps because of the ferocity of the Fei battle team in the previous round, their fourth-round opponents barely put up a token struggle before surrendering, giving them an easy victory. Once again, only Zhou Weiqing and Crow actually fought, with each gaining a 1v1 victory, then easily beating their opponents in the 2v2 match. In the entire process of the fourth-round fights, when the Kao battle team members looked at Crow and Zhou Weiqing during their fights, they immediately thought of the bloody scene of the Bai De battle team and the sickening deaths. Originally, they were already weaker than the two young combatants, and with fear in their hearts, how could they possibly have a chance? As such, the Fei team had achieved victory over all 4 of their matches, and the only remaining match was against the seeded team of their group, the Dan Dun battle team. Even if they conceded to them in the next, and final, round, they were already guaranteed a top 8 spot. Besides the quick fight of the 4th round, Zhou Weiqing continued his diligent training in cultivation. Before the 4th round in his evolving, he had already completed the 1000 tempering training of his Touch of Darkness skill. Alas, due to the skill lasting longer than others, and the sheer expenditure of spirit, he had been unable to complete all 3000 tempering as planned. Still, he had already gained a marked improvement on control and in understanding the profound mysteries. As for 3 days of rest after the 4th round, Zhou Weiqing chose another of his most useful skills to go through tempering. At the same time, he also grit his teeth and went through the immense suffering of breaking through the next death acupuncture point, the first of his chest death acupuncture points, the ventral septum, Danzhong acupuncture point 1. With that, he had successfully entered the Immortal Deity Technique's 3rd portion. The entire Immortal Deity Technique had 4 main portions, and Zhou Weiqing had already completed the first 2 portions, breaking through the 13 death acupuncture points depicted in them. As for the last 2 portions, they were of the chest area death acupuncture points and the head neck area death acupuncture points respectively, totally another 23 death acupuncture points. Of the 2, the 3rd portion depicted 14 chest area death acupuncture points, the most of any portion. As such, the 3rd portion was also one of the most important and critical parts of the entire Immortal Deity Technique. When breaking through the Danzhong acupuncture point, Zhou Weiqing realized that the pain was much lesser than previously, perhaps due to his body and physique having evolved. As such, he was better able to withstand the pain, managing to go through the process successfully without going crazy, even without Binger's help this time. The entire process went through much smoother than all the previous times he had broken through death acupuncture points, and in barely 2 hours, he had successfully broken through and entered the next stage. As such, Zhou Weiqing had finally reached the 14th stage of Heavenly Energy, the 2nd level of the Heavenly Shin Energy stage. Once again, he had taken a big step towards reaching his 4th jewel. However, at the same time, Zhou Weiqing also realized a problem. Although his entire maximum heavenly energy had increased drastically with the breakthrough of the death acupuncture point, but his recovery rate and training speed did not improve any further, or perhaps only a very minimal, almost unnoticeable increase. It seemed like unlike the previous portions, in order to gain the largest benefit on recovery rate, he would have to complete the entire portion, and have the death acupuncture points completely broken through to form a circulatory flow. Time flew indeed, and it seemed like a blink of an eye and it was already the final round of the preliminary heats. After this round, the top 8 would get 5 days of rest before the quarter-finals begun. Once the top 4 had been selected out of the quarter-finals, the semi-finals would be held on the Heavenly Jewel Island, and the top 4 would have the honor of entering it. Of course, what happened there was only known to the top 4 teams. With the tournament having proceeded to this point, the top 8 were actually pretty much determined already. Naturally, the 4 seeded teams, all of whom had not fought a single match, were guaranteed their spots. As for the rest of the teams, 2 had already fought their way to the top 8. One was of course the Fei battle team from Group 3, but the other was the previously unheard of Khalees battle team. The situation of the Khalees battle team was similar to the Fei battle team, with their last round fight being the seeded team of their group. In their earlier rounds, they had also achieved 4 victories, and without question they would also be in the top 8. If everything went normally, according to the tournament fixtures, being the second of their group, the Khalees team would likely be facing the first of Group 3, the Fei team's group. That meant they would likely be facing the seeded team of that group, Dan Dun Battle Team. As the final round of the preliminary heats, the most popular was naturally still the various betting booths. After all, this was the final chance for the citizens and audience to place their bets. This year's Heavenly Jewel tournament had indeed let the Zhongtian Empire earn a sizable income from organizing the bets. The 7 members of the Fei battle team reached the Zhongtian Plaza early. As with the previous rounds, they claimed their winnings first. Naturally, they had all won a large amount from the fight with the Bai Empire, but their odds against the Cao team had dropped drastically, and they had barely gotten much from that last bet. Even so, after all the 4 rounds of fighting, Zhou Weiqing's pocket had been fattened to an impressive 1,000,000 gold coins. The richest was naturally still Yi Paopao, who had amassed a rather terrifying 1,300,000 gold coins. As the employee at the betting booth passed them their gold coin storage cards, he couldn't help but feel envious, saying jokingly, "You guys sure have earned a lot this year. Are you still betting today? If you all chose to fight, it can be a chance to win big. 1 to 100 odds." Of course, his words had been a joke, perhaps even a light-hearted jibe. After all, the Fei battle team's opponent today was the seeded team, the Dan Dun Battle Team. Without question, the 4 seeded teams would never throw a fight just to earn some gold coins. Not only was it their pride and face, more importantly it was also concerning a chance to enter the Heavenly Jewel Island, which was definitely critical to all the other Great Saint lands. Of course, that was also why the Zhongtian Empire dared to set such an insane odds of 1 to 100, to tempt others into placing bets should there be an actual fight. The 5 Great Saint lands did not lack money, and their aim in the tournament was to enter the Heavenly Jewel Island. For them to lose to any other team not from another Great Saint lands, it would be a great humiliation. Hearing the employee's joke, Zhou Weiqing, who had been standing right in front, suddenly slammed his gold coin storage card down. Smiling, he said, "Alright, I bet everything on ourselves, Fei battle team victory." The employee started, staring at him dazedly for a moment, before he recovered himself. Laughing a little in spite of himself, he said, "Don't joke around, keep it quickly, that is 1,000,000 gold coins." Zhou Weiqing said seriously, "Who is joking? I am really betting on us to win. We are really fighting today, what you said is right. A 1 to 100 payout rate, our fate lies in our own hands, how can I not bet on myself?" Taken aback, the employee stuttered in shock, You mean, you are really going to fight the seeded team today? Most, if not all, teams would not want to fight the seeded teams before the top 8. After all, no one wanted to take too many losses before the quarter-finals. Zhou Weiqing smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, we are serious. Please register us." Yi Paopao stood beside Zhou Weiqing, saying hesitantly, "Weiqing, you do not need to bet so much. Our chance isn't that high." Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily, saying, "Our imagination is our limit, the more we dare, the more the land will yield. If I win, my 1,000,000 gold coins becomes 100,000,000 gold coins, haha, I wonder if the Zhongtian Empire will feel a heartache if that really happens. Are you all betting?" Yi Paopao shook his head, saying, "I've already earned enough this time, and I shall not want to lose it all. A man content with his lot is a happy man. I will join you in betting 10,000 gold coins just for fun instead." The rest of the others placed a similar bet to Yi Paopao, each placing 10,000 on themselves. The only exception was Crow. She was the poorest of the entire team, and even after winning the last 4 rounds, she had only amassed 30,000 gold coins. Unhesitatingly, she bet all of it on their team. Drunken Bao laughed and said, "Sis Crow, why did you follow Weiqing and go crazy? It's tough for us to earn money, not like that fellow who is a consolidating equipment master." Crow shook her head, grinning as she said, "I trust in Weiqing, and also my own vision. If we do not put our backs against the wall, to break the cauldrons and sink the boats too, how can we win? We must win." The employee of the betting booth stared at all the team members like they had gone crazy, or become idiots. Even after he had finished their registration and they had left, he was still in a daze of disbelief. However, he had already accepted the bets, that was indeed true. Indeed, for this last round of the preliminary heats, the Fei battle team had steeled their resolve and made up their minds to fight the Dan Dun battle team. This was also the words that Zhou Weiqing had used to rouse his teammates, when he had been explaining his plan before the fight with the Bai de battle team. At that time, Zhou Weiqing had told his team that his target was not the Bai de battle team, but the Dan Dun battle team. He had a few reasons, simple but compelling. First of all, everyone was used to not fighting the seeded teams in the preliminary heats. As such, the Dan Dun battle team definitely would not place much importance on them, instead looking to the other groups and analyzing their possible opponents there. Of course, their main focus would still be on the other 3 seeded teams. Under such a circumstance, the Dan Dun battle team would not be expecting themselves to be challenged by the Fei battle team, and they might grow careless. As such, by challenging and fighting them now, it would be easier than any other seeded team who already knew they were fighting them. After all, the Fei Li battle team had already secured their top 8 spot, and did not have anything to lose by fighting them here. More importantly, amongst the 5 great saint lands, besides the heavenly demon sect, the blood red hell was the next weakest. Instead of possibly facing the 2 strongest teams in the Wanshou battle team and the Zhongtian battle team where their chances were much lower, they might as well pit themselves against the Dandun battle team now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266. Chapter 266, Challenging the Seeded Team? 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. As long as they could win this fight, the Fei Li battle team would enter the top 8 as the top of their group. In that case, in the quarterfinals, they would be facing the second position of their opposing group. In other words, in that critical match to decide the top 4 teams, they would no longer need to face another seeded team. With such an analysis, Zhou Weiqing had indeed moved all his companions. It was an extremely risky plan, perhaps almost reckless. Yet, it was undoubtedly their greatest chance to enter the top 4. Without question, their chance of beating the Dandun battle team was much higher than beating any of the other 3 seeded teams in the quarterfinals. Even if that chance might only be 30% compared to 20%, it was still an important chance to them. As such, it could be said that this was now the team's most critical battle in their road to the top 4. For this, all of them had prepared to the best they could against the Dandun battle team, and for better or worse, they would make history by clashing up against a seeded team in the preliminary heats. The weather today was not very good, with dark clouds gathering in the skies, looking like a storm would break at any moment. However, this did not in any way dampen the excited spirits of the watching audiences. It was still early in the morning and the Zhongtian Plaza was already a sea of people. It was after all the final day of the preliminary heats, and many were excited to have a final look at the fights, and also to place a bet or two. As for this final day, there were many different kinds of bets available, from wagers on individual fights to the top 8 lineup, and many more. Of course, no matter what the wager was, it was set up by the Zhongtian government. To many people, this was also the last chance for them to make a killing in bets. As such, it was especially crowded today, so much so that they had to open several more betting booths around the city. In the Fei Li battle team rest house, it was a serious, almost oppressive atmosphere, mixed with both nervousness and excitement as all of them waited for their turn. All of them were seated except for Zhou Weiqing, and they were all looking towards him at this point. Weiqing, arrange our fighting order then. Lin Tianao said solemnly. Before today, none of them had asked how Zhou Weiqing would arrange their strategy today. After the Bai De battle team fight, a strong trust in him and grown in them. Zhou Weiqing nodded his head, saying, "This fight with the Dandun battle team is absolutely critical for us, since we are taking this huge gamble. To beat them, we will definitely have to pay a heavy price on each and every one of us. As such, I will not have any repeated appearances this time. Amongst the 7 of us, 6 of us will be fighting today if we have to go through all 5 fights. In terms of comparing absolute power of our 2 teams, it is without question that the Dandun battle team are a full level ahead of us. In order to defeat them, we must try to surprise them and gain a swift victory before they can react. They will definitely be taken aback that we are challenging them here, and my prediction is that they will send out an average, or middling, member of their team in order to test the waters for the first fight. That will also be their litmus test of our strength. Of course, in my opinion, that is a perfect opportunity to us to seize a first win, and we must secure it at all costs. Leader, I leave the first fight to you." No one had expected that Zhou Weiqing would send out their strongest member, the mainstay and leader of the entire team, Lin Tianao, so early in the first round, and all of them looked surprised. Zhou Weiqing continued solemnly, 5 fights, 3 victories, this is a numbers game, and every win is of utmost importance. Using our strongest leader to destroy their relatively weaker member, that will greatly increase our chance of winning the first fight. Once we do so, in the second round we'll react to that loss strongly, and will want to take one back immediately. As such, I estimate they will be sending one of their top 2 fighters then. Little 4, you will be in charge of the second fight. However, you are not to pitch your life just for victory, and more importantly, do not get injured. When we enter the top 8, I will need you for the next round." Little 4 looked around with a bitter smile, saying, "Looks like I am taking over Yi Peo's duty of sniping a powerhouse in a strategic loss." Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily and said, "It is a sacrifice for our final victory. In the second round, try not to show too much of your powers. Not only am I conserving you for the next round, I also want to give the Dandun battle team the impression that besides leader, we have no other powerhouses." Little 4 nodded his head, saying, "I understand. Leader will give them a strike to the head, and I'll numb their senses next." Zhou Weiqing nodded. "Exactly that. The third round is the 2v2 match. This is also one that we must definitely win, but. Hearing that, Drunken Bao couldn't help but say, Weiqing, that doesn't seem right. Since our total power is weaker than theirs, if that is so in a 1v1 fight, the gap will be even more magnified in a 2v2 fight. How can we defeat them in that case? Zhou Weiqing replied, I have pondered upon that as well, and in my judgment, similar to how you think of that, so will the opponent. With their overall strength higher than ours, and having secured a win in the second round, they should be sending their 2 weakest team members for the 2v2 match. As for their strongest member, perhaps their leader, it is a normal strategy to leave as a mainstay in the last 2 matches. As for our team, besides leader, the next 2 strongest members are you and Xiaoyan. In this 2v2 match, I want you both to take it together. You have both studied together in the Heavenly Jewel Academy for so many years, and you are familiar with each other and especially in working together. Furthermore, you have not been seen previously, and they will not have any info on you as well. That fight, I ask that you both win this at all costs, no matter what it takes, even if you have to use your flame of life once more, you must win this. Xiaoyan and Drunken Bao exchanged a look, then nodded earnestly. Previously, they had not fought in any of the fights, especially the one with the by-to-battle team, and they were now itching to go. After all these days of rest, their bodies were fully recovered and in peak condition. This was finally time for them to shine. Zhou Weiqing continued, if everything goes according to my plan, we should be able to win 2 out of the first 3 fights, and be in a position of great strength. In the last 2 fights, I am not able to guess for sure which one their leader will take. However, Crow and I will each take 1 fight. We'll just have to try our best for this. As long as one of us wins, we will take the entire series, but. After saying all of that, Zhou Weiqing stopped. Lifting his hand and gripping it into a fist, he struck himself on his broad chest, saying, as all of you know, our chances of winning this is very slight. Even with the surprise factor, all our plans and strategies, it is not going to be easy to take down this powerful opponent. However, at the same time, this is also our greatest chance in entering the top 4, and we must put our all into it. Leader, Little 4, Drunken Bao, Xiaoyan, I know this is probably your last chance to enter the Heavenly Jewel Tournament. I trust that you do not want to leave yourself with any regrets. That ended his speech, and Zhou Weiqing stuck out his hand suddenly. Lin Tianao and the rest placed their own palms on his, and in that moment, their morale was boosted to the top, as the very blood in their bodies boiled with fighting spirit and excitement. The team settled down as the judge on the stage announced the first fight, and the last day of the tournament officially began. The Fei battle team rest house turned deathly quiet, all of them sitting there with their eyes closed, regulating their breathing and heavenly energy, meditating to bring their conditions to their best possible state. The only one who had not been arranged to fight, Yi Pao Pao, did not do the same. He stood silently at the door of the rest house, watching the fights, silently preparing in his own way for the fight to come, to rouse his companions when the time came. Perhaps because many of the fights were meaningless by now, many of them proceeded and ended quickly. The fight between the Fei battle team and Dan Dun battle team was the 7th fight of the entire day, but it was only slightly more than 2 hours before it reached their turn. It's time. Yi Pao-Pao's solemn voice rang out in the rest house, rousing the members from their reverie. At this point, the judge on the stage continued officiating loudly, third group. Dan Dun battle team versus Fei battle team. Both sides, please send your first member on the stage. In the judge's eyes, he was only going through a formality. After all, since the Fei battle team had already secured the top 8 spot, they had no reason to fight against the Dan Dun battle team. The Khalees battle team had also done the same, surrendering to their seeded team without fighting and had already entered the top 8 officially. However, the judge's anticipated surrender did not come. Instead, a huge, broad-shouldered bulking man walked out from the Fei battle team rest house, striding slowly but steadily up the stage. On the other side, one of the members of the Dan Dun battle team also walked out. When he saw that someone had actually walked out from the side of the Fei battle team, he was taken aback. Just like the judge, none of the Dan Dun battle team members had expected Fei to even fight them. Looking at Lin Tianao, the judge said bewilderedly, "You want to fight?" Lin Tianao said solemnly, "This is our scheduled fight against the Dan Dun battle team, why would we not fight?" Lin Tianao's voice was deep and full, and though his words could not be heard by the audience, all the other teams in their respective rest houses nearby could clearly hear him. Instantly, a commotion broke out amongst them all, as an excited chatter rose up, some even scolding the Fei battle team of being reckless and not knowing their place. "You Fei battle team are getting overconfident, huh? To dare to contest our Dan Dun empire?" The member representing the Dan Dun battle team was rather shocked, with also a hint of anger, as if he had been deeply insulted. Naturally, it was quite understandable for him to feel this way. After all, since the start of the Heavenly Jewel Tournament, they were the first seeded team to be challenged by an ordinary team. Lin Tianao said passively, "I am just following the rules of the tournament, are you trying to tell me that seeded teams can skip fighting if they want? The Dan Dun member exclaimed angrily, fine, since you do not know your place and want to bite off more than you can chew, we from the Dan Dun Empire will not mind destroying you. By now, the judge had recovered his composure, his face back to normal. Solemnly, he said, both sides, introduce yourselves. Fei Li Battle Team, Lin Tianao. Dan Dun Battle Team, Lan Feng. Let the fight begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 267. Chapter 267, Tough Fight Against Dan Dun. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. When Lin Tianao ascended the stage and announced they would compete against the Dan Dun Battle Team, everyone was surprised, but the most surprised would definitely be the Dan Dun Battle Team members. None of them had expected such a thing to happen, and were caught unaware and had not reacted in time. According to the tournament rules, when the judge proclaimed the start of the fight, it was too late to change the member on the stage, in order to ensure fairness of the tournament. By now, it was too late for them to change the first member if they wanted to. Sitting on the main seat of their rest house, the young lady from the Dan Dun Battle Team said ponderingly, "What is this Fei Li Battle Team up to?" The youth beside her said solemnly, "They are merely cicada larvae trying to shake stone pillars, like eggs being thrown at a rock, there is no big deal. Perhaps, they are just trying to go through the formalities of a fight, but..." The young lady shook her head, saying, "No, it definitely isn't that simple. If it were you, would you do something so useless? Lan Feng is the fourth amongst our 5 main team members, and that Lin Tianao has already shown his power against the Bai De Battle Team. This fight might not end well for us. Next round, you go on ahead. As long as we take one of the first 2 rounds, they do not have any chance. Just depending on those 2 unique 3-jeweled heavenly jewel masters is no use against us. Leader, it's just the Fei Li Battle Team, do we need to be so serious?" The youth said doubtfully. The young lady gave a cold humph and said, "It always pays to be safe. Do as I say." At this point, the audience in the plaza also found out about the Fei Li Battle Team challenging the Dan Dun Battle Team, and a huge commotion arose. Of course, there were also countless people who regretted not betting on the Fei Li Battle Team actually challenging the seeded team. On the stage, after both sides had introduced themselves, the fight officially started. Lan Feng, who had been furious from being challenged, attacked immediately. He did not even release any of his consolidated equipment, charging forth in a flash and striking out at Lin Tianao with his palm. Although it was just a simple palm strike, it definitely showed his power as a main team member of a seeded team. Without using any consolidated equipment and stored skills, he was still able to flow into motion so quickly right in the instant of the start of the fight, not a hint of hesitation in his movements. It was as if his palm was right in front of Lin Tianao the moment the judge finished speaking. At that point, Lan Feng's palm turned white. When a Heavenly Jewel Master's heavenly energy reached the Heavenly Shen energy stage, he would be able to release his heavenly energy out of his body. Yet, this time, Lan Feng was not doing so, instead hiding it within his palm. Without question, that would definitely increase the power of his palm strike. At the same time, the speed of attack would prevent Lin Tianao from releasing his own skills or consolidated equipment, and to only be able to take his attack head-on. Lin Tianao was indeed unable to release any skills or consolidated equipment, but his reaction was out of Lin Feng's expectations. Lin Tianao did not even attempt to block the palm, instead puffing out his chest to take the blow. At the same time, his right palm also struck outwards viciously towards Lan Feng's head. Lin Tianao was a lot taller than Lin Feng, and when both used the same attack, even with Lin Tianao's attack being slightly slower, their point of attack was very different. Without question, Lin Feng's attack would strike first, and normally that would give him the advantage. However, in this case, he would be striking at Lin Tianao's chest, with his powerful dense muscles and tough ribs protecting him. Yet, Lin Tianao's palm would in turn be striking it out at his head. The head was definitely a weaker point, and even if it didn't kill him off, it would possibly stun him and cause him to be unable to react. In doing this, Lin Tianao was besieging Wei to rescue Zhou, showing his battle experience and combat prowess. However, Lan Feng also showed that he was indeed worthy of being a main member of the Dan Dun Battle Team, reacting quickly as well. Seeing Lin Tianao's palm, he instantly judged that he would be at the disadvantage if they exchanged blows. However, instead of retreating, he advanced further, speeding up and stooping down. In doing so, he could avoid Lin Tianao's blow, while his own blow would now be striking lower towards the belly instead of the chest. Lin Tianao's movement was even simpler. As Lin Feng switched moves in that instant, his right knee had already slammed upwards as if he had anticipated everything, striking right into Lan Feng's palm which had been about to hit him. At the same time, his palm which had barely missed Lan Feng's head was now above it, and gripping it into a fist, he struck downwards onto Lan Feng's back. Pang, the knee and palm clashed together. Lan Feng knew that his attack had been foiled, and quickly used the impact to push himself back, vaulting away just as Lin Tianao's fist came crashing down. In that instant, the two had clashed in several blows before they sprang apart again, in a seeming draw. Although this quick clash had been completed in almost an instant, a huge roar of approval erupted from the audience. As compared to the earlier fights today, this was indeed much more exciting and impressive, as they put on an amazing display in a swift exchange of blows. Both sides had indeed shown their power and skill, with Lan Feng taking the offensive initiative by striking quickly and preventing Lin Tianao from releasing his consolidated equipment and skills. Lin Tianao had also used his own incredible combat experience to deal with the attacks in the best way possible, and both sides had reacted to each other nearly perfectly, with neither side gaining any advantage. However, in terms of strategic advantage, Lan Feng had failed in his goal to prevent Lin Tianao from releasing his consolidated equipment, and had lost slightly in that sense. In a real battlefield, Heavenly Jewel Masters actually would not unleash their full power for the entire time, and they usually wouldn't even use their consolidated equipment or stored skills unless necessary. After all, they had a limited amount of heavenly energy, and in a huge fight, it was critical to conserve as much as possible. As such, they usually only used their own combat powers boosted with heavenly energy. This short clash between the two had truly shown this side of a Heavenly Jewel Master's true power. Lin Tianao did not try to chase Lan Feng when he retreated. Instead, a thick yellow glow sprung up around him as his 5 assembly set shield appeared in his hands. Lan Feng did not continue attacking as well, as light sprung up around him as well, as he too brought forth his consolidated equipment. 5 green dragonstone jade physical jewels appeared in a brilliant glow, and swiftly coalesced onto both his legs and his right arm. Both legs were enclosed in a green armored leggings, as well as his right arm and hands. At the same time, a green short sword appeared in his right hand. When the consolidated equipment appeared around Lan Feng, the faces of the Fei Li battle team members in their rest house changed. Without question, this Lan Feng was specialized in speed, with the agility physical jewel. Alas, as an ultimate defense specialist, Lin Tianao's worst enemy was a speed-type Heavenly Jewel Master. Zhou Weiqing's strategy was indeed good, and they had indeed used their leader against one of the Dan Dun battle team's weaker members. Alas, they had not expected that this member just happened to be of a type that happened to counter Lin Tianao. Feeling the worried gazes of his companions, Zhou Weiqing said softly, "Let's watch and see first, we can trust in leader. I am confident that he will still be able to snatch victory." In the instant that Lan Feng released his consolidated equipment, Lin Tianao reacted. Retreating swiftly, he moved to place his back at the corner of a stage. Without a doubt, he had made the best possible decision he could on seeing his opponent's attributes. The Heavenly Jewel tournament rules were that anyone not on the stage would lose, and in doing this, he would lower the possibility of Lan Feng exploiting his speed against him, and having one less angle of attack to defend. Of course, it wasn't that Lan Feng could not still make use of his speed to attack him from the back, but that would give Lin Tianao the opportunity to knock him down off the stage. Making full use of the rules of the tournament, Lin Tianao had brought his disadvantage to a minimum. Right at that moment, Lan Feng took action again, though his body only seemed to waver slightly. In the next instant, he closed the 20-yard gap almost in the blink of an eye, the short sword in his hand flickering out like lightning, almost too fast for ordinary humans to catch with the naked eye. Lan Feng's sword strike was not targeted at Lin Tianao, instead striking out at the ground on his feet. Lin Tianao was standing near the edge of the stage, and Lan Feng's plan was to destroy the ground and cause him to lose his balance. A loud crash resounded as Lan Feng's short sword struck into the ground. With his cultivation level and power, he was naturally able to cut through the solid diamond bedrock, but yet, in that moment, his short sword was blocked. Of course, it was not blocked by the bedrock, but by Lin Tianao's heavy shield. As the dust settled, the audience could see that the bottom of the 5-jeweled assembly shield set had bitten savagely into the ground, blocking Lan Feng's attack perfectly. With an upward swing of his sword, Lan Feng brought it across the shield, causing a chain of sparks to fly out with the friction as his entire body seemed to become a cloud of smoke, as he lashed out in a sudden flurry of more than 100 blows from all different possible angles. He was like a ghost, dancing about as he sought to find any weakness in Lin Tianao's defense. Right at that moment, Lin Tianao showed that he was truly worthy of his ultimate defense. Facing such a flurry of crafty attacks from so many different angles, he did not panic. He might not be as fast as his opponent, but his huge shield only needed to move the slightest bit in order to block his opponent's blows at the right time and place. Even if Lan Feng's attack was able to slide in behind the shield, it was quickly knocked away as he was unable to get his entire body through and follow through with the blow. Lan Feng was indeed worthy of his great Saint Lan's background. His flurry of attacks was chained almost perfectly, sharp and decisive, showing not just his speed and agility but also his decision-making. Even an ultimate defense-type Heavenly Jewel Master like Lin Tianao was forced to focus fully and expend all his efforts in blocking him. Yet, Lan Feng continued, raining down blows as if it did not cost him any heavenly energy, in a beautiful flowing motion like mercury or quicksilver, pervasive and all-encompassing. As he continued in this deadly dance, he did not seem to slow down, instead slowly speeding up and increasing the range and angle of his attacks. Several times, he almost managed to get past Lin Tianao's shield and get to him. As both sides dueled in rapid motion, both their heavenly energy was being expended at a considerable rate. However, if one observed their expressions, they would see that both of their faces were set in a determined look, their eyes serious and resolute as not one would back down till the end. In the Dan Dun rest house, the young lady at the head set inclined her head slightly, saying, "This Lin Tianao is truly impressive. To be able to use such a passive style of combat, to use something like the assembly set consolidated equipment to such a degree of perfection, that is not a simple matter. If he is able to persist and continue on this route all the way to the 9th jewel, his defense will be truly terrifying indeed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 268. Chapter 268, Tough Fight Against Dan Dun. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Leader, in your perspective, do you think Lan Feng can defeat him? Attacking usually takes a greater toll than defense, but that assembly shield set of his should be quite a considerable drain as well. The young lady leader said, "Lan Feng is already doing very well. Up till now, he has not yet used a single stored skill, only making use of his speed and combat prowess to look for his opponent's weak points. That Lin Tianao's shield is way too powerful for him to break through forcefully, not even if he used his full power with his stored skills, and he would lose if he tried that route instead. This way, he is forcing both to a stalemate where both sides are expending heavenly energy, and it is hard to say who will run out first. At this point, the person who runs out of heavenly energy first will lose. However, from my judgment of both their characters, they will not be satisfied with winning in such a manner, and letting the heavens and luck determine their victory. In the last moment, they will probably have another huge clash. It will be down to that moment, and who will be able to maintain calm and equanimous. Almost as if her analysis was a prophecy, as soon as the words left the Dan Dun leader's mouth, the situation on the stage changed drastically. By this point, even though the fight had not lasted long, due to the sheer speed and intensity of their clashes, the drain on their heavenly energy was already very considerable. Just as the leader of the Dan Dun battle team had said, no one liked having their fate out of their hands, and it seemed like at that moment, Lin Tianao had not been able to contain himself any longer. As his shield shoved outwards abruptly, Lin Tianao made a motion as if he were about to charge forward. Quickly, his right foot slammed savagely onto the ground, causing a huge ringing sound as the entire stage reverberated with the shockwave, even causing Lan Feng to pause for a split second. In that split second when Lan Feng was distracted, Lin Tianao seized the chance to strike, lashing out with his shield lightning quick. The shield split instantly into 5, striking out from 5 different directions at Lan Feng, also blocking off any possible escape route. A look of disdain flashed on Lin Feng's face as he smirked, thinking to himself that Lin Tianao had not been the first to give up. A swirling green mist appeared from under his feet, immediately blocking off the reverberations from Lin Tianao's stomp, before expanding outwards, causing Lin Tianao's shields to stall momentarily. In the next moment, Lan Feng moved like a bolt of light, as if he had merged with his sword, striking out at Lin Tianao. His speed was pushed to the maximum, making use of that moment he had created to slip past the shields. In a flash of green light, a skill that Zhou Weiqing used so very often appeared, landing on Lin Tianao. It was the fetters of wind. At the same time, the short sword in Lan Feng's hands had arrived at Lin Tianao's chest. "I've won." That was the only thought in Lan Feng's mind at that point. Lin Tianao had acted first in the stalemate, giving him the opportunity to turn the tides. It had been the chance he had been waiting for. However, at that moment, he suddenly saw Lin Tianao's eyes, and was surprised to see that in such a circumstance where there was no room to dodge, without his shield, there was still no sign of change in Lin Tianao's eyes. Not good. Although Lan Feng was an ultimate agility type heavenly jewel master, at this point of time and being so committed to the attack, it was already too late for him to change or stop his attack. Without a choice, he could only grit his teeth and strike out with all his power. Abruptly, an almost invisible shield appeared between the two. It was Lin Tianao's illusory shield. Obviously, Lin Tianao had secretly released this skill after he had attacked with his assembly shield set in preparation. Of course, when exactly he had done so, no one but himself knew. That was not the only thing. The thick, heavy rock armor encased Lin Tianao from top to bottom. Poof! The illusory shield was shattered by Lan Feng's attack, and the short sword in his hands continued in its path. In the short moment that the illusory shield blocked the attack, Lin Tianao managed to forcefully move himself an inch, getting his vital points out of the way of the strike. Backed with Lan Feng's full power, the short sword stabbed into Lin Tianao's shoulder with a sickening sound. Although a vast majority of its power had been dissipated by the illusory shield and the stone skin armor, almost half the blade stabbed right in. Alas, the defense was still a success, and Lin Tianao had not been felled by the blow. Unexpectedly, Lan Feng felt that the instant his sword stabbed into Lin Tianao, it was locked into place by his muscles, and Lin Tianao also grabbed his wrist with a vice grip. All of this had been part of Lin Tianao's calculations, even down to the place where he had been stabbed. Holding Lan Feng's arm in place by the wrist, Lin Tianao totally ignored his own injuries, instead exerting his considerable strength and lifting Lan Feng up entirely. Lin Tianao then toppled backwards, savagely smashing Lan Feng down towards the ground off the stage 1. As he did so, he quickly let go, ensuring he kept his balance and stayed on the stage. The 5 shields also shot down towards Lan Feng, ensuring that he would not be able to recover before he touched the ground. Thud. Lan Feng landed on his feet, and in the next moment, he sprang back onto the stage. Just as he was about to continue, the judge's voice rang out. "Stop. The fight is over." Lan Feng's body froze, looking confusedly at the judge who had appeared in front of him. Angrily, he cried out, "I have not lost." The judge said expressionlessly, "According to the rules of the tournament, anyone who drops off the stage loses. Fei Li Battle Team versus Dan Dun Battle Team, first fight, Fei Li Battle Team wins." Lan Feng wanted to continue protesting, but a cold clear voice rang out from the Dan Dun rest house. "Enough. Come back here, Lan Feng, a loss is a loss. When he grabbed your arm earlier, he could have possibly killed you then if he had chosen to." Even though Lan Feng did not want to accept the loss, and was not satisfied, he could not disobey his leader and got off the stage huffily. As he did so, he gave Lin Tianao a furious glare. Releasing the stone skin armor, Lin Tianao's entire right shoulder was quickly soaked red with blood. Using his heavenly energy, he sealed the blood vessels around the area, suppressing the wound as he slowly walked down expressionlessly. The moment Lin Tianao walked off the stage, only then did Zhou Weiqing heave a sigh of relief. That was close. As the saying goes, things don't always go according to plan. In his entire strategy, Lin Tianao would likely meet one of the Dan Dun battle team's weaker members, likely a 5-jeweled heavenly jewel master, and he was confident in Lin Tianao beating him. Unfortunately, he had not expected that it would just happen to be an ultimate agility type that happened to counter Lin Tianao. If not for Lin Tianao's cultivation level being slightly higher than his opponent, with better combat experience and planning, with a dash of luck, they might have actually lost this critical first fight. Still, all had ended well, giving them a much-needed first victory against a seeded team. They were off on a good start. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269. Chapter 269, Frost Priest. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Lin Tianao walked into the rest house and sat down immediately, but the look on his face was not relaxed at all. Looking at Zhou Weiqing, he said seriously, "They are truly very strong indeed." Zhou Weiqing paused, then said, "Are you still able to fight in the top 8? Lin Tianao thought for a moment, then said, "If I do not have to fight again today, 5 days of rest should be sufficient." I was fully prepared for the blow, and his sword was weakened by my illusory shield and stone skin armor, and I positioned it so there isn't any serious injuries. However, if this was not a tournament and a real fight in the open, it would be extremely difficult for me to take him. In such a scenario, even if I beat him, I would have to pay a heavy price. Weiqing, what do you think? Zhou Weiqing understood what he was asking about, and said with a bitter smile, "I'm really unable to tell at this point. As per my plan, the real test for us will be whether or not we can take the third victory." At this moment, the judge called out, "Both sides, please send your second member onto the stage now." The members of the Fei Li battle team all turned to Little Four, while he in turn looked towards Zhou Weiqing. Without question, Zhou Weiqing's plan was still in motion. Despite the difficulty he faced, Lin Tianao had managed to pull off the win. This was definitely a great boost in morale to the entire team, and gave them more confidence in Zhou Weiqing's entire strategy. Zhou Weiqing looked towards Little Four with a serious expression, saying, "Bro Four, as I mentioned, you might be meeting their second strongest member in their team, and it will be an extremely tough fight. However, despite that, it is still a very important fight for us. Your task will be to make use of guerrilla tactics, to make full use of your speed to stall the opponent. Your main task here is to ensure that your opponent uses up as much heavenly energy as possible, to ensure that he is unable to join the 2v2 match. If possible, try not to clash directly with him or her. To be able to represent the Fei Li battle team and the Heavenly Jewel Master, each of them were outstanding in their own right, perhaps even geniuses." Even though Zhou Weiqing did not elaborate further, Little Four quickly understood the gravity of his task. "Understood. I will do my best." Turning around, Little Four walked out of the rest house towards the stage. As he did so, he saw his opponent walk out from the nearby Dan Dun Battle Team rest house as well. His opponent was a youth of about 26 or 27 years of age, standing tall and straight. His height was almost equal to Zhou Weiqing, but not as well built. His features were average, but had an air about him that made him seem approachable. However, if one looked closely, they might see a hint of a darkness hidden deep in his eyes, and could possibly give one an uncomfortable feeling. The youth did not even look at Little Four, instead stepping into the air as if just strolling casually onto the stage. Little Four's heart gripped slightly, and he couldn't help but feel impressed by Zhou Weiqing's estimations. Evidently, this youth was much more powerful than Lan Feng previously. Little Four also strode up the stage slowly, and under the judge's instructions, both sides introduced themselves. Fei Battle Team, Xiaoxi. Little Four's original name was indeed Xiaoxi, but his close friends all called him Little Four instead. Dan Dun Battle Team, Han Bing. The youth spoke crisply and simply. At this time, the two were looking at each other, and Little Four did not see any emotions in Han Bing's eyes. Below the stage, in the Dan Dun resting house, Lan Feng returned with a vexed look on his face, saying to the young lady, "Leader, I am truly not satisfied, I cannot accept that loss." The young lady looked at him coldly. "What do you have to be dissatisfied about? Do you know why you lost?" Without hesitation, Lan Feng said, "I was too careless, and fell into his trap." The young lady shook her head, saying, "No, you're wrong. You lost because of the difference in power. In terms of absolute strength, he is definitely much more powerful than you. Even if Han Bing were to fight him, it would be very close, and even a victory would take a heavy toll. That man's defense is much higher than you think. If not for the fact that your speed counters his type, you would have lost in a much worse fashion." Seeing the look of disbelief on Lan Feng's face, she continued. "Battle experience and strategy is also part of one's power. Even if there wasn't the restrictions of the tournament rules, you would still lose in the end, though perhaps you might give him some more problems. That man's character, his tenacity, and his power. It is a perfect match, and he is definitely an outstanding talent. For a person with no Great Saint Land's background, to be able to reach such a level before the age of 30, that is already an unbelievable feat." As she spoke up to this point, she paused, then said in a gentler tone, "Lan Feng, you do not need to feel so vexed. After all, you are a lot younger than he is. Furthermore, if I am not wrong, he is the leader of the Fei Battle Team, and most likely their strongest member as well. Losing that fight will not affect the final result for us." Lan Feng nodded, his expression finally clearing up, and he said, "Priest will take revenge for me." Han Bing's nickname in the Dan Dun Battle Team was Priest, and they often called him that instead, sometimes even calling him Frost Priest. 2. The Blood Red Hell was one of the weaker of the Great Saint Lands, and in terms of overall strength they were only slightly stronger than the Heavenly Demon Sect. In fact, in terms of comparing their highest level of powerhouses, the top echelons of the Heavenly Demon Sect were even stronger than them. As such, in order to achieve a good result in the Heavenly Jewel Tournament and ensure they could enter the highly important Heavenly Jewel Island, they had sent some of their top talents in the younger generation. Amongst them, both Han Bing and the young lady leader were considered the cream of the crop. The 5 Great Saint Lands could not directly enter the tournament, but in truth it was just a matter of naming. When representing the empires they did, as long as they didn't use the top power of their Great Saint Lands, it was still not easy to tell. After all, it was easy for a powerful Heavenly Jewel Master to hide their true strength should they choose to do so. As such, the entire Dan Dun Battle Team had absolute confidence in Frost Priest taking this fight. Even if Lin Tianao were to face him, there was barely a 30% chance of victory, perhaps even only a 10% chance, let alone the other members of the Fei Battle Team. As the judge proclaimed the start of the fight, Little Four instantly felt a huge pressure upon him. He could clearly see that with a wave of his hands, Han Bing's heavenly jewels appeared, and 6 red physical jewel appeared around his wrist. The red jade physical jewel represented the coordination attribute, but that was not the focus of Little Four's attention. Naturally, it was the number of jewels that worried him. In all the 24 battle teams that had fought so far, the highest cultivation level was 5-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Masters. Any team who had one was already considered above average, and those with 2 or more was already considered extremely powerful. The Bai De Battle Team had been such a case. In fact, about half the teams did not have a single 5-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Master. Yet, the 4 Great Saint Lands showed their true power, not just in terms of their combat experience and fighting abilities, but even the superiority of their cultivation level. Han Bing was one such example indeed. He was an upper-level Zune stage Heavenly Jewel Master with 6 sets of Heavenly Jewels. For Heavenly Jewel Masters, each set of jewels was a massive difference in power levels. It wasn't just the difference in heavenly energy, quality of it, as well as the number of skills and even the strength of the skills, but of course, those monsters like Zhou Weiqing who broke such rules existed, but were extremely rare. After all, the majority of heavenly jewel masters only had a single elemental attribute, and their skills were thus extremely limited. 6 jewels versus 5 jewels. Under any ordinary circumstances, the 6-jeweled heavenly jewel master would have more than a 70% chance of winning. That was even so under the assumption that both had equal experience and normal combat skills. As for 6 jewels versus 4 jewels, ordinarily the 4-jeweled heavenly jewel master would have no chance at all. Han Bing looked coldly at Little Four, and as soon as the fight started, he lifted his right hand, and a red staff appeared in his hands. The staff looked as if it was crafted from red coral, glimmering with a brilliant crystalline light. What was shocking to Little Four was that on the tip of the staff, there were 3 sockets. Indeed, there was no mistake. 3 sockets. For a consolidated equipment to have 3 sockets, its scroll had to be created by a zone stage consolidating equipment master or higher. This youth was truly worthy of being one of the top talents of a great Saint Lands, and as soon as the fight started, he showed off some of his terrifying power. 3 resplendent elemental jewels immediately filled the sockets. Han Bing did not even bother to use any other consolidated equipment or skills, and the 3-star sapphire elemental jewels of his shone from the staff, adding to its brilliance. An icy blue color formed a shield of light, enveloping his entire body. Little Four's combat experience was not to be underestimated, and he could instantly tell that the powerful shield of light was not one of the skills from the socketed elemental jewels, but rather one of the automatic abilities of the staff when the 3 sockets were filled with elemental jewels. Han Bing's nickname was Priest, and his expertise was mid-long ranged combat. Lifting his staff, 36 blue spots of light appeared outside his blue shield of light. In the next instant, they all sped towards Little Four from all directions, as if blotting out the very atmosphere. It was 36 ice cones. Silent, deadly, bringing with it a swift cold wind. Cone of Cold, or Ice Cones, was not a particularly powerful skill amongst the water attribute skills, with only a 4-star rating. Yet, it had one benefit: the number of ice cones created. Even a 1-jeweled heavenly jewel master was able to release 6 ice cones when using the skill. In terms of explosive power, the ice cones were definitely unable to compare to fireballs. However, their strength was in their piercing power. More importantly, with a nickname like Frost Priest, the ice cones that Han Bing released were no ordinary ones, but as the 36 ice cones appeared, Little Four felt as if his breathing was being smothered, almost suffocating, as the temperature in the air dropped dramatically. Although Han Bing did not release any other supporting skills, just the presence of the ice cones alone actually caused the temperature of the entire surrounding air to drop, almost like He Peopeo's freezing field skill. This would also reduce his opponent's speed and reaction. The 36 ice cones were not white, but blue, as if they were blue crystals. At this point, the very skies seemed to turn overcast as the ice cones hovered in the air, causing a brilliant contrast as compared to the gloomy skies. Little Four could sense that those ice cones were definitely powerful, almost deadly, and he could not judge them like any ordinary heavenly jewel master's cone of cold. Not only were they cast by someone like Han Bing, 6-jeweled, and with his own understanding, control and compressed improvement of the skill, it was also highly boosted by the staff in Han Bing's hands. The ice cones were clearly much smaller than the ordinary ice cones produced by the usual cone of cold. Remembering Zhou Weiqing's instructions, Little Four did not attempt to take the attacks head-on. As soon as Han Bing released the staff and the shield of light, Little Four's body was already speeding backwards in a hasty retreat. At the same time as he did so, he released his consolidated equipment wings, though he did not release any of his offensive consolidated equipment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 270. Chapter 270, Frost Priest. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Little Four was originally small and skinny, and he could squeeze and compress his body even smaller to make himself a tinier target. On the stage, it was as if he was a flea jumping around, the wings around his back in a half-open state, with only half revealed. This was a movement technique that Little Four had developed by himself, and the wings were currently not used for flying, but under such a half-open state, it not only raised his speed considerably, it also enabled him to glide through the air. In that way, not only was he able to move quickly as he pleased, he was able to switch his motion pattern about to ensure that no one could easily read him and judge his paths. At the same time, he was also ensuing the least amount of surface area of his body was available to be struck. Han Bing's attacks were swift, sharp and decisive, but more importantly, their area of effect was huge. 36 ice cones, it was as if they were 36 soldiers. Under Han Bing's impressive control, they split apart in the air and scattered across the stage, enclosing in around Little Four and his surroundings, before grouping into 3 waves to strike down at Little Four at lightning speed. Such control, it truly showed Han Bing's power as a mid-long-ranged combat specialist. Watching from below, Zhou Weiqing's hands were gripped in fists as his heart was filled with nervousness. Just like he said to Little Four, every fight was critical to their team, and this was no different. With Han Bing's power and 6-jeweled cultivation level, if he was able to continue fighting in the 2v2 match with more than 70% of his power left, that would mean they would not have any chance at all. It was now all down to Little Four, and how much he was able to drain Han Bing of. As Zhou Weiqing looked at the attacks of Han Bing, he couldn't help but recall what he had gone through while tempering his skills, and he understood once again that although the number of skills and changes was important, it was just as important to have good control over them. For a Heavenly Jewel Master, even if he only focused on a single skill and mastered it to a fine level, he would still be extremely powerful. A perfect example would be Han Bing in front of him. After all, hadn't he perfected his mastery over this 4-star rated Cone of Cold to such a terrifying level? Facing such a flurry of attacks, Little Four's expression grew cold and calm. His legs exerting in a sudden burst of power, he did not retreat, instead charging forward. As he did so, his body remained in that tucked-in position, shrinking in. At this point, he finally released his offensive consolidated equipment. At this point, Zhou Weiqing nodded inwardly. He knew that Little Four was totally following his outlined strategy, conserving as much energy as possible, even to the point that he only released his weapon at the last moment. As soon as Little Four made his move, the 36 ice cones reacted, as if they had eyes, converging upon him once more from all directions. As for Han Bing, he just continued moving his staff rhythmically, not releasing any other skills, just focusing on controlling the 36 ice cones. At this point, Little Four finally had come into his own, showing off his true power. His rapidly speeding body suddenly stopped without warning. If one noticed carefully, he would be able to realize that Little Four's wings had spread out widely suddenly, increasing the drag resistance, allowing him to come to a halt so suddenly. As soon as he stopped, Little Four drew in his wings before flapping out hard with the left one, causing him to execute a roll in midair. At the same time, he struck out swiftly with the consolidated spike in his hand. Poof poof poof, 3 sounds, and 3 ice cones disintegrated in midair. Almost immediately after that, Little Four's body shrank back into his tucked-in position one more, launching himself into the tiny gap he had created, warping into a silver light as he sped away once again. The 36 ice cones were now 33, and Han Bing was slightly taken aback. Little Four's speedy movement was beyond his prediction. No matter how strong and fine a control he had over his ice cones, he had not been able to contain Little Four. With Little Four's movements so against the normal thinking, or even physics, with the abrupt stops, strange pathing and rolls, it was inevitable that Han Bing made an error in judgment in boxing him in. This was especially so since Little Four did not try to approach him from the front, instead moving from side to side. After releasing the 36 ice cones, although Han Bing could still control them, but it would not last forever. After all, normally whenever a Heavenly Jewel Master released his skill, there would be a certain period of time when he could control the skill, depending on his own control and the skill itself. After that period of time, it would be considered fully released and finished. At this point, Han Bing showed the crowd his power once more. With a wave of his staff, another 36 ice cones flew out. However, the new ice cones did not rush towards Little Four, instead striking out towards the 33 old ice cones which were almost about to fall down. As the ice cones struck each other, they actually melded into each other, causing them to grow larger. Of course, only the 3 which had been destroyed were no longer able to be merged. Immediately after the melding, 33 large and 3 small ice cones them sped towards Little Four in an encompassing spread. Damn, is that even possible? As for the rest of the Fei Li battle team, they stared from their seats, their jaw agape in shock. On the VIP stage, Shangguan Tianxin said in surprise, such powerful and fine control. Longyin, how is that Han Bing's power? Shangguan Longyin replied, he is one of the top talents in the younger generation of the Blood Red Hell. From young, his spirit energy was unnaturally high, far beyond any of his same level. His own Heavenly Jewel Master attributes and talent weren't exceptional, just above average in that sense. However, his control was exceptional, and gained him the attention of the upper echelons of the Blood Red Hell. Without the great attribute, the spirit attribute, his spirit energy was still more than 3 times that of an ordinary Heavenly Jewel Master of the same cultivation level, allowing him to have such fine, accurate control. As such, he is one of the top few talents in the Blood Red Hell, and they have high expectations of him. In the younger generation, he is second only to the leader of this Dan Dun battle team, Shin Little Demon. Shangguan Tianxin nodded, saying, pay more attention to him as well. For a young man like that who did not have exceptional attributes and talent, to be able to work hard and focus on his other assets and gain such power at that age, he is definitely worth looking into. Such a person normally has the tenacity and hard work that some of those so-called genius do not have in it. Shangguan Longyin nodded in agreement, before continuing, Your Majesty, in truth, I am a lot more interested in that little brat from the Fei Li battle team we were talking about previously. Shangguan Tianxin looked at him in surprise, saying, Oh? Longyin, it isn't easy to spark such interest in you. What did you find out about him? Shangguan Longyin said, He is called Zhou Weiqing, and isn't actually a citizen of the Fei Li Empire, but instead from the Heavenly Bow Empire, a small empire which is a vassal of the Fei Li Empire. Surprisingly, he only just joined the Fei Li Military Empire this year, not the Fei Li Heavenly Jewel Master Academy. From his previous fights, he showed the spatial and darkness attributes, both greater attributes. More importantly, he is only 16 years old. I also heard that he actually personally bet 100,000 gold coins on their own team in this fight against Dan Dun Battle Team. Last of all, he is a consolidating equipment master, but... Consolidating equipment master? Shangguan Tianxin's gaze turned towards the Fei Li battle team rest house, staring examiningly at Zhou Weiqing, who was standing at the entrance focusing hard on the stage. With a curious look in his eyes, Shangguan Tianxin continued, Longyin, do you know what level of consolidating equipment master he is? Shangguan Longyin shook his head, saying, I have not found out currently. However, he did visit the consolidating equipment pavilion a few days ago, and something very interesting happened. Your Majesty will definitely be interested to hear this. As he spoke up to that point, Shangguan Longyin's voice suddenly went silent. His next words were only heard by Shangguan Tianxin alone. After listening to Shangguan Longyin, the surprised look on Shangguan Tianxin's face grew even stronger, with a hint of happiness as well. After pausing a moment, he looked towards Shangguan Longyin and chuckled, So, that's what happened. I never expected that second brother managed to find Binger after so many years. So, that means this little brat Zhou Weiqing will be my future nephew-in-law? Ha ha. Shangguan Longyin said, Yes. Second master asked me specially to pay attention to how he does, and to protect him secretly, and not let anything too serious happen to him in the tournament. Shangguan Tianxin laughed heartily, saying, I know second brother's temper, even if no one else isn't clear. Ha, that Zhou Weiqing will definitely have to suffer a lot before he can get together with Binger. Hearing you say that, I'm now hoping a little that the Fei Li battle team can actually take the fight today. Shangguan Longyin shook his head and said, It is much too difficult. If the Dan Dun battle team uses their full power, the Fei Li battle team will have no chance at all. Shangguan Tianxin smiled faintly before saying, You mean, with the next round Shen Little Demon and Han Bing taking the 2v2 fight, the fourth round with another member, and the last round with Shen Little Demon holding the fort? Shangguan Longyin nodded and said, That would be the best arrangement. However, I highly doubt that they will do that, otherwise even if they win, they will lose face amongst the other great saint lands. Shangguan Tianxin sighed softly and said, That is human nature. In truth, it isn't so good for the 5 great saint lands to put themselves on such a high pedestal. To fall from such a height will only be more pain, more misery. As the pair of king and official were discussing, the fight on the stage had grown even more intense. As the merged ice cones focused on Little Four once more, he too unleashed his full power. Seeing Han Bing's terrifying control over the ice cones, Little Four did not dare stay in any spot for any period of time. His entire person seemed like a gust of green smoke, speeding across the wide stage, encircling Han Bing in an unstoppable yet non-rhythmic run. Furthermore, he mostly stayed at the outer regions of the stage. In order to try to catch him, Han Bing had unconsciously stood right in the center of the stage. Even so, he was still able to control his skill at a radius of almost 15 yards. In truth, Little Four's speed was slower than the ultimate speed of Lan Feng. Not only because he wasn't of the wind attribute, but also his cultivation level was lower than Lan Feng's. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271. Chapter 271, Frost Priest. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. However, Little Four's almost miraculous changes in style of movement caused him to be even more difficult to fathom than Lan Feng. He seemed to move in impossible ways, using his wings in various ways in order to move in unimaginable ways. Soon, Han Bing had already cast his 5th round of Cone of Cold, but Little Four was still moving around, dodging amazingly in a display of agile talent, with nary a sign of attacking. Han Bing was indeed unbelievable in his own right as well, actually managing to merge all 5 waves of the ice cones. Currently, the ice cones in the sky were actually almost a chi long each. The entire air of the stage was getting colder and colder, and even the temperature of the rest houses were being affected at such a distance. With all the ice cones merged together, even if 2 or 3 of them struck Little Four, he would not be able to take it, let alone if all hit him. This low-rated talent was originally rather scary in Han Bing's hands, but after all the merging, its power alone was already at terrifying levels. In the Dan Dun battle team rest house, Lan Feng was watching the fight and he said admiringly, "Priest is indeed priest, such control and power, he is just too strong. Look at the state of that Fei Li battle team fellow, and priest's full power hasn't even been unleashed yet. Not to mention the fact he is only 4-jeweled, even if he were 6-jeweled like priest, he would still stand no chance." The young lady leader of the Dan Dun battle team, or as Shangwan Longyin called her Shen Little Demon, said passively, "Do not underestimate that Fei Li battle team fellow. His speed, agility and ability to dodge attacks is truly impressive, especially that movement style of his, it is really quite impressive. I dare say that any other 4-jeweled heavenly jewel master would have lost to Han Bing by now, but he is still able to hold on by a thread. However, he will not be able to hold on for that much longer." When teacher gave Han Bing this training style to suit his special qualities, to continuously improve his spirit and control, it truly has benefited him a lot. Up till now, Han Bing has only stored this single skill, the Cone of Cold, but he has been able to make use of just this alone and use it in so many ways, almost infinite varieties and styles. Even I will be hard-pressed to defeat him. Currently, all the members of the Dan Dun battle team, including Shen Little Demon, were relaxed as they watched the fight, as they did not think there was any possibility of Han Bing losing. Although Little Four was still keeping up, he did not have any chance of winning. The difference between power levels of both sides was just too great. As for the Fei Li battle team, in comparison, Zhou Weiqing was also heaving a sigh of relief. He knew that although Little Four would lose in the end, he had accomplished the task set upon him nearly perfectly. At the same time, he was also thinking about how lucky he had been, to actually have been able to defeat Little Four in their bet. Previously, when they had bet, Little Four had only lost to Zhou Weiqing because he had severely underestimated him and his control skills. After all, Zhou Weiqing had just too many control skills, and once he had managed to get in the first strike, he had controlled Little Four all the way. At this point, seeing Little Four displaying his true speed and movements, only then did Zhou Weiqing realize how impressive he was, perhaps even at a higher level than ultimate agility heavenly jewel masters of the same cultivation level. Although Han Bing was only releasing Cone of Cold and the protective blue shield, which did not have a massive drain on heavenly energy, but with the amount of control he was exerting, it still took a toll on his spirit. More importantly, his ice cones were all merged together, and the more that were merged together, the greater the toll on his energy and spirit, as it became tougher and tougher to control. There was definitely a limit on that. At the same time, as the ice cones grew larger, their piercing power and strength grew exponentially, but their speed also grew slightly slower. Furthermore, Little Four still had some skills up his sleeves. Yet another round of ice cones launched into the air from Han Bing. This time, when they struck the 36 ice cones in the air and merged together, they did not continue chasing Little Four, instead separating into the air in all directions of the stage. Poof 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 poof, multiple sounds rang out, as the massive 2-chi-long ice cones stabbed down onto the stage floor, covering the entire outer ring of the stage. Impressively, the distance between each and every cone was almost exactly the same, forming 36 large ice pillars on the outskirts, surrounding the entire stage. A sinking feeling of impending doom struck Little Four, and although the stage was deathly cold, his clothes were totally soaked in sweat. In order to dodge the continuous onslaught of ice cones, he had already been far outdoing his best efforts, and by this time he had already expended more than 50% of his own heavenly energy, and more so, a huge amount of spirit energy. However, he knew that he had to continue, to persist to the end. Trusting in his instincts that things were going to go badly, Little Four instantly reacted. The wings behind his back opened to their maximum capacity as he launched himself into the air at top speed, rising swiftly in flight. Another 36 ice cones flew out again, speeding towards the 36 thick ice pillars. This time, the fresh new ice cones were actually a deep blue color. Obviously the heavenly energy held within was far beyond that of the previous ones in both quality and quantity. Explode! The next moment, the 36 new deep blue ice cones struck the 36 ice pillars, causing another round of loud explosions. The ice cones and pillars had exploded abruptly, spraying ice dust and shards across the entire stage. At the same time, a violent and wild torrent of water attribute heavenly energy swept across the stage like a giant tsunami wave. This skill by Han Bing was one he had created on his own, with the Cone of Cold as a basis, and was called Frozen Sacrifice 1. Its sheer power and strength was so vast that even a normal lower-level zone stage, 7 jewels, heavenly jewel master might not be able to use a skill of matching power. More importantly, as this skill was based on multiple merging and evolution of the low level, it would only expend about 30% of his total heavenly energy, yet its power would be beyond what his entire heavenly energy expenditure could normally grant. Furthermore, it was an area of effect skill. When the fight first began, Han Bing did not even think that he would be forced to use this Frozen Sacrifice skill, and he originally thought that after a few mergers of Cone of Cold, he would be able to take down Little Four. However, as time passed, Little Four was just too cunning, and his impossible movements were just too difficult to lock down. Han Bing did not want to waste any more time, and winning by having Little Four run out of energy would be a humiliation to himself. As such, he finally chose to use his self-created ace skill, an AoE skill that would definitely take down this crafty opponent. At the same time, he could let the other Great Saint lands see the power of their blood-red hell. If Lan Feng had not lost the first fight, perhaps Han Bing would not have used such a powerful skill, but the humiliation of that loss had ignited his pride and anger. In his heart, he would not entertain anyone giving affront to the dignity of the blood-red hell. When he released this skill, a killing intent had already been sparked in his heart. He wanted to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys too, to show everyone, to show the Fei Li battle team, that to defy the pride of a Great Saint land was not to be without cost. The 36 huge ice pillars did not all explode at the same time, instead doing so in a rhythmic fashion, and in a particular order. In this way, their combined explosive power soon formed a terrifying ice vortex. Not only was the explosive power astonishing, it also caused the entire temperature of the surroundings to plummet even further. This frozen sacrifice skill was varied and full of change, and the explosive power was all-encompassing and yet able to be directed as per his will. Han Bing had indeed spent a lot of time and effort in creating and mastering this skill, and it was his pride and joy. When the intense explosion rang out, all the battle teams in their respective resthouses could see clearly that the entire Diamond Rock stage had turned an icy blue, the cold in the air spreading to them, chilling them to the bone. For a water attribute skill to be used to such an extent, it could already be said to be at an ultimate extreme. The consolidated weapon in Little Four's hand had disappeared. As soon as he sensed the incoming danger, he had reacted instantly. Alas, in that same instant, a terrifying explosion and ensuing cold reached his feet. With his life hanging in the balance, Little Four's mind raced to find a solution. His reaction had already been lightning quick, managing to almost get out of the area of effect. As the frozen sacrifice struck, he was already 30 meters into the air, at least managing to avoid the major brunt of the blast. Alas, he was still caught in the edges of the explosion, and in midair, he was almost left vulnerable. At the last moment, Little Four abruptly used both wings to wrap around his entire body, before he did something completely unexpected. In a sudden movement, he flung out his hands, a water skin appearing in his hands and bursting apart, and a spray of water was quickly sprayed around his body. The temperature around the stage was unbelievably cold at that point, and even though Little Four had already wrapped his wings around himself, as the water appeared, it immediately froze around his body, forming a block of ice around him. At that point, Little Four's weird action of spraying water actually had a linchpin effect. Although his entire body was frozen in the block of ice, the destructive effects of the explosion were further reduced by the ice around him, only causing his body to be flung savagely higher into the air, reaching almost a height of 60 meters. As the explosion finally dissipated, he finally fell towards the ground. At that point, Zhou Weiqing was already halfway out of the rest house, almost about to surrender and rescue Little Four, preventing him from crashing into the ground. At that height, free falling would severely injure or kill him. Weiqing, no need. Lin Tianao grabbed hold of him, barely stopping him at the last second from surrendering. Han Bing's thought was almost exactly the same as Zhou Weiqing. When he saw Little Four take out the water skin and spray out the water, his eyes were filled with surprise. He had never dreamed that anyone would use such a method to weaken his frozen sacrifice's effect, to actually use the effects of his own cold in order to protect himself. For a heavenly jewel master to have a spatial object was very common, usually with food, water and other essentials. However, to actually think of such a plan and execute it at such a critical moment like Little Four, it was not as easy as it seemed. Even so, do you think you can really escape? Han Bing smirked coldly to himself. Even if he had managed to escape the majority of the explosive blast of the frozen sacrifice, he had left himself totally frozen and vulnerable by doing so. After all, with the temperature of the frozen sacrifice, even ordinary water would be frozen as hard as 10,000-year-old Xian ice, and it would not be easy to escape from that. Furthermore, in his eyes, Little Four's body should already be frozen stiff, unable to break free. As long as the block of ice fell to the ground, then Little Four would shatter into pieces together with the block of ice. At the same time, another ice cone formed stealthily, point upwards right to where Little Four would land. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272. Chapter 272, Rage of Shin Little Demon. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Just as the entire audience thought that Little Four would perish from that, an unexpected miracle occurred. The block of ice containing Little Four would fall to a position about 3 yards from Han Bing, and currently Han Bing did not have any defenses up. In the instant that the block of ice smashed onto the floor, something happened that no one expected. Silver light. A bright silver light flashed in that instant, shocking Han Bing. Everything happened too fast, and before he could even figure out what had happened, the block of ice had already been pierced through by the ice cone. However, at that point, Han Bing could clearly see that Little Four was no longer encased within the ice block. Han Bing felt a strange cold feeling from his neck, followed by a warm, sticky feel. He did not feel any pain, but yet, as someone who trained with ice every day and never felt cold, he suddenly felt a sense of cold overwhelm him. If Little Four was not in the ice, where was he? Currently, he was standing behind Han Bing, frozen in a strange position. The wings on his back had long disappeared, and a short knife was in his hands, the silver light around it dissipating. Little Four's expression was ugly, as he shivered unstoppably. Bright red blood gushed out of the cut around Han Bing's neck, and as it met the cold air in the stage, a strange sight followed. As the blood spurted from Han Bing's neck, it formed little beads of red ice in midair before falling into the ground with a ding-ding-ding sound. There was a long cut on his neck, totally severing his windpipe and jugular vein. Standing there fixedly, there was no despair in Han Bing's eyes, as he had not even understood what had happened. By the time realization struck him, darkness had already overwhelmed him, and he no longer held the power of thought. Up until Han Bing died, he did not even understand what had happened, that he had died to his own overconfidence. When he had unleashed his frozen sacrifice skill, he had totally taken down his own personal defense. In his eyes, the four-jeweled Little Four had no chance of survival. When Little Four had broken the water skin and sprayed out the water, the crude beginnings of a plan had already formed in his mind. His elemental jewel attribute was the spatial attribute after all, and amongst all the attributes, the spatial attribute energy was the best at isolating things. When Little Four sprayed out the water, he had already imbued a huge amount of his spatial attribute heavenly energy within, causing his body to have a small isolated pocket from the ice, adding the consolidated wings protection. Although he was still frozen stiff, he was still able to move slightly. Just before the block of ice hit the ground, Little Four had finally used the blink skill that he had held for so long. When he did so, he had taken out a small short knife, and that was all he was able to do, just a short simple movement. In his original plan, he would just strike Han Bing once before surrendering. After all, he did not wish to die, and he was totally left without any more energy. Alas, after accomplishing that attack, he found that he did not have anything left within him to even speak, let alone jump off the stage. However, even he did not expect that his attack had already severed Han Bing's unprotected neck. Such a result was definitely not within Little Four's calculation, nor had he even dreamed of it. If Han Bing had been just a little more careful, even if he had that simple blue shield of light up from before, Little Four would not have succeeded in his attack. Alas, in this world, there was no ifs, what had happened was not reversible. That was life, that was combat, one could lose one's life in just a twinkling, a moment of carelessness. Han Bing! A shrill voice rang out from the Dan Dun battle team rest house, and immediately, a flash of red appeared as a figure zoomed from the rest house towards the stage. A red uniform, red hair, and that look of utter disbelief. When that young lady flew onto the stage and in front of Han Bing, her right hand moved swiftly, striking out at his acupuncture points in an attempt to seal the veins on his neck, using her other hand to cover the large wound on his neck. Right behind her, the rest of the Dan Dun battle team members swarmed up onto the stage. The Fei Li battle team members also arrived at the same time. When the shrill shout had sounded out, Zhou Weiqing and Lin Tianao had led the rest of the members onto the stage, surrounding Little Four protectively. The red-haired young lady holding onto Han Bing's neck was indeed beautiful, both in figure and face, giving the feel of a valiant beauty. However, at this moment, her eyes were almost dull and vacant in shock, as she stared at Han Bing's, whose eyes were glazing over as his lifeblood stained her fingers. She could scarcely believe what was happening before her. Han Bing's injury was too severe, so much so that even if a life attribute Heavenly Jewel Master were right in front of them, he would still not be able to save Han Bing. With the cut in his neck almost halfway through, his head was as good as severed, and the amount of blood loss was almost already too much. The red-haired young lady quickly passed the limp body in her hands to the team member beside her, before swiftly charging down the stage and to the rest house beside the Dan Dun rest house, crying out urgently, "Any of the Heavenly Snow Mountain powerhouses able to use the resurrection skill? I, Shin Little Demon, represent the blood-red hell, to beg you for a favor to save Han Bing. We will definitely pay the price required." Indeed, she was standing in front of the Wanshou Empire rest house. With her power, she knew that with a wound like that, Han Bing had no chance of survival except with a quick use of the resurrection skill that only one of the saint attributes, the divine attribute, had. That was his only chance. A white-clad youth walked out from the rest house, tall and lanky and rather suave-looking, with deep blue eyes. Looking at the anxious Shin Little Demon, he said coldly, "Miss Shin, I'm afraid you're looking for the wrong person. We are the Wanshou Empire representatives, not from the Heavenly Snow Mountain." Shin Little Demon was feeling rather urgent in her heart. After all, she knew that the Wanshou Empire was considered an enemy to all the other empires of the continent, and the Heavenly Snow Mountain were just as proud. However, this had to do with Han Bing's life, and she did not pay heed to their status of enemy. Biting her lip, she suddenly knelt down in front of the youth. "Please, I beg you, help Han Bing. I, Shin Little Demon, have never begged anyone in my life, and I am begging you now. The white-clad youth furrowed his brow, saying, Miss Shin, you do not have to do this, it is useless. You are also from the Great Saint Lands, and you should have heard that the resurrection skill isn't so easily used. Not only is the price to pay of it unbelievably high, even if used, its success rate is less than a third. More importantly, only the purest direct bloodlines of the heavenly snow mountain is able to use such a skill. Unfortunately, our Wanshou battle team does not consist of such a member, nor would we stoop to bringing a member of the direct lineage of the heavenly snow mountain to join the heavenly jewel tournament. Shin Little Demon stared at him dazedly, before slowly getting up and staggering back a few steps, her face pale and ashen. Turning back abruptly, she looked towards Han Bing, who was now in Lan Feng's hands, not a sign of life in his limp body. No, no! She howled in rage and agony. In this short period of time, a row of judges from the Zhongtian Skill Storing Palace had descended upon the stage, standing between the two sides as a barrier. Shin Little Demon charged onto the stage once more, holding Han Bing as she glared fixedly at the Fei Li battle team members. Kill all of you. I will definitely kill all of you. You have even dared to kill Han Bing. I, Shin Little Demon, swear that from today onwards, the Blood Red Hell will be mortal enemies with the Fei Li Empire. On the side of the Fei Li battle team, Zhou Weiqing said mockingly, What? Are only the lives of your Blood Red Hell worth? It was that Han Bing who tried to kill Little Four first, alas his own training was lacking, thus he was the one to fall instead. You, so imposing. Do you think we're really scared of you? If not for all the powerful judges between them, perhaps both sides would have started an all-out battle. Little Four and Han Bing's fight could be said to be an unexpected, almost unbelievable turn of events. Not only was the entire audience staring stunned, their jaws wide open in shock, even the powerhouses on the VIP stage were also staring amazed, speechless at the sight before them. This was definitely beyond everyone's expectation. For a member of the Blood Red Hell to be killed here, especially one so highly ranked and important to them, with a great future ahead, more importantly, for him to be killed by the Fei Li battle team, without any Great Saint Lands background, this had definitely made history in all the many years of the Heavenly Jewel tournament being held. Even in the previous top 4 fights, as all the battle teams were from Great Saint Lands, they were more restrained. Though there were heavy injuries, there was usually no death. As such, having an important member die like this, was definitely not something that had happened in the past Heavenly Jewel tournaments. Enough, silence. 2 simple words spoken from above, appearing as if a bomb exploding downwards. Everyone on the stage felt a sudden dizziness, before their head cleared. The 2 words were spoken by Shangguan Longying, who was still seated calmly on his seat. Furthermore, when he said those words, although the entire area heard him, only those on the stage were dazed by the power held within the words, yet they did not affect the other audiences or even the other battle teams in their rest houses. Such power and control was indeed impressive. The entire scene was growing out of control, and as the head judge of the entire tournament, he had to take control. Shin Little Demon turned her head towards the VIP stage, her eyes still filled with hate. Han Bing's death was a huge blow to her. In truth they weren't particularly close, but they were both from the Blood Red Hell, and that meant everything to her. In the past 100 years, although there were many outstanding talents in the Blood Red Hell, the top caliber ones were still very limited. In this generation, only Shin Little Demon and Han Bing were considered the very cream of the crop. Without question, if he could have continued on his path, Han Bing would definitely have become at least a Heavenly King Jewel Master or even greater. The Blood Red Hell had spent much time, effort, and resources to develop him for so many years, and no one would have ever expected him to perish in the Heavenly Jewel tournament in a historic event. How could Shin Little Demon not feel hate? Zen's notes, wow, that escalated quickly. To be honest, I was totally shocked the first time I read it too, totally thought it would go according to Zhou Weiqing's plan, with Little Four accomplishing his task perfectly. However, at the same time, I have to admire TJSS writing this. Truly depicting again how even someone much more powerful can screw up when underestimating an opponent. It also depicts clearly what Napoleon was famous for saying, no battle plan ever survives contact with the enemy. Indeed, that's one flaw in a lot of fantasy stories, where plans are impossibly superb and fate and the stars always align to make them succeed. I'm looking at you Zemo in CA, Civil War and Lex Luthor in BVS. Also, now you guys know the reason why I couldn't just TL a paragraph or 2 for the spoiler yesterday. Too huge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273. Chapter 273, Rage of Shin Little Demon. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Shangguan Longying said passively, the tournament is fair, with rules set in place. Fighting is fighting, and anything can happen, you can kill, or you might be killed at any time. If you do not wish to continue the tournament, you can withdraw from it, otherwise, if you want to continue, you will have to follow the rules. In that fight, the Fei battle team has the victory. The current score is 2-0 in favor of the Fei battle team. Shin Little Demon took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She turned her hate-filled eyes back onto the Fei battle team members, and as she spoke through clenched teeth, the strain in her voice was clearly audible. Let's continue the fight. Everyone, return to the rest house. This was the benefit of having the Heavenly Jewel tournament held in the Zhongtian Empire. When it was necessary, they definitely had the power to dominate the scene. After all, no other empire besides perhaps the Wanzhou Empire would dare to challenge the Zhongtian Empire, and even they might think twice. As the Dandun battle team members returned to the rest house, still constantly glancing at the Fei battle team with hate-filled glares, the Fei battle team also returned to the rest house. Xiaoyan placed his hands on Little Four, pouring fire attribute heavenly energy into him to aid him in driving out the massive amount of cold in him. The color slowly returned to his face, and he was soon finally able to speak. With a bitter smile, he said to his solemn companions, I'm sorry. I didn't know this would happen. Little Four was clear about the repercussions of his actions in killing Han Bing. There was no longer any hope of placating the Dandun battle team, and everything from now on would be a life-and-death battle, perhaps even more so than against the Baide battle team. Although they were now leading 2-0, it was still a fight to the death against a seeded team, backed by one of the great Sate lands. Also, this would totally ruin Zhou Weiqing's plan, as the Dandun battle team would definitely give it their all from now on. More importantly, Han Bing's death had also given the Fei Empire an unbelievably powerful enemy. Even though the Dandun Empire was very far from the Fei Empire, but even if they just gave the Baide Empire some support, it would cause huge problems for the Fei Empire. Lin Tianao shook his head, saying, It's not your fault. He was the one who wanted to kill you first, and you were just retaliating the best you could. How could that be counted as an error? However, I think we should surrender now. No. Drunken Bo said agitatedly. Leader, how can we give up like this? 2-0. That's such a huge advantage. Next round, Xiaoyan and I will do our best, who knows, we might actually be able to win this. Shut up. Lin Tianao snarled in a low tone, as if an enraged lion. Drunken Bo was instantly silenced. Lin Tianao continued solemnly, things have already proceeded far beyond Weiqing's plan. Without a doubt, a 2-0 score is a huge advantage, and it is very tempting indeed as the match point. However, have you considered how dangerous the other fights will be? All of you can sense the killing intent from that young lady leader of the Dandun battle team, and the rest of their members as well. For her to be the leader, you can just think how powerful she will be, definitely much higher than Han Bing. As for Han Bing, I estimate that he had only broken through the 6th-jeweled cultivation level not long ago. That is to say, his heavenly energy was probably at the 24th stage, just reaching the Heavenly Su energy stage, but perhaps not fully mastering the power of the Heavenly Su stage yet. If not, Little Four could not have lasted as long as he did. However, the young lady leader is different, she has definitely mastered the profound secrets of the Heavenly Su energy. No matter which one of us has to face her, even myself at full power, we would definitely be killed. I am the leader of this team, and having brought you all here, I have the duty to bring you all back intact. I do not want the same thing which happened to the Baide battle team to happen to us. As he spoke up to this point, an imposing aura extended from Lin Tianao's body. You all do not have to continue speaking. I have made up my mind. The honor of our empire is important, but you are all my brothers and sisters, your lives are just as important in my heart. Drunken Bao, Xiaoyan, Little Four, even Crow and Yi Pao Pao, all lapsed into silence. They did not know how to rebut Lin Tianao. After all, what he said was true, the Dandun battle team were now filled with rage, hate and venom. What would occur next was not a tournament or competition, but a battle to the death. The awkward silence lasted for a short time, then all of a sudden, Zhou Weiqing broke it. In a low tone, he said, Leader. All of you should calm down a moment. In truth, things are not as bad as it seems. Everyone turned to him instantly, hope in the rest of the team members' eyes, though Lin Tianao's expression was unhappy. However, he was still Zhou Weiqing's follower after all. If it were any other person who had said that, perhaps he would have already struck out in anger. Zhou Weiqing continued, Wait, hear me out first. In the following fights, it is without question that Shin Little Demon will participate in the 2v2 match. In her enraged state now, perhaps even berserk state, she is definitely terrifying. As such, we will definitely have to surrender for that fight, or whoever fights in that will definitely be wounded or killed. However, just like you said, leader, that Han Bing had only just broken through to the 6th-jeweled cultivation level. Since he was most likely the second position in their entire team, and from their reaction, an important member of the Dan Dun battle team, that means that besides him and Shin Little Demon, all of the others will be of the 5-jeweled cultivation level. After listening to Zhou Weiqing's words, Lin Tianao's face eased up a little, before furrowing in thought once more. Nodding to him, he motioned for Zhou Weiqing to continue. Zhou Weiqing continued, besides the 2v2 match, there are still 2 more 1v1 fights. Their most powerful leader, Shin Little Demon, can only fight one of that. That means, in one of the 1v1 matches, the opponent will have to send a 5-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Master. Although they will be trying to kill us, and unleash their full powerful, at the same time, this means that their emotions will be out of control, and they will lack the calm and coolness, perhaps affecting their fight and giving us a chance. As such, in my estimations, we still have a chance. In the next 2v2 fight, we should directly surrender, and for the upcoming 2 1v1 fights, we will give up the Shin Little Demon fight, and focus on the other one. That will be the key to victory. When Zhou Weiqing spoke, he was calm and quiet, the cold intelligence in his eyes affecting all his companions, even Lin Tianao. Drunken Bao was the first to approve. Weiqing is right. We still have a chance. That Shin Little Demon might be extremely powerful, perhaps even more so than all of us combined, but this is a tournament with rules after all. She can only fight 2 of the next 3 rounds. When we meet her, we can just surrender before the fight, and she cannot do anything about it no matter how powerful she is. The rest of the team members also nodded in agreement. However, as for Lin Tianao, although he was moved by Zhou Weiqing's argument, and everything about it was extremely logical, he still had a nagging feeling of uneasy worry. Zhou Weiqing continued, according to my estimations, Shin Little Demon is currently in an enraged state. When we surrender the third 2v2 fight, she will likely continue staying on the stage. After all, we are already at match point. As such, for the 4th fight, I'll head up and surrender. As for the final fight, it will be up to Drunken Bao or Xiao Yan. I'll leave it to the 2 of you to discuss who will take that last fight. By the time he had finished his piece, the judge had already started calling for the next fight to begin and for both sides to send out their members. The members of the Fei Li battle team did not have more time to think about it, or perhaps because Zhou Weiqing had already proven himself in his strategies earlier, and no one protested as he stepped forward. 3rd fight, we Fei Li battle team surrender. Seeing Shin Little Demon and another member of the Dan Dun battle team step up eagerly onto the stage, Zhou Weiqing immediately shouted out from the entrance of their rest house. The judge started momentarily, before recovering himself and announcing that in the 3rd fight, the Dan Dun battle team won by default, and the overall score being 2-1, still in the favor of the Fei Li battle team. Shin Little Demon's face was icy cold, as if she could freeze the surrounding atmosphere. She motioned to the other team member beside her to leave, but she did not make a move, standing proudly right there. Zhou Weiqing smiled, nodding to his companions before saying, "Look, my predictions were right. I'll head up now." As he said that, he did not wait for anyone else to say anything, scooping up Fat Cat from his bosom and placing it on his seat before leaping directly onto the stage. All of a sudden, Lin Tianao seemed to realize something, and he exclaimed out loud, "No, that's not right." Alas, it was too late for him to stop Zhou Weiqing. Xiao Yan and Drunken Bo had been arguing over who would take the last fight, and they turned to Lin Tianao curiously. Xiao Yan asked, "Leader, what's wrong?" Lin Tianao's expression was extremely ugly as he said urgently that Shin Little Demon did not get off the stage, and Weiqing could have easily surrendered on this 1v1 match just like he did with the 2v2 match, from here. Why did he need to get up onto the stage? Hearing his words, a sick realization dawned upon all the other members, and their faces changed as well. Yi Paopao said hesitantly, "Could it be?" Weiqing was afraid that Shin Little Demon would suddenly change tactics and swap someone out, so he went up to confirm. Lin Tianao furrowed his brow before saying that it better be the case, otherwise, if he tries to fight such an enraged Shin Little Demon, it could spell the end of him. Alas, what none of them knew was that the moment Zhou Weiqing leapt forward onto the stage, all he was thinking of was Shangguan Binger. In his mind, he was muttering to himself, "Future father-in-law, watch and see now. I will definitely prove to you that I am capable of protecting Binger, and I am truly worthy of her. A team leader from the Great Saint Lands, she is my perfect whetstone." Seeing Zhou Weiqing jump onto the stage, Shin Little Demon started for a moment, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She had seen Zhou Weiqing's fights previously, and this young man with multiple attributes had definitely given her a lasting impression. More so, she knew that he was only at the 3-jeweled cultivation level. Why would the Fei Li battle team send out a 3-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Master? Could he be here to surrender again? At this point, Shin Little Demon suddenly broke out in cold sweat. She was after all a very intelligent person, and although she had not thought things through like Zhou Weiqing earlier, that was because she was consumed by her own rage. In that instant, she realized that the Fei battle team definitely had at least one more 5-jeweled heavenly jewel master, and that her own team was definitely backed into a corner. It was only up to this point that she realized that perhaps the Dan Dun battle team had a chance to lose. At the same time, she knew that the root cause had been their own arrogance. Without question, the Dan Dun battle team's true power was far beyond that of the Fei battle team. If they had treated the fight seriously, the Fei battle team would not have any chance at all. Everything else aside, just Han Bing and Shin Little Demon should have each taken a 1v1 fight easily, and with the two of them in the 2v2 fight, how could they possibly lose? Yet, things had indeed progressed unexpectedly. Perhaps it had just been too long since any of the seeded teams had been even challenged, and they had given away the first fight too easily. As for the second fight, it could only be said that Lady Luck was just on the Fei battle team's side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274. Chapter 274, Rage of Shin Little Demon. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. As she thought up to this point, Shin Little Demon, who had previously been in an almost berserk emotional state, suddenly calmed down. Looking at Zhou Weiqing coldly, she said, "You are here to surrender?" Hearing her words, the judge couldn't help but look towards Zhou Weiqing. From his perspective, it was definitely the best for Zhou Weiqing to surrender now. However, Zhou Weiqing shook his head towards her, saying, "Why would I surrender? I would like to try out the power of the blood-red hell for myself. Fei battle team, Zhou Weiqing, may we have a good fight?" 1. Shin Little Demon started a little again, her eyes narrowing as the cold in her expression increased further with killing intent. She knew that this was perhaps not the decisive battle of the two teams, but for Zhou Weiqing to actually be willing to fight her, she actually held a slightly better impression of the Fei battle team. At least, they had the guts to fight. Still, that did not mean she would pull her punches. Dan Dun battle team. Shin Little Demon. May we have a good fight, Dot. Feeling the strong killing intent from Shin Little Demon, the judge quickly proclaimed, "Let the fight begin." As soon as he said that, he quickly retreated, leaving the stage to the two combatants. Hearing Zhou Weiqing's challenge to Shin Little Demon, all the members of the Fei battle team stood up, even Drunken Bao and Xiaoyan stopped arguing about the last fight. Crow muttered to herself, "He is doing this for the honor of Fei. He is telling us that no matter an enraged Great Saint lands, it doesn't mean they are undefeatable." Weiqing, well done indeed. Crow's voice was naturally loud, and though she was muttering to herself, all the members of the Fei battle team could hear her clearly. Besides Lin Tianao, all the others revealed excited looks, their fists clenched as they stared unwaveringly at the stage. Lin Tianao stood at the back. Only he could guess what Zhou Weiqing was truly thinking. After their talk the other day, he could guess that Zhou Weiqing was doing so to prove himself to the Heaven's Expanse Palace, to show himself worthy of Shangguan Binger. After all, Lin Tianao knew Zhou Weiqing's character well, he could and would do anything to achieve victory, and not just to do something merely for reputation. On the VIP stage, Shangguan Tianqin saw that Zhou Weiqing was actually challenging Shin Little Demon, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he turned to Shangguan Longyin and said softly, "Longyin, you head down there. If that Zhou Weiqing's life is actually in danger, you have to stop the fight, even if it breaks the rules of the tournament." What is that little fellow trying to do? He is actually challenging the top member of the Blood Red Hell? Is he trying to seek death? Sigh. I can't let him die like this, otherwise how can I account to second brother? In the next moment, Shangguan Longyin disappeared. As for where he went, nobody knew. He should have confidence in doing so, or he would not risk it. A cold, clear voice suddenly sounded out in Shangguan Tianqin's ear. For someone to speak to him like this, with that address and tone, there weren't that many people in the entire Zhongtian Empire who could do so. Shangguan Tianqin turned his head to look, and saw that Shangguan Shuer, cold and expressionless as ever, had somehow arrived beside him. Seeing him turn to look at her, she bowed slightly towards him in greeting, saying, "Third uncle." Shangguan Tianqin said with great interest, "Oh, you're here, Shuer. Come, take a seat, tell uncle what you meant by this Zhou Weiqing having confidence. What could he possibly have to rely on in order to defeat a 6-jeweled powerhouse from a great saint land? Even though Shangguan Shuer was speaking to her uncle, her face did not change, as she said passively, in order to persuade father to allow her to be with Zhou Weiqing, Binger finally told him the secret about his elemental jewels and his attributes. That Zhou Weiqing actually has an Alexandrite cat's eye. Hearing her words, even Shangguan Tianqin couldn't help but be visibly moved. Alexandrite cat's eye? The same type that big brother and second brother has? Oh. It looks like that little fellow has a fourth attribute then. Besides the darkness, spatial and wind attributes that he has shown thus far, what is the last one? Hearing Shangwan Tianxin's question, Shangwan Shuer's expression and eyes turned a little weird. Abruptly, a sound barrier formed swiftly over the two of them, ensuring they could not be eavesdropped upon. It is not one more, but three more. Father has deemed this to be top secret, and besides you and Big Uncle, no one else can know about this. Zhou Weiqing has 6 attributes, and they are the darkness, spatial, wind, lightning, evil and time attributes. What? Despite being the emperor of the largest empire in the entire continent, Shangwan Tianxin was still unable to restrain himself upon hearing Shangwan Shuer's words, exclaiming out loud as his jaw dropped, disbelief in his eyes. Time? He actually has that heaven-defying attribute, time. Didn't Big Brother say before that only the Passion Valley has such an attribute? Amongst all the 5 great saint lands, the heavenly demon sect is known for their evil, or as they call it, demonic attribute, and the darkness attribute. Their direct bloodline or core disciples will usually have those 2 attributes. As for the blood-red hell, they are known for their fire and light attributes. Yet, the Passion Valley only has a single attribute, but just the time attribute alone has brought them to the 3rd position, behind only our Heaven's Expanse Palace and the Heavenly Snow Mountain. Our Heaven's Expanse Palace elemental jewels are rather unique, known for our multiple attributes, though we do not have any of the 4 great saint attributes, but our core disciples usually has the Alexandrite Cat's Eye jewel. In this point, we are unique amongst all the great saint lands, and Big Brother even has the 3 greater attributes, light, spatial and life. Added to the fact that we have the top consolidating equipment masters in the world, and the greatest legendary set passed down from generations, the Boundless Infinitum set. Only because of all that, we are able to be equal with the Heavenly Snow Mountain. As he said the words Heavenly Snow Mountain, his brow furrowed for a moment, then he gave a gentle sigh before continuing, in terms of personal strength, that Heavenly Snow Mountain Master is truly the strongest in the world, and he has that reputation for a reason, not just his cultivation level alone, but also because he has both the spirit and the divine attributes, the only person with 2 saint attributes. Even so, none of the great saint lands, not even our Heaven's Expanse Palace nor the Heavenly Snow Mountain has anyone with a 6 attribute Alexandrite Cat's Eye jewel. No wonder you said that he has something up his sleeve that can give him confidence. Now I'm really interested in seeing what he can do. As he spoke up to that point, Shangwan Tianxin suddenly realized something, turning to Shangwan Shuer and asking curiously, Shuer, you said he also has the evil attribute? Does he have any connections to the heavenly demon sect? Shangwan Shuer shook her head and said, according to Binger, he doesn't, because Binger was actually the sacrifice during the awakening of his demonic attribute. As she said that, she couldn't help but subconsciously glance angrily at Zhou Weiqing. By this moment, the fight on the stage had already begun. As soon as the judge shouted for the fight to begin, both Zhou Weiqing and Shin Little Demon moved at the same time. Surprisingly, none of them even took the time to activate any skills or consolidated equipment, instead is charging towards each other instantly. For those in the audience well versed in combat, they could understand why Shin Little Demon did that. As an outstanding heavenly jewel master, it was ingrained within them to not waste any heavenly energy, to use it most efficiently. Furthermore, as one's cultivation level grew, heavenly energy would slowly and steadily improve one's body. By reaching the 6-jeweled cultivation level, Shin Little Demon's innate strength, speed, agility, toughness, flexibility, and even explosive power was already considerable, even without any usage of consolidated equipment or skills. In choosing to attack directly, she would gain the option of first strike, conserving energy, while still confident of being able to react and use any skills or consolidated equipment when necessary. Seeing Shin Little Demon's actions, Lin Tianao's already black face grew even uglier. Without question, he knew that she had already calmed down, otherwise she would not fight like that, and that did not bode well. On the other hand, most of the audience did not understand why Zhou Weiqing would also follow suit. Even though he was a strength-type heavenly jewel master, he was after all still only at the 3-jeweled cultivation level. Under any ordinary circumstance, any 6-jeweled heavenly jewel master, even without the strength attribute, would still be stronger physically than a 3-jeweled heavenly jewel master, and of course faster. Both sides clashed explosively almost instantly. Shin Little Demon's attack was straightforward and direct, her body arched like a bow, with her right fist like her arrow as it lambasted straight ahead. What Zhou Weiqing used was not his fist, but instead his palm. His right hand spread out, slapping forth towards her fist. In terms of speed, he was clearly slower than Shin Little Demon. There was some correlation between speed and strength, as the faster an object was, the more power it held within. Before the two had clashed, it was clear that Shin Little Demon already held the upper hand. This was the sheer gap in physical attributes of a high-level heavenly jewel master against a low-level one. However, soon, an astonishing sight greeted the audience. Pang. When Shin Little Demon's fist crashed savagely onto Zhou Weiqing's palm, in most of the audience's eyes, Zhou Weiqing should be sent flying, to be followed by a flurry of attacks from Shin Little Demon. But the truth was not as they expected. When fist met palm, Zhou Weiqing stood there as if his body was nailed right into the floor, not even swaying as he accepted the blow. On the other hand, Shin Little Demon's charge was forcibly stopped in its tracks. As she had been in mid-charge, her entire body was even lifted off the ground for a split second by the inertia, before she landed back down on her feet. Zhou Weiqing's right palm quickly moved back, and the audience could clearly see that his entire hand, all the way up to his arm, was rapidly expanding, shredding his right sleeve into bits. In their first clash, it was unbelievably the three-jeweled Zhou Weiqing who had taken the advantage. As the participant, Shin Little Demon had the clearest experience of it. When her fist had smashed into Zhou Weiqing's palm, she had been ready for him to use any skill. Unexpectedly, he had not unleashed any skill or consolidated equipment as well, yet she felt as if she had been hitting a brick wall, a mountain, as if all the strength behind her blow had been useless. In all the previous fights, Crow was the only one amongst the Fei Li battle team who had shown her considerable physical strength. Zhou Weiqing had taken more of a support or control role, or to use his archery and sheer number of powerful skills in order to obtain victory. At this moment, he would no longer conceal his strength, unleashing the full might that had even defeated Crow. From the start, he had already exerted full force. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275. Chapter 275, Controllable Demonic Change, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Facing Zhou Weiqing's incomprehensible strength, Shin Little Demon was inevitably stunned for a split second. Alas, Zhou Weiqing was a master of seizing opportunities, and just that split second had allowed him to grab hold of her fist as his palm grew larger. A huge suction force emitted from Zhou Weiqing's palm, enveloping Shin Little Demon. She felt as if his palm was like a black hole, the depths of hell, and her own massive store of heavenly energy acted like a hole opened in a dam, gushing out towards his hand. It was almost visible as well, as white light sprang forth around her body, encasing her as it seemed to rush towards Zhou Weiqing's right hand in a strange movement. At the same time, his entire body seemed to expand as well. The entire uniform on his upper body was blown apart, revealing his well-muscled torso. That was not the only thing, as his left arm and hand followed his right, growing immensely as well. Black and gray tiger tattoos seemed to appear, moving around like waves across his skin. The king word and its domineering aura appeared around his forehead at the same time, shimmering in all its glory. Demonic change. Shock rippled through the entire audience, the rest houses, and even the VIP stage, as everyone burst out into exclamations. In the Fei Li battle team rest house, the nervous team members' jaws dropped, their worry and concern turning into shock. Even Lin Tianao did not know about Zhou Weiqing's demonic chance, and did not expect that he would actually dare use it in public. At this point did the members of the Fei Li battle team realize why the little witch from the Heavenly Demon sect had approached Zhou Weiqing. Not only did he have the demonic attribute, he even had the capability to demonic change. In the Kali's Empire rest house, Little Witch, who had been watching the fight intently, had stood up abruptly the instant she saw Zhou Weiqing's right arm and right hand grow larger and grapple Shin Little Demon. As the holy girl of the Heavenly Demon sect, she was definitely the authority on the demonic attribute amongst the entire audience, even compared to the powerhouses on the VIP stage. At that point, no one else identified what Zhou Weiqing had done, but she had known that he had actually been able to separate the effects of the demonic change onto only his right arm. That proved that he had actually managed to control his demonic change. How was that possible? Without any training method for the demonic attribute, he was still able to control his demonic change? Just a while ago, when he had fought with Mingwu, he did not have such a capability, but... At that point, Little Witch remembered what Mingwu had told the sect in his report about Zhou Weiqing, and how he had been full of praises of him. Now, the facts had proven that Mingwu was indeed correct, and her father's trust of him and sending her to speak with him was indeed the right decision. They had already overestimated Zhou Weiqing's talent, and he had once again surpassed all their expectations and judgment. In this moment, Little Witch's emotions were in an influx. On the VIP stage, when Shangguan Shuer saw Zhou Weiqing using the demonic change, she too couldn't help but stand up. Although she wasn't a member of the Heavenly Demon sect, as the first in line to be the next Heaven's Expanse Palace Master, her insight and understanding was no lower than her uncle beside her. Controlled demonic change. He can actually control his demonic change. Shangguan Shuer muttered to herself, a complicated look in her eyes. Shangguan Tianxin was also staring at Zhou Weiqing, his heart afire with thoughts. He knew what a controllable demonic change meant, if what Binger said was true, and that Zhou Weiqing had not joined the Heavenly Demon sect. To be able to control his demonic change meant that this young man was a first-generation Heavenly Demon Master. Only such a person would able to do so without any inheritance and training from others. That also meant his demonic attribute was definitely one of the four great saint attributes, not only a guess of their own. More importantly, if he and Binger had children in the future, wouldn't they be second-generation heavenly demon masters? The Heaven's Expanse Palace had always been limited, and vexed, by the fact that they were the only great saint lands without a saint attribute, and this youth actually had two. This could be a perfect opportunity. At that point, even though he was an emperor, Shangguan Tianxin was still staring at Zhou Weiqing with an envious eye. The fight on the stage raged on despite all the various thoughts from the audience. Indeed, Zhou Weiqing had immediately activated his demonic change as soon as the fight started. He had no choice. After all, he had witnessed Han Bing's power for himself. Little for being able to kill Han Bing was truly due to a lot of luck and a lot of underestimation on Han Bing's part. This also let Zhou Weiqing know that he could not underestimate anyone from the Dan Dun battle team. After all, they were a seeded team backed by a great saint land. As the leader of the team, Shin Little Demon was definitely more powerful than Han Bing. She was also at the 6-jeweled cultivation level, but just like what Lin Tianao had guessed, her heavenly energy was already deep into the heavenly Su energy stage. Under such a circumstance, Zhou Weiqing knew that he would not have any chance at all normally. The only chance he had was to keep surprising her, to maintain the upper hand and suppress her till he achieved victory. As such, he had seen Shin Little Demon charge forth towards him. Zhou Weiqing had decided on a plan instantly. He immediately unleashed the demonic change, and as soon as they clashed, he quickly used the Devour skill as well. Shin Little Demon had much more heavenly energy, and much stronger and higher quality as well, than those of the forest direwolves he had devoured in the first time he used the skill. When he used it suddenly, he felt a massive surge of heavenly energy enter his body through his hands, almost overwhelming him. However, Zhou Weiqing did not stop, forcing himself to continue draining her. He knew clearly that he had to seize this opportunity when she had been taken off guard. With the difference in cultivation level, it would be extremely difficult for him to do so again, and it wouldn't last long as well. He definitely had to make full use of this. In the demonic change state, not only was his physical prowess massively boosted, his senses and reactions were also boosted considerably. Seizing the opportunity that Shin Little Demon was controlled by him, his demonic right leg flickered out like a flash of lightning towards her in a savage kick. Since they had already killed one person, they were already mortal enemies, and killing a second would not make a difference. As he lashed forth with killing intent, he knew that if his demonic right leg, which had gone through its second evolving, managed to kick an unprotected person, not to mention Shin Little Demon, even Shangguan Lanin would be hard-pressed to take such a blow. The audience could only see that Zhou Weiqing's right leg seemed to warp into a blur of black light, lashing out like a whip towards Shin Little Demon's abdomen. Naturally, Shin Little Demon was shocked to realize her heavenly energy was being devoured, but after a short period of being stunned, she quickly made the right choice in that critical moment. A dark gold brilliance shone forth from her body, forcefully breaking Zhou Weiqing's grip on her right fist. At the same time, it blocked Zhou Weiqing's incoming foot. Indeed, it was the Consolidating Equipment God Protective Aura. A God-tier Consolidating Equipment Master Production. Crash. An astonishing sight greeted the audience. Everyone knew how powerful the Consolidating Equipment God Protective Aura was, almost considered invulnerable for its level. What most people didn't know was that if the power levels between two sides were more than 12 stages apart, it was still breakable. Of course, even if it were beyond 12 stages apart, it was still able to block the majority of the attacks. Yet, Zhou Weiqing's heavenly energy was much lower than Shin Little Demon's. Even so, when Zhou Weiqing's right leg smashed savagely into her abdomen, especially the foot which had unknowingly warped into the black hook, it collided with her Consolidating Equipment God Protective Aura, and an ear-splitting shattering sound rang throughout the air. In the 1-chi radius of Shin Little Demon's Consolidating Equipment God Protective Aura which had been kicked by Zhou Weiqing, cracks actually appeared. At the same time, she was sent flying back into the air almost 20 meters by the impact of the blow. That's pure physical strength? Shangguan Tianxin actually stood up in surprise, staring at Shangguan Shuer. After the demonic change, the body is actually able to produce such terrifying physical strength. Towards Shangguan Tianxin's question, Shangguan Shuer could not give a reply. She too was unbelievably shocked. That was a 6-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Master's Consolidating Equipment God Protective Aura. Yet, it had almost been destroyed by a kick from Zhou Weiqing? What a terrifying strength indeed. Let alone any outsiders, even Zhou Weiqing was startled by his own kick. He had not expected his kick to be able to cause cracks in the Consolidating Equipment God Protective Aura. However, he also learned something new, that the protective aura wasn't an invulnerable shield, and it had a certain limitation. With that thought in mind, Zhou Weiqing did not hesitate to press his advantage. After that kick had landed, his right leg struck back down onto the ground hard, making use of the rebound force to send his body flying forward at blinding speed. Earlier, at the start of the fight when he had charged Shin Little Demon, he had concealed his speed in order to trick her, and this was the time to unleash his full speed. Within the blink of an eye, he had caught up to her flying body, and at this moment, her consolidating equipment God protective aura had also dissipated. The current Zhou Weiqing looked very strange indeed, his muscles bulged almost unnaturally, his black hair floating behind him as his bloodshot eyes glowed in an eerie light. His arms were much larger than any ordinary human's, almost disproportionate, with his hands almost looking like huge tiger paws, with 2-inch-long nails having grown out in a gleaming sharpness that made one shiver. Not only was his top clothing totally disintegrated, so was his right leg pants, and the thicker right leg of his was totally black, longer than his left leg in a strange unevenness. At the moment, only his private area and his left leg was covered. If it had been any other situation, perhaps everyone would have been laughing or ridiculing Zhou Weiqing. Of course, now, especially after that terrifying kick, who would dare laugh at him? Such a level of demonic change was unheard of, not even Little Witch had seen something like that before. Standing at the entrance of the Kali's rest house, her emotions were so agitated that she almost couldn't control herself. At this point, Zhou Weiqing's stock in her heart had been raised several notches to an all-new high. Little Witch, or as her real name, Wu Yuan 1, could at least confirm one thing, that Zhou Weiqing's controllable demonic change was even more powerful than her own father's. Her father, the current Heavenly Demon Sect Master. Furthermore, how could she not recognize the skill that Zhou Weiqing was using, to be able to hold Shin Little Demon in place and absorbing her heavenly energy? Wasn't that the famed Devour skill of the first founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect? He was the first sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and at that time, he had been one of the top powerhouses in the world, matching even the Heavenly Snow Mountain Master at that time. During that period, the Heaven's Expanse Palace was far below its current power and status. No matter how hard Wu Yuan tried to calm her breathing, her heart raced despite all her efforts. From Ming Wu's description of Zhou Weiqing and his demonic change, she knew that his demonic change had definitely evolved. At that moment, she resolved that no matter what price they to pay, she would not let him get away from her. Back at the stage, Zhou Weiqing had caught up to Shin Little Demon in midair. Her protective shield had disappeared, and she had just awoken from her stunned state. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276. Chapter 276, Controllable Demonic Change, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. As the consolidating equipment God protective aura dissipated, a bright red protective heart mirror appeared in front of her chest. It was decorated with a simple but enchanting purple gold carvings on the border, with a large metallic gem in the center. Shin Little Demon's heavenly jewels also released at the same time, showing her 6 red jade physical jewels. Similar to Han Bing, she had the coordination physical attribute. As a thick red light shone from the protective heart mirror, it enveloped her entire body, staining it in a layer of red. After releasing her consolidated equipment, it was too late for her to use any skills, as Zhou Weiqing had already reached her. Shin Little Demon shoved outwards with both hands, as a solid-looking white glow burst forth from her palms, striking out at Zhou Weiqing. The 4 main stages of heavenly energy were the Heavenly Jing energy, Heavenly Shin energy, Heavenly Su energy and Heavenly Dao energy. The difference between Heavenly Jing energy and Heavenly Shin energy was being able to release it out of the body, while Heavenly Su energy was able to go a step further and use it in direct ranged attacks. Without question, Shin Little Demon's cultivation had already reached the Heavenly Su energy stage. Her thick heavy heavenly energy pressed down upon Zhou Weiqing like a mountain range smashing down upon him. At the same time as she activated her own attack, the red protective heart mirror burst out in a sudden glow. Zhou Weiqing could clearly sense the atmospheric energy in the air around gathering towards Shin Little Demon at an insane rate as she drew it all in. Forcefully compete with his own heavenly energy? No matter what, Zhou Weiqing knew he would never be a match in that front, not even in the demonic change state. The gap between their heavenly energy was just too huge to be overcome in such a way. In a flash of silver light, Zhou Weiqing's body vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared right behind Shin Little Demon, almost pressing up close next to her. Shin Little Demon's reaction was undoubtedly fast, but even so she was still unable to prevent Zhou Weiqing from placing his palms on her shoulder. Once again, that terrifying energy drain of his Devour skill started up, and Shin Little Demon's body shuddered as she felt her strength leaving her. "Get lost!" she shouted angrily. Just as she was about to burst forth with an explosive strength to break free of his grasp, all of a sudden, her body froze for an instant, the gathered Heavenly Su energy breaking out of her control causing her to be unable to unleash it. The audience could see that a green light had shot forth from Zhou Weiqing, causing the white light which had gathered around Shin Little Demon to vanish. Naturally, that was the Fetters of Wind, the trusty control skill that had time and again proven its worth to Zhou Weiqing. Although the effect of the skill was short, almost negligible, due to their massive difference in power levels, it was still sufficient to prolong the time for which the Devour skill could drain her energy. It was after all an extremely highly rated control skill. After releasing the fetters of wind, Zhou Weiqing did not stay still behind her back and rest on his laurels. He was clear that with Shen Little Demon's cultivation level and power, unless he landed a good kick with his right foot, it would be extremely difficult to injure her. At the same time, being so close to Shen Little Demon to devour her energy, he was not in position to use his right leg to kick her. After all, when he entered the demonic state, his right leg was now misshapen, and was unable to bend as easily. Although he could still move it around, under such a close proximity, he was unable to move it into position to kick her properly. Yet, Shen Little Demon's reactions were just too quick. If he had not appeared right next to her, he would not have been able to hit her at all. As such, Zhou Weiqing naturally chose the safer route of guaranteeing the strike, and using Devour. At the same time, a thick blue glow emitted from Zhou Weiqing's palms, and with an accompanying explosion, both of them were forced apart. When the heavenly lightning shock hit, it was able to disrupt the connection between a Heaven Jewel Master and his consolidated equipment, forcing the consolidated equipment back into its physical jewel state. This was the real reason why Shen Little Demon had not been able to finish her attack. However, as the gap between both their cultivation levels were just too great, and the protective heart mirror consolidated equipment around her chest was a god-tier consolidated equipment, as such, the heavenly lightning shock only managed to disrupt the short blade in her hands, causing it to disappear. Next, a massive silver light appeared in front of Shen Little Demon, before warping into a silver-tinged black hole with immense suction. It was Zhou Weiqing's spatial rend. Shen Little Demon quickly spun towards and, punching forward as a white light solidified around her once more. With a loud explosion, the entire spatial rend was actually destroyed in that single punch. Originally, Shen Little Demon had calmed down in order to fight, but now her temper had been riled back up again. As the top genius in the entire Blood Red Hell, especially under a circumstance of being 6-jeweled against a 3-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Master, she had still been forced into such an awkward position, even to the extent of having no choice but to use her consolidating equipment God Protective Aura to save her own life. That was truly a huge insult and humiliation to her. A thick gold light shone abruptly from her body, rising forth into midair, illuminating the entire stage in a brilliant gold. Under the gold light, Zhou Weiqing felt a slight burning sensation on his body. Light attribute. Indeed, Shen Little Demon's elemental jewel was an Alexandrite-type jewel, just like Shangwan Tianqin had said. The direct bloodline of the Blood Red Hell was exactly with the fire and light attribute. The skill that Shen Little Demon was using was called Protection from Evil One, and had a weakening effect upon darkness and evil attributes and their users. At the same time, it would also give a boost to the senses of the user. It was definitely one of the best skills against someone of evil alignment, especially a demonic change user. Alas, what Shen Little Demon did not know was that Zhou Weiqing's demonic change was rather unique. Not only was he a first-generation heavenly demonic master, which meant his demonic attribute was equal to the other saint attributes, his demonic change had also evolved once. If she had possessed the divine attribute, perhaps it would have a much greater effect. However, just her light attribute alone did not have the expected large restriction effect on Zhou Weiqing's demonic change. After the short clash, Zhou Weiqing realized how powerful the Devour skill truly was, and the pleasant surprise it had granted him. Previously, when he had devoured some of Shen Little Demon's heavenly energy, he felt as if his entire body was filled to the brim, his meridians almost hurting from the excess energy. However, as he continued unleashing skills, this external energy was quickly transformed to his own energy, ready for his usage. That was to say, although Zhou Weiqing had used several skills thus far, in addition to maintaining the demonic change, the energy for all that had actually been provided by Shen Little Demon. As for his own personal heavenly energy, it was still at his peak condition. Without even considering the fact that the Devour skill could actually aid in improving his cultivation level, just considering the amazing ability it brought in combat was already unbelievable, and was a huge boon to his fighting capabilities indeed. Zhou Weiqing knew that the rating of this Devour skill was likely even more powerful than his absolute delay. After Shen Little Demon had destroyed the spatial rend in a single punch, she did not chase after Zhou Weiqing. Instead, she spread out both her arms wide, giving a shrill cry into the air. A miraculous sight followed. As her heavenly energy burst forth, the white light around her seemed to diminish a little, but in the instant, the white glow of the protection of evil skill enveloping Zhou Weiqing was strengthened. At the same time, a piercing red glow burst forth from her protective heart mirror. Fire. Indeed, it was fire. The red, gaseous heavenly energy that burst forth was like fuel to the flames that shot out of the mirror. At the same time, the glow in the air intensified into a brilliant gold, and as it mixed with the red flames, turning them into a gold hue. As the temperature in the air grew searingly hot, Zhou Weiqing was given a huge shock, cursing to himself in his heart. Damn, it's a double attribute fusion skill. To any heavenly jewel master, the difference between 6 and 7 joules, as well as 9 and 10 joules, both were major thresholds or bottlenecks in terms of a huge leap in power. For the bottleneck between 6 to 7 joules, besides the difference in heavenly energy, both quantity and quality, as well as number of joules, the biggest difference between them was actually if the heavenly jewel master had more than a single elemental attribute. If so, it was the hallmark where they would be able to make use of fusion skills. Of course, at the zone stage, a heavenly jewel master was usually only able to fuse 2 skills. As for the difference between 9 and 10 joules, that difference would include being able to fuse 3 skills and more. Of course, that was if the heavenly jewel master had the required attributes. As for fusion skills, they were usually all self-created, depending on which elemental attributes the jewel master had. Of course, heavenly jewel masters who had multiple attributes were extremely rare. As such, it was also rare to see such fusion skills. Originally, when Tang Xian had told Zhou Weiqing that he would only be able to start somewhat protecting himself when he reached the 6 jewel stage, it was because he had so many elemental attributes. As such, she estimated that he would be able to start creating and using his own fusion skills at the 6-jeweled cultivation level. However, this Shin little demon in front of him was only at the 6-jeweled cultivation level, and not yet the 7-jeweled level, yet she was already able to use a fusion skill. In comparison to someone like Zhou Weiqing who had no background, the background support that a great Saint Land could provide was clearly shown here. In truth, there were 2 reasons why Shin little demon could actually use this fusion skill. Firstly, she had mastered the heavenly Su energy stage and its changes in quality of heavenly energy, and secondly, and more importantly, it was actually making use of her god-tier consolidated equipment. In that instant, Shin little demon's body seemed to hover in midair, while Zhou Weiqing fell hard onto the stage. The current massive shield of light filled with flames enveloping the entire stage from above the air was called Holy Flames of Light, and was one of the famed skills of the Blood Red Hell. Shin little demon's movement had been too quick, and she had expended much of her power in using this skill, sacrificing all efficiency in order to get it out as quickly and as powerful as possible to kill this pesky Zhou Weiqing in a single blow. Furthermore, no one had expected her to be able to use such a fusion skill at this point, and even the hidden Shangguan Longyin was not able to react in time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277. Chapter 277, Controllable Demonic Change, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. At that point, when the holy flames of light had rose into the air, a layer of dark gold light sprang out from Zhou Weiqing's body, forcefully blocking the holy flames of light from destroying him. It was his own consolidating equipment god protective aura. Zhou Weiqing had been left with no choice. Facing such a huge area of effect skill with that kind of power, he could not think of anything else besides the consolidating equipment god protective aura which could save his life. Even though he was in the demonic change state, he could not possibly use his body to take a full-on blow from such a skill, that was probably even more powerful than any ordinary 7-jeweled heavenly jewel masters. Alas, the holy flames of light was just too powerful, being a fusion skill. Furthermore, Shin little demon's cultivation level was originally already more than 12 levels higher than Zhou Weiqing. The moment Zhou Weiqing's consolidating equipment god protective aura appeared, cracks started appearing on it, and it looked like it was just going to delay the inevitable. In terms of quick thinking and reaction in the midst of combat, Zhou Weiqing was definitely extremely strong. At this instance of life and death, he almost subconsciously reacted to save himself. His demonic right foot slammed hard onto the ground, and the ensuing massive explosion caused a shockwave that pushed back the surrounding flames momentarily. At the same time, Zhou Weiqing's body sank down into the stage. His foot had smashed the ground of the stage below him, causing him to drop down into the depths of the stage. At the same time, he lifted up the dual legendary hammers which had appeared in his hands, protecting his head from above. The demonic change added on to his 2 legendary dual god strength hammers. It could be said that Zhou Weiqing was at the utter peak of his power at that point. Furthermore, the flames were sweeping across the stage, before rising into the air, and not heading downwards. No one had expected Zhou Weiqing to use such a strange method to avoid the brunt of the flames. Including Wu Yuehan, the few who were almost about to take action to save him stopped in their tracks as soon as they saw the dark gold light and the explosion. The holy flames of light had come quickly, but they also disappeared quickly. After all, it was a powerful skill somewhat beyond Shin little demon's current level, and it took a huge toll on her heavenly energy, especially since she had ignored any efficiency. Never in her wildest dreams that Zhou Weiqing would actually also use the same tactic as she did earlier, to use the consolidating equipment god protective aura, more so, that weird and unexpected move of burrowing down into the stage which had ultimately saved his life from her sure kill shot. In that moment, Shin little demon was suddenly struck by uncertainty. Was this fellow really a 3-jeweled heavenly sure jewel master? From the start of their fight, Zhou Weiqing had already used darkness, evil, spatial, wind and lightning, 5 attributes. Furthermore, 2 of them were greater attributes, and that wasn't even considering the evil attribute. More importantly, he had also managed to use the heavenly demon sect's famed, notorious, demonic change. As if that wasn't enough, he had also unleashed a god-tier consolidated equipment. Shin Little Demon was certain that even amongst all the 5 great saint lands, she would not be able to find another 3-jeweled heavenly jewel master equal to him. However, despite all the thoughts and doubts in her mind, her attacks did not waver or slow in any way. Although Zhou Weiqing had temporarily saved his life by dodging from the holy flames of light, that had also left him stuck in the middle of the ground, totally surrounded by tough diamond rock, with no place to escape. Earlier, the consolidated short blade which had been expelled by Zhou Weiqing's heavenly lightning shock reappeared once more in Shin Little Demon's hands. She did not use any other consolidated equipment, as her heavenly energy was already frighteningly low. Besides the huge expenditure from the holy flames of light, just Zhou Weiqing's 2 usage of the Devour skill had already taken almost 20% of her heavenly energy. As the short blade slashed through the air savagely, a huge mass of flames forming the shape of a knife formed in front of it, smashing downwards towards Zhou Weiqing. Just like Han Bing's focus on the cone of cold, Shin Little Demon also had a skill that she focused most of her attention on, and it was the skill she was using right now, Blaze Cut. Its range was almost 20 yards, and it held an impressive piercing power behind the unbelievable heat. As for how this Blaze Cut skill was used, it was one of the secret arts of the Blood Red Hell, with only those of direct lineage could learn. It wasn't just storing the skill, but also the method of using it and everything down to the type of consolidated equipment short blade. As the Blaze Cut slashed downwards, Zhou Weiqing leapt up from the hole he was in. At the same time, he threw both the hammers in his hands towards Shin Little Demon. The smiling and crying face symbols on the massive dark gold hammers were very clear, but both hammers were currently looking very different from each other. On the huge hammer flying ahead, it was glowing with a thick silver-green glow, while the one flying behind had its usual dark gold hue. One front, one back, they flew at breakneck speed accompanied by a whistling sound as it cut through the air. This was the benefit of the immense physical strength of Zhou Weiqing when in his demonic change state. When a person's strength reached a certain point, just physical strength was sufficient to accomplish many things, and was almost not inferior to ordinary stored skills. Furthermore, what Zhou Weiqing had thrown was after all legendary consolidated equipment. After throwing the hammers, Zhou Weiqing did not follow through with them, as if he was giving up on his legendary hammers. Instead, he just landed beside the hole he had created. His body leaning forward, he stood hard on his left leg as a pivot, bringing his entire body almost at a horizontal position in line with the ground, while his pitch-black right leg was lifted right into the air. The strange hook formed at his right foot seemed to glow in a strange, almost demonic, light. In mid-air, the glowing silver-green hammer with the crying face symbol flew right towards its target. No one else knew it, but this was currently the true weighted hammer of the set. Zhou Weiqing had used his archery training as a basis for throwing the hammers, and would definitely not miss. Shin Little Demon could have easily moved her attack aside, allowing the Blaze Cut to avoid the hammers and continue towards Zhou Weiqing. However, would she actually do such a thing? The answer was clearly no. Zhou Weiqing had already given her too many surprises. Furthermore, the hammers he threw out were after all God-tier consolidated equipment. Any God-tier consolidated equipment was definitely extremely powerful, and had their own hidden secrets. Furthermore, it was clear that this first incoming hammer of Zhou Weiqing's had some sort of fusion skill of his own as well. Indeed, that silver-green colored glow around the hammer represented the Silver Emperor Spatial Rend, the fusion skill which combined the Silver Emperor Wing Slash and the Spatial Rend to form one of the Silver Emperor's most destructive skills. Of course, the reason why Zhou Weiqing could use this fusion skill had nothing to do with the 6 or 7 jeweled cultivation level bottleneck. When he had stored those skills, they had came with the ability of fusing together to form the skill, one of the Silver Emperor's innate abilities. It could be said that he had stored the fusion skill of the Silver Emperor. Although the expenditure of heavenly energy was immense, it was still an amazing ability, especially at his 3-jeweled cultivation level. Moreover, he had used his legendary hammer in order to help improve efficiency and increase its power as well. The legendary hammers were able to help him reduce almost half of his expenditure of any stored skill, and increase the power by almost double. Compared to even some ordinary God-tier consolidated equipments, this hammer showed why legendary sets were even more so highly desired. Of course, Shin Little Demon did not know all of that, but even with what she could observe, it was enough to prevent her from letting the hammer get through to hit her, and she allowed the Blaze Cut to clash with it instead. A deafening explosion once again shook the entire plaza, raining fire as it spread out in amazing pyrotechnics. In theory, the Blaze Cut couldn't possibly be more powerful than a fusion skill consisting of 2 10-star rated skills, but the difference between the 2 Heavenly Jewel Masters' cultivation levels was just too great. In that clash, the Blaze Cut had dissipated, while the first legendary hammer of Zhou Weiqing also fell down to the ground, the Silver Emperor Spatial Rend totally expended. However, the other hammer, with the smiling face symbol, which had been right behind, had by now reached Shen Little Demon unhindered. To Shen Little Demon, it seemed like this hammer did not have any skills imbued within. However, she did not dare take any risks. She did not attempt to parry it with her short blade, instead keeping it away and pushing out with both her hands. Instantly, a huge surge of heavenly energy expelled out of her palms, blocking the hammer. Although Shen Little Demon's blaze cut had clashed with the first hammer from a distance, she was still able to sense the terrifying weight of it, as well as the sheer power behind it. As such, facing this other hammer, she braced herself with all her might. This was indeed another of the twin hammer's tricks. Asterisk proof asterisk the hammer was indeed knocked back, and Shen Little Demon's entire power was unleashed into midair, but she did not feel any weight or attack behind it at all. Even with a power and cultivation like her own, striking out like that into nothingness and losing her balance was indeed no a good feeling. Her body stumbled forward, her entire balance disrupted. If not for her considerable skill and control, just that misuse of power could have caused her to vomit blood and sustain a severe internal injury. However, even though she barely managed to control herself, she also lost the opportunity to continue unleashing an attack on Zhou Weiqing. At the same time, she could clearly sense that she had not been unaffected by that, feeling her movements slow down. Indeed, although the second hammer did not seem to have anything behind it, it actually had a hidden skill imbued within. There was only one skill, and it was the absolute delay. With a loud pang sound, Shen Little Demon landed on the stage. With that misuse of power and being affected by the absolute delay, it was truly a miracle that she remained uninjured, but she still wasn't able to fully control herself and smashed down onto the stage. Despite her protective heavenly energy, she was still dazed momentarily. In the eyes of the audience, Shen Little Demo had been struck down by the hammer. By now, not only were the members of the Fei Li battle team gathered around their rest house entrance, even the members of the Dan Dun battle team on the other side were also doing the same, all of them tensed and nervous as they watched the battle unfold before them. No one, not even Lin Tianao, could have imagined that Shen Little Demon, a top genius from the blood-red hell, at the 6-jeweled cultivation level, could actually be suppressed by Zhou Weiqing. That was even after she had unleashed that powerful holy flames of light. With a quick flip, Shen Little Demon jumped back from the ground. However, the absolute delay made her feel like she had lost her rhythm, feeling extremely awkward as if she weren't in her own body. No matter how she circulated her heavenly energy, she was unable to shake that strange feeling. As such, when she stood up, she was still not in a proper form with perfect balance, facing directly into Zhou Weiqing, who was already poised in that strange position of his. The thing that drew her attention instantly was definitely that right leg of his, which was lifted high up in the air. Earlier, it was just this right leg which had almost destroyed her consolidating equipment god protective aura. Currently, it was her first time examining it closely, and she finally could clearly see that his right leg had actually turned into a strange black hook, and that hook was now actually shining with a strange light. Black, gray, blue. 3 colors swirled around the black hook, forming a warped-looking ball of light. Zhou Weiqing's entire body was trembling, as he stood there supported on his single leg. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278. Chapter 278, Scorpion Tailhook. Dark Demon God Lightning. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. When Shen Little Demon, struck by the absolute delay as she was, saw the 3-colored ball of light at Zhou Weiqing's right leg, the shock in her heart was even more overwhelming than when she realized he had so many elemental attributes. Just like how she had used a dual attribute fusion skill above her level earlier, she could clearly tell that Zhou Weiqing was somehow using a triple attribute fusion skill. This should have been impossible. A sight that should never appear on his body. After all, he was only at the 3-jeweled cultivation level, and only a Heavenly King stage jewel master should have been able to use a 3-attribute fusion skill. The difference between 3 jewels and 10 jewels was an immense gap, practically insurmountable. Furthermore, Zhou Weiqing's heavenly energy was only at the beginning of the Heavenly Shen energy stage. He was just too far from being able to unleash a triple attribute fusion skill. What he had done was absolutely against the natural order of the boundless mainland. Even if he was in the demonic change state, that should never happen, but more importantly, that skill on Zhou Weiqing's right leg hook actually gave Shen Little Demon a life-threatening feel, although she was more than 3 jewel cultivation levels above him. Why? How can this be possible? The absolute delay was still in effect, and added onto that, Shen Little Demon was almost involuntarily slightly dazed by her shock. She was not the only dazed one. At this moment, the entire plaza was deadly silent. Even the common audience somewhat understood that this fight happening in front of them was, or should be, impossible. They did not know what was the demonic change, nor did they understand the implications of a triple attribute fusion skill, but what they did know was that the gap between a 3-jeweled and 6-jeweled heavenly jewel master should be insurmountable. Yet, it seemed like the three-jeweled Zhou Weiqing was actually having the upper hand now. What was going on indeed, but... However, for the audience to be stunned, it would at most cause them to miss some exciting fight. Alas for Shin Little Demon, it would have much more dire implications. His body leaning forward, the current Zhou Weiqing did not give off a human feel, almost as if he were a bloodthirsty wild beast. The Black King word on his forehead was shining with an almost blinding brilliance, as his thickly muscled arms were also covered with the brilliant lights from his Alexandrite Cat's Eye elemental jewels and icy jade physical jewels. Amongst them, the greatest change in looks was the 3 Alexandrite Cat's Eye jewels around his left wrist. Currently, the 3 jewels were glowing individually with different colors, following the 3 colors of the light ball around his right leg hook, gray, blue and black respectively. As for his physical jewel, it sped around his wrist rapidly with a misty feel. The tiger tattoos rippled around Zhou Weiqing's body in a strange pattern, as his bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Shin Little Demon. His entire aura felt like a massive black tiger ready to pounce. A series of explosions seemed to burst from right within Zhou Weiqing, and a gray mist emitted from him, with the hint of a blood mist mixed within. A pained expression flickered across his face, but his entire body tensed forth, and in the next instant, he spun forward, the raised right leg smashing savagely towards Shin Little Demon. That ball of light around Zhou Weiqing's right foot seemed to warp the very air itself, causing several strange mirage illusions as it was expelled from Zhou Weiqing's foot, spinning ahead towards Shin Little Demon. It did not seem to move extremely fast, but as soon as it parted from his foot, Shin Little Demon's body was suddenly stained with a layer of gray, as if her own body was drawing the glowing tricolored ball of light towards herself. Shin Little Demon had quickly recovered from her moment of being dazed, and an intense glow shot out from her eyes. This was a critical moment of life and death, and it was also the last second of the absolute delay's 3-second effect on her. Taking an abrupt deep breath, Shin Little Demon burst out in a brilliant bright light. At the same time, her left hand struck the protective heart mirror at her chest, and a thick yellow gold light shot out explosively from the heart mirror, seemingly drawn to the red light, before the two mixed together and struck out towards Zhou Weiqing's tricolored ball of light like a golden fire dragon. Indeed. This tricolored ball of light was the new skill that Zhou Weiqing had just awakened, his new demonic skill. Or perhaps more accurately a 3-attribute fusion skill, the Dark Demon God Lightning. This was the first time that Zhou Weiqing had even attempted activating this skill. However, even though he had never used it before, he did not know why, but as he had been planning his attacks against Shin Little Demon, he still felt a strange confidence in it, placing it at a position of utmost importance to deal his final blow. He somehow felt that this was definitely the most powerful skill in his current arsenal. At the same time, Shin Little Demon was also pitting everything she had into the final clash. As she struck her protective heart mirror, she vomited out a mouthful of blood as she drew deep into her own potential to the maximum. If one were to compare consolidated equipments, no one could even come close to the Heaven's Expanse Palace. After all, being situated in the Heavenly Jewel Island, they pretty much controlled all the top consolidating equipment masters of the entire continent, and also a vast amount of top-quality materials. Although the Blood Red Hell was also one of the Great Saint Lands, it was still extremely difficult for them to gather an entire legendary set of consolidated equipment. In fact, despite her cultivation level, Shin Little Demon only had 2 consolidated equipment. One was the Red Short Blade, and the other was the Protective Heart Mirror. The Protective Heart Mirror was the God-tier consolidated equipment, and also a part of a legendary set, while they were still in the midst of gathering materials or creating scrolls to complete her entire set. As such, she was in the same state as Zhou Weiqing, with her additional physical jewels empty and waiting for the legendary set scrolls to be completed before she consolidated them. As such, the Protective Heart Mirror on her chest was the strongest consolidated equipment she had, also the core of her legendary set. Still caught under the effects of the absolute delay, Shin Little Demon couldn't help but expend every last bit of her remaining heavenly energy in putting out this final attack of hers. This was not just to deal with his Dark Demon God Lightning, but also in hopes that it would be sufficient to kill him off as well. Thus, she did not stint on using every drop of her heavenly energy, and more so, her lifeblood for stimulating the consolidated equipment. No matter what, she would do everything in her power to obtain victory. The gold fire dragon looked a lot larger and grander than the tiny little ball that was the Dark Demon God Lightning, and as the two met, it seemed as though the brilliant flames would easily devour the entire ball. However, when the moment when both skills met, a strange sight occurred. The unassuming, almost weak-looking, Dark Demon God Lightning abruptly turned a weird gray, and when the two skills met, a large amount of the golden flames vanished. Like a knife cutting through butter, the gray ball sliced right the golden flames before speeding off ahead unhindered. Impossible! Shin Little Demon couldn't help but exclaim out loud. Alas, the facts were undeniably right in front of her, no matter how much she willed it so. The gold fire dragon was quickly dissipated by the Dark Demon God Lightning, which did not seem much affected, though its gray light started undulating in a strange pattern that seemed increasingly unstable. Bang! A huge explosion signaled the final end of the gold fire dragon, and the dark demon god lightning finally struck right into Shin Little Demon's hands, which she had put up to block as best as she could. The instant when it struck Shin Little Demon, quick observers would be able to note that the dark demon god lightning was a lot smaller than before, almost a third of what it had been when Zhou Weiqing had first fired it out. After all, their power difference was still 3 joules, and no matter how powerful the dark demon god lightning was, despite it having sucked him dry of every bit of energy, even the power deep within his blood, it was still not the full and true power of the dark demon god lightning. Even so, when the 1/3 of the dark demon god lightning struck Shin Little Demon, its effect was more than sufficient to shock the entire plaza once again. Another explosion sounded out as an inexplicable sight appeared on the stage. The explosion did not knock Shin Little Demon away, instead seeming to come from all around her. Accompanying the sound of the explosion was the protective heart mirror at Shin Little Demon's chest, which vanished swiftly. Her body seemed to stop, still as a statue as if frozen in place. Many small blue lights snaked and crackled around her body, along with a gray-black mist surrounding her. Shin Little Demon's face was frozen in a shocked expression. Time itself seemed to freeze as nobody moved, not even the audience. 3 seconds passed, as if an eternity had passed, then Shin Little Demon's body crumpled to the ground. As she did so, her body started shuddering violently, as her skin started to glow in a gray, blue and black light, looking even stranger than the tiger tattoos on Zhou Weiqing's body. Even with her Heavenly Su energy protecting her body, it was clear that she had not been able to stop the dark demon god lightning from invading her body. No one actually knew what had happened to her. Zhou Weiqing still stood there on a single foot, maintaining his awkward position. After unleashing the dark demon god lightning, he had not moved a single muscle as well. The tiger tattoos on his body slowly retreated back under his skin, disappearing as his original skin color returned, and his engorged arms and right leg also swiftly returned to their original state. It was soon clear that he had broken out of the demonic change state, and he was soon covered in a layer of gray light, even shining out from his eyes. I won. The words were squeezed out from Zhou Weiqing's teeth, as his now gray eyes stared at the shocked judge who was standing at the corner of the stage. Perhaps Zhou Weiqing's entire display had just been too strange, too powerful. Sensing his gaze on him, the judge felt as if he had been bitten by a venomous snake. With a quick shudder, he recovered his senses. Looking at the unconscious figure of Shin Little Demon on the ground, the judge said hoarsely, "Fei Battle Team versus Dan Dun Battle Team, 4th fight, Fei Battle Team is the victor." Final result, 3-1 in favor of the Fei Battle Team. The Fei Battle Team is the overall winner of this match. Hearing the judge's proclamation, Zhou Weiqing's body stiffened momentarily, then it seemed like the tension drained out of him, and in a plop sound, he too dropped down to the ground, gasping for air as he lay down. It was clear that he had only been holding himself up through sheer willpower, as he had nothing left in his tank. The judge's words had also roused the entire audience. Instantly, the surrounding plaza burst out into a commotion, not just the audience, the other battle teams in their rest houses, even the members of the VIP stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 279. Chapter 279, Scorpion Tailhook. Dark Demon God Lightning. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. The members of the Fei Battle Team and Dan Dun Battle Team reacted almost instantly, as both sides leapt onto the stage as quickly as they could. Although Zhou Weiqing had somehow snatched victory, it was clear that he was also in dire straits. To be able to unleash a skill that not only took out Shin Little Demon's final blow, but also take her down, how could his current body possibly withstand such an immense power? Lin Tianao and the others did not even have time to be excited about their win. The only thing in their minds now was whether or not Zhou Weiqing was alright. As the members of both sides jumped on the stage, all of a sudden, a terrifying aura came pressing down onto the entire stage. Instantly, the members in mid-air were suddenly forced down onto the ground, unable to move, or even breathe. No one knew when or how, but abruptly there was a man standing on the stage. Simple features, deep piercing eyes, and that immense and powerful aura. This man was the one who had been hiding in the shadows for the entire fight, Shangguan Longyin. Both sides, suppressed onto the ground, looked at Shangguan Longyin in confusion. No matter the Fei Battle Team or the Dan Dun Battle Team, none of them could understand why the overall main judge would appear on the stage at this time. Shangguan Longyin swept his gaze across their faces, before finally recalling his aura. Calm down, both sides. The two of them will not die so easily. As the main judge, I need to verify something to ensure the sanctity and fairness of this tournament. As he said that, he lifted his hand towards Zhou Weiqing, whose body was immediately brought towards him. Zhou Weiqing was still conscious, but he was unable to make any movement, and could only watch as his body floated towards Shangguan Longyin. Hearing Shangguan Longyin's words, the faces of the Fei Battle Team changed. Only then did they remember that Zhou Weiqing had just unleashed the demonic change, the taboo of the entire mainland. Since the Fei Li battle team understood so quickly, naturally the Dan Dun battle team understood as well, their vexed faces turning slightly better. They were all eagerly waiting for Shangguan Longyin to announce that Zhou Weiqing was a heretic from the Heavenly Demon sect, and the best-case scenario would be that he would be put to death immediately, to assuage their anger and hate. How could their leader possibly lose to such a mere fellow of 3-jeweled cultivation level? This was definitely a terrible insult and humiliation to not just the blood-red hell, but also the entire Dan Dun Empire. As for Little Witch, who was standing at the entrance of the Kali's battle team rest house, a look of relief crossed her face. Only she truly understood what Shangguan Longyin was doing, and what the result would be. Zhou Weiqing's body was drawn directly in front of Shangguan Longyin, and he felt as if the entire air around him was sealed and congealed, causing him to stand there stiffly without falling through no effort of his own. He did not feel particularly weak, just totally numb, as if his own body did not belong to him. Shangguan Longyin pressed his right hand onto Zhou Weiqing's forehead, his palm shining with a crystalline white. It was the mark of the heavenly Tao energy, the final stage of the 4 great stages of heavenly energy. Without question, this Shangguan Longyin was at least of the heavenly king stage or higher. In an instant, the white light enveloped Zhou Weiqing's entire body. Currently, not only the members of the Fei Li battle team were watching anxiously, even the Zhongtian emperor sitting at the VIP stage, Shangguan Tianqin, as well as his niece Shangguan Shuer beside him, were equally nervous. Although Shangguan Binger had told them he did not have links with the heavenly demon sect, but he could after all control his own demonic change. If Shangguan Longyin discovered that he was truly controlled by the heavenly demon sect, then all their previous plans would be moot, and there would be no discussion of him marrying into the Heaven's Expanse Palace. Shangguan Tianqin knew that this clansman of his had been impressed by this youth in front of him, and truly cherished such a great talent. At the same time, a killing intent was sparked in his heart. If Zhou Weiqing was from the heavenly demon sect, he would not hesitate to finish him off. They could not risk having someone from the heavenly demon sect infiltrate their Heaven's Expanse Palace by marrying Shangguan Binger, that could possibly cause the downfall of their great saint land. On the other hand, if Shangguan Longyin could prove that Zhou Weiqing was a member of the heavenly demon sect, he would definitely do everything in his power to protect this youth. Zhou Weiqing's talent and genius was visible to everyone present, almost to a terrifying level. If such a young man grew up to be their enemy, the Heaven's Expanse Palace would not be able to sleep in peace. As such, this was a critical moment even for a great saint lands like them. Several minutes passed, before Shangguan Longyin finally withdrew his right palm. His tightened face relaxed, and he glanced towards the VIP stage, nodding imperceptibly towards Shangguan Tianqin. On his seat, Shangguan Tianqin sat back deeper into his seat, sighing in relief as a faint smile crossed his lips. Since Shangguan Longyin did not find any sign of seals or curses of the heavenly demon sect in Zhou Weiqing, that meant that he was truly not of the heavenly demon sect. He was not suspicious that this was some cunning plan of subterfuge by the heavenly demon sect. After all, with such an outstanding talent like Zhou Weiqing, if the heavenly demon sect actually got their claws in him, how could they not possibly want to control him? Why would they risk revealing him at this point? If Zhou Weiqing was not of the heavenly demon sect, that meant it was truly an amazing news for the Heaven's Expanse Palace. With his 6 attributes, and the ability to control the demonic change, in a few dozen years, perhaps the Heavenly Snow Mountain's slight advantage over the Heaven's Expanse Palace would no longer exist. As he thought up to this point, Shangguan Tianqin was put in a very good mood. Although Zhou Weiqing was currently not part of the Heaven's Expanse Palace, they were definitely in the advantage. After all, he was Shangguan Binger's man. Looks like I'll have to have a good chat with second brother. Of course, back on the tournament stage, Zhou Weiqing did not know all the various repercussions his actions had brought about. Currently, he was feeling rather out of sorts, almost vexed. Being treated like a lab rat by Shangguan Longyin, how could he possibly be happy? He thought to himself. Damn it, when your father, reach the Heavenly King stage in the future, I'll also play around with others like that. Humph humph humph. Shangguan Longyin looked towards the Dan Dun battle team, saying solemnly, as the head judge, I have examined him closely. This Zhou Weiqing does not have the seal of the heavenly demon sect, and the demonic change he used is a controlled demonic change. As such, he is not considered a heretic. The previous fight will still be counted, and the results remain unchanged. As the official judge, I proclaim, the final round of the preliminary heats, 3rd group Fei Li battle team is the victor, but... As he said that, he waved his hands, and Zhou Weiqing's body floated back down to land amongst Lin Tianao and the other team members. Shangguan Longyin continued, his voice softening a few notches, he is totally exhausted, almost to the point of exhausting his life force, and he will need a lot to rest to recuperate. I'm afraid that he will not be able to fight in at least the next round. However, for you all to be able to beat a seeded team in the preliminary heats, you have already made history. After saying that, Shangguan Longyin waved his hand again, this time Shen Little Demon was brought in front of him. Although in his heart he was on Zhou Weiqing's side, he had to go through the motions to help both sides. After all, the blood-red hell was also a great Saint Lands. As she was brought in front of him, Shangguan Longing placed a hand on her wrist and extended his senses. Moments later, his face changed. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression, glancing involuntarily to Zhou Weiqing, who was currently being carted away by Lin Tianao and the other Fei Li battle team members. After a short pause, Shangguan Longyin said, "Let the tournament continue," before jumping off the stage with Shin Little Demon, leading the rest of the Dan Dun battle team members towards their rest house. Back in the Fei Li battle team rest house, the team members carried Zhou Weiqing back to the rest house, before staring at each other haplessly. Drunken Bao muttered, Is this real? We actually defeated the Dan Dun battle team? Crow, give me a slap, I want to know if it hurts or not. Good. I love requests like this. Crow lifted up her hand. Drunken Bao realized his foolishness at the last moment. Wait. No. Don't. Not you. Xiaoyan, you do it, . Xiaoyan glared at him exasperatedly and gave him a solid kick in the buttocks. You useless bum. Drunken Bao stumbled forward from the kick, and twisting his neck back to look at the foot imprint on his pants, he blinked and said, Damn, it really hurt. Looks like this isn't a dream. We really won. In truth, he was not the only one. Every member of the Fei Li battle team still had the feeling like this was not real, like the entire day was a dream. After staring at each other for a moment, their gazes finally rested upon Zhou Weiqing, and their expressions turned strange. For Zhou Weiqing to be able to beat Shin Little Demon, he did not only shock all the outsiders, but even their entire team was shocked as well. 3 jewels versus 6 jewels, upper-level Sure Heavenly Jewel Master against an upper-level Zun Heavenly Jewel Master. Who would have thought that the Fei Li battle team had indeed beaten the Dan Dun battle team, and even more so, it had done so by winning the 1v1 against 2 of their strongest members. Perhaps it could be argued that Little Four had won entirely by a stroke of luck, but Zhou Weiqing's fight was definitely not so. Shin Little Demon had not been underestimating him, and with her anger, she had definitely been out to kill. Yet, he had been on the upper hand from the start of the fight to the finish. Such a victory was indeed an honor, or perhaps, almost an impossibility. Even if it wasn't impossible to duplicate such a feat in the future, it was certainly a feat of history. Zhou Weiqing was still lying there gasping for breath, his entire body numb and senseless. He could not even speak, and his expression was ugly. Looking at him like that, Lin Tianao and the rest were at a loss on how to help him. They did not dare attempt to use their heavenly energy to help him, as they did not know what was the issue, lest they cause more harm than good. Luckily, Shangguan Longyin had said that Zhou Weiqing was only overly exhausted, and there should be no threat to his life. Right at that moment, a soft, almost shy, voice sounded out, Big brothers and sis, can I come in please? As everyone turned towards the entrance, their jaws dropped as an interesting look flashed on their faces. This shy voice belonged to that young girl who had almost killed them all, Little Witch. Xiaoyan said slowly, his face full of distrust, Why are you here? We do not welcome you here. Little Witch said, a little aggrievely, My intentions are good, I am here to help him. As she said that, she pointed a small finger towards Zhou Weiqing. Swoosh, a white shadow blurred across the room, landing beside Zhou Weiqing. It was Fat Cat, and its eyes were filled with enmity as it glared at Little Witch, before roaring lightly at her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 280. Chapter 280, Scorpion Tailhook. Dark Demon God Lightning. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Little Witch pouted, looking extremely cute. If not for the fact that they had almost died in her hands before, the Fei Li battle team members' hearts might have melted from that sight. Humph, no good deed goes unpunished. Fine, I'll leave then. If you want to help him, it isn't difficult. Slowly infuse some heavenly energy through his palms. Zhou Weiqing, I know you can hear me. When they do so, try to use your spiritual energy to activate your Devour skill, and draw the heavenly energy into your body to heal yourself. After saying that, Little Witch made a face at them before turning to leave. Yi Pao Pao said, Can her words be trusted? Lin Tianao said solemnly, previously, when she came to look for Weiqing, she did not seem to have any enmity towards him. We can try it out, but be very careful, only a little at a time. Let me try. Xiaoyan and Drunken Bao each lifted and supported one of Zhou Weiqing's arms, and Lin Tianao placed both palms onto Zhou Weiqing's, carefully circulating his heavenly energy to move into the palms slowly. Naturally, Zhou Weiqing had heard Little Witch's words. Although he could not move his body, he could still listen and think. He did not know if what she said would really help him, but he decided to give it a try anyway. What followed next proved that Little Witch was indeed not lying to them. At first, Zhou Weiqing did not feel anything, but as Lin Tianao slowly infused his heavenly energy into his palms, he felt his arms slowly regaining a little bit of feeling. Soon after, he was able to activate the Devour skill. Lin Tianao felt two weak suction forces pulling from Zhou Weiqing's palms, drawing in his heavenly energy. At this point, Zhou Weiqing was just too weak, and the suction force was extremely weak. As he continued devouring, Lin Tianao's heavenly energy began to circulate upwards through his arms and to his shoulders, soon reaching the clavicle acupuncture point, and amazingly it seemed to ignite the death acupuncture point. A slow whirlpool formed once again, and only then did Zhou Weiqing realize that he had been so drained and weak that all his energy whirlpools around his death acupuncture points had stopped moving. Of course, Little Witch did not know about Zhou Weiqing's immortal deity technique or its intricacies, but regarding the profound mysteries of the Devour skill, no one could know better than the Heavenly Demon sect. As the heavenly energy circulated around his body, reactivating his energy whirlpools and reinvigorating his body, feeling slowly returned to him. By the time his last death acupuncture point had been rebroken through and resumed the spinning of its energy whirlpool, Zhou Weiqing was finally able to speak. "Ah, it hurts," Zhou Weiqing exclaimed out loud. He was almost regretting getting Lin Tianao to infuse heavenly energy to recover, as the sheer pain caused him to almost faint. At that point, he almost wished for the numbness to return. As his death acupuncture points resumed their energy whirlpools, it also allowed him to really examine his body's situation. Terrible was barely scratching the surface of its description now. Not just his body and muscles, his entire meridian system had at least 30% totally shattered, while the remaining 70% were split and damaged. It was no wonder that Shangguan Longyin had said he was drained of vitality. Zhou Weiqing was certain that if not for the fact that he had gone through his second evolving, he would likely have self-imploded from attempting to unleash the Dark Demon God Lightning, and not having any chance of success. When he was unleashing the Dark Demon God Lightning, using his right foot hook like that was not an attempt to look cool, but because he had no choice but to do so. That was because out of his entire body, even in the demonic change state, his demonic right leg was the toughest and most resilient. At first, Zhou Weiqing had not thought about that, but when he had started unleashing the Dark Demon God Lightning, he had realized at the last moment that he was in trouble. The terrifying skill had drained off every last bit of his heavenly energy, as if he had become a piece-dried beef jerky. That wasn't even sufficient, and added to it, that huge mass of energy was moving about his body uncontrollably. Zhou Weiqing had to force it into his right leg before he could finally gain some semblance over it to properly unleash it. The Dark Demon God Lightning was just too terrifying. Not only did it destroy the enemy, it also inflicted serious injuries on himself. Although the 3-jeweled level Dark Demon God Lightning was far from its peak, with much room to grow, but it had already done so much damage to himself. One could imagine how truly terrifying this triple attribute skill would be in its full power. Today, the reason Zhou Weiqing had defeated Shin Little Demon could be said to be him digging deep into his potential, using every skill to their maximum. The most critical skills had been the demonic attribute ones. Without the demonic change, he wouldn't be able to hold his own from the beginning. Without the Devour skill taking effect twice at the start, Shin Little Demon wouldn't have run out of energy so quickly. More importantly, it enabled him to sustain his earlier skill usages, otherwise he would not be able to make use of powerful skills like the Silver Emperor Spatial Rend and the Dark Demon God Lightning at the end. As for the Dark Demon God Lightning, that was naturally the final skill that was critical in achieving victory. With Shin Little Demon's cultivation level, even though she had been suppressed from the beginning, and even being controlled by Zhou Weiqing's absolute delay, given enough time to recover and regain her edge, she would be able to ultimately take the victory and perhaps even kill him off. It could be said that he had seized control of the tempo of the battle from the start, and in one fell swoop, through sheer power and surprise factor, controlled it to the end before using that terrifying Dark Demon God Lightning to finish it. The amount of close shaves he had gone through was unbelievable, and only Zhou Weiqing himself was clear that if he had to go through that once again, he had no confidence in being able to beat her another time. In truth, from the start, although Zhou Weiqing had challenged Shin Little Demon, he had not even dreamed of winning. If it had been before Shangguan Binger leaving, he would still do his best to win the tournament, but he would not fight in such a senseless fight where he had to reveal every hidden aces he had to the world. However, now that Shangguan Binger had been taken away from him, it burned inside of him, so much so that he wanted to prove that he had the ability, the right, the qualification to marry her. In order to do so, not only did he have to lead his team to a top 4 post or higher, he had to prove his own personal strength. Without any question, a seeded team like the Dan Dun Battle Team, from the Great St. Lands, that was his best stage. If he fought with Shin Little Demon and showed his power, even if he did not gain victory, or couldn't show anything else in the later fights, it was still enough. As such, he changed his style of keeping his cards to his chest in fighting. As soon as the fight started, he had used his demonic change. In Zhou Weiqing's original thinking, he would last as long as he could, to suppress her and control her to his best ability, and when he could no longer take it, he would admit defeat. The plan he had told his companions was indeed his real plan to achieve final team victory. However, the pressure that Shin Little Demon brought upon him was just too huge. Just the holy flames of light alone had almost insta-killed him. If not for his quick thinking and reactions, he might have lost his life there and then, and never seen Binger again. Under such a circumstance, Zhou Weiqing had been angered, and it sparked his hidden potential within him, finally defeating Shin Little Demon. This was also an unexpected victory even for himself. With 30% of his meridians shattered, and the rest split apart, how could he be in a good condition? The numbness had faded, but besides his head, which was still relatively okay, his entire body was a miasma of pain. The way he was trembling, it looked just as bad as the state Shin Little Demon was in. "Weiqing, how are you feeling?" Lin Tian'ao asked solemnly. By that time, Zhou Weiqing was covered in cold sweat. "Damn it, I will not use this skill again unless absolutely necessary. Ah, it hurts so bad. Quick, knock me out, I can't stand it anymore." Crow lowered her head to him, a blissful look upon her face, and she said happily, "Weiqing, before I knock you out, I have to tell you something. We are rich." Ha 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 ha. As she burst out into a loud cackle, she gave him a hard slap. Zhou Weiqing did not have any time to react before he fainted right back into Lin Tianao's arms. Rich? Only then did the rest of the team remember their bets today. Pang Yi Pao Pao leapt up, smacking his head onto the roof of the rest house. However, he did not even care about the pain. Pack asterisk asterisk pack asterisk pack asterisk, he gave himself 4 tight slaps. "Oh, I am such an idiot." 1. As he slapped himself, he stomped angrily on the ground. He was not the only one. Besides Crow, all the rest of the team members had a vexed look on their faces. Amongst the entire Fei Li Battle team members, Crow had undoubtedly been the poorest. After winning all the way from the beginning, she had finally amassed 30,000 gold coins, definitely peanuts compared to some of the other team members. However, just in this final fight, both she and Zhou Weiqing had bet everything they had, while the rest of the team members had only bet 10,000 gold coins. None of them had actually truly expected to win, and as such, after they had actually won, it was only after Crow reminded them that everyone remembered in a sudden shock that the odds had been 1 to 100. That was to say, each and every one of them had won 1,000,000 gold coins. Well, winning was a good thing, but the problem was, it could have been so much more. The reason why Yi Pao Pao had been so agitated was that he had originally been the richest of the team. He couldn't help thinking that if he had bet his entire fortune of 1,300,000 gold coins, perhaps after today he would be richer than his entire family. That was 100 million gold coins. Even for the Zhongtian Empire, it was a considerable sum. After all, for any common family, their annual expenditure was barely a dozen gold coins. 100 million gold coins, what kind of notion was that? It was probably enough to purchase a few god-tier consolidating equipment scrolls. As he thought about that, how could Yi Pao Pao not feel such a sense of regret? After this victory, Crow with her 30,000 gold coins, had jumped from being the poorest member to the second richest, only behind Zhou Weiqing. Of course, the most disgusting fellow was indeed Zhou Weiqing. After all, he had bet a whole 1,000,000 gold coins. That was to say, he truly had 100 million gold coins now. Everyone turned abruptly to stare at Zhou Weiqing, a green light in their eyes. If not for the fact that Zhou Weiqing had already fainted, perhaps the Fei Li Battle Team rest house would be bustling in noise and excitement. Just as the team was suppressing their strange mixed feelings of being vexed, excited, and happy, all of a sudden, the loud sound of many footsteps sounded outside their rest house. As they turned to look, they saw Shangguan Longyin leading the Dan Dun Battle Team members to their rest house, carrying the unconscious Shin Little Demon. The Fei Li Battle Team's hearts tightened, and Lin Tian'ao quickly stepped ahead of his companions, saying solemnly, "The fight is over now, what are you all here for?" The atmosphere was rather tense. With the top 2 talents of the Dan Dun Battle Team with 1 death and 1 heavily injured, it was almost without a doubt that the enmity between the 2 teams was at an unredeemable high. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281. Chapter 281, 3 Toxic Venoms, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. The Fei Li Battle Team and Dan Dun Battle Team faced off each other at the entrance, glaring hard at each other. At this point, the Fei Li Battle Team no longer feared their opponent. After all, the Dan Dun Battle Team's top 2 members were out of commission, 1 permanently even. As for the rest, they were also at the 5-jeweled cultivation level. As for the Fei Li Battle Team, with Lin Tian'ao as the leader, both Xia Yan and Drunken Bao, who hadn't taken action thus far, were also 5-jeweled. Finally, there was Crow, whose strength was more than equal to any 5-jeweled master as well. If a fight really broke out, they would not be mere pushovers. Shangguan Longyin said solemnly, "Hold it. Do not be nervous, they are not here to look for trouble." Who was Shangguan Longyin? He was the Zhongtian Empire's skill-storing palace master. In the entire Zhongtian Empire, he could be said to be above all but one man. For him to say such a thing, it was definitely more than a mere guarantee that a fight would not break out. It was at this point that the Fei Li battle team members finally realized that the Dan Dun battle team members had a strange expression on their faces, and that Shin Little Demon was still being carried by them, her entire body shivering violently. Lin Tianao bowed towards Shangguan Longyin and said, "Yes, Senior Shangguan. Since you say they are not here to cause trouble, may I know why you all are here?" Both sides had just fought hard, and one of their members had even been killed. If they were here to mediate, no one would believe it. Shangguan Longyin shifted his gaze towards Shin Little Demon, before saying solemnly, "I have examined Shin Little Demon, but I am unable to tell what skill Zhou Weiqing used on her." As soon as Shangguan Longyin said that, the entire Fei Li battle team revealed looks of shock. Who was Shangguan Longyin? His Heavenly King Jewel Master power aside, he was the skill-storing palace master of the Zhongtian Empire, and could be said to be specialized in skill storing. For even him to not be able to recognize the skill, that was almost inconceivable. In that moment, everyone had the same question in their mind: what was that final skill that Zhou Weiqing used? Alas, currently Zhou Weiqing was still unconscious, and could not give them any answer. Shangguan Longyin said, "Shin Little Demon was struck by Zhou Weiqing's skill. On the surface level, it seems like it is a mixture of 3 attributes: darkness, evil and lightning. However, after much examination, I found that it isn't just merely 3 different types of energy, but it is formed into 3 toxic venoms." 3 toxic venoms? Even Lin Tianao's interest was sparked. Shangguan Longyin nodded and said, "Any form of energy, when it interacts in a harmful or undesirable way with a human body, will form a type of venom. Simply speaking, for example, when someone is burnt with fire, up to a certain point, they will be affected with fire venom. However, usually Heavenly Jewel Master's skills are a lot more direct: either they destroy you, or you block it. For something like this to warp into venom, this is also the first time I have witnessed it. My guess is that when Zhou Weiqing released this last blow, it was severely weakened by Shin Little Demon. Furthermore, it is likely that at his cultivation level he hasn't been able to unleash the full power of the skill. If not, Shin Little Demon would have died already. In any case, all of those factors combined have resulted into this current situation, where her body is now being corroded by all 3 types of venom: darkness, lightning and evil. Although she isn't at immediate risk of death, if she isn't healed, she will eventually lose her life. More importantly, these 3 venoms aren't working individually, but are somehow intertwined and supporting each other. Earlier, I tried using my own heavenly energy to force out the venom, but as soon as I tried it, I had to give up. Even when my heavenly Tao energy was infused into her body, the venom reacted instantly. Not only would I fail in forcing out the venom, it would force the venom to kill her off instantly. This is an almost incurable venom without the proper antidote. Shangguan Longyin paused at that point, before continuing, "This might sound arrogant, but in the entire mainland, for a venom to be incurable by me, there are at most 2 to 3 others who might have a chance of succeeding. Even if it were the Heavenly Snow Mountain Lord who was here with his divine attribute, I doubt he would have the confidence to say that he can definitely cure this venom. Also, if she dies from this venom, even the resurrection skill will not work on her." Hearing Shangguan Longyin's words, everyone couldn't help but suck in a deep breath. What a vicious venom! Lin Tianao said, "What is your one purpose of coming here then?" Shangguan Longyin said passively, "Shin Little Demon is from the blood red hell, and is the daughter of my old friend. As such, I have brought her here. As the saying goes, it is easier for the doer to undo what he has done, and only Zhou Weiqing will be able to cure this venom easily." Drunken Bao said curiously, "Senior Shangguan, didn't you say it was incurable?" Shangguan Longyin said patiently, "Yes, it is incurable. However, the key is that its origin is from a skill released by Zhou Weiqing. I was watching their fight very closely, and I am very certain that this triple attribute skill of his was not stored. That is because, with his cultivation level of 3 jewels, he will definitely not be able to use such a fusion skill of 3 attributes. As such, there is only one other possibility: that skill is his inborn talent." Inborn talent? Hearing those words, not only the members of the Fei Li battle team, but also the Dan Dun battle team, were taken aback. Shangguan Longyin said, "You all should already know that the skills that heavenly beasts have are actually inborn talents. They do not need to go through any skill storing or anything like that. However, amongst us humans, there are also a few unique individuals who have something similar to that, with their own inborn talents. One good example is the notorious demonic change, which can be considered a type of inborn talent. This skill of Zhou Weiqing's is definitely one of the strongest I have ever seen. These inborn talents are usually inherited from their bloodlines, and in this case, although the venom might be incurable to others, it should be easy for him to detoxify her. As long as he uses his Devour skill to draw away all the venom, not only will it be harmless to him, but it should actually be beneficial towards his own healing. Lin Tianao glanced at the Dan Dun battle team, who all had strange, conflicted expressions on their faces. He finally turned back to Shangguan Longying before saying, "That is to say, Senior is asking us to save Shen Little Demon? However, if I am not wrong, the rules of the tournament state that the fights can be to the death, and it all boils down the fighters. No one has to take any responsibility for any particular death. We have no obligation to save her life, especially since she has also tried to kill Weiqing several times in the fight. I'm afraid that this request will be difficult." After killing Han Bing, he knew that their entire team had already fully angered the Dan Dun battle team, being enemies. Since they were already enemies, adding another Shen Little Demon wouldn't worsen the situation, but if they saved her, who knew if she wouldn't repay that kindness with revenge? The blood-red hell would not have any goodwill towards them. Under such a circumstance, why should they help save her? Lan Feng, the Dan Dun team member who had fought against Lin Tianao previously, burst out urgently, "As long as you can save leader, we will definitely not take revenge against you outside of the tournament." Lin Tianao looked at him, then said passively, "Can you make such a decision? Can you really represent the blood-red hell?" Lan Feng was silenced instantly, his face turning red. At this point, Shen Little Demon's shivering and convulsions seemed to get worse, and no one knew how long she could last. All of the Dan Dun members looked at her with worry, but they did not know what to do. After all, amongst the entire Dan Dun battle team, only Shen Little Demon and Han Bing were actually the inner core of the blood-red hell, while the rest were outer members. How could they possibly make a decision on the blood-red hell's behalf? However, one thing was certain, if Shen Little Demon truly died here, they would also be in trouble when they returned. At last, Shangguan Longying sighed and said, "Alright, since this old fellow has already opened his mouth, I must see it through. It is true that they are not able to make such a promise, but what if I make the promise?" Facing Shangguan Longying's impressive presence, Lin Tianao did not back down, instead saying in a neither haughty nor humble way, "Senior, how will you make such a promise?" Shangguan Longying said, "I will promise on their behalf. As long as Zhou Weiqing saves Shen Little Demon, it will clear up the enmity between your two teams about Han Bing's death. If the blood-red hell looks for trouble, they will be going against the Zhongtian Empire as well. This way, you can have no problems with saving her, right?" Hearing Shangguan Longying's words, the tense faces of the Fei Li battle team members finally relaxed a little. After all, they were merely students in the Fei Li Empire. How could they possibly be truly willing to anger and face one of the great Saint lands? Even the entire Fei Li Empire couldn't afford to do such a thing. With Shangguan Longying's promise, that meant they had the Zhongtian Empire's promise, perhaps even the Heaven's Expanse Palace. They would no longer need to worry about any future outright acts of vengeance from the blood-red hell. This was truly an unexpected piece of good news. Lin Tianao also let loose a long breath of relief. Just as he was about to agree, Shangguan Longying continued, "To compensate Zhou Weiqing, give this to him to drink." As he said that, he held out a jade bottle towards Lin Tianao. Lin Tianao took the bottle as Shangguan Longying explained, "This jade bottle contains the juice of the heavenly dragon holy fruit. It is one of the top healing items in the world, and will be extremely good for Zhou Weiqing's current condition. If he drinks that, he might even be able to join the future fights, and also have the energy to help heal Little Demon. At the same time, I can also give each of your team members one free skill storing opportunity in our Zhongtian skill storing palace." Upon hearing his words, the entire Fei Li battle team was stunned. Fortune had fallen into their laps so quickly, none of them could ever imagine Shangguan Longying giving them such concessions. Only Lin Tianao still remained calm. He knew deep in his heart that Shangguan Longying was giving them way too much, promising them reprieve from vengeance in front of the Dan Dun battle team in the Zhongtian Empire. How could he possibly refuse? What was the point of all these other gifts? Lin Tianao was a stable, careful person, but that did not mean he was stupid. In fact, calmly thinking things through would grant clarity and intelligence to many. After a while, he suddenly realized the true meaning of Shangguan Longying's visit. He wanted to court them, or to draw them to Zhongtian's side. Of course, not all of them, but mainly Zhou Weiqing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282. Chapter 282, 3 Toxic Venoms, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. After thinking it through, a faint smile appeared on Lin Tianao's face. This was not a bad thing for them, not just for Zhou Weiqing having good relations with the Heaven's Expanse Palace, but even the Fei Li Empire would gain much from having good relations with the Zhongtian Empire. As Zhou Weiqing's follower, he naturally had to think of Zhou Weiqing's position first. but as a Fei Empire citizen, he was naturally even happier with such a win-win situation. He understood that Zhou Weiqing had revealed too much of his talent today, and it was just too astounding. As the saying goes, the trees that grow the highest in the forest will be knocked down first one. There was always a bad side to drawing too much attention. He knew that with Zhou Weiqing's character, the only reason he would do something like that was because of Shangwan Binger. Alas, if they did not have a strong background, such an outstanding talent could mean an early demise. The world had never lacked talents, but those who could survive and grow to their maximum heights were few and far between. The thoughts flashed quickly through Lin Tianao's mind, and he quickly bowed respectfully towards Shangwan Longyin, saying, "Thank you Senior Shangwan for taking care of us. Weiqing is severely injured, could you please aid Shen Little Demon to help her stabilize for a while? We will give him the Heavenly Dragon Holy Fruit Juice to hasten his recovery so he can help cure Miss Shen. Is that alright?" Shangwan Longyin was old and experienced, and he instantly knew that Lin Tianao had accepted the olive branch he had extended. Smiling faintly, he nodded, his favorable impression of this stable young man in front of him going up a notch. Pinching Zhou Weiqing's nose, Lin Tianao poured in the Heavenly Dragon Holy Fruit Juice and forced him to swallow. However, before he could continue taking action, Shangwan Longyin stepped forward. In truth, he was unable to do anything to stabilize and further help Shen Little Demon. The Dark Demon God Lightning's venom was just too powerful and overbearing. As soon as he tried to do anything, it would activate. Furthermore, he wanted to get Zhou Weiqing to owe him a favor. Shangwan Longyin stepped forward to Zhou Weiqing before placing both hands on his body. His hands were suffused with a shimmering white, almost jade-like, color as he spread his heavenly Dao energy around, moving around Zhou Weiqing's body. Under the guidance of the heavenly Dao energy, the Heavenly Dragon Holy Fruit Juice quickly spread around Zhou Weiqing's entire body and infused within. In the entire process, Shangwan Longyin was secretly shocked. Earlier, on the tournament stage, he had examined Zhou Weiqing's injuries, and knew how heavily injured he was. Yet, at this moment, only a short time had passed, and now that he was examining Zhou Weiqing's body, he was surprised to discover that his meridians were already starting to heal. It was at a speed that was definitely beyond any normal rate of healing, even for his own stage Heavenly Jewel Master. Perhaps only those who had reached the Heavenly Dao stage like him could do so. Such an amazing talent! Shangwan Longyin marveled to himself. Of course, he did not reveal anything in his expression, remaining impassive and cool. In a matter of moments, the Heavenly Dragon Holy Fruit Juice had circulated throughout the meridian network of Zhou Weiqing, and a faint fragrance wafted from his body. A white mist rose out from his body, and his labored breathing calmed down. The Heavenly Dragon Holy Fruit was indeed a rare and miraculous treasure, and in fact, it was an ingredient in some of the God-tier consolidating equipment scrolls. The Heavenly Dragon Holy Fruit only grew in very particular specific environments. Dragons were very rare in the boundless mainland, and they were usually only found in deep in the mountains. An adult dragon was comparable to a Heavenly King Jewel Master powerhouse. However, they were not considered threats to humans as they usually stuck to themselves, and did not venture into the human world. At the same time, every dragon was considered a treasure trove to humans. They had the habit of collecting treasure, and it was common for their habitats to have a huge amount of treasure like gold and gems. That was not the only thing, the entire body of the dragon was considered a treasure in itself. Their scales were extremely durable and suitable for making scale armor. Dragon blood and ground dragon bones were some of the top quality consolidating equipment materials, while their nucleus core was the top quality of all heavenly nucleus cores. It could be said their entire body was treasure to humans. The Heavenly Dragon Holy Fruit was, as its name suggests, linked to the habitats of dragons, and could only grow in their habitats. A dragon's saliva would drip onto the ground, and after hundreds of years, only then would the area be suitable for Heavenly Dragon Holy Fruits to grow. They were considered top-quality healing items, and also had a powerful effect of strengthening physiques. If a normal human drank the juice of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Fruit, as long as he wasn't older than 30 years old, just a single drop would actually be enough to awaken their personal power jewel, to become a Jewel Master. As for Jewel Masters, it was able to heal almost all physical wounds. With the aid of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Fruit Juice, Zhou Weiqing's own amazing regenerative capabilities was brought to full power, and his meridians knit themselves together at amazing speed. By the time Shangwan Longyin removed his hands, his heavenly energy was fully back in proper circulation. Standing beside Zhou Weiqing, Shangwan Longyin showed a pondering look, almost uncertain, and remained silent for a moment. Senior Shangwan, leader will not be able to last long. It was only when one of the Dan Dun battle team members called out urgently did Shangwan Longyin break out of his reverie. He placed a palm softly on Zhou Weiqing's head, who shuddered, before slowly opening his eyes. Waking up to see Shangwan Longyin right in front of him, Zhou Weiqing started. The next instant, he felt the sudden changes in his body. Although he still hurt from head to toe, it was already much better than the unbearable agony he was in before he had lost consciousness. At the same time, he could also feel the energy drawn from the 14 energy whirlpools of his death acupuncture points, constantly re-nourishing his body as he could sense his meridians mending. Thank you, Senior, for helping me heal. With Zhou Weiqing's intelligence, how could he not understand what had happened? Shangguan Longyin nodded to him, not concealing his approval of the youth in front of him. Lin Tianao quickly stepped forward towards Zhou Weiqing, softly telling him about Shangguan Longyin's promise. Zhou Weiqing looked at him questioningly, and seeing Lin Tianao nodding to him, he understood that his companions were not against him saving Shen Little Demon, and he knew it would only be a benefit to them all. Since Senior has given his guarantee, we have nothing to worry about. However, I am not confident in my own abilities in saving Miss Shen. After all, this was actually the first time I've also used that skill. Let me try. Shangguan Longyin nodded, saying, I understand, if even you aren't able to save her, then there is no other choice. As he said that, he turned to the Dan Dun battle team members and waved to them. Although they were full of hate and animosity towards the Fei Li battle team, they did not dare to show any sign of it or delay. After all, this was their leader's survival at stake. As such, they quickly carried her in. The rest house was just enough for a single team, and it was extremely crowded now with all of them in it. Looking at Shen Little Demon, pale-faced and shivering while constantly glowing in the 3 different colors, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. Of course, that feeling was not because of Shen Little Demon's looks, but because of the dark demon god Lightning. Although he had previously said he would no longer use it without any compelling reason, he was truly thirsting for its unbelievable power. If he could truly control this amazing triple attribute skill, it was without a doubt it would be an extremely lethal weapon in his arsenal, especially against opponents higher level than he was. As he thought about that, he pondered slightly to himself before saying, please place her on the ground. The members of the Dan Dun battle team quickly laid her down. Although they did not know how to treat this youth in front of them, who had caused such an injury to their leader, Shangguan Longyin was right next to them, and Zhou Weiqing had also agreed to heal their leader, and they would naturally abide by their agreement. However, Zhou Weiqing's following actions caused them all to reveal a violent rage. Zhou Weiqing lifted up his right foot, placing it right on Shen Little Demon's chest. What are you doing? Lan Feng was about to charge forward, but was stopped by a hand from Shangguan Longyin. Shangguan Longyin said solemnly, he let loose that attack from his right leg. If I am not wrong, only his right leg is able to withstand the power of it. The members of the Dan Dun battle team started, halting hesitatingly, but their eyes still showed their anger and humiliation. No matter what, Shen Little Demon was still being stepped on by Zhou Weiqing, and the sheer humiliation and disgrace of it caused their faces to turn red in rage. Naturally, Zhou Weiqing ignored them all. The only thing in his mind was currently, 35D, stepping on it sure feels soft and springy. Of course, he was not the rash, impetuous youngling of 2 years back, and would never speak such thoughts out loud. Instead, he looked on calmly, the solemn picture of a gentleman. Circulating his heavenly energy, Zhou Weiqing pressed the sole of his foot against her heart, infusing his heavenly energy into her body. However, the infusion was met with puzzlement. Although he could sense the 3 wildly rampaging energy forces within her body, he was still unable to draw them out with his powerful right leg. Inspiration struck. Zhou Weiqing bent down, the heavenly jewels around his wrists appearing swiftly, and he placed his palms down onto her chest. This time, not only the Dan Dun battle team, but even the members of the Fei Li battle team all stared in shock, their eyes wide and jaws open. However, before anyone could call out to stop him, Shen Little Demon's circumstance changed. Black, gray and blue. The 3 lights instantly flickered around Zhou Weiqing's palm, as the lights around Shen Little Demon were drawn towards his palms, just like he had devoured her heavenly energy on the tournament stage. Indeed, he had to unleash the Devour skill through his palms. Seeing it take effect on their leader was the only thing stopping the Dan Dun battle team members from charging forward to stop it. Even so, they clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. What sort of healing was this? Was he doing this on purpose to humiliate them? Zhou Weiqing was totally enjoying himself. Originally, when he had taken action, he truly did not have any dirty thoughts. The reason why he chose the chest area to take action was because that was where the dark demon god Lightning had struck. Of course, when his hands actually pressed forward and he started devouring the heavenly energy, the feeling in his palms, soft, yet springy, it was just amazing. Furthermore, as the 3 attribute heavenly energy was drawn into him from her body, it was immediately transformed into his own heavenly energy, giving him a surge of strength. After all, it was originally formed from his own heavenly energy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283. Chapter 283, 3 Toxic Venoms, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. That was not the only thing. Along with the 3-attribute heavenly energy came Shen Little Demon's own personal, pure heavenly energy. The energy coursed through his own drained body, reinvigorating it and surging through his meridians, hastening his recovery. Shen Little Demon's complexion gradually improved, and the violent shivering was also improving. Shangguan Lanin, standing at the side, nodded his head approvingly. He was an extremely experienced heavenly jewel master, and had seen many things in his time, and was thus the only one who could easily tell that Zhou Weiqing was doing so because the dark demon god lightning was originally struck at her chest. After about 15 minutes, Zhou Weiqing finally lifted his hands. Shen Little Demon was no longer shivering, but her face was still pale. This was actually due to Zhou Weiqing's devour skill, though he had let her off. If not, he could have totally drained her dry since she was unable to resist. Of course, he would never do such a thing. He had touched her after all, and it wouldn't do to just kill her off like that. Especially since Shangguan Lanin and her teammates were just right there. Withdrawing his hands and leg, Zhou Weiqing stepped back. Reaching into his spatial necklace, he took out a set of fresh clothing, and quickly donned them, as he was still almost naked after his clothes had burst apart in the previous fight. Senior Shangguan, it's done. Shangguan Lanin nodded, and the members of the Dan Dun battle team quickly supported Shen Little Demon up again. They glared at Zhou Weiqing with hostile gazes. Lan Feng said coldly, the mountains may not move, but the waters will flow. We will meet again. If not for the weather today, you would have been killed today. Thank you, Senior Shangguan. Let's go. The members of the Dan Dun battle team turned and walked out, and Zhou Weiqing turned towards Shangguan Lanin with a rather wronged look upon his face. Senior Shangguan, look at them. Shangguan Lanin said solemnly, you all do not need to worry, since this old fellow has already spoken out, I will definitely ensure it. If the blood-red hell gives you trouble, I will not sit by and watch. I trust that they will also not forget my words. Zhou Weiqing said curiously, Senior Shangguan, what did Lan Feng mean just now about the weather? Shangguan Lanin turned to him in surprise, saying, your darkness and evil attributes both work better during overcast weather, while Shen Little Demon's light and fire attributes are both stronger during a clear, sunny day. In fact, some of the blood-red hell's secret techniques require sunlight to unleash. Didn't you know that? Zhou Weiqing's eyes widened as he exclaimed, different attributes are affected differently by the weather? Skills requiring the weather to unleash? Shangguan Lanin shook his head helplessly, saying, who taught you how to cultivate? How could you not know such basic things? The Fei Li battle team members hid their smiles as they stood at the side. By now, they were already used to Zhou Weiqing's situation. He was always able to think of some unconstrained and unique ideas, especially in combat, and he also had that enviable amount of attributes, but in terms of basic knowledge, he was indeed terrible. Zhou Weiqing scratched his head in embarrassment, saying, my teacher was a physical jewel master, not a heavenly jewel master, and I never attended any specialized school. In terms of elemental jewels and their interaction with the weather, he naturally wouldn't be able to teach me anything about it. Shangguan Lanin started. After a moment of silence, he said, Zhou Weiqing, I'd like to have a moment alone to talk to you. Without hesitation, Zhou Weiqing said, okay. The other members of the Fei Li battle team understood, and quickly stood up automatically, walking out of the rest house to give the two room to talk. Shangguan Lanin waved his hands, enveloping the entire rest house in a faint white glow, as his powerful heavenly energy easily separated the rest house from the outside world. Weiqing. I'll call you that from now on, alright. Earlier, when I was helping you with your injuries, I noticed that your cultivation method was extremely unique, so much so that this old fellow has not even seen it before. It could be said to be almost miraculous. I'm relatively familiar with all the cultivation techniques of all the great Saint lands, and I am certain that none of them have anything like this at all. Not only does your cultivation technique have an amazing automatic drawing of heavenly energy, it actually forms an interesting defensive shield that is beyond the ordinary basic heavenly energy shield. Even if those are the only benefits, it is already equal or better than any of the great Saint lands cultivation techniques. It seems that this, coupled with your multiple attributes, has allowed you to best Shen Little Demon this time. Even though there are elements of luck and surprise in that victory, it is only because your basic foundation is extremely well built. Can you tell me what this cultivation technique I called? I do not have any other meaning. If you do not wish to say, I will not force you. Zhou Weiqing was silent for a moment, before he finally said, this technique is called the Immortal Deity Technique, and I came across it by accident. Immortal Deity Technique? Shangguan Lanin muttered to himself, then nodded approvingly. A powerful, dominant name indeed. Weiqing, I have a proposition for you. Zhou Weiqing's heart skipped a beat, but he remained impassive on the surface as he said calmly, please, that. Shangguan Lanin continued, you should already know that our Zhongtian Empire is supported by the Heaven's Expanse Palace, and our Heaven's Expanse Palace originates from the Heavenly Jewel Island. In terms of history and background, the Heaven's Expanse Palace is actually the latest of the 5 Great Saint Lands to appear, but we are placed at the head of the 5 Great Saint Lands, not because we overpower them in terms of combat prowess, but because of our sheer wealth. Zhou Weiqing did not interrupt Shangguan Longying, listening silently at the side. He was more than happy to learn more about the secrets of the Heaven's Expanse Palace. Shangguan Longying continued, "This wealth originates from the Heavenly Jewel Island, and I am not afraid to tell you this. On the Heavenly Jewel Island, there used to be 13 dragon lairs, and it was exactly the wealth within these 13 that was the base of the rise of today's Heaven's Expanse Palace, allowing us to have many riches, but more importantly, various rare treasures. One, allowing us to recruit vast amounts of talents and gather top-quality consolidating equipment masters. Slowly, with the powerful consolidating equipment advantage, we became one of the Great Saint Lands, and eventually developing into the first of them as we are currently. 13 dragon lairs." When Zhou Weiqing heard those words, his eyes lit up. Every dragon was a thing of legend, and their wealth was equally so, as the last one to be found in the mainland had been a long time ago. Yet, the Heavenly Jewel Island had 13 of them. It was no wonder that the Heaven's Expanse Palace had so many treasures. Just like what Shangguan Longying had said, it was these treasures that had helped build up the Heaven's Expanse Palace to what it was today. As for why Shangguan Longying told him all of that, he had a faint idea what was coming next. Shangguan Longying continued, "However, just depending on these treasures to create consolidating equipment scrolls is not sufficient to maintain us forever, as they will run out eventually, no matter how long it takes. In terms of designs, we have no issues, and are far at the forefront of any others. However, a god-tier consolidating equipment scroll just burns too much materials. Although, at present, it seems like we are in no danger of running out anytime soon, it is never too early to start planning for the inevitable, as who knows when they will run out." Amongst the other 4 Great Saint Lands, the Heavenly Demon Sect has the demonic attribute, the life attribute and other secret arts, the Blood Red Hell has the fire attribute and light attribute secret arts, the Passion Valley has the time attribute secret arts, and the Heavenly Snow Mountain tops them all with 2 saint attributes, the divine and spirit attributes, and their secret arts. If all the Great Saint Lands were to fight without any consolidated equipment, it could be said that we would not be able to win any of them. As such, all these years, we have been looking for some suitable secret arts and techniques for our Heaven's Expanse Palace. Earlier, when I was helping to heal you, I noticed the miraculous abilities of your cultivation technique. Besides what I mentioned, your recovery speeds are also unheard of, such a speed of recovery of heavenly energy, it is incomparable to any other cultivation technique I know of. I will not beat around the bush. The reason I have explained all of that to you is because I am offering to pay for your cultivation technique, in exchange for any treasures you might require. Shangguan Longying's voice was sincere. He was indeed highly interested in the immortal deity technique. As the skill-storing palace master, not only was he of high rank in the Zhongtian Empire, but also the Heaven's Expanse Palace. He knew such cultivation techniques could not be easily forced or seized. Should he try to get it from Zhou Weiqing forcefully, even if he tampered with a few lines, it could cause irreparable damage to the Heaven's Expanse Palace. As such, even if he didn't have high hopes, he still tried his luck at purchasing the technique. Hearing Shangguan Longying's words, Zhou Weiqing gave an awkward expression. With a bitter smile, he said, "Senior Shangguan, you know that nobody wishes for their cultivation technique to be spread, especially these top-quality ones." Shangguan Longying sighed. Zhou Weiqing's answer was within his expectation. After all, it was rare that anyone would be willing to sell their cultivation technique, and perhaps risk their weakness being discovered. A top-quality cultivation technique could mean the rise and fall of a Heavenly Jewel Master faction, and was usually considered priceless. He did not pursue it further, only hoping that if Zhou Weiqing married Shangguan Binger in the future, perhaps he would have another chance to bring the technique into the Heaven's Expanse Palace. Right at that moment, he suddenly heard some words of hope from Zhou Weiqing. However, the troubled look on Zhou Weiqing's face did not change, but he drawled out a possibility. "However, what?" Shangguan Longying immediately seized the chance, continuing, "You do not need to worry. As long as you are willing to sell it, we will definitely be able to give you what you require. No matter what treasures or consolidating equipment materials, as long as it is not too absurd, I am certain we will be able to satisfy you." As he said that, Shangguan Longying was extremely confident. After all, in terms of wealth, who could compare with the top of the Great Saint Lands, the Heaven's Expanse Palace? Looking at Shangguan Longying's face of urgency, Zhou Weiqing was laughing in his heart. Naturally, his acting skills had come into play once more, the troubled look on his face a practiced one. Although the Heaven's Expanse Palace was Shangguan Binger's home, he had not gotten a good reception from Shangguan Tianyue. Furthermore, this was an equivalent exchange, not considered cheating, right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284. Chapter 284, We're Rich. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Alas for Shangguan Longyin, how could he have known that although Zhou Weiqing did not learn anything much about heavenly jewel masters from his teacher, he learnt all the street smarts and social experience from him, more so, the art of being a rogue, a scoundrel, con man, peeking at women's baths, such skills were trained eminently indeed. Furthermore, as he grew older, these skills were kept well hidden, deep within his bones, and could not be easily detected from the surface. That Zhou Weiqing was undoubtedly much more dangerous, perhaps sly and cunning would be more aptly put. When he heard that Shangguan Longyin wanted the immortal deity technique, Zhou Weiqing's heart almost burst with joy. That immortal deity technique was indeed miraculous, but in truth, who would be willing to train such an insane technique given a choice? If not for that black pearl he had swallowed a long time ago, he would have died many times from this technique. It could be said that this technique would be practically useless to most people, even if it were any outstanding genius. Perhaps breaking through a few death acupuncture points was no problem, but would they be able to last all the way? In fact, Zhou Weiqing wasn't even confident of being able to complete it himself, but he was already stuck on this path, and had no other choice. Such a almost suicidal technique, how much could it be worth? It was indeed miraculous, but no one wanted to die from cultivating. Of course, Zhou Weiqing wouldn't say this now, his excuse being that Shangguan Longyin didn't ask further. If he could make use of the immortal deity technique to exchange for some important treasures, that would be an insane profit for him. Anyway, that was his future father-in-law's family, he was making an exchange on his own abilities, why not? As such, Zhou Weiqing planted the seeds of foreshadowing. If Muan had been here to look at his troubled look, he would instantly know it was the beginnings of his art of fleecing. Zhou Weiqing furrowed his brow, as if deep in thought. After a while of hesitation, he seemed to make up his mind as his face set in resolution. Senior Shangguan, there is something I definitely have to tell you. My fiancée's name is Shangguan Binger, and if I am not wrong, she is the daughter of one of the higher-ups in the Heaven's Expanse Palace. A few days ago, they finally met, and her father brought her away, saying that I do not have the qualification to marry his daughter. If not for that, I wouldn't have revealed my hand in pitting my life against Shin Little Demon today. In order to prove myself to her father, to prove that I have the power to protect Binger, I almost died today on the stage. I can give up this immortal deity technique, but I have two conditions. It was Shangguan Longyin's turn to be troubled, and with a bitter smile, he said, if it were any goods or treasures, I can definitely make the decision. However, Lady Binger is out of my control, as she is our second palace master's daughter, the first palace master's niece. It will not be an easy task to marry her, and I do not have the right to make such a decision for the second palace master. Zhou Weiqing sighed and said, I originally wanted to give the immortal deity technique as a wedding gift, but since you said that, let's leave it at that for now. However, I am confident that I will be able to touch my future father-in-law with my sincerity and own power. In truth, he did not even intend to use the immortal deity technique to exchange for Binger. Not to mention the fact that Shangguan Tianyue might not agree, he personally felt that doing so was a cowardly move. He would definitely use his own abilities to prove to Shangguan Tianyue that he could protect Binger, and was worthy of her. As for why he started off with that in his negotiations with Shangguan Longyin, as the saying goes, demand an exorbitant price at the start, and you will have the upper hand in bargaining negotiations. Since you aren't able to agree to the first condition, let's talk about the second condition. Earlier, you said that there are 13 dragon lairs on the Heavenly Jewel Island, that means you all have dragons? My immortal deity technique is definitely a priceless treasure, I'll exchange it for a pet dragon, that's not too much, right? Ah, if only I had the Beastmaster skills of the Heavenly Snow Mountain to control the dragon, that would be even better. Hearing Zhou Weiqing's words, Shangguan Longyin sweat dropped. If not for the fact that Zhou Weiqing had an honest look on his face, not looking like any fraudulent or crafty person, and he also had a longing look on his face as he said it, Shangguan Longyin would have thought that this young rascal was fooling and taunting him. What do you think dragons are? Even if we had a dragon, how could we possibly give you one? That is our symbol, our totem. Zhou Weiqing looked at him, wide-eyed and innocent, with a surprised look on his face. Senior Shangguan, surely you do not mean that my immortal deity technique isn't worth a dragon? No matter how long a dragon lives, it will die one day, but my immortal deity technique can be passed down forever. One dragon is already considered a loss to me. This, Shangguan Longyin hesitated. Earlier, when he had rejected Zhou Weiqing, he had not thought much about it. Now, upon hearing Zhou Weiqing's arguments, he was left tongue-tied. Indeed, what Zhou Weiqing was somewhat true, with the miraculous cultivation technique, if the Heaven's Expanse Palace managed to gain it, even if the Heavenly Jewel Island treasure was used up in the future, it would still be able to remain one of the 5 Great Saint Lands. Shangguan Longyin suddenly realized that the situation was slipping out of his control. Furrowing his brow, he said, Weiqing, you can't totally count it like that. It isn't about whether or not your immortal deity technique is of lesser worth than a dragon, but to the Heavens Expanse Palace, dragon are of utmost importance. This is not something I can decide on my own. How about this? I will head back to report to the two palace masters and His Majesty, and they will make the decision. The Heavenly Jewel Tournament will still be going on for quite some time, and I will come look for you after I have an answer. After saying that, Shangguan Lonin waved his hand, and the white light barrier disappeared. The next moment, he vanished from Zhou Weiqing's sight. Now, it was Zhou Weiqing's turn to stare, jaw agape. In truth, he did not even want a dragon. In his opinion, that was an impossible request. The reason he had brought up Binger and the dragon was actually just a bargaining trick, to put his initial offer as high up as possible before starting the actual haggling. Alas, who would have thought that this skill-storing palace master was just too straightforward, and even more so, it seemed like he had truly placed major importance on the immortal deity technique, and had not even bothered haggling before leaving. Zhou Weiqing had always felt that his bargaining and conning abilities were already at the top level, but he was still struck speechless by what had happened. Still, this actually gave him an even better impression of Shangguan Lonin. At least he had been very sincere. From the bottom of one of the couches at the back of the rest house, Fat Cat crawled out from a corner. It looked extremely shabby and nonplussed, with a strange look in her eyes. Earlier, she had scrambled under the couch, and had spent every effort she could in order to not be found out by Shangguan Lonin. Although no one else had heard Shangguan Lonin's words to Zhou Weiqing, she had heard everything clearly. The members of the Fei battle team returned to the rest house. Towards the other fights in the tournament, they were not really interested. As soon as Crow entered, she ran towards Zhou Weiqing, extending her arms in a big hug as she shouted, "Weiqing, I love you." Zhou Weiqing was startled, dodging aside swiftly as he said, "Crow, what are you doing?" "I am still injured." Crow grinned and said, Weiqing, we're rich. Come on, let's go collect our money. What if they renege on the bet? It's only real when we get it, hold the money in our hands, but. Hearing her words, Zhou Weiqing's eyes lit up. That's right. It's safer to get the money in our hands as soon as possible, after all. Damn. It's 100 million gold coins. Zhou Weiqing even shocked himself with the number, and gulping a mouthful of saliva, he exclaimed, "What are we waiting for then? Let's go." As he said that, he charged forward ahead of his team. Fat Cat leaped up from behind, catching hold of his clothes and clambering onto his shoulder, before sliding back into her spot in his bosom. The entire Fei battle team members' eyes seemed to lit afire, and they also followed suit. Although their winnings paled in comparison to Zhou Weiqing and Crow, it was still 1 million gold coins each, definitely a massive sum. As the Fei battle team left, the fight on the stage continued. Before long, an old man approached Shangguan Tianxin softly. "Your Majesty, this official have something to report," he said softly. Shangguan Tianxin was currently feeling rather disquiet, the battle between Zhou Weiqing and Shen Little Demon constantly in his mind. After the fight, Shangguan Lonin had also left, and the king had been left waiting urgently for news, without any mood to continue watching the other fights. Hearing the old man's voice, Shangguan Tianxin turned around. It was his finance minister. "Shantang, what is it?" The finance minister, Long Zhangtang, gave a bitter smile and said, "Your Majesty, the Fei battle team members actually all bet a lot on their fight this morning, that Zhou Weiqing alone bet 1 million gold coins. They are actually here to collect their winnings now, and it is no small sum. What is your Majesty's decision?" The odds were set by the Zhongtian Empire, and the entire betting was controlled by them. It would be easy for them to renege on it if they truly wanted, with at least 10 ways they could use to avoid paying out. Shangguan Tianxin started, and his mouth twitched a little. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "Give it to them, we shall not throw our face as the greatest empire. We'll pay out what we owe." Long Zhangtang hesitated a while, before saying, "Your Majesty, that is almost 7% of our usual annual gross national revenue. Our total profits from this year's Heavenly Jewel Tournament betting is barely above 160 million gold coins. If we pay out 100 million gold coins, we would have almost put in all that effort for nothing." Shangguan Tianxin gave a humph and said, "What do you suggest then? Renege on it?" They fought this and won on their own power. A 3-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Master beating a 6-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Master, that is not only a miracle, it shows his power and talent. "Go, do as I said." "Yes, Your Majesty." Long Zhangtang did not dare protest further, quickly leaving after acknowledgement. Seeing his finance minister leave, only then did Shangguan Tianxin turn back, shaking his head. He muttered to himself, "Little brat, are you trying to get Binger's dowry beforehand? Our Zhongtian Empire's money isn't that easy to earn. Where is Long Yin? What has happened that he hasn't returned after such a long time?" Author's message: the team has struck gold, and I wish good fortune to all you readers as well. Incoming, Heavenly Jewel Island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285. Chapter 285, We're Rich. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Naturally, the Fei battle team members did not know that they had given the Zhongtian Emperor a sore heart. When Zhou Weiqing got the shining gold card with 32 gold various colored gems inset on it, a huge grin appeared on his face. This was the most famous gold storage card in the entire mainland, formed by the Zhongtian Bank, and could be used almost everywhere. There were branches even in the Wanzhou Empire, and could be said to be the safest form of currency. Furthermore, this was the highest class of storage cards, which had a normal contracting and a blood binding function, which had soulbound the card to Zhou Weiqing. Only Zhou Weiqing could make use of both bloodline and spirit energy to gain access to the card. In it was exactly 101 million gold coins. I'm rich, I'm really rich now. There were gold coins dancing in Zhou Weiqing's eyes as they glowed in glee, as he stood at a side grinning foolishly to himself for almost 10 minutes. He almost forgot the pain in his body, and had to be dragged back by the rest of the Fei battle team members to their hotel. It wasn't just Zhou Weiqing who lost his cool, every single member of the Fei battle team felt as if they were in a dream. To be able to actually defeat one of the seeded teams, not just by strategy, but actually defeating their top two powerhouses, such a brilliant victory was something they had not even dreamt of. Today's victory meant that they would actually ascend to the top 8 quarterfinals as the first position in Group 3. That also meant that their next opponent would be the second position of another group, which would definitely not be another team, while the Dan-Dun battle team would have to fight against another seeded team. Even though they had not drawn lots on their opponents yet, the results were almost a certainty. Without their top two powerhouses, the Dan-Dun battle team was almost certainly unable to defeat another seeded team, and would lose their top 4 spot for the first time in a long time. As for the Fei battle team, they would certainly have a large chance in making the top 4. This was also the main reason why Zhou Weiqing had suggested that they challenge the Dan-Dun battle team in the preliminary heats. After all, they would have to face a seeded team no matter what, and facing an unprepared Dan-Dun battle team was much better than possibly drawing the Zhongtian battle team or the Wanzhou battle team. As soon as they returned to their hotel, Zhou Weiqing collapsed onto his bed. It wasn't that he did not want to celebrate with his companions, but he was just too exhausted, and not fully recovered from his injuries yet. He needed all the rest he could get. Still, even though he fell asleep almost instantly, he still placed the VIP storage card of the Zhongtian Bank on his forehead, the foolish grin still on his face as he snored away. Having displayed all his considerable talents in the previous fight, he was certain that Shangguan Longyin would relay that to Shangguan Tianyue, and this was indeed Zhou Weiqing's goal. As such, he could finally get a good rest. What was more comfortable than a good sleep after accomplishing one's goal? Especially since the past few days he had been under much strain and tension. It was time to relax for a while. Nobody came to disturb Zhou Weiqing, and he slept for more than 12 hours, through the night and into the day before he awoke, refreshed and satisfied. However, as soon as he crawled out of bed, he did not go for a bath or even to look for his companions, instead rushing to the dining hall, polishing off a huge meal like the wind blowing the clouds away. Zhou Weiqing's awakening had alerted the other members of the Fei battle team, and they soon followed him into the dining hall. However, when they entered, they did not sit together with Zhou Weiqing, instead sitting at another corner. There weren't that many people in the dining hall, it was barely 30% filled, and most of them were staring with their jaws agape at this young fellow sitting without nary a care for his image, one foot on another chair as he gorged away at an insane speed. Naturally, that was Zhou Weiqing. It was as if he was a hungry ghost who had been reincarnated for his first meal in ages. The other members of the Fei battle team gave a look as if they did not recognize him, sitting quietly at their corner. From Zhou Weiqing's appetite, the other members could tell that he was probably recovered, or at least well on his way to recovery. Since Xiaoyan and Drunken Bo had not taken any action in the entire preliminary heats, and their injuries were now fully recovered, the entire team was actually at their maximum after defeating the Dan-Dun battle team, instead of being lowered as they had expected. They were indeed fully ready for their next fight. Finally, Zhou Weiqing threw his spoon on the table after finishing a last bowl of fresh seafood soup, exclaiming, that was good." He was rather loud, startling a nearby customer who spat out a mouthful of soup onto his friend. However, neither of them dared to flare out at him. Zhou Weiqing was getting stronger and more robust, and it showed in his impressive physique. After his second evolving, his stature and build had almost caught up to Lin Tianao. No ordinary person would easily cause trouble with him. Hearing Zhou Weiqing's cry, the other members of the Fei battle team sweat dropped. Little Four said with a disdainful look, such a disgrace, such a disgrace." Crow glanced at him and said, "What's so disgraceful? That's called forthright, spontaneous. If it were in our Gold Crow tribe, many maidens would fall for him." Drunken Bao burst out laughing, saying, "Alas, even Weiqing's physique will not be able to endure the 600 gene weight." Crow blushed and lowered her head, saying abashedly, "If we haven't tried it, how do you know he will not be able to endure it? In my opinion, Weiqing will have no problems. Alas, I already have a fiancé, if not I will definitely chase him." The usually quiet Xiaoyan said passively, "If you had said that to him a few moments ago, I'm sure he wouldn't have been gorging away so happily." At that point, Zhou Weiqing walked over with a satisfied look on his face, saying, "It is never wrong to love someone. How could I be offended by that? Sis Crow is so beautiful, you all just do not know how to appreciate her." On hearing that, Crow's eyes widened, and she said, "Weiqing, how about I retract my marriage and follow you instead? Do not worry, I know you already have Binger, she can be the main wife, and I can be the second. How about that?" Looking at her, Zhou Weiqing's pupils contracted, and he thought to himself, "Sis, how are you small in any way?" What, of course, he would never say that out loud, instead saying sternly and righteously, "Crow, that is very wrong of you. Since you already have a fiancé, how can you have such a notion? That will badly affect the good impression I have of you." Crow blushed, then sighed heavily with a helpless look on her face. "I regret meeting you before marriage." 2. Lin Tianao stood up, an exasperated look on his face as he said, "You guys go ahead, I'm heading back first. Weiqing, when you're done here, come over with the rest to discuss our strategy for the next fight." Zhou Weiqing did not dare tease Crow any longer. If she really decided to chase him, it would backfire on him instead. "Come on, let's head back with leader to discuss the fight." As he said that, he placed an arm around Lin Tianao's shoulder and quickly walked off with him. Yi Paopao laughed, saying, "Weiqing, that rascal, sometimes I feel like punching him indeed." Xiaoyan said passively, "Agreed." Drunken Bao said, +1. Little Four continued, +1 too. Crow paused, then said happily, "If you all beat him up, can I watch?" Back in Lin Tianao's room, the 7 members of the Fei Li battle team sat in a circle, and sensing the hostile looks of his teammates, Zhou Weiqing sat quietly at a corner, like a punching bag. Lin Tianao glanced at him, then said, "I'll summarize our fight with the Dan Dun battle team before we discuss the next fight. Indeed, we did win this fight, and with that, we have a good chance of entering the top 4 of the Heavenly Jewel tournament. However, I have to say that luck was truly on our side. If not for a large amount of luck, Little Four would definitely have not been able to kill that Han Bing. In truth, whether it was to save their true power, or because they underestimated us, the Dan Dun battle team did not send out a proper formation or their full power. It can be said that his death was truly for nothing. Now, although Senior Shangguan Longyin has made us the promise, we cannot guarantee that the Blood Red Hell will take revenge on our empire instead." As for the fight between Weiqing and Shen Little Demon, as he said that, everyone turned to look at Zhou Weiqing. Lin Tianao said solemnly, "As a Heavenly Jewel Master, Weiqing, I can totally understand, and will not blame you, for hiding your true power. If it were any of us, with so many attributes, especially the evil attribute, we would also choose to hide it. However, what I cannot forgive is you pitting your life against Shen Little Demon, especially without informing us, and almost dying there and then. Have you thought about what it would do to us as a team? If you fought and died there on the stage, who would plan and strategize for us? If you fought and died there on the stage, perhaps we would have been enraged and fought to the death with the Dan Dun battle team. How many of us would have survived then? I repeat the words I said previously, since I brought all of you here, my goal is to bring all of you back unharmed. If there is a second time, I will remove you from the team. Do you understand?" Looking at the grave look on Lin Tianao's serious face, Zhou Weiqing nodded, not speaking a word. Lin Tianao continued, "All right, enough about that. Now, the actual drawing lots will be held one day before the quarter-finals. Weiqing, do you have any plan going forward?" Zhou Weiqing shook his head, saying, "Without knowing our opponent, I'm unable to come up with anything concrete. At least we do know that we will not be facing another seeded team for the next fight. When the water rises we use earth to keep it back, when the soldiers arrive we use a general to hold them at bay. 3. I have confidence that we will be able to face any of the second teams and enter the top 4, the only one we need to be careful of will be the Khalees Empire. After all, they have the Heavenly Demon sect supporting them. Even if they do not dare to use the secret techniques of the Heavenly Demon sect and reveal themselves, they are still not to be underestimated." Lin Tianao nodded, saying, "There are 4 groups, so there is only a quarter chance of us drawing them. We shall discuss our strategy in greater detail the day after tomorrow after drawing lots then." After saying that, he swept his gaze around the entire team, before finally saying softly, "I know that everyone is extremely excited after defeating the Dan Dun battle team. However, I must remind everyone not to get ahead of ourselves. We still have not reached our goal, the top 4, and are still currently at the top 8. Indeed, we have taken a huge step towards it, but I need all of you to hold yourselves back. There is time for excitement and celebration after we have met our goals. If any of you are overly excited, causing your form to deteriorate, I will not hesitate to stop you from entering the next fight. Understood? Understood. The rest of the team chorused. Upon hearing their agreement, only then did Lin Tianao's face relax, and he smiled. Turning to Zhou Weiqing, he said, "There are still a few days for us to rest, and everyone should get sufficient rest. Of course, defeating the Dan Dun battle team is a great team effort, and somebody won 100 million gold coins. You all decide what you want to do, I'm heading out first." I didn't see anything. As he said that, he turned out and walked out the door, with Zhou Weiqing staring at him with jaw agape. The other members also turned their gazes to Zhou Weiqing, green in their eyes as they looked at him wickedly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286. Chapter 286, We're Rich. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing said pitifully, "Everybody. Heroes. Beloved teammates, you wouldn't." Little Four waggled a brow at him. "Well, that depends on your performance." Zhou Weiqing looked pleadingly at Crow. "Sis Crow, you were saying earlier that you wanted to be with me, will you be so hard-hearted to see them bully poor, weak little me?" Crow looked at him vacantly. "Weak? You?" Drunken Bao said savagely, "Enough, do not let this rascal speak anymore, let's go." "Ah. No." Soon, screams of agony rang throughout the hotel. After the preliminary heats of the Heavenly Jewel Tournament, it was as good as over for the ordinary citizens. After all, the quarterfinals were usually without any suspense, though the four-seeded teams might meet some resistance, they usually won without any problems. Of course, this year's Heavenly Jewel Tournament was extremely different, with the Fei Li battle team beating the Dan Dun battle team, causing their overall strength to drop drastically. It would definitely mean a very dynamically different quarterfinals. It had been years, even decades, before there had been a different team in the top 4 of the Heavenly Jewel Tournament, and it seemed like this year would bring a change indeed. No matter if it were the Fei Li battle team or their quarterfinal opponent who entered the top 4, it was still a major change for the tournament. The quarterfinal lots were held as scheduled, a day before the actual fights. Perhaps the Fei Li battle team's luck had been used up in the preliminary heats, and after their draw, all of them had an ugly expression on their faces. Naturally, they had drawn the very team they had been worried about, the strongest team besides the seeded teams, the Khalees battle team. According to their guess, the Khalees battle team was being supported secretly by the Heavenly Demon sect. Although their absolute power might perhaps be weaker than the Dan Dun battle team, especially with the restrictions on their secret arts, they could not be underestimated at all, especially since they still had powerhouses like Little Witch. In truth, there was an easy solution: to report them to the Zhongtian Empire that the Heavenly Demon sect was behind the Khalees Empire. Doing so would probably give them a win through disqualifying their opponent. Alas, if they were to do that, it would also truly offend the Heavenly Demon sect, perhaps even making mortal enemies out of them. They had already offended the Blood-Red Hell, and if they also offended the Heavenly Demon sect, how could the Fei Li Empire possibly have any good days ahead? Besides Zhou Weiqing, who was a citizen of the Heavenly Bow Empire, all the other members of the Fei Li battle team loved their home country deeply, and would not take such a risk. Weiqing, arrange the strategy then. How will we take the fight tomorrow? After resting a few days, Zhou Weiqing had nearly fully recovered, and it showed as his face was back to a healthy norm. The next day was the actual fight of the quarterfinals, and the entire team had gathered once again in Lin Tianao's room for a strategy meeting. Zhou Weiqing sat at the corner of the couch, a sullen look on his face as he gave a humph, saying, "No plan, you guys go ahead." Looking at his sad look, the entire team burst out laughing. That day, Zhou Weiqing had been surrounded and attacked by his group of friends, and in the end, he had been forced to agree to buy every one of them a Zone Stage Consolidating Equipment scroll set when they entered the Heavenly Jewel Island, giving him a heartache. After all, each Zone Stage Consolidating Equipment scroll set was worth an astronomical amount, even the most ordinary amongst them was at least worth 1 million gold coins, and the higher quality ones costing about 5 to 6 million gold coins. Some of pieces of a consolidated equipment sets could even cost more than 10 million gold coins each. Although they were definitely much less valuable than a god-tier consolidating equipment scroll, they were still considered a rare treasure out of the Heavenly Jewel Island. Although Zhou Weiqing's 100 million gold coins seemed like a lot, just gifting the 6 Zone Stage Consolidating Equipment scroll sets alone would at least cost him around 20 to 30 million gold coins. Lin Tianao laughed heartily, saying, "Alright, Weiqing, stop acting now. Let's start strategizing." Zhou Weiqing gave a depressed, wronged look as he said, You guys are just too savage. That's tens of millions of gold coins. If it were any ordinary physical or elemental jewel masters, I could give an entire company of them consolidated equipment or stored skills. The team burst out in laughter once more.
In truth, if Zhou Weiqing had not been willing, no one would have really forced him. Yet, this little rascal had agreed so readily, and then acted in such a vexed fashion, it was no wonder they were all so amused.
Little Four grinned and said, Weiqing, stop showing off, hurry up and arrange our strategy, isn't it just a Kali's empire? We have even beaten the Dan Dun battle team, how can we be afraid of them? If we do our best, we can definitely win, we have already gotten to this point, we definitely must not end our run prematurely. Drunken Bao nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Weiqing. This time, you must definitely let me and Xiaoyan fight. We haven't even been able to display our abilities since we entered this Zhongtian city, since you were so generous to us, you can have a good rest this fight. We have a lot of pent-up energy to expend. Zhou Weiqing stopped acting, grinning widely as he said, Too much pent-up energy? That's easy. Just look for 2 chicks, that's all. But you guys better not drag me along. Even if you do, I will not go, I am unbelievably loyal and steadfast. Drunken Bao gave a derisive bah, saying, You're loyal and steadfast? Don't insult those 2 words, okay? Who was the one who was touching Shin Little Demon all over, with that intoxicated face, almost causing the entire Dan Dun battle team to fight with us to the death? The way I see it, as long as it's female, you won't let them off. In your dictionary, there are only 2 requirements for women. Alive, and female.
Hearing Drunken Bao's words, Crow quickly drew forward, grinning as she said, In that case, Weiqing, our Gold Crow tribe can definitely satisfy you.
After the tournament, you can return with me, how about that?
Zhou Weiqing's face changed, and he quickly said with a serious face, Time to strategize indeed. Drunken Bao, I do not think it is necessary for you to fight this round, you are our hidden trump, we will save your power until the semifinals. Crow, what about you, Crow quickly said readily, It is your decision to come to the Gold Crow tribe, of course I will not force you. As she said that, she giggled, then clapped Zhou Weiqing's shoulder in a brotherly fashion.
Weiqing, I'm wrong.
It was now Drunken Bao's turn to stare pitifully. Just as the team was laughing and joking with each other, all of a sudden, they were interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Hearing the noise, all their faces changed. Although they had been joking around with each other, out of habit they had kept their senses peeled, and yet even the highest cultivation level amongst them, Lin Tianao, had not sensed anyone approaching. It was clear that whoever was outside the door was of a higher cultivation level.
Lin Tianao signaled to the rest, and the room immediately quieted down.
He then turned and opened the door. Little Witch was standing outside, clad in a black dress, and as she saw the door open to reveal the team, she smiled shyly in a radiant fashion, saying, Hello, everyone. Seeing it was her, the Fei Li battle team members' faces turned cold, especially Drunken Bao and Xiaoyan. If not for her, they would not have been so injured that they could not even fight a single fight in the preliminary heats.
Zhou Weiqing furrowed his brow and said, Why are you here? Are you here to spy on us? Wu Yuan, Little Witch, said aggrievedly, In your eyes, am I that terrible? Both had been acting pitiful, but accompanied with her touching beauty, she was definitely much better at it than Crow, causing even their angry hearts to waver a little. Wu Yuan continued, Previously, if not for my reminders, you might not have recovered so easily. I am truly here not to spy on you, but to discuss a deal with you all. May I come in?
As she said that, she bit her right index finger gently, looking the very picture cuteness. Lin Tianao made an inviting gesture, letting her enter. All of the Fei Li battle team members were here, and were at tip-top condition. Even if this little witch were to try something, it would not be so easy to succeed. After all, they were all on maximum guard against her. Wu Yuan entered room, sitting boldly beside Zhou Weiqing. Pointing at the cup in front of them, she asked Zhou Weiqing sweetly, Is this your cup? Subconsciously, Zhou Weiqing nodded in agreement. As if she could not sense the other's gazes, Wu Yuan picked up his cup, drinking it from it naturally before placing it back down. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced towards Fat Cat, who was lounging at the other side of Zhou Weiqing, a subtle provocation in her eyes. When they saw her lick her red lips, the male members of the Fei Li battle team, including Zhou Weiqing, suddenly felt their mouths parched. This girl was just too seductive. Zhou Weiqing glanced at her, but because he was still standing, at his angle he just happened to see an assuming, seemingly not deep, but perfect-looking, gulp. Trying his best to control his expression, he said, Little Witch, so why are you here?
Speak directly then.
Little Witch glanced at him ruefully, saying, You all do not need to look at me like that, I will be embarrassed.
Really, I have no ill intentions in coming here. Zhou Weiqing grinned and said,
You should already know about the result of the drawing lots, and the 2 of our teams will be meeting in the quarterfinals. Even if you hadn't ambushed and injured my companions previously, we are currently already considered opponents, not friends.
At such a time, for you to come to look for us, how can we not be wary?
I know your Heavenly Demon sect really wants to enter the Heavenly Jewel Island, right? So it's not like you will just get that Kali's empire to surrender, right? So, let's just get straight to the point and not mince matters. I do not really believe that you are here to bring us any good news. Wu Yuan twisted her mouth wryly, before bursting out in a fit of giggles. She said, "You little rascal, you actually guessed correctly. What if I said that I am actually here to tell you that I am willing to let the Kali's empire surrender, and let your team enter the top 4 without a fight?" As soon as she said that, the entire Fei battle team was taken aback. However, they quickly calmed down, and Lin Tianao said passively, "There is no free lunch in this world. Miss Wu, are you trying to test us for something? Wu Yuan smiled faintly, shaking her head as she continued, "Do I really need to make all that effort to come here to test you for something? Indeed, you have indeed displayed an impressive power during the fight with the Dan Dun battle team. However, the more important thing is still strategy. If we were to take things seriously, I believe that the final victory between our two teams is very equal, and anything can happen. I wouldn't need to test you out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 287. Chapter 287, 2-in-1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Hearing her words, Zhou Weiqing said, with a look of disbelief on his face, "You would really be willing to have the Kali's battle team surrender? Is the Heavenly Demon sect really giving up on entering the Heavenly Jewel Island? Amongst the 5 great saint lands, you all should have the least chance of entering the Heavenly Jewel Island, right?" Little Witch sighed softly, saying, "No one can be as urgent, as eager, as hasty as us in wanting to enter the Heavenly Jewel Island. It is just because of that reason that I am unwilling to take a risk, unwilling to bet on a 50% chance. Of course, the other reason has to do with you. No matter what, both myself and the Heavenly Demon sect have decided not to make enemies out of you, and to at least have you on our good side. As such, I am truly sincere in that offer of surrendering in this quarterfinals. Of course, as I said, this is deal, not a gift. I do have a condition before we surrender, but..." Hearing her words, the Fei battle team immediately revealed curious looks. Lin Tianao said, "Alright, Miss Wu, please do tell us your condition so we can decide." Indeed, if they could actually avoid the next battle and enter the top 4 without a fight, it would undoubtedly be the best case scenario for the Fei battle team. Not only would they be able to enter the Heavenly Jewel Island, they would also be able to preserve all their strength for the upcoming semifinals and perhaps even beyond. Without question, even Lin Tianao was tempted. Of course, if her condition was too preposterous, he would still reject it without second thought. Little Witch's expression grew serious, and she looked at them before finally saying solemnly, "My condition is definitely not a difficult one, and is in fact a win-win situation. I want to join the Fei battle team, and become a part of you all. That way, I am guaranteed a spot in the top 4, and in doing so, I will naturally be able to enter the Heavenly Jewel Island, and more importantly, gain a Heavenly Jewel plaque as well." The members of the Fei battle team all had their own guesses of what Little Witch's condition would have been, perhaps getting them to do something, or more likely, to do with Zhou Weiqing. Yet, none of them had actually dreamed that she would actually give such a condition, and for a moment, they all stared, stunned. After all, this condition of hers was totally of no detriment to them at all, and was in fact very beneficial. A battle team consisted of 8 members, with 5 main team members and 3 substitute members, but the Fei battle team was currently only at 7 members due to Shangwan Binger leaving. As such, with an empty slot available, it would not hurt them to let Little Witch join them. However, the worry that sparked in their mind was Little Witch's identity. She was from the Heavenly Demon sect, and was even the holy girl of the sect. If her identity and status was discovered by the Zhongtian Empire officials, not only would their entire team be affected, probably being disqualified from the tournament, and perhaps even worse, causing their entire Fei Empire to be looked upon as harboring the Heavenly Demon sect, and being treated as an enemy by the Zhongtian Empire and the other empires. As if she could read the worry in their hearts, Little Witch smiled faintly and said, "You all do not need to worry. Even if Shangwan Longyin tries to examine me like he did with Zhou Weiqing, he would not be able to find any problem with me as well. That is because I am the holy girl of the Heavenly Demon sect, and I am not under the bloodline restriction and seals of the Heavenly Demon sect. As such, as long as I do not use the demonic attribute, there will be no problems at all. I can make an oath upon my power jewels." But the Fei battle team members lapsed into silence, deep in thought. Little Witch's condition was not harsh at all, or could be said to be extremely good. Almost unbelievably good. Yet, it was exactly because of it being so good that they did not dare believe it so easily. Little Witch sighed softly, then said, "I know that you all will not believe me so easily, nor do you want to. I am truly sincere about this offer, and let me explain to you why. Firstly, I truly do need to guarantee that I get a Heavenly Jewel plaque this time round, as our Heavenly Demon sect is in an awkward situation of needing it desperately. Yet, though it is extremely important, just being able to enter the Heavenly Jewel Island this time by entering the top 4 would allow me to purchase some necessities. As such, a single plaque would be sufficient to assuage our needs, at least for now. However, if we clash against your team, I do not have a 100% certainty that we can win and get through. This is too important to us, and I would rather ensure that I gain one plaque which would meet my needs, than risk going for more and perhaps end up not getting anything. Furthermore, and perhaps more importantly, I am doing this in order to get in his good books. As she said that, she pointed to Zhou Weiqing. That day, during your fight with the Dan Dun battle team, the power and talent he displayed then has caused us to re-evaluate his true value, by a much higher margin. We have not had a good start, but our heavenly demon sect will definitely not want him as our enemy, even if he is not willing to join us. We still hope that both sides of us can still remain on good terms. As such, after weighing everything, I decided to go ahead with this. Pausing a while, she continued, this is definitely a win-win deal, and with me joining the Fei Li battle team, you all will gain a massive benefit. First of all, you do not have a 6-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Master in your team. Not to take anything away from your win against the Dan Dun battle team, but a lot of luck as well as their own underestimation of you factored heavily in that win definitely. Furthermore, amongst the 4-seeded teams, the Dan Dun battle team is undoubtedly the weakest, and now that you beat the Dan Dun battle team, they will definitely not underestimate you any longer. After entering the top 4, if you want to go any further, you need much more power, absolute strength. I am personally confident in facing anyone of the same level as myself, and I can definitely help you gain a victory or two. Lin Tian'ao and the rest could definitely agree with her words. Their fight against her in the forest previously was still fresh in their minds, and her sheer power was definitely impressive indeed. Little Witch continued, you all have never entered the top 4, so you probably do not know the benefits of entering the top 4 and beyond besides the Heavenly Jewel plaque. Well, let me tell you this, the rewards from the Heaven's Expanse Palace is extremely impressive for the top 4, and more importantly, the higher your position, the better the prize. In fact, if you actually manage to get the final champion, the leader of the team will be able to get a God-tier consolidating equipment scroll set as a reward, while the rest of the members will get a customized zone stage consolidating equipment scroll designed and created specially for your needs by a Heaven's Expanse Palace zone stage master. As for the other ranked prizes, they are naturally a little worse, but mostly all consolidating equipment scrolls. Besides that, there is also a one-time, but rather hefty discount, for purchasing goods during that trip to the Heavenly Jewel Island. The first position team, for example, would actually enjoy a 50% discount rate. Do not underestimate this discount, as you all know, the high-level materials and scrolls are extremely expensive. If you purchase some treasures worth 100 million gold coins, you are already saving 50 million gold coins. Hearing Little Witch's explanations, the team members' hearts palpitated in excitement. The idea of entering the top 4, and the various amazing prizes were definitely alluring indeed. Zhou Weiqing remained calm, asking impassively, in your opinion, if you join our battle team, what do you estimate our final position to be? Little Witch smiled faintly, glanced at Fat Cat, then said a line that caused the Fei Li battle team members to gape in surprise. Guaranteed second, and we will still have a possible fight for the first position. A thoughtful look crossed Zhou Weiqing's face, and he nodded slightly, saying, very good. If you can swear a vow, I will believe you. Leader? His last 2 words were naturally directed towards Lin Tian'ao, and he looked towards the stable leader. As their gazes met, Lin Tian'ao nodded slightly towards him. Little Witch giggled a little as she smiled happily, saying, all right, all set then. From now on, I'm the 8th member of the Fei Li battle team. I know that you all still have your suspicions, and I can only prove myself through my actions in the future. The first step will be tomorrow's fight when I let the Khalees battle team surrender, after which I will look for you all to swear my oath. I believe that all of you will honor your word as well. Lin Tian'ao said solemnly, in that case, we have a deal. Little Witch stood up, looking at Zhou Weiqing flirtatiously, saying, Zhou Weiqing, bring me to your room. Zhou Weiqing froze a little, looking at her with a guarded look, what do you want to do? Let me tell you first that I am an honest and respectable person, not a wanton person. Even if you join our battle team, I will not give you my body that easily. PFFF drunken Bao burst out laughing. Yes, you are not a wanton person, when you're wanton, you're not a person. One however, I do believe that you won't be taken advantage of by Little Witch. Ha ha ha. Little Witch gave an angry humph, before saying, I have something to say to you alone. As she said that, she walked off ahead first. Little Four heaved a loud sigh, saying, all the good cabbages have been touched by the pig's snout. To sigh. Why doesn't such things happen to me? Zhou Weiqing said exasperatedly, don't give me that, if you besmirch my reputation, I'll cancel your scroll gift. As he said that, he followed Little Witch towards his room. Swoosh Fat Cat leaped quickly onto Zhou Weiqing's shoulders. Hidden deep within her eyes, a strange light of curiosity and doubt could be seen. Little Witch was waiting outside the door for Zhou Weiqing, and as the two of them entered his room, Fat Cat jumped onto the bed. As soon as she did so, she glared at Little Witch, not hiding her hostility towards her. Little Witch did not even look at Fat Cat, instead smiling as she walked towards Zhou Weiqing, sitting right next to him, almost snuggling up to him as she lifted her arm and encircled Zhou Weiqing's neck. Softly, she said, "Dearest, I never thought you were so powerful, even Shen Little Demon wasn't a match for you." That was truly unexpected. Amazing. Little Witch's arms were like water snakes, soft and seemingly boneless, and at such a close proximity, Zhou Weiqing could almost smell the faint fragrance from her. His heart fluttered a little, and he boldly wrapped his arms around her slim waist. "How did I become your dearest so quickly? As I said, I am not a wanton person. I'm not a wanton person either. Besides Daddy, no other man has ever touched me before." A sly light entered Little Witch's eyes. "Aren't you afraid that I will seize the chance to set a seal or curse upon you? Amongst the darkness seals, there are some lifelong curses, Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, I am very certain that doing that to me is definitely not beneficial for you. Your heavenly demon sect wants to get something from me, and not trying to kill me. If not, you all wouldn't need to wait until now, or you could send any heavenly king jewel master to kill me instead. Furthermore, in doing so, you might also lose your chance to enter the heavenly jewel island. At least from the current circumstance, I am not afraid that you all will try anything with me. As for the curse and seals, do you really think they will work on me? As you know yourself, those who have the demonic attribute have a very strong resistance against the darkness curses. Furthermore, your own demonic attribute isn't as pure as mine." "Humph, so bad." Little Witch twisted her mouth in a pout as she said, "Can't you just pretend to be scared by me?" As she said that, she suddenly twisted her body and backed out of Zhou Weiqing's embrace, as that rascal's hand had boldly crept down her waist down almost towards her buttocks. Zhou Weiqing yelled out in lament deep in his heart at that. Little Witch's slim and soft waist felt so good in his arms, and if he managed to hold her, wouldn't that be great? "Alright, let's get to the point then. What did you want to talk to me about?" Since his attempts had failed, Zhou Weiqing simply decided to get off the bed and sit onto the couch, looking a little mockingly at Little Witch. Little Witch said, "I just wanted to talk to you more about cooperating more closely. I am now certain that if you do decide to join our heavenly demon sect, I can guarantee that given enough time with us, and accomplishing a few deeds for the sect, you will definitely be our future sect leader." As she said that, she blushed, saying in a softer, wavering voice, "At that point, I will be yours as well." Heavenly demon sect leader? If Zhou Weiqing were to say he wasn't tempted by that offer, it would be a lie. No matter that the heavenly demon sect was being suppressed by the other great saint lands, or that they were the weakest amongst the great saint lands, it was still after all one of the great saint lands. Despite being hunted for so many years, weren't they still doing well and strong? They had even managed to infiltrate some of the empire's higher-ranked officials, just like the Feli Empire, or perhaps the Khalees Empire. He was certain that it was not the only empire which they had infiltrated, especially in the west. If he were to control such a powerful force, it would be extremely beneficial to his efforts in building up the Heavenly Bao Empire indeed. Still, Zhou Weiqing did not fully trust Little Witch's words. He indeed believed that with his abilities and strength, the heavenly demon sect would indeed want him. However, he was not certain about the character and qualities of the heavenly demon sect, and whether or not he wanted to be associated with them. After all, they did not have a good reputation. Although he seemed like a rogue who disdained rules and decorum, deep inside Zhou Weiqing was also heavily influenced by his father Admiral Zhou. Honor, righteousness, love for his country, all of that ran in his blood, no less than Admiral Zhou's. Power could never be everything. Little Witch saw Zhou Weiqing's doubtful, hesitant eyes, and she sighed, saying, "I know, all along our heavenly demon sect has a bad reputation. However, I ask you this, have you actually heard of any evil deeds that our heavenly demon sect has committed? In truth, we can be considered a tightly knit organization, but also a loose organization. After all, we are just a bunch of heavenly demon jewel masters who have banded together for survival. Perhaps, sometimes, we are on the extreme side of things, but that is the life we grow up with, hated and hunted from birth. At least, we will never be false gentlemen and dishonest in looking at ourselves. I will not force you, and you do not rush to give me your answer. I just hope that you will look at us and judge us for yourself instead of just from a reputation passed down. At least, we can talk more about it after the Heavenly Jewel Tournament is over. However, I must say that your performance in the preliminary heats has been overwhelmingly outstanding, and you have definitely drawn the attention of all of the Great Saint lands. If not for the fact that Shangguan Longyin came to your rest house the other day, perhaps some of the others might have already approached you by now. If the Heaven's Expanse Palace is willing to let you stay in the Heavenly Jewel Island after the tournament, you can actually stay for a while, and you might have more offers than you expect. As she spoke up to that point, Little Witch paused, then lifted up her right hand. With a flash of light, a thick book appeared in her hand. It had a gray cover, but lined with silver on the spine. The moment it appeared in her hands, Zhou Weiqing felt as if he had an instant connection to the book, which gave him a warm, almost familiar feeling. Little Witch hesitated a little, then walked slowly towards Zhou Weiqing, handing him the book.
This is our Heavenly Demon Sect secret manual on the demonic attribute, its profound mysteries and techniques.
Within it also holds the cultivation insights of our first sect leader, a first-generation heavenly demonic jewel master like yourself, who also has the devour skill you used.
I will lend it to you for now, but you have to return it to me after the entire tournament has ended. Zhou Weiqing did not move to take it, instead looking at her with a surprised expression, before saying, "Do you trust me that much? I have not made any promise to you. Aren't you afraid that I will go against the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future?"
Little Witch shook her head, saying, "Elder Ming Wu and Ming Hua have both described you in great detail to me, and I have also been observing you since the start of the tournament. In my eyes, you are a person of much ambition, passion, and ability. Sometimes, you might be rather hateful, but you are an upright person deep inside. We are all intelligent people, and after all the times we have come into contact with each other, I understand that the only way to touch you is to become a true friend, and the only way to do that is to start from somewhere with sincerity. I will treat this as an investment, hee. Giggling as she finished her sentence, she shoved the demonic manual into Zhou Weiqing's hands. In a flash, she was out of the door, calling out as she left, "I'm leaving now, but I'm really angry. Just now, I said if you join the Heavenly Demon Sect you can marry me, but you, Wooden Block, had no reaction. Am I so unattractive?" After saying that, she made a face at him before running off. Zhou Weiqing stared at the door, speechless, with the book in his hands. From the first time he had met Little Witch until now, this was the first time he had actually been touched. Not just because of the demonic manual, but because of the word, sincerity. Similarly startled by that word was Fat Cat, lying on the bed. Her eyes focused on Zhou Weiqing, as she mulled upon the word. I've known him for almost 3 years, yet, have I ever been really sincere towards him? How long has Little Witch known him for only? Without knowing when, Fat Cat's eyes slowly narrowed, pupils large as her eyes was filled with a strange light. After a while, Zhou Weiqing took in a deep breath, calming himself down. Lowering his head to look at the demonic manual, he finally flipped it open and began to read seriously. As none of them had any experience with the top should be quite a long time before the end of the Heavenly Jewel tournament, though he did not know exactly how long. However, it shouldn't last that long, and to actually finish memorizing this huge book would not be an easy task, and he would have to seize every moment he could to do so. When he first started reading, Zhou Weiqing was going at it with the intention to memorize the entire book. However, after a moment, he was just too immersed in the contents of the book, and was lost in it. Within the demonic manual contained all sorts of descriptions about demonic jewel masters awakening, their situations, as well as the various possible stored skills for the demonic attribute, how to use them in detail, and to make the most out of them. It also described examples similar to Zhou Weiqing's situation, with naturally awakened demonic attribute skills, which were also known as inborn talents. They were also considered some of the greatest, and most powerful, skills amongst all the demonic attributes, and out of all of them, the Devour skill was definitely ranked right at the top of the pack. According to the demonic manual, the Devour skill was not just a combination of attack, defense and support ability, but also a super skill that was actually top-notch at all 3 factors. In combat, not only did it weaken the enemy, reducing their heavenly energy, it also recovered the user's own energy. More importantly, it was also an insane support skill that actually helped in everyday cultivation. To be able to drain another person or heavenly beast's heavenly energy to increase the user's, it was definitely an immense boost to cultivation speed. Of course, that isn't to say that the devoured heavenly energy could directly or instantly become the user's own. However, the user could make use of the devoured heavenly energy, and also through the suppression of his own heavenly energy, draw out the essence and core of the devoured heavenly energy and making it his own. In this way, the cultivation speed was definitely miles ahead of any other ordinary heavenly jewel master. Of course, if one used this devour skill to indiscriminately farm other jewel masters for cultivation, the user would likely become a major target, with everyone rising up to destroy him. After all, such a skill was just too terrifying, too overbearing. However, if used against heavenly beasts, there would be no such problems. Especially so if the user was able to control the skill properly to ensure the heavenly beast was not drained dry, it could then recover its own heavenly energy slowly. As such, the Devour skill could be considered a support cultivation skill. The only drawback of this Devour skill was the fact that it needed to be at melee range for it to work. Even if a demonic jewel master was at the Heavenly Shin stage, they still needed to touch their opponent for the Devour skill to activate. Of course, as their cultivation level raised, it wasn't just the hands like Zhou Weiqing currently used, but slowly every part of the body could be used to activate Devour. As soon as the Devour skill was activated, it would be extremely difficult to break free of it, unless the opponent was of a higher cultivation level than the user, of perhaps 6 levels or more, before he would have a chance of breaking free. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 288. Chapter 288, A Perfect Deal. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
The sun shone high in the sky. It was a fine and cloudless day, and early in the morning, the Zhongtian Plaza was packed with a massive crowd as the morning sunshine sent its warm glow upon them. The top 8 teams of the Heavenly Jewel tournament had already been decided, and as usual, there were the winners and losers. Even amongst those who had entered the top 8, not all of them were happy and excited. Of course, the easiest example would be the Dan Dun Battle Team. Although they had entered the top 8, their vice leader Han Bing had died at Fei Li Battle Team's Han Bing's hands, and although Shen Little Demon had survived, she was still currently in the midst of recovering and would not be able to fight. Normally, the top 8 quarterfinals fight would not have any surprise factors, but this year, it seemed like it would be different.
Once again, citizens and visitors flocked to the Zhongtian Plaza early in the morning, a much larger crowd than normal.
After all, it had been many decades since there had been any change in the top 4 teams, and today, perhaps history would be in the making. All of them wanted to witness this miraculous event. Without question, the Fei Li Battle Team's popularity had risen to the top. After defeating the Dan Dun Battle Team, in the eyes of the ordinary audience, they were a miraculous team that could definitely beat this relatively unknown team of the Khalese Empire to enter the top 4, to create a legend of the first team outside of the 4-seeded teams to enter the top 4 in the last few centuries. Indeed, even the Zhongtian Empire officials seemed to think the same, as the betting on their match was closed, as it seemed like they did not want to lose out on this seemingly sure win match. Of course, perhaps Zhou Weiqing winning 100 million gold coins had something to do with that decision. Many of the surrounding rest houses were already empty. After the preliminary heats, the battle teams which did not enter the top 8 were still allowed to stay and watch the last quarterfinals fight, but many of the eliminated teams had not chosen to do so, choosing to leave instead. After all, they had not entered the top 8, why stay and look at proof of their embarrassment? In the Dan Dun Battle Team rest house, Shen Little Demon still sat on the prime seat, her face an unhealthy pale complexion as she stared out of the rest house. Looking at the bright sunshine and clear skies, a bitter smile crossed her lips. If the weather had been like this the other day, how could she possibly let that fellow win so easily like that? As she thought up to that point, she gave a slight shudder as she couldn't help but recall the dark demon god lightning and the feeling as it struck her. If she had to describe it, it would be all-pervasive, invasive, terrifying. Although her holy flames of light had already taken out a major bite of the dark demon god lightning, and weakened it considerably, that deceptively small but savagely powerful attack had still landed on her, unblocked by her own powerful strike. Shen Little Demon could still clearly remember how she felt the instant the dark demon god lightning struck. At first, all she felt was cold, a bone-chilling cold that was at its maximum. What followed next was a total darkness over her eyes, as she felt as if her meridians and internal organs were about to explode. That was the last thing she felt before she was knocked out, and the next thing she knew, she had awoken in her hotel bed. The other Dan Dun Battle Team members did not try to hide the process of her healing from her, and she was told everything that had happened since she lost the fight. Towards Zhou Weiqing, she definitely did not have any shred of gratitude, just a strong hatred and anger. However, she knew that with Shangguan Longyan's promise, she definitely could not take revenge, to repay his kindness with ingratitude. Of course, the current Dan Dun Battle Team did not have the power to even contemplate taking revenge, and they could only wait till they returned to the blood-red hell before seeing what could be done. At that point, a venomous look entered her eyes uncontrollably as she clenched her fists. Han Bing, do not worry. No matter what, I will help you take revenge. All of a sudden, Lan Feng, who had been standing at the entrance of the rest house, suddenly said softly, "They are here." Shen Little Demon's eyes shot wide open, her pupils narrowing as she took a step forward, seeing the Fei Li Battle Team members enter their rest house. Subconsciously, her fists clenched again, and she gritted her teeth as her gaze fixed upon Zhou Weiqing. She could not forget the 2 large dark bruises forming palm marks on her chest that she saw when she awoke from her injuries. In truth, Zhou Weiqing did not really do anything to her, it was because the dark demon god lightning's venom had been drawn out from there, causing the mark to form. Of course, that little rascal had obviously touched her there, and it was no wonder she hated him. "Leader, what will our formation and strategy be today?" Lan Feng asked carefully. Hearing him mention today's fight, Shen Little Demon's body wavered a little. To the Dan Dun Battle Team, after losing to the Fei Li Battle Team in the preliminary heats, they were out of luck as they would definitely have to face one of the other seeded teams in today's quarterfinal fights. Alas, their streak of bad luck had continued, as they had drawn the Wanshou Battle Team. The Wanshou battle team had always been the champion for many years of the Heavenly Jewel tournament, and were definitely the last opponent they would want. As a team leader of a seeded team, Shin Little Demon was extremely clear that they would not have any hopes of victory against either the Wanshou battle team or the Zhongtian battle team, as those two were usually the last two fighting for the champion spot in the Heavenly Jewel tournament. Furthermore, the entire Wanshou battle team main members were all of the 6 jeweled cultivation level.
There is no need to arrange any strategy.
We will surrender without fighting. I will take full responsibility for our loss this time. After saying that, Shin Little Demon turned around resolutely and walked back into the rest house. Before doing so, she glared angrily at Zhou Weiqing more, as if trying to imprint his features into her mind. Alas, no one ever pays attention to the losers, and the glory is always on the victor.
The Dandun battle team were not the only people looking at the Fei Li battle team.
No matter the VIP stage, other battle teams and even the audience, many of them were examining this upstart team. Little Witch walked directly to the Fei Li battle team, dressed in a Fei Li battle team uniform that she had actually ordered and bought specially, before sitting down right beside Zhou Weiqing. Currently, she kept her mischievous side well hidden, looking like a noble young lady, innocent and harmless to the core. Such a skilled acting, she was no lesser than Zhou Weiqing. When Little Witch showed up early in the morning at their hotel wearing their Fei Li battle team uniform to look for them, the last worries in their hearts fell away and dissipated. No matter what, Little Witch was of high rank and status in the Heavenly Demon sect, and there was no need for her to act like this just to try and cheat the Fei Li battle team. After all, in a true fight between both sides, no one could be 100% confident of victory. As Shangguan Tianxin proclaimed the start of the quarterfinals, it all officially began. Alas, it was as if fate had designed that the day would not be an exciting day, and as soon as the fight started, the first two were disappointing direct surrenders, much to the dismay of the entire crowd.
Kali's battle team. Surrender. Dandun battle team. Surrender.
As such, the Fei Li battle team and Wanshou battle team both won without a fight, entering the top 4 easily.
The next two fights were almost just as unexciting, almost boring.
The Zhongtian battle team showed their overbearing power, only sending out a single member to finish the entire fight. Under the elimination system of the quarterfinals, he destroyed all 5 of his opponents easily, and their team got through without any hiccups. As for the last seeded team, the Bapa battle team, backed by the Great Saint Land Passion Valley, they also showed their power, managing to win easily with only 2 team members.
The day ended with 2 surrenders and 2 overwhelming victories, and the entire process was rather boring for the audience. As such, the quarterfinals ended in less than half a day, and the final result was the Zhongtian battle team, Wanshou battle team, Bapa battle team and the Fei Li battle team ascending to the top 4. Although they had won without a fight, the entire Fei Li battle team members were filled with excitement. Top 4. By entering the top 4, they had already created history, and would become heroes in the Fei Li Empire. Even Little Witch couldn't hide her excitement. After all, it had been several decades since the Heavenly Demon sect had last been able to enter the Heavenly Jewel Island, and she had at least successfully completed her mission. Shangguan Longyin walked out from the VIP stage, walking directly from the top onto the air as if there were some invisible steps in midair, walking slowly step by step towards the tournament stage in the center of the Grand Plaza. Zhongtian, Wanshou, Bapa, Fei Li battle teams, the 4 of you have entered the top 4. Tomorrow morning, please report to the Skill Storing Palace to receive your Heavenly Jewel plaque. We will then head to the Heavenly Jewel Island in preparation for the next stage of the tournament, and the rules and format of the latter portion of the tournament will be announced in the Heavenly Jewel Island. Shangguan Longyin announced in his deep voice to the crowd. We did it! We did it! We're actually in the top 4. Wahahaha! The excited Fei Li battle team members had been controlling themselves the entire morning, and they were finally able to leap up in excitement. Excited cheers erupted from all their mouths, and even Little Witch was no exception. The past weeks through the entire tournament had definitely been a huge stress and toll on all of them. Even the 2 members Xiao Yan and Drunken Bao, who had not truly fought in any of the fights, had been because of their severe injuries when meeting Little Witch on the road to the Zhongtian city. It could be said that the entire Fei Li battle team had taken a huge toll in injuries throughout the course of their entire run, with Little Four and Zhou Weiqing both almost dying in their fights. It could be said that almost every step they took to get ahead in this tournament had been fraught with peril and difficulty. However, the moment they heard Shangguan Longyin's proclamation, the previous bitterness, difficulty and pain seemed to all fall away. In their hearts, there was only pride and excitement. It had all been worth it. Top 4, it was a rank that belonged to them, to the Fei Li Empire, but the other 3 seeded teams looked silently at the crazed members of the Fei Li battle team. None of them could mock their almost exaggerated cheers and celebrations. Indeed, for the Fei Li battle team to have done what they did, they indeed deserved their pride. Lin Tianao held out his hands, and everyone piled their palms onto his.
Looking at their leader's red eyes, all of them followed suit as their emotions were carried along in the wave of happiness and excitement.
With a loud cry, Lin Tianao exclaimed, "Tonight, we shall not return unless we are drunk."
Top 4. Even if it was just the top 4, they had already written a new page in the history books of the Fei Empire, a page that would shock the annals of the Fei Empire, and perhaps unrepeatable. Not just the history of the Fei Empire, but even perhaps the entire mainland. That night, the bunch of fellows with too much surplus excited energy drank out nearly half of their inn's alcohol, before falling in a dead drunk stupor. When they first met, Zhou Weiqing, Yi Paopao and Shangguan Binger had been there as the substitute members, and they had been rather rejected and looked down upon. Of course, after that bet, and as they slowly showed their abilities and strength, they were slowly accepted by the main members of the Fei battle team, and their relationship had grown from there. By the time the Heavenly Jewel tournament had begun, their cohesiveness, teamwork and friendship had grown bit by bit with every day they spent together, every fight, until now, when they were almost a single unit.
Dawn.
Zhou Weiqing slowly awoke from his sleep. His body was rather different from an ordinary person, especially after several evolving, and was even stronger than any other Heavenly Jewel master of the same cultivation level. As such, he had a much stronger resistance against any poisons, and a much stronger recovery rate, and alcohol was no different. Although they had binged so much the night before, he still awoke on the break of dawn.
Why is my arm feeling so numb?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 289. Chapter 289, A Perfect Deal. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Moving his arm a little, Zhou Weiqing was shocked to find that there was another person in his arms, and as he lowered his head to look, he was left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Little Witch was using his arm as a pillow, and had clearly been sleeping there for the night, and Little Fat Cat was actually squeezed between the two, her little head also resting comfortably on Zhou Weiqing's poor arm. As such, the moment Zhou Weiqing turned his head to look, the first thing he saw was Fat Cat's round, furry head. An evil, mischievous thought struck him, and with a huge grin, he lifted his hand and softly pinched Fat Cat's nose. Fat Cat was in a deep sleep, and even with her nose pinched, she actually didn't wake up, instead opening her mouth and breathing through it. Zhou Weiqing started a moment, before he almost burst out in laughter. Luckily, he managed to restrain himself, and he continued using his thumb and index finger to continue pressing her nose, and stretching his little finger down to press her jaw and closing her mouth.
Woo! Fat Cat was startled awake, unable to breathe.
When she opened her eyes, she saw Zhou Weiqing's face with a wicked smile on it. Instantly, she struggled away from his hand, snarling as she pounced towards him.
Ha ha ha!
Zhou Weiqing burst out laughing uncontrollably, catching hold of Fat Cat and cuddling her into his embrace. At the same time, he exerted himself and pulled out his arm from under Little Witch's head. Little Witch was also startled awake by that, and her eyes opened slowly, looking at the scene in front of her with blurry eyes. In the next instant, she saw Zhou Weiqing, and her eyes widened, pupils narrowing as she exclaimed in fright, You, why are you on my bed?
Zhou Weiqing said exasperatedly, Get your facts straight, okay? It is not me who is on your bed, but you on my bed. Who knows why you are on my bed? Hoof. Be honest, what did you do to me last night?
I feel strange down there. Little Witch vaulted up, jumping off the bed, looking at Zhou Weiqing suspiciously as she searched through her memory, straining to recall what had happened. Last night, all the members of the Fei battle team had been just too excited in celebrating, and all of them had drank too much. Of course, they did not use their heavenly energy to resist the effects of alcohol, or that would have been pointless. At first, Little Witch had only been drinking in order to get closer to them, as a way to improve her relationship with them by drinking together. However, as time went by, and the effects of alcohol kicked in, she slowly integrated into the lively atmosphere of their little party. As the holy girl of the heavenly demon sect, Little Witch had been given the most strictest education and upbringing since she was a little girl, and had never had the opportunity to surrender herself in such an indulgent abandon. Sensing the truly sincere joy from the other members of the Fei battle team, she slowly opened her heart and joined in the celebration, and at the end she had ended up being the one who drank the most, and even with the highest cultivation level, she had also ended up dead drunk. Her last memory was a blurry one of Zhou Weiqing telling her that he would send her back to her room. Who knows what had happened after that, and she had ended up here and sleeping the night. Quickly looking down at her clothes, they seemed messy but all in place, and she did not feel anything untoward in her body. Luckily, it looks like that little rascal did not try to take advantage of her. Even so, Little Witch blushed deeply. No matter how much she had been flirting with Zhou Weiqing in the past, that had been mostly an act. She was after all still a young girl who had never been touched by another man before, let alone sleeping together with one, even if nothing had really happened between them. It was more than enough for her to be so embarrassed that she wished the floor would open up and swallow her right at that moment. You? Zhou Weiqing looked at her shamelessly, grinning as he said, "My dear beautiful lady, you must take responsibility for the things you do, but..." Little Witch grabbed a pillow from the side, throwing it savagely at Zhou Weiqing before fleeing the room at top speed. Zhou Weiqing quickly caught the pillow, looking at her run out. Only when she disappeared did the shameless look on his face disappear. In truth, he had been extremely embarrassed as well, and had only used this method to hide it. At least, this way, it wouldn't be so awkward. Still, our dear little fatty had an unbelievably thick skin, and his embarrassment lasted less than a few moments before he turned back into his usual self, muttering to himself, "Ah, what have I done? I have truly lost out. Hugging a beautiful lady to sleep, and I actually didn't do anything? I am worse than a beast." 1 inch as he said that, he nabbed up Fat Cat, giving her bottom a little smack and saying with a humph, "Fat Cat, were you the one who ruined my chances last night?" Fat Cat looked up, giving him the snub, a disdainful look in her eyes. In fact, Zhou Weiqing's little joke had been the fact. It was indeed Fat Cat who had ruined his chances last night. Originally, Zhou Weiqing had topped onto the bed with Little Witch in his arms the night before, and with their bodies rubbing against each other and in an alcohol daze, perhaps something else might have happened last night. However, Fat Cat forcefully squeezed between the two of them, separating them, and without any further bodily contact, the two had quickly fallen into a deep sleep. Ordinary people would have a hangover in the morning after such heavy drinking, with a headache and a dry mouth being the norm. Some with weaker physiques might even take an entire day to recover. However, heavenly jewel masters were much stronger, and just circulating their heavenly energy would allow them to recover swiftly, and the only detriment might just be an unusually deep sleep through the night. Since Zhou Weiqing was awake, he naturally did not let the others sleep further. Moving to all the rooms, he woke them up, bathe, dress up, have breakfast, and pack up. Although all of them did not have sufficient sleep, none of them complained. After all, they were about to ascend the heavenly jewel island, and no one wanted to be late for that. The dark green color of their Fei battle team uniform was rather conspicuous. After all, they had made their name fighting in the preliminary heats of the heavenly jewel tournament. Even though it was still early in the morning when they left the hotel, the sun still rising in the morning sky, there were still passers-by on the road who would gesticulate towards them, clearly having recognized them by their uniforms. Before long, they had reached the Zhongtian Plaza. The skill-storing palace of the Zhongtian Empire was right beside the plaza. As they headed towards the skill-storing palace, they were suddenly blocked by a group of people. Stopping, they saw some familiar faces. Shin Little Demon, Lan Feng, as well as the other Dan Dun battle team members. Lin Tianao reacted quickly, taking a step forward ahead of the rest of the Fei battle team members. Looking at Shin Little Demon, he said solemnly, "Team leader Shin, how may I help you?" Shin Little Demon glanced at Lin Tianao, before turning to look at Zhou Weiqing. "Zhou Weiqing, the mountains stand motionless but the water will continue flowing. This is not the end of it. I will always remember the lesson you have gifted me. Senior Shangguan can protect you for now, but he will not be able to protect you forever. With your age, I believe that you will definitely be joining the next Heavenly Jewel tournament. At that time, I will be 30, and we will meet again." From Shin Little Demon's eyes, Zhou Weiqing could see the venom within. Smiling faintly, he said, "Miss Shin, do you really need to do that? Isn't that just a loss? You seeded teams have occupied these positions for much too long, and change is always good, right? What we have done is for your own good after all. Taking a fall is not a bad thing, and that will give you the drive to improve yourselves. Instead of thanking me, you are actually trying to take revenge? Do not worry, I will not hide away, and I will definitely be joining the next Heavenly Jewel tournament. Next time, it will not be such a close shave anymore. I await our next fight." The Dan Dun battle team members glared angrily at Zhou Weiqing, almost on the verge of charging forth and brawling with him. Shin Little Demon lifted a hand to stop her companions, before saying coldly, "Zhou Weiqing, the next Heavenly Jewel tournament is your death date. Let's go." After saying that, she turned and left, leading her team members away. As he watched their backs leaving, Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily and said, "Whether or not it is my death date is not decided yet, but Shin Little Demon, at that time, you better not let me have to cure your poison once more, and letting me touch your chest again. Aiya, it is not easy to be a good person these days. My kindness is repaid with ingratitude." Shin Little Demon was enraged until she almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Her body froze for a moment, before increasing her pace and leaving. Looking at their retreating figures, Lin Tianao shook his head. These seeded teams have truly been at the top for too long, and they aren't able to accept any losses. Still, it isn't a good thing to make too many enemies. Weiqing, remember this, being too inflexible also means being easier to break as well. Zhou Weiqing nodded, saying, "However, if there is no anger or enmity, there is no struggle. Stress and pressure also gives motivation, forcing us to work hard in cultivating.
As long as we keep up and stay strong ourselves, so what if they are great Saint lands? Clap clap asterisk asterisk clap asterisk little which was clapping away at the side. That's right. No need to be afraid of them.
If they have the ability, let the blood-red hell come to the west, I will make sure they get more than they bargained for. Zhou Weiqing glanced at her, saying exasperatedly, from what I see, you are just happy to see the world in chaos.
Come on, let's report to the skill-storing palace.
By now, Little Witch had also recovered to her normal state, as if nothing had happened last night. However, if one were to look closely, one might be able to notice that when she looked at Zhou Weiqing, her gaze seemed to linger slightly longer than usual. Being held up by the Dan Dun battle team did not affect the good moods of the Fei Li battle team, and they continued towards the skill-storing palace. As the Heavenly Jewel tournament had ended, the Zhongtian Plaza had reverted to its normal state, and was once again open to the public. As they passed by the plaza, they finally reached the enormous skill-storing palace, which was as large and grand as any royal palace. There were specially assigned people awaiting for them at the skill-storing palace, all judges from the Heavenly Jewel tournament preliminary heats. As soon as they reached the entrance, one of them guided them into the skill-storing palace. Entering this largest skill-storing palace in the entire Zhongtian Empire, Zhou Weiqing and his companions couldn't help but look around in awe. This skill-storing palace was just too huge, and just the entrance hall alone was more than 50 meters tall, and looking across that hall gave a boundless feel. Just like the previous skill-storing palaces Zhou Weiqing had visited in the past, there were also many exits in the entrance hall for the various different attributes. Of course, these exits were a lot larger, and to the left of every door, there was a huge, glowing gem of about a chi wide, that was like a mirror. Beside the door stood an employee of the skill-storing palace, dressed in white, looking to be guarding something. The guide who had brought them into the hall said, "Please wait here, the other battle teams have not reached yet, so you'll have to wait for them. I will be reporting to the palace master, and you all can have a look around. If you need anything, you can ask any of the other employees and they can introduce you to what you require." After saying that, he left, leaving the team to their own devices. Immediately, Zhou Weiqing did not hesitate as he walked towards the large doors on the right signifying the other attributes. Up until now, his time attribute only had a single skill stored within, the absolute delay. Yet, just the absolute delay alone had saved his life many times, snatching victories from the jaws of defeat especially against stronger opponents. Since the Zhongtian skill-storing palace was so huge, he decided to try his luck. Hopefully they would have a heavenly beast with the time attribute for him to store other skills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 290. Chapter 290, A Perfect Deal. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
The other members of the Fei Li battle team were also impressed with the huge skill-storing palace, and they also went to the doors of their respective attributes to ask the employees about their own skill storing. As Zhou Weiqing walked towards the rightmost door, he asked the employee at the side of the door, "Hello, I would like to ask if you all have any heavenly beasts with the time attribute within this other's exit?" The employee had clearly noticed the group of them earlier, and naturally knew they were from the Fei Li battle team, who had managed to battle their way into the top 4 of the Heavenly Jewel tournament. As such, he was extremely courteous as he replied, "Hold on a moment, let me check for you." As he said that, he lifted his hand and swiped it across the large gem on the side, and a strange sight appeared as the gem lit up in a dim gold light, and an image appeared on it. Zhou Weiqing's jaw dropped as he stared in shock. "What is that?" The employee said proudly with a slight smile, "This is an invention by our skill-storing palace, and can only be found here. It consists of the spatial, light and darkness attributes, and our own specialized ceiling formations and some other secret techniques to create this unique gemstone. It allows us to store images and information, and it is extremely convenient for us to search through it. We call it the luster gem." As he said that, an array of light appeared as he continued controlling the device. Turning back to Zhou Weiqing, the employee said, "Alright, there are 27 heavenly beasts in total with the time attribute, of which 12 are of the sure stage, 8 of the zone stage, 7 of the zone stage or higher. You can actually check on their skills and their effects and power here before you decide on which one you would like to try storing, and that will save a lot of your time. Once you have chosen, we will send someone to send you to the corresponding skill storing chamber. Here in our Zhongtian skill storing palace, every of our heavenly beasts have their own personal chambers, even the lowest staged ones." Zhou Weiqing exclaimed in surprise, "Every heavenly beast has their own chamber? That must have taken so work, effort, and space." The employee smiled faintly, saying, "This must be your first time in our Zhongtian city, right? This is actually not a secret, but the entire underground, 300 meters below the Zhongtian Plaza, it is all actually part of our skill-storing palace. We have the capacity to hold more than 3,000 different heavenly beasts. Hearing his words, Zhou Weiqing sucked in a cold breath. What sort of wealth was needed to splurge like that? Sigh, the Heavenly Bao Empire did not even have a skill-storing palace, yet look at their skill-storing palace over here. This was truly the power of the top empire. Envy, jealousy, hate. After a moment of surprise, Zhou Weiqing focused his gaze on the gemstone screen, looking through the options as he prepared to choose 2-time attribute skills to store. If he could manage to gain 2 power-time attribute skills, it would undoubtedly be a huge benefit to their team effort in the upcoming matches. If you still have elemental jewels which have not gone through skill storing, I recommend that you hold off temporarily for now. Just as Zhou Weiqing was looking through the options, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. At the same time, the employee beside him was already bowing at a 90-degree respectful bow from the waist. Zhou Weiqing turned in surprise to see that Shangguan Longyin and appeared behind him unknowingly, smiling at him.
Hello, Senior Shangguan. Towards Shangguan Longyin, he definitely had a very favorable impression. Shangguan Longyin waved towards the employee, who quickly moved back to the far end, leaving the two alone.
Weiqing, I have reported your terms to the 2 palace masters, and they have considered it very seriously.
Unfortunately, we do not have any dragons, and are not able to meet that. Second palace master also indicated that he will not use third Miss Marriage as a bargaining chip. Zhou Weiqing nodded rather indifferently, saying, I understand. That's all right then. He had a firm grasp on psychology, and he knew that in bargaining, he could not show any sign of urgency, only then would he be able to gain the greatest benefit. As expected, Shangguan Longyin quickly said, Wait, don't be so hasty, let me finish. The 2 palace masters said that if you are willing to sell your immortal deity technique to us, we can use 3 god-tier consolidating equipment scrolls to trade with you, and we can even specially design them for you. At the same time, we can let you stay in the Heavenly Jewel Island as long as you want, and the Heavenly Jewel Island's skill storing palace headquarters will also be available for you to go through skill storing as necessary. Hearing Shangguan Longyin's words, Zhou Weiqing almost drooled with glee. Originally, he had thought that after much bargaining, he might be able to get a single custom-made god-tier consolidating equipment scroll, and that would be a great profit for him. Unexpectedly, their first counter-offer had already been a direct 3, with the added free skill storing. Without question, the heavenly beasts on the Heavenly Jewel Island were likely to be even better than those of the Zhongtian skill storing palace, and this was perhaps why Shangguan Longyin had stopped him from choosing earlier. The trade terms were so good that Zhou Weiqing was unable to reject them, and even his thick skin was unable to continue conning them further. In order to calm himself down, he did not agree at once, instead asking, Senior Shangguan, what does this staying on the Heavenly Jewel Island as long as I want mean?
Shangguan Longyin said, that is actually a right that only the Heaven's Expanse Palace main bloodline has.
Basically, what it means is as long as you want, you can leave and return to the Heavenly Jewel Island anytime you want, and nobody will stop you. Simply put, you will have an infinite Heavenly Jewel plaque, or in other words, you will be considered a part of the Heavenly Jewel Island, but without any restrictions on your freedom. In truth, the reason why Shangguan Longyin was here to speak to Zhou Weiqing today was because the 2 palace masters had discussed Zhou Weiqing's situation in detail, examining every scrap of knowledge they had about this youth. Shangguan Tianyue had not expected that this son-in-law to be of his actually had such an outstanding talent. Although he had not gone through any proper training of Heavenly Jewel Masters from a young age, and could be said to be extremely lacking in that sense, he had already achieved an unbelievable height after a mere 3 years of his Heavenly Jewels awakening. That was already more than comparable to any of their main disciples or bloodline, in fact, perhaps not just in the Heaven's Expanse Palace, but even the other great saint lands too. Furthermore, Zhou Weiqing was still only 17 years old, and he had a great future ahead indeed. When Shangguan Tianyue had heard Shangguan Shuer's report to him, he had finally acknowledged the son-in-law to be of his, at least on a primary level for now. Soon after, Shangguan Longyin had came back with news about the cultivation technique of his and the willingness to do a trade. After much discussion between Shangguan Tianyue and his elder brother, the first palace master Shangguan Tianyang, they had finally came to such a decision. Without question, the terms given by the Heaven's Expanse Palace were highly advantageous, almost unbelievably good. It could be said that they did not bother bargaining, directly offering him their maximum bottom line. First of all, they wanted to see what Zhou Weiqing's character was like facing such a huge enticement, and the other reason, perhaps more importantly, was to have an excuse to officially train and develop Zhou Weiqing properly, and to also keep him on good terms with the Heaven's Expanse Palace. After all, the Heaven's Expanse Palace was extremely huge, and though the 2 palace masters might have absolute power and say, they still needed to consider how their subordinates would think. After listening to Shangguan Longyin's words, Zhou Weiqing paused for a moment, deep in thought, before finally saying, I'd like to thank Senior Shangguan and both palace masters for their kindness and generosity. With such favorable conditions, if I do not accept, I would be much too greedy. However, I do have a small request. I do not require designing custom god-tier consolidating equipment scrolls as I have several designs in hand.
I myself am actually a consolidating equipment master, and I hope that the 3 sets of God-tier consolidating equipment scrolls can be according to the designs I have. At the same time, I also hope that I can watch during the creation of the 3 sets. Besides that, I am extremely happy with all the conditions. You have God-tier consolidating equipment scroll designs? Could it be a legendary set? Shangguan Longyin exclaimed, looking at him in surprise. Zhou Weiqing nodded, saying, as you have seen, I already have a God-tier consolidated equipment, and that is the first piece of my legendary set. As such, I will definitely only consolidate the other pieces of my legendary set in order to complete it. Shangguan Longyin nodded, saying, that is not a big problem. Of course, if you have the designs it is even better, and will save us much trouble too. However, to watch our masters at work, that might be difficult. After all, God-tier consolidating equipment masters have very high status in the Heavenly Jewel Island, and even our palace masters aren't able to order them to do anything they do not want. This will depend on your own luck. We can put forth the request to the masters who will work on your sets, but whether or not they agree is up to them. If they do agree, that will be good, but if they do not agree, we will think of something else to compensate you with. Zhou Weiqing did not hesitate any further, smiling as he said, alright, then I fully accept all the terms of the trade. Even if the seniors do not wish to, then that is fine. With Zhou Weiqing providing his own designs, it was much easier than customizing a design for him. Furthermore, by using his design, the God-tier consolidating equipment master would naturally be able to remember it, and it would actually be a benefit to the Heavenly Jewel Island. As such, that was the reason why Shangguan Longyin said they would compensate him. Of course, Zhou Weiqing was extremely clear about that point. As a consolidating equipment master himself, how could he not know about the importance and value of a legendary set design? However, he would not take out the entire set of designs, no matter how much money or favorable trades, he would never do so. After all, he had to ensure that this legendary set of his was unique, and one of a kind. This was his teacher Huyen Ao's teaching lineage's founder's fruit of painstaking labor, and was a top-quality work that could possibly make history. How could he possibly sell or trade it away? Of course, if it were only 3 designs out of the entire set, that would not be a big problem as the overall secret of the entire set would still be kept. With those 3 sets of scrolls, it would be more than sufficient to tide him over until he reached the 6-jeweled cultivation level. By that time, he was also confident that his own consolidating equipment master skills would be polished to a new height, and perhaps he wouldn't be far from creating his own equipment by then. After all, some of the earlier scrolls in the sets did not totally require a God-tier jewel master power, with only a zone stage jewel master power required. Even though Zhou Weiqing had an incredible talent on his heavenly jewel master cultivation, he had never given up on the dream of becoming a God-tier consolidating equipment master. After all, his goal was not just an ordinary fighter, an ordinary adventurer, but a leader who would bring his empire to new heights. With the draw that a consolidating equipment master brought to jewel masters, it was much more than being any ordinary powerhouse. He had already felt that deeply even as just a mere mid-level consolidating equipment master, experiencing firsthand how important such a master could be. With that, how could he possibly give up such an important step to his dream? Furthermore, he held the hopes and dreams of his teacher Huyen Aobai as well, and he had given his promise. As such, after some quick thought, Zhou Weiqing had added the request of watching the creation. No matter how good having the scrolls were, it would be even better if he could learn how to create them himself, and watching a God-tier consolidating master create them would definitely teach him something, paving the road for his future as an outstanding God-tier consolidating master of his own. Still, he did not want to add too many requests, at least trying to give the impression that he was honest, many naive. After all, his immortal deity technique perhaps wasn't worth that much. If not for his relationship with Shangguan Binger, perhaps he would be afraid that they would renege on the deal after realizing the true nature of the technique. How could poor Shangguan Longyin know that this honest-looking youth in front of him, who was in truth more shrewd and cunning than a monkey, had already calculated so much? Seeing that Zhou Weiqing did not try to add any more conditions, he immediately felt the impression of the youth increase another notch. Just in the time that they were discussing, the other 3 battle teams had slowly arrived one by one. These 3 teams stood at a distance from one another, without any discourse between one another, though they glared icily at each other once in a while. Zen's note: usually I translate the title of the chapter after all the parts are done because TJSS titles are rather spoiler why. This round I thought the great deal was the one they made with Little Witch, but now I realize it is this deal with Shangguan Longyin. Damn! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291. Chapter 291, Heavenly Jewel Island. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. As compared to the wide-eyed curiosity the Fei Li battle team members had when they first entered the Zhongtian skill storing palace, these other seeded teams with Great Saint Lan's background seemed to be used to it. They did not look around, instead staying together and waiting to leave.
Shangguan Lanyin patted Zhou Weiqing on the shoulder warmly, saying, "All right, let's go.
It's time to gather and head towards the Heavenly Jewel Island." From a detached point of view, Zhou Weiqing noticed that for the other three teams, the Wanshou battle team were all dressed in white, the Zhongtian battle team in light blue, and the Bapa battle team in yellow. Along with the dark green uniforms of the Fei Li battle team, there was certainly a contrast in colors today. Yesterday, when they had officially entered the top four, they had been just too excited and overjoyed that they had not had the time to actually observe the other three seeded teams, and now he took the time and opportunity to observe them closely. Currently, as he set his gaze upon them, Zhou Weiqing noticed that the two youths leading the Wanshou battle team were about 26 or 27 of age, and they actually looked exactly the same, clearly a set of twins. The two of them had cold looks upon their rather handsome faces, and the only way to differentiate them seemed to be a white lock of hair upon their heads. Both had the same white lock, but one had it on the left, while the other had it on the right. As for the Zhongtian Empire, the leader also looked to be a youth of around 27 years old. Tall, well-built and handsome, he looked calm and peaceful, but his eyes were deep and soulful like looking into a bottomless pool. As for the Passion Valley team, it was another pair leading the team. This time, it was a young man and lady pair, and they stood there hand in hand, smiles on their faces. From the intimate way they acted, they were clearly a couple. The strangest thing about the Passion Valley was that out of the 5 main team members and 3 reserve members, all 8 of them were made up of 4 couples. They truly lived up to their name of Passion Valley indeed. Seeing that Shangguan Lanyin had arrived, the other members of the Fei Li battle team hastily gathered. Lin Tianao stood at the front, with Zhou Weiqing standing just behind him. After the series of fights in the preliminary heats, Zhou Weiqing's status in the Fei Li battle team was second only to Lin Tianao.
If Lin Tianao was the symbol of strength, power and steadiness, the bedrock of their team, then Zhou Weiqing was the brains of the entire team.
Of course, in their words, he was called their doghead military advisor.
1.
Shangguan Lanyin stood in front of the 4 battle teams, the smile on his face when speaking with Zhou Weiqing had vanished. He did not elaborate much, just saying a quick and simple line, "Follow me." Led by Shangguan Lanyin, all of them headed out of the skill-storing palace. There was a line of 5 large horse carriages waiting for them on the road outside, each grand and luxurious, even more so than the one that the Heavenly Bao unit leader Hua Feng had used to earn money in the past. Each of them had a team of 8 gallant steeds harnessed to the carriage to pull them. Shangguan Lanyin motioned to them to get on, and he took the first horse carriage. The teams followed suit, each of them taking a horse carriage. As the horses galloped away, the 5 horse carriages sped away out of the Zhongtian city. Sinking back into the comfortable seats of the luxurious carriage, Zhou Weiqing relaxed, his face showing his enjoyment as he turned to Lin Tianao, who was sitting beside him, and asked, "Leader, do you know anything about this upcoming semifinals and finals? Any secrets perhaps?" Lin Tianao shook his head, saying, "The 4 seeded teams have been the only ones to enter the top 4 for many decades, and they have always kept silent on the issue. After so many years of the Heavenly Jewel tournament being held, I have actually never heard of the semifinal and final fixtures being passed around." As he said that, he glanced subconsciously towards Little Witch. Without question, since she was from one of the Great Saint Lands, she was probably in a better position to have some knowledge about this. Little Witch shrugged, saying, "Unfortunately, even though we are also a Great Saint Lands, we have never been through the top 4 personally as well. Although we have managed to get some news, it is definitely incomplete. As for the exact rules and fixtures, I do not know, but I have heard that this upcoming fight will be held by all 4 teams at once, and may not be separated into a semifinals and finals fight. As for what exactly lies ahead, I do not know for sure." Upon hearing that it would be an all-out battle amongst the 4 teams at once, the faces of the Fei Li battle team members changed. Although they knew that their overall strength had increased by a large amount due to Little Witch joining them, but they knew there was still a large gap between them and the other 3 seeded teams. No matter any one of the other seeded teams would be a large threat to them, let alone all of them. Little Witch giggled and said, "Do not worry so much. I have said that our battle team will definitely get at least second, with the potential to even get the champion, and I truly meant it. Still, let's wait and see when we get to the Heavenly Jewel Island and hear the actual rule. In any case, whatever happens, we have at least entered the top 4, entered the Heavenly Jewel Island, right?" Although the rest of the team was still wary of Little Witch, but hearing her words, they all relaxed a little. Indeed, what she said was true. No matter what happened, they had already exceeded all their hopes and expectations, created history, and entered the Heavenly Jewel Island. In the future fights, they did not need to have any stress or pressure about doing well, and could just concentrate on doing their best. The horse carriages traveled for almost 2 hours before they finally left the Zhongtian city and headed down the official road.
It was another hour of traveling before the speed finally started slowing down. As the horse carriage stopped, they all disembarked. Right in front of them, they could see one of the huge rock pillars which supported the entire Heavenly Jewel Island. Although they were already quite close to the pillar, one look could tell them that there was still some distance to it. Right below the pillar was a massive encampment, which surrounded the entire pillar. Shangguan Longyin stood at the front, saying passively, "The 16 grand pillars which support the Heavenly Jewel Island are each guarded by 4 regiments of our Zhongtian Central Army. The Heavenly Jewel Island can be accessed by any of the 16 pillars, but if anyone tries to break through to it by force, but." Hearing his words, the Zhongtian battle team members showed respectful looks on her face, while the 4 couples of the Passion Valley had faint smiles on their face. Only the Heavenly Snow Mountain members had a rather deprecating look on their faces. 32 streaks of light shot forth from Shangguan Longyin in the next instant, separating immediately and reaching each and every one of the 30 members of the 4 battle teams. Subconsciously, everyone raised their hands to meet it, and in their palms a small plaque appeared. None of them had even seen Shangguan Longyin move, and the 30 plaques had already been distributed to their targets. This was a show of power indeed. Naturally, Zhou Weiqing also had a plaque, and as he examined it, he saw its top half was round in shape with a sharpened bottom half. It was a warm jade of a pale blue shade, and on it were inscribed the 3 words Heavenly Jewel Plaque. He could faintly sense a swirl of energy within the plaque itself, though he was unable to tell what material it was made out of. "Let's go." Throwing down those 2 words, Shangguan Longyin soared into the air like a cloud as he headed towards the army camp. For army regiments was 40,000 soldiers, and guarding 16 pillars meant an entire 640,000 soldiers to guard them all. Just the central army of the Zhongtian Empire alone had so many soldiers, let alone the rest of its army. As Zhou Weiqing flew along with his companions towards their destination, he couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. In his eyes, the Zhongtian Empire was just too powerful, and yet, what did that entail for the power of the Wanzhou Empire? After all, the Wanzhou Empire alone was the entire north of the mainland, and was able to fight with almost all the other empires at once without losing. What sort of astonishing power did they have? Lost in his thoughts, Zhou Weiqing followed robotically behind the group as they entered the army camp in front. With Shangguan Longyin at the lead, and with the Heavenly Jewel plaques in hand, they had no problems entering the heavily guarded encampment. Observing coldly from the side, Zhou Weiqing noted that all the soldiers here were actually in full armor, and according to their different type of service arms, they had a different armor as well. For example, the archers were dressed in leather armor, scouts in light chain mail, and there were others with split mail, heavy armor, and all sorts of different scale armors. It could be said that these Zhongtian Empire soldiers were armed to the teeth. Their personal strength aside, just their superior equipment already caused Zhou Weiqing's eyes to lit up. When will our Heavenly Bow Empire ever have an army like that? At this time, the urgency in Zhou Weiqing's heart was at a highest possible point, and his hands gripped together tightly in fists. The more he wandered the world, the more he saw, and the more he realized how little time he had. Compared to all these powerful empires, or even some of the weaker ones, his own Heavenly Bow Empire's gap between them was more like an uncrossable chasm. How he wished that he could bring his empire to as strong as them. Zhou Weiqing had made the decision that besides buying some necessities, he would save the rest of the bulk of his winnings to bring back to the Heavenly Bow Empire. With the several millions of gold coins, it would at least be able to gear up their army, improve recruitment, and especially aid in training and improving their jewel masters. No matter what, it would be a great boost to his empire's growth. When he returned from the Fei Li Military Academy, he would join the army. "Dad, just wait and see, when I finally return for good, I will replace you, and lead our Heavenly Bow Empire to become one of the strong empires of the world." The supporting pillars were not actually fully straight all the way up, but with a slight incline in the center. When they got very close to the pillar, they were able to see that steps had actually been carved into the pillar side. In front of the steps, there were 8 men guarding it, dressed in the white uniform of the Zhongtian Skill Storing Palace. They saluted and bowed towards Shangguan Longyin, before examining each and every one of the team members' heavenly jewel plaques before letting them through. Shangguan Longyin said passively, "All of you battle teams should not cause trouble on the way up, not even with each other, if not your tournament entry will be revoked." After saying that, he vanished into a puff of green smoke as he sped up the pillar. The 4 battle teams did not dare to be tardy, and they immediately followed suit up the steps. From the distance, the rock pillar did not seem particularly large, but when they were right front of it, it was clearly as immense as a mountain. The ones to move out ahead were the Zhongtian Empire and the Wanzhou Empire, as the 16 members of the 2 large battle teams soared into the air almost at the same time, rushing up the steps as if unwilling to play second fiddle to the other. The Baopa battle team members also followed suit right on their heels, but the Fei Li battle team members hurried along calmly. "Leader, should we rush up as well?" Little Four said, clearly itching to go. Lin Tianao shook his head, saying, "No, do not try to chase them.
Firstly, we do not even know if we have the power and speed to catch up to them. This is just the trip to get up there, not part of the tournament, and we do not need to expend too much energy in doing so.
Remember, Senior Shangguan said no getting into trouble as well.
We'll go up together, quickly but not hastily. The stairs or path up the pillar was rather precipitous, and Lin Tianao got Xiao Yan and Drunken Bao, who had the next highest cultivation levels in the team, to stay at the back as a precaution, while he himself took the front spot. In that formation, the team ascended the steps swiftly. No matter what they heard about it previously, it was only when they started climbing the pillars when they couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the amazing miracles of nature, and what wonders it could conjure up with. As the ground got further and further away, and the view got hazier, the steps up the pillar got steeper and even more dangerous. They could almost raise their hands and touch the step in front. It was almost impossible to estimate how much man-hours of effort, how much work and materials had been expended into cutting these steps into the pillars by the Heaven's Expanse Palace, and to imagine they had done so for all 16 pillars could almost blow one's mind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 292. Chapter 292, Heavenly Jewel Island. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
After 1,000 meters or so, they were totally surrounded by mist. Once again, Lin Tianao warned his companions to be careful as they all slowed down their climbing speed due to the lack of visibility. As they ascended higher, the temperature also dropped. Xiao Yan was forced to release his fire attribute Heavenly Energy in order to dissipate the mist directly surrounding them, and to provide some measure of heat for his companions. Every 1,000 meters or so they climbed meant about a 6-degree drop in temperature, but with Xiao Yan's help and the strong physiques as Heavenly Jewel Masters, it was not a huge problem. They had heard that the pillars extended more than 5,000 meters high, but they did not know the exact height. Since it was their first time climbing it, they wanted to be as careful as possible. Slowly, the mist surrounding them grew thinner. After another hour of climbing, the sight before them changed almost abruptly, as they had broken past the bank of clouds and could actually see them below. An amazing sight filled the eyes of the Fei Li battle team members. They could clearly see the skies right in front of them, a clear, brilliant, beautiful blue, the almost piercing sunlight, and at their feet was a huge mass of clouds that seemed almost impenetrable. Such a vision, it was as if they had wandered into another realm altogether, causing a strange feeling in their hearts. This was, however, not the end of the road. Right above their heads, about 2,000 meters away estimatedly, loomed the massive presence of the Heavenly Jewel Island. They could also see the other 15 pillars supporting the huge island, painting a breathtaking picture before their eyes.
Heavenly Jewel Island.
This was the Heavenly Jewel Island of legend. Little Witch muttered to herself, for the Heavenly Jewel Island to be called the greatest miracle of the entire mainland. It truly deserves its name. This is like a saintly paradise amongst the mortal world. She was not the only one who felt that way. This was also the first time seeing such a sight for each and every one of the Fei Li battle team members, and that sight sparked an awe and excitement in their hearts that couldn't be expressed in words alone. Not even mentioning what they could possibly gain materially on this Heavenly Jewel Island, just the sheer view and majesty of this miraculous island was enough to shock their hearts and satisfy them. The size of the Heavenly Jewel Island itself was large, but not overly massive, at least in comparison to the 16 pillars supporting it. Looking at it from the distance, they estimated JT was about the size of the Zhongtian city. From their view, the bottom of the island was entire pitch black, but as for what was on top, they would only be able to find out when they reached their destination.
Zhou Weiqing sucked in a deep breath, saying, "Wow, indeed. But what happens if the Heavenly Jewel Island falls to the ground one day? Wouldn't it totally destroy the Zhongtian city below?"
Lin Tianao gave him a silencing gesture, saying, "Do not speak of that, not even as a joke.
We are almost reaching the top, and I must warn all of you. When we reach the actual Heavenly Jewel Island, you all have to watch your words. This is the Heaven's Expanse Palace, and there are powerhouses galore here. Safety first is of the utmost importance, and you should not cause any trouble. When there is nothing on, I want everyone to stick together as a group." All of them nodded in agreement, and finally Lin Tianao continued up, leading the way, satisfied. At this height, the temperature was naturally even lower. However, without the clouds blocking their vision, they were actually able to move at a much faster pace. They could see that the other 3 battle teams had already almost reached the Heavenly Jewel Island, and since it was relatively safer now, they decided to accelerate their pace as well. Finally, after slightly under an hour, they reached the 5,000-meter-high Heavenly Jewel Island. After another check of their Heavenly Jewel plaques, they went through a round of registration before entering the Heavenly Jewel Island. The other 3 battle teams had long since reached, and many of them looked on impatiently while they waited for the Fei Li battle team to reach. Shangguan Longyin said, "Alright, now that all of you are here, you can go ahead to take a break and have a good rest. The actual finals fight will begin 3 days later. In this 3 days, you can move about freely the island as you wish. However, be warned that there are some areas that are restricted, and if you are stopped, do not try to enter forcibly, otherwise you will be treated as a hostile invader. If you need anything or have any queries about the Heavenly Jewel Island, you can ask any of the employees here, and there will be someone assigned to bring all of you to your respective accommodations." After saying that, Shangguan Longyin seemed to meld into the air, disappearing in a flash. Naturally, the members of the Fei Li battle team had heard Shangguan Longyin's words clearly. However, they did not rush off into things, instead taking the time to take in the entirety of the sights and sounds of this new environment they were in. As soon as they had entered the Heavenly Jewel Island, they realized that they no longer felt the biting cold that had been prevalent on their way up. Even the humidity level 1 was actually higher than when they were climbing the pillars, being only slightly lower than ground level. The surrounding area was full of grass and greenery, with many different types of plants flourishing. In the distance, there were several peaks forming a mountain range series, dotting the landscape. If not for the fact that they had just climbed up the rock pillars to reach this place, and could still it behind them, they could hardly believe that this was 5,000 meters up in the sky. As compared to the Fei Li battle team's surprise and curiosity, the other 3 battle teams were much better. After all, many of them had actually been here before. The 4 assigned employees went to their respective battle teams to bring them to their accommodations, though strangely they did not head in the same direction, instead splitting up soon after. Clearly, their accommodations were all separate. The white-clad guide leading the Fei Li battle team looked to be about 30 years old of age, and Zhou Weiqing sidled up closer to him as they walked, asking curiously, "This big brother, for all of us, this is our first time on the Heavenly Jewel Island. Could you please introduce the entire island briefly to us?" The white-clad man smiled faintly, saying, "Of course I can. First of all, congratulations to you all for entering the top 4. It has been many decades since a non-seeded team has actually accomplished that. Alas, I was on duty during that period on the island and wasn't able to watch all the matches. As for our Heavenly Jewel Island, there are actually 3 places which are the most famous. The Heaven's Expanse Palace, the Consolidating Equipment Pavilion, and the Skill Storing Palace. The Heaven's Expanse Palace is usually not open to the public, and is considered sacred ground in our entire island. As such, most of the guests on the island will visit the Consolidating Equipment Pavilion and the Skill Storing Palace. It can be said that both our Consolidating Equipment Pavilion and the Skill Storing Palace are considered top-notch in the entire continent, literally unmatched. Later, when we reach your accommodations, you will see that it is not far from those 2 famed areas, as it is all in the central zone of the island. For all of you, the central zone of the island is the only place open for access, and the other zones, especially the wild zone on the outside, are not to be accessed or you will be treated as hostile invaders." Hearing their guide's simple introduction, Zhou Weiqing had a rough picture of the entire Heavenly Jewel Island. Without question, the wild zone that was restricted to them definitely held many secrets. Perhaps the 13 dragon caves or even other plant, animal treasures or rare ores could be found there. Of course, this Heavenly Jewel Island was the Heaven's Expanse Palaces, the heart of the Zhongtian Empire, and no one would mess around here for nothing. As they walked deeper into the island, the air became fresher, wetter, more comfortable, full of the faint fragrance of plants. Combined with the pure, soft rays of the sunshine bathing upon them, it was just like Little Witch had described previously. Within the entire Fei Li battle team, the one who was the most intoxicated by the scene, almost deep in a reverie, was Little Witch. That was because she had the life attribute, and immersed in such a natural environment, she had a deep, profound sensation. Led by the employee, they traveled almost for 15 minutes before they reached the central zone that he had mentioned. It was almost like a little city in its own right, just without any city gates. After all, it was on the Heavenly Jewel Island, what need was there of tall walls and gates? Along the broad lanes were shops lined on either side, and all the shopkeepers were dressed similarly to their guide. However, those shops were actually nothing to do with Heavenly Jewel Masters, either selling food, clothing, or some necessities. As per their guide's introduction, the Fei Li battle team members realized that all those shops were actually not selling ordinary food or clothing, but actually rare treasures. For example, the food could be exotic heavenly beasts and or rare plants, while the clothes were also made out of precious materials and unique handicraft. There were also specialized inns for those guests with the Heavenly Jewel plaque. Of course, all those things were extremely expensive indeed. According to their guide, even the cheapest inn would cost more than 1,000 gold coins per night, and that wasn't inclusive of meals. Of course, this time, as they were attending the Heavenly Jewel Tournament, their accommodations would be free, but that would only be during the period of the Heavenly Jewel Tournament. As for the Heavenly Jewel Island, it was forbidden for anyone to spend the night in the streets, and they had to find some kind of accommodation, be it inns, hotels, or whatnot.
As such, if someone wanted to stay here for a long period of time to cultivate and make full use of their skill storing palace and consolidating equipment pavilion, they would have to prepare a colossal amount of gold coins first. This was one way for the Heavenly Jewel Island to restrict or limit their guests, at the same time a great way to profit greatly. Very quickly, the members saw the consolidating equipment pavilion and skill storing palace in their sights, situated at the side of the zone, not far from each other. As for the other side of the central zone, it was covered with a cloudy mist, giving zero visibility. Clearly, that was the Heaven's Expanse Palace, and they had some sort of unknown seal or protection which made use of the mist to hide themselves. As compared to the Zhongtian City's skill storing palace and consolidating equipment pavilion, the size of the ones on the Heavenly Jewel Island was much smaller, only about the size of the one that Zhou Weiqing had been to in the Flying Hill City. However, without a doubt, it was likely they were going for quality over quantity here. The Fei battle team was housed in a nameless inn on the side, not far from the consolidating equipment pavilion and skill storing palace. It wasn't particularly luxurious or grand, but was clean and neat. Even staying at such an inn alone cost at least 1,000 gold coins per person per day, and that wasn't even with individual rooms. The price was definitely insane. Before the guide left, he told them that during the period of the Heavenly Jewel tournament, their stay would be free, but it would not include their meals. As for what they wanted to eat, that would be up to them to handle themselves. As per usual, they gathered in Lin Tianao's room. It had been early morning when they had set out from the Zhongtian city, and by now it was already in the afternoon, and they had to face the problem of lunch. Yi Paopao couldn't help but say, "Luckily we all won quite some money, otherwise we would have to starve all the way through this tournament." Earlier, when we were walking, I took a look at their prices and they were indeed terrifying. For Yi Paopao, a son of the premier of the Fei Empire, to say that the food was expensive, and terrifyingly so, one could just imagine the sheer prices. Drunken Bao patted Zhou Weiqing on the shoulder and grinned wickedly, saying, "No problem, we have our rich man here to treat us." Zhou Weiqing looked at him exasperatedly and said, "No way, I'm not treating you guys anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 293. Chapter 293, Heavenly Jewel Island. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Little Four grinned, saying, "Haha, Weiqing, you aren't going to be so stingy, right? During the tournament period, it'll be at most a few tens of thousands of gold coins only, nothing much for you." Zhou Weiqing gave a humph, saying, "Keep dreaming, if you want me to feed you guys, that is no problem at all. I have loads of food in my spatial necklace to feed all of you for a month at least. I'm well prepared indeed." Had ha. As he said that, he quickly dug out a bunch of dry rations and fruits and placed them on the table. Weiqing, you are too sly." Zhou Weiqing laughed, saying, "Alright, everyone eat up quickly. After eating, we can head to the consolidating equipment pavilion. I'll settle all your gifts first, lest some people keep complaining that I'm stingy, but..." Hearing that they were about to purchase the consolidating equipment scrolls, everyone perked up, energized. They took barely half the time they usually took to eat, gorging everything down as they settled their lunch. After which, they rushed out of the inn and headed straight towards the Heavenly Jewel Island Consolidating Equipment Pavilion. To any Heavenly Jewel master, the Heavenly Jewel Island's Consolidating Equipment Pavilion and Skill Storing Palace was considered a long-cherished dream, perhaps even a place of legend. Here was where the true items of quality could be found. From the outside, the Consolidating Equipment Pavilion in front of them looked so much smaller than the one in the Zhongtian city. Although it had 4 levels, they estimated that its total surface area was about a third of that of the Zhongtian City Consolidating Equipment Pavilion. Surprisingly, there were no guards at the entrance, and the members of the Fei battle team walked in directly. Within, the interior decorations of both consolidating equipment pavilions were rather similarly, an old-school look that was simple but beautiful. As they entered the pavilion, 2 white-clad employees came forward to greet them. The 2 employees looked to be about 20-odd years of age, though they gave a vibe of a deep, steady, grounded feel, clearly no simple or ordinary people. "Welcome guests, may I know what you require?" The white-clad youth on the left said with a respectful smile. Lin Tianao replied respectfully, "Thank you, we are here to look for consolidating equipment scrolls. May I know if there are works by Zone Stage Consolidating Equipment Masters?" Hearing his question, a smile crossed the 2 white-clad employees' faces involuntarily, and the one on the left said, "Honored guests, this must be your first time here at our Consolidating Equipment Pavilion. Let me give a simple introduction of our pavilion over here. Each level is separated into 2 zones. The left zone are all completed consolidating equipment scrolls, while the right zone are all the various materials for creating consolidating equipment scrolls. This is the same for every level. Amongst that, the first level is mostly Grandmaster and Zone Stage consolidating equipment scrolls and their corresponding materials.
At that level, we will not sell any scrolls without sockets.
As for the second level, they are also still Grandmaster and Zone Stage consolidating equipment scrolls, but the difference is that only set equipment are sold there, and not individual pieces. The third level would be God level consolidating equipment scrolls and their corresponding materials.
Hearing his simple introduction, the members of the entire battle team were shocked.
Although they already had a high evaluation of the Heavenly Jewel Consolidating Equipment Pavilion, they had still somewhat underestimated its sheer power. Even their lowest quality scrolls were socketed Grandmaster Consolidating Equipment Master scrolls, followed by Zone Stage ones, populating 2 entire levels. Even more so was the fact that they had entire consolidating equipment sets for sale. After all, an entire set could mean making an ordinary Heavenly Jewel Master into a powerhouse. Furthermore, this wasn't even counting the higher quality ones that the Heaven's Expanse Palace would likely keep for themselves. What kind of unbelievable foundation and wealth they had to be able to do something like that. The most surprising thing was that just the third level alone of the Consolidating Equipment Scroll was already selling God-tier Consolidating Equipment Scrolls. Such news caused them all to suck in deep cold breaths on shock.
Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but ask, what about the fourth level? Does that mean the fourth level is selling God-tier Legendary Consolidating Equipment Sets? The guide shook his head, saying, not exactly. After all, those legendary consolidating equipment sets are considered priceless. Our consolidating equipment pavilion has 7 different type of legendary set designs, of which only the completed scrolls of 4 of those can be sold. However, we only do equivalent barter trade for these, and will not sell them for gold coins, as they are much too valuable. As such, the fourth level is actually for custom-made consolidating equipment scrolls, and is open for all levels of consolidating equipment masters from Zone Stage and above to customize any particular equipment for you. Of course, the price for custom scrolls are much more expensive, at least 3 times that of any ordinary consolidating equipment scrolls of the same level. Without even caring about the price, as soon as the Fei Li battle team members heard that legendary sets could actually be traded for, all of them were totally stunned speechless. No matter whether or not someone could afford it, at least they now knew that it was available for trade. Little Witch stood at the side muttering to herself, no wonder the Heavenly Jewel Island is called the richest place on the entire mainland. Little Four's eyes lit up with glee as he exclaimed, if only I had the money to buy an entire legendary set, I'd be a super powerhouse in the future as well. Drunken Bao glared at him exasperatedly, saying, alright, stop daydreaming. That's not even close to being realistic. Do you think they are worth nothing? Those aren't things that we can buy. Come on, let's go look at the Zone Stage Consolidating Equipment Scrolls. If we can manage to get a good Zone Stage Consolidating Equipment Scroll, it will be truly worth the trip here indeed. In truth, the others were all somewhat daydreaming longingly, however silently, but they were all pulled back to reality by Drunken Bao's words. An entire legendary set was so expensive that even a small or medium empire would not be able to afford it no matter how hard they tried, let alone lone Heavenly Jewel Masters like themselves without any powerful backgrounds. Without any further delay, they decided to head quickly to the first level and choose their Zone Stage Consolidating Equipment Scrolls. Zhou Weiqing grabbed hold of Lin Tianao before he could follow the rest. Turning to Drunken Bao and the others, he said, all of you go ahead and take your time choosing, and I will settle the bill when I come back down. Leader, let's head up to the 4th floor to choose. After all, your situation is very different from them. In order to continue with your assembly set shield, it definitely has to be a custom-made consolidating equipment scroll. Lin Tianao started, furrowing his brow as he said, but, the price, Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily, saying, from what I see, you are very close to reaching the 6-jeweled cultivation level, right? I know that it will be quite a long time before I can reach the Zone Stage Consolidating Equipment Master level, and there is no point wasting time waiting. Come, let's go. As he said that, he dragged Lin Tianao along with him. Lin Tianao was an ultimate defense Heavenly Jewel Master, and one of outstanding talent and skill. More importantly, he was Zhou Weiqing's follower, and towards his own people, Zhou Weiqing had always been extremely generous. Increasing Lin Tianao's power was in a way increasing his own power, and he would not skimp on spending on him. Lin Tianao had already started on this path of the assembly set shield, the extreme method, and if he did not continue on the path, it would perhaps limit his growth and waste his talents. Zhou Weiqing definitely did not want that to happen, to waste such potential by saving some money and causing his assembly shield set to break from now on. Lin Tianao did not continue protesting, following Zhou Weiqing's lead. In his eyes, a warm smile could be faintly seen. When he had first lost to Zhou Weiqing and became his follower, it was undoubtedly with an unwilling heart. Being vexed, disappointed, and resigned, those emotions barely scratched the surface of the turmoil in his heart. However, he was a man of his word, and he stuck to it no matter how he felt about it.
Yet, as time went by, and the more time he spent together with Zhou Weiqing, that feeling slowly dissipated. It wasn't just the unbelievable talent that Zhou Weiqing had displayed, his quick wit, character, all of which showed he would be a good leader to follow. But more importantly, it was the respect that Zhou Weiqing showed him. In this heavenly jewel tournament, he had been the leader in name, yet he had been Zhou Weiqing's follower. Naturally, one could imagine how conflicted he felt at the start. However, Zhou Weiqing had not tried to use that against him or displayed any sign of it, instead calling him leader respectfully like a little brother. That, and more, had slowly caused any unpleasant feelings in his heart to slowly dissolve away in the sands of time. They still had quite a lot of time, thus Zhou Weiqing did not rush to the fourth floor, instead bringing Lin Tianao to the right zone. Naturally, he was not there to buy any completed consolidating equipment scrolls. As a consolidating equipment master himself, he would not waste the money on buying completed scrolls unless absolutely necessary. After all, his target was to become a Grandmaster, Zhong Stage Master, and even God-tier Master in the future. As such, he needed to purchase some rarer materials required for those future stages in advance, in preparation for his future needs. Anyway, he had the money to spend currently, and he might as well use this opportunity to purchase what he needed now. Those materials would not drop in value in any case, and could only go higher. From the ever-increasing prices of the consolidating equipment scrolls in the market, he clearly realized that point. Walking to the right zone of the first level, what entered Zhou Weiqing and Lin Tianao's eyes was a dazzling array of goods, from consolidating equipment paper, ink, to the many varied materials required. From just a quick glance, Zhou Weiqing could tell they were all rare treasures indeed.
What? Damn! That black voodoo grass is at least 500 years old. Wait, what? Heavens! Is that a green jade agave? Ah, to use that to create a zone stage consolidating equipment scroll would be rather a waste.
Muttering crazily to himself, Zhou Weiqing looked around the entire zone, examining the amazing rare treasures and plants before his eyes. However, he also saw the prices listed under the items. The price was directly proportional to the rarity and quality of the items, and looking at all the various zeros behind the prices, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but flinch with a bitter smile. Up until this point, he had not even seen any item less than 5,000 gold coins, and these were just merely single materials. From those prices, one could imagine how high the completed scrolls would be. To describe the Heavenly Jewel Island Consolidating Equipment Pavilion's prices as daylight robbery would not be an exaggeration. At the same time, you could not complain a whit about those prices, and you could only pay those prices obediently. After all, they were not forcing anyone to buy the goods, yet these materials were so rare in the outside world, that the only possible place you might even have a chance of coming across them would be in an auction house. And in an auction, the prices might even be higher than the prices stated here. After looking for a while, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but heave a huge sigh inwardly. So, 100 million gold coins was really nothing. Luckily, this time, I'm able to trade the immortal deity technique for god-tier consolidating equipment scrolls. After a quick look of all the various materials, Zhou Weiqing decided not to rush into purchasing the materials he wanted. After all, they still had a lot of time, and these materials were all so expensive. His mind was full of information that he had memorized from Huyan Aogua's teachings, and he decided to process everything first before deciding. After all, he wanted to make full efficient use of these expensive materials, and by mixing them with some cheaper auxiliary materials when creating consolidating ink, he could save a rather drastic amount. However, in order to do that, he would need to take time and plan things out carefully. At the same time, he would have to think of what he needed to buy for Yunli. Money was there to be spent, but he would definitely spend every cent of it wisely. As such, Zhou Weiqing decided to put off his decision till later, and head upwards to see the higher levels first. When he got back, he could slowly plan what he wanted to buy, especially since he might want some materials from the higher levels as well. Of course, he would also have to plan his finances on how much he had left after buying the zone stage consolidating equipment scrolls for his friends. Leaving the first level, they entered the second one. Similarly, Zhou Weiqing led Lin Tianao to the right zone where the materials were being sold. When he entered the hall, he was surprised to see someone standing in front of a small shoot of grass, muttering softly to herself. It was an old lady dressed in a long gray robe. She was not particularly tall, slightly plump, with a head of wild white hair cascading onto her shoulders messily. Not only was she muttering under her breath, she was also pointing at the shoot of grass, giving a rather strange and unusual. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294. Chapter 294, Triplets. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Looking at the weird old lady, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but walk up closer to her. As every material was extremely valuable and expensive, they were all placed there with a transparent crystal cover protecting it. Buyers could only use their eyes to examine it, but not touch it, lest they damage or destroy it. Yet, this strange old lady before him, the crystal cover over the stalk of grass had actually been moved to the side, and the stalk of grass was exposed to the air. She was even muttering and pointing at it, yet none of the employees seemed to come for her. As he got closer, Zhou Weiqing could clearly hear what she was muttering about, as she seemed to speak directly to the little stalk of grass. "Little buyer, be good, hurry up and grow up, grandmother will find a good husband for you." But hearing her words, Zhou Weiqing almost laughed out loud, thinking to himself, "This grandma, is she alright? Mental problems? But, if that's the case, how could she possibly be in this consolidating equipment pavilion?" That feeling of welling laughter only lasted for a few seconds. The next moment, his entire body shook, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at the old lady. The reason for that sudden change was because Zhou Weiqing could clearly see what had just happened. The little stalk of grass that the old lady was in front of was another jade grass, a valuable plant one, and it was actually swaying along with the old lady's voice. Zhou Weiqing could vaguely see that around the nether jade grass was a faint warping of light around it. The most stunning thing was that the nether jade grass was actually growing swiftly as it swayed along, at such a speed that could actually be seen by the naked eye. How did she do that? Zhou Weiqing was totally shocked. He could not believe his eyes, that a human could actually control the growth of such plants. Even a heavenly jewel master with the life attribute should not be able to do something like that, as the life attribute could only allow them to borrow a plant's life aura, at most using it to control or improve their personal plant. Yet, for this nether jade grass to be sold here, how could it possibly be her personal plant? If that was so, how could she possibly do that? For a moment, besides being stunned, Zhou Weiqing was left curious. Nether jade grass. A highly poisonous plant, but it also had another unique attribute. When ground into powder and mixed with some other materials, it would improve the miscibility, allowing items that would not mix together to do so. In creating those top-quality consolidating ink, it was a rare and exceptional ingredient indeed. With it, the failure rate of creating consolidating ink dropped drastically, and the quality would also improve sharply. Zhou Weiqing had seen a fully grown nether jade grass earlier in the first level, and it was definitely one of the must-buy materials that he had targeted in his plan. Very quickly, he saw the difference between this stalk of nether jade grass and the one he had seen on the first level. As it grew swiftly before his eyes, a slender gold thread as thin as a bull's fur slowly grew on its leaves. The gold thread spread out across the entire leaf, almost covering it entirely, and its contrast with the original emerald green color of the nether jade grass was bright and fresh. This is? Gold for nether jade grass? Once more, Zhou Weiqing's heart was given a rude shock. As compared to ordinary nether jade grass, the gold fur nether jade grass was considered cream of the crop, a treasure amongst all treasures. It was no longer just a mere material for consolidating ink, instead used to create the prime fusion agent that was required in creating consolidating equipment sets. When any scroll which was part of a consolidating equipment set was completed, no matter what level or rank it was, it needed a form of fusion in order to link the pieces to form the set. There were many types of fusion agents, and this gold fur nether jade grass was one of the highest quality ones, and even legendary sets required them as well as some other valuable materials to create. Zhou Weiqing had not expected to see it here in the second level of the consolidating equipment pavilion. Just as Zhou Weiqing was lost in deep thought, all of a sudden, the old lady beside him shuddered, a soft exclamation crying out from her mouth. The slow and steady growth of the gold fur nether jade grass suddenly rose sharply in a burst, and the gold thread on its surface grew erratically instead of the previous orderly patterns. Trying to help the shoots grow by pulling them upward too is truly not the way to go. Sigh. I overdid it, the old lady said dejectedly. Perhaps Lady Luck was smiling upon him, perhaps he had been focusing too hard on the gold fur nether jade grass. When Zhou Weiqing saw its sudden burst of growth coupled with the draining of its life force, he almost subconsciously lifted his hand and waved towards the little plant, and without knowing why, he unleashed a quick absolute delay on it. Almost instantly, the rapidly growing gold fur nether jade grass paused for a moment, before resuming its growth at a much slower rate. Eh? The old lady, who had been ready to give up, cried out in sudden surprise, and she quickly gestured towards the little plant. Instantly, a gold light shone from the gold threads, and the previously scattered and messy threads realigned themselves neatly, with each leaf shining forth with a brilliant gold light. It was actually fully grown now. Phew, the old lady let loose a loud breath, a happy look on her face. With a twist of her wrist, a white jade box appeared in her hand. At the same time, her other hand waved towards the gold fur nether jade grass, and the glowing plant floated up, performing a strange dance somersault into the box. Even as the old lady closed the box, a faint glow could still be seen from within. After doing that, only then did the old lady turn to look at Zhou Weiqing, and he was surprised to that this white-haired old lady did not have any wrinkles, her skin smooth like a baby, with surprisingly beautiful features. One could imagine that she was once a top beauty when she was young. Little fellow, not bad at all, thank you for your absolute delay, or little buyer might have not made it. Zhou Weiqing said respectfully, I was just lucky enough to be there, it was a mere coincidence. Senior, can I ask you something? How did you manage to stimulate plants into growing quickly, especially such a top-quality one like the gold fir nether jade grass? A faint smile crossed the old lady's face as she said, little buyer isn't that top quality, but its growth speed is just too slow, and there is never enough to use. You have the time attribute, didn't the other old fellows tell you how to control the growth of plants using that? As long as you do not overdo it like me earlier, with the time attribute, you usually will not fail. Eh? What old fellows? Zhou Weiqing asked in surprise. The old lady examined him closely, saying, you do not know who I am? Zhou Weiqing started, then said, this is the first time I have seen Senior. This junior is Zhou Weiqing, may I know Senior's name? The old lady gave a soft sound, then abruptly, she lifted her hands, grabbing out at Zhou Weiqing's left hand. It seemed like her hand moved extremely slowly, but neither Zhou Weiqing nor the close by Lin Tianao could react in time to stop her. It was as if as soon as she lifted her hands, Zhou Weiqing's hand was already in her palm. Zhou Weiqing did not feel any restrictions or seals on his body, but when the old lady held hold of his wrist, he felt a faint energy flow through his wrist. Ah! The old lady let go, surprise in her eyes. Little fellow, you really aren't a disciple of one of those old fellows? Zhou Weiqing gave a abashed smile, saying, Senior, I do not even know who you are talking about. Furrowing her brow, the old lady said, then how did you get on the Heavenly Jewel Island? I haven't seen anyone with such a low cultivation level before on this island, it's been a long time since I've seen a little fellow with 3 jewels. A 5-jeweled little fellow like the one beside you is more common. Zhou Weiqing blushed, thinking to himself. This low cultivation level is really embarrassing, anyone can look down upon it. Senior, I am a member of the Fei battle team, here to attend the Heavenly Jewel Tournament finals. He had his own guess about the status of this old lady, and he naturally did not try to hide anything as he replied respectfully. The old lady stared blankly at Zhou Weiqing, a strange, unsteady look on her face. The next moment, she actually burst out laughing, looking towards Zhou Weiqing with a strange, predatory look, like a wolf looking at a sheep. Zhou Weiqing shuddered involuntarily, quickly saying, Senior, if you have nothing else, I'm heading off to choose materials to buy. Goodbye. Just as he was about to turn to leave, the old lady interrupted him quickly, wait a moment. It looks like you are a consolidating equipment master, right? What level are you? Zhou Weiqing replied, I'm almost reaching the high-level consolidating equipment master stage. Indeed, as his cultivation level had raised to the 3-jeweled stage, his heavenly energy, vitality and spirit energy had all improved, and with his creating capabilities of consolidating equipment scrolls, he could definitely be at the level of high-level consolidating equipment master. The old lady continued asking, then, who is your teacher? Zhou Weiqing replied, my teacher is Huyan Aobua. The old lady started, as if confused, before finally saying, Huyan Aobua? I've never heard of the name. Sigh. What am I thinking? How could a consolidating equipment master not have a teacher? What a shame, what a shame. As she said that, something appeared in the old lady's palm in a flash, and she moved her hand in front of his face, saying, little fellow, since you have helped me earlier, I will gift you with this. With this, you can get a discount in buying anything from the Consolidating Equipment Pavilion. The item was a silver ring, inlaid with a few small red rubies forming 2 words. When Zhou Weiqing looked at it closely, he could see that the 2 words were Weiqing. The old lady smiled faintly, saying, that is my name. If you need to order any custom scrolls, you can come to the 4th level to look for me. Zhou Weiqing took the ring, wearing it on his finger, happiness in his heart. He knew that his earlier guess was accurate, and this old lady was likely a zone stage consolidating equipment master or higher. Senior Weiqing, I was just about to head to the 4th level to order a consolidating equipment scroll set for this friend of mine. I will have to trouble you then. As he said that, he pointed towards Lin Tianao at his side. Weiqing glanced at Lin Tianao for a moment, then said, what about yourself? Don't you want to customize a consolidating equipment scroll? Seeing as you helped me earlier, if it is for yourself, I will give it a half-price discount. Zhou Weiqing hesitated a moment before finally saying, I am currently not in need for that, so I will not need to trouble Senior in that regard. In the future, when I do need it, I will definitely look for you. So, how about my friend? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295.
Chapter 295, Triplets. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Weiqing did not even look at Lin Tianao, staring piercingly at Zhou Weiqing as she said, "Child, I have lived a long life, but your talent is something I have never seen before.
I hope you will not waste this chance.
As you should already know, consolidated equipment are of utmost importance to any heavenly jewel master, and even more so for one with talent like yours. I do not know if you have already consolidated all 3 jewels or not, but if you want to become a future great powerhouse, you must not waste any further physical jewels. To fully make use of your 6 attribute elemental jewels, only a legendary set can truly match that."
Hearing her words, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but be utterly shocked. After all, this old lady called Weiqing had just held his wrist for a few seconds, and she already knew his secret of having 6 attributes? What sort of power was that? As if sensing his shock, Weiqing smiled faintly, saying, "You do not need to be so surprised, my senses are far more attuned and receptive than most others." Ah, what a shame.
You already have a teacher, otherwise I will definitely take you as my disciple, no matter what it takes. Although she spoke with a smiling face, but when she spoke those words, Zhou Weiqing did not doubt the resolve and seriousness of her intent. Watching at the side, Lin Tianao's shock was no lesser than Zhou Weiqing. He was not a consolidating equipment master and did not understand some of what was said, but his cultivation level was much higher than Zhou Weiqing's. As such, in observing this old lady, his senses told him a lot more. She gave him the impression as if she wasn't real, as his senses couldn't even detect a hint of her presence. Yet, she was definitely standing right in front of him, not an illusion at all.
What did that mean? This old lady's power was already far beyond either Zhou Weiqing or his own. "Sis Weiqing, is your gold for nether jade grass ready yet? Hurry up, we are only just waiting for that last one."
Right at that moment, they were abruptly interrupted by a deep resonant voice coming from outside. In the next instant, a tall, well-built old man walked in. The old man was dressed in a purple long robe, his grayish-white spiky short hair stood up like porcupine needles. His features were good-looking, an honest squarish feel, and he had an aura of stateliness about him. He was extremely well-built, his physique almost rivaling Lin Tianao and Zhou Weiqing. However, he had a pair of very slim and slender hands, and they were the only part of him which were snow-white, a strange contrast from the rest of his body. Hearing the old man's voice, Weiqing did not even look back, instantly throwing the box with the gold fur nether jade grass behind her. "You take it first, I have something to take care of." The old man caught the jade box easily, and as he did so, he swept his gaze across Zhou Weiqing and Lin Tianao. With some surprise, he said, "Weiqing, are these some new little fellows that just arrived? When have you taken an interest in these little fellows? That is not the style of you, the Raksha of the netherworld." Weiqing spun around suddenly, glaring at the purple-robed old man. In a serious tone, she said, "Yi Ruichen, if you want to die you can just tell me. If you dare call me by that ancient nickname again, this old lady will make sure you won't be a man any longer." The purple-clad old man's expression froze, looking warily at Weiqing. "Have you gone mad? It seems like these 2 little fellows have quite some status in your heart, huh? Let me see." Both Zhou Weiqing and Lin Tianao felt their vision blur before their eyes and a dazzle of purple flew towards them. However, Weiqing also reacted instantly, and the very air around them seemed to warp violently, and a soft pushing force sent both of them further back. In the next instant, the air reverberated strongly in violent tremors, and they could see a gray shadow and purple shadow clashing at unbelievable speeds, flashing around like 2 beams of light. In just that short period of time, they had clashed an unknown amount of times. Zhou Weiqing and Lin Tianao glanced at each other helplessly, not sure what exactly was going on, and why the 2 elders were fighting with each other.
"Ha ha ha. I knew there was something wrong with your reaction."
For one of these young men to catch Weiqing's critical eye, could it be that he has the talent to inherit our legacy and skills?
"The more you do not want me to have a look, the more I am determined in doing so."
The purple-clad old man's loud voice laughed out.
Weiqing said angrily, "Yi Ruichen, are you asking for death? Poof. That little fellow already has a master. So what if he has a master? As if his master can be stronger than me? That is not a problem at all."
Yi Ruichen said, grinning. "Weiqing, you might have a higher cultivation level than me, but we both have the spatial attribute, and you know that if I am determined, it will not be that difficult for me to test them out.
At the most, I might sustain some minor injuries. Why must you insist on stopping me? It seems that their talent must be really something for you to react so strongly. Enough with the nonsense.
If you really dare to charge forward insistently, this old lady will cripple you like promised.
I will not let you force this child."
"Force? What is there to force? How old can these 2 little rascals be?" So what if they have a master? This old man can go accept his teacher as my disciple, then he will become my grand disciple, right?
Had ha.
Another flash, and the two separated from their clash, each standing at the side panting a little. Wei Yang glared angrily at Weiqing, saying, "You are literally full of bullshit, so smelly."
As if his master wouldn't have his own master?
You already have a few disciples, this old lady has finally found someone favorable, and you dare try to snatch from me, but...
Weiqing grinned, saying, "Heh, your fox's tail has revealed itself now, right?
What, he has a master, all excuses.
Who made a rule that a person can only have one master or teacher anyway?
If you don't want me to see, then fine, just be honest with me, which of the two is the one you have taken a fancy to, and what's so outstanding about his talent?" Right at that moment, a sudden low raspy voice interrupted them, traveling from beyond.
"What are the two of you doing? Hurry back up here, it's almost the critical moment."
Hearing that voice, both Wei Yang and Weiqing's face changed. They glanced at each other, and did not delay any further. In a flash, they both vanished, leaving the two youths standing there stupefied. Lin Tianao turned towards Weiqing, saying in an uncertain tone, "Those two were so powerful, I couldn't even tell what level they were at."
"Weiqing, what were they saying just now, dot?"
Towards Wei Yang and Weiqing's conversation, Weiqing could understand the gist of it, and it seemed like it was an argument born out of his own talent.
Without question, those two were definitely zone stage consolidating equipment masters or higher. After some thought, Weiqing grinned and said, "I'm not 100% sure myself, leader, but let's head to the 4th level to join in the fun."
Lin Tianao furrowed his brow, saying, "Weiqing, they were fighting over you earlier, why would you send yourself into the tiger's mouth? With their power levels, either of them could kill us with a single finger." Weiqing laughed heartily, saying, "There is only improvement when there is competition, it might even be better than they are fighting over me. Relax, I guarantee that there will be no danger, who knows if something good might even happen. Come on, let's go have a look." As he said that, he quickly moved towards the exit to the 3rd level. Although Lin Tianao was still wary, but he was no consolidating equipment master, and did not understand much about that world, and he followed suit behind Weiqing. After climbing up to the 3rd level, just as they were about to ascend to the 4th level, they were halted. The ones who stopped them were 4 old men dressed in white, looking to be about 60 to 70 years. The one in the lead held up a hand to stop the two of them from continuing up the stairs, saying solemnly, "I'm sorry guests, the 4th level is temporarily closed. If both of you require custom-made scrolls, you will need to wait some time before you can enter. Unfortunately, I am unable to give an estimate of how long is required." Hearing their words, a disappointed look flashed across Weiqing's face, and he shook his head helplessly and said to Lin Tianao, "In that case, let's go back down to look for materials. We can also have a look at the 3rd level, perhaps we might find some good completed scrolls." Just as he was about to turn around with Lin Tianao and leave, a familiar voice rang out from behind the 4 white-clad guards.
"Who is that making all the noise?
Be quiet, do not disturb the masters." Hearing that voice, it was as if Weiqing was struck by a bolt of lightning. Spinning around abruptly, he saw a young girl walk out from behind the 4 guards, a girl who had plagued his dreams.
Wasn't it just Shangguan Binger? Binger! Weiqing cried out excitedly. Shangguan Binger was wearing a white dress, and hearing Weiqing call her, she started, calling out in surprise, "Zhou little fatty?" As she said that, she walked out from behind the white-clad guards. When Weiqing had called out Binger, he had been a little wary at first. After all, the memory of being slapped by Shangguan Shuer was still imprinted in his mind, especially the memory of the lasting pain. However, upon looking closely, this Shangguan Binger did not have that cold aura of Shangguan Shuer. Furthermore, she had called him little fatty on seeing him, and he did not hesitate any longer. He took a quick step forward, hugging her unhesitatingly. As the saying goes, loss causes one to truly realize how important something is. When with the other members of the Fei battle team, Weiqing had not revealed how much he had been affected, how much he was missing her, for fear of affecting his teammates. But in truth, it had been plaguing him the whole time, otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to fight Shen Little Demon with his all, to even reveal his hand against all his instincts. At this time, finally getting to see Binger again, he was overjoyed and just hugged her instantly. Seeing Weiqing charge at her, Shangguan Binger was startled, lifting her hands as if to block him, but a little mischievous glint in her eyes. However, this Shangguan Binger had underestimated Weiqing's strength.
She did not want to really hurt Weiqing, and thus did not put in much strength, whereas had been overeager and used a little too much. He never thought that Shangguan Binger would reject his embrace, and as such he had just hugged her without thinking. The result was that this Shangguan Binger's arms had not managed to block Weiqing at all, instead having them trapped between them in the embrace. Weiqing had been yearning for Shangguan Binger too much, and as soon as he hugged her, he kissed her full on the lips.
On being kissed, Shangguan Binger started, totally shocked as she was kissed deeply. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296. Chapter 296, Triplets. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Soft, wet, fragrant, but wait, something was wrong? Zhou Weiqing was so lost in the kiss that his emotions were all in a mess, so much so that he almost did not sense something was wrong. The 4 white-clad guards behind Shangwan Binger were totally shocked. The only thing in their minds was one single question. Who is this? To even dare kiss this little devil girl of their Heaven's Expanse palace. Being kissed by Zhou Weiqing, the Shangwan Binger's eyes widened, her body shuddering. The next moment, a strange scene occurred. Shangwan Binger started moving about in Zhou Weiqing's arms, and in the next instant, her arms snaked out from between them like some flexible eels. Soon after, her left leg stomped hard on Zhou Weiqing's right foot, causing him to look up in pained surprise. Next, she grabbed hold of his shoulder, using her own left shoulder to strike him in the chest, and Zhou Weiqing was sent flying back in the air. That was indeed an amazing feat after all. Zhou Weiqing's strength was unbelievably powerful, and even if he had no vigilance against Shangwan Binger, that basic strength was still there, as well as a considerable body weight. Yet, this Shangwan Binger had thrown him away without even using a bit of heavenly energy. Clearly her strength, flexibility, coordination, was at a stunning level. Seeing Zhou Weiqing getting thrown away, Lin Tianao was startled, quickly jumping in front to catch him. At the same time, that Shangwan Binger charged forward in a leap, striking towards Zhou Weiqing in midair, shouting, "Zhou little fatty, you're asking for death. Second sis. Be lenient." Right at point, a voice rang out, and another white figure dashed down from the 4th level of the Consolidating Equipment Pavilion. On hearing the voice, the Shangwan Binger in midair hesitated, and her hands which had almost reached Zhou Weiqing drew back. Only then was Zhou Weiqing safely caught by Lin Tianao, but at that point he was both shocked and angry in his heart. Shocked that Shangwan Binger would actually strike him, and that the area where he had been grabbed was exactly the clavicle acupuncture point, and the instant it had been grabbed, he felt 2 swirling cones of heavenly energy invading his acupuncture point, and although a large portion of it was blocked off by his energy whirlpool, it still caused his entire shoulder to go numb, otherwise he wouldn't have been thrown so easily. As Lin Tianao placed Zhou Weiqing back onto a ground, a figure flashed down, soaring through the air and right into his arms. "Little fatty." A cry, full of surprise, yearning, longing and love, and Shangwan Binger appeared right in front of Zhou Weiqing. However, this time, Zhou Weiqing did not dare hug her. Subconsciously, he took a step back, his arms lifted warily in front of him. "You?" Just as Zhou Weiqing was about to ask why Shangwan Binger had treated him like that, he was cut off, staring blankly ahead as he suddenly saw that on the stairs, not far away, there was another Shangwan Binger glaring at him angrily. "Wah! Heavens! Who can tell me what is going on?" Zhou Weiqing looked helplessly between the 2 Shangwan Bingers, his face muscles twitching. The Shangwan Binger right in front of him cried out tearily, "Silly little fatty, I am your Binger. That is my second sister, Shangwan Fair." Zhou Weiqing stared, jaw agape, you really are my Binger? How did your parents give birth to you all? You 3 sisters look so alike. As he said that, both his arms which had been held up guardedly fell down, and Shangwan Binger leaped into his embrace, hugging him by the waist tightly. That familiar scent, that slightly quivering soft body in his arms, it finally seemed so real at last as Zhou Weiqing slowly tightened his arms around Shangwan Binger, muttering to himself, "Binger, my Binger." All of a sudden, a cold voice rang out from beyond, "Why is it so noisy?" Another white figure appeared at the entrance of the 4th level stairway. Another similar feature, with an icy cold expression, it was Shangwan Schwer. Schwer, Fair, Binger. The 3 sisters looked exactly alike, and when the 3 triplets appeared right in front of them, even Lin Tianao had no choice but to stare in shock. In his heart, he muttered to himself, Weiqing getting slapped previously and thrown this time, it was truly not his fault I guess. Perhaps if I were in his shoes, I would have done the same thing. Hearing Shangwan Schwer's voice, Shangwan Binger quickly looked up, a blush tinging her beautiful face, but she could not bear to let go of Zhou Weiqing, leaning into his embrace. Just like him, she had felt the torment of being parted, and having finally seen her little fatty once more, how could she bear to leave him so quickly again? Seeing Zhou Weiqing, Shangwan Schwer started, her face growing even colder. Turning to Zhou Weiqing she said passively, "I once promised you that if your Fei battle team managed to enter the top 4 of the Heavenly Jewel Tournament, I would let you see Binger. Now, you both have met, you can leave now." "Big sis," Shangwan Binger immediately cried out urgently. Looking at her, the cold on Shangwan Schwer's face actually thawed a little, growing gentler as she said, "Binger, you are at the critical moment. The masters have been laboring hard for several days for your sake, in order to help you remold your physical jewels, you cannot waste everyone's effort at this point. Come back in now, the remolding scroll is almost complete now. Shangguan Binger held Zhou Weiqing's hands, not wanting to leave. Shangguan Shuer furrowed her brow slightly, saying, "Come on Binger, we have to go."
"How about this, let him wait here, and when you finish remolding your physical jewels, you can come back out here and chat with him. Just be sure to return to the palace at night."
Hearing her words, Shangguan Binger was overjoyed, smiling happily as she said, "Thanks big sis.
"Little fatty, you wait here for me, okay? I'll be right back here as soon as I'm done." Zhou Weiqing held her hands stubbornly, saying, "No, I don't want you to leave." Shangguan Binger started, but Shangguan Shuer said coldly, "If you want the best for her, you better let go of her. The remolding scroll can only be used on the instant it is created, and it will allow Binger's physical jewels to be cleansed, remolded and wiped to a clean slate, so she can consolidate them again." Hearing Shangguan Shuer's words, although he was still in an emotional state, Zhou Weiqing was greatly surprised.
Remold physical jewels? Was that even possible? Weren't physical jewels fixed forever once they had been consolidated?
Shangguan Binger looked pleadingly at Zhou Weiqing, saying, "Little fatty, we have troubled so many people and spent so much in order to help me remold my physical jewels, I cannot waste all the effort of these masters. Just wait for me a while, I will be back as soon as possible." No matter how much he did not want her to leave, Zhou Weiqing could not allow Shangguan Binger to lose such an opportunity. Without question, with the Heaven's Expanse Palace wealth, after remolding her physical jewels, Binger would be able to consolidate top-quality consolidating equipment scrolls, likely God-tier ones, or even a legendary set. Shangguan Tianyue loved his daughters so much, and especially so for Shangguan Binger, who he felt he had let down for so many years, and he would definitely do all he could to give her the very best. Thinking about all that, he finally let go of his hands unwillingly. Shangguan Binger blushed as she tiptoed closer to him, giving him a light kiss on his face before running lightly up the steps again. Shangguan Shuer glared coldly at Zhou Weiqing before turning back inside again, and only Shangguan Feier remained outside. The white-clad guards who had stopped Zhou Weiqing and Lin Tianyue were now looking upon him with a different look, mostly curiosity. They were all guessing who this youth was, who had kissed both second and third miss, but... Seeing that her big sis and little sis had left, Shangguan Feier gritted her teeth as she glared at Zhou Weiqing. "Zhou little fatty, you dared to steal my first kiss, you're dead now." Zhou Weiqing said with a wrong look on his face, "Can I be blamed for that? Besides my mum and dad, only Binger ever calls me little fatty. Who asked you all to look exactly alike, and you also called me by that name, how could I guess it wasn't Binger? Furthermore, you already stomped on my foot and threw me back, we should be even now, right?" Shangguan Feier's beautiful big eyes glared angrily at him, as she looked at him in surprise, saying, "Even? You stole this young lady's first kiss, and you think we're even so easily? Dream on. Even if you were third sis boyfriend, I will still torture you until you are begging for death, if not I will not be called Shangguan Feier." Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily, saying, "That's not a good thing, after all you are Binger's sister, if we are playing around in bed until I'm begging to die, such an awesome feeling, but that would be letting Binger down. Even if Binger won't blame me, I would feel terrible in my heart. After all, I am a gentleman. Do not think that just because you look like Binger, I will fall in love with you." Shangguan Feier was totally shocked into silence by Zhou Weiqing's teasing. From young, she had been notorious as the mischievous young miss of the Heaven's Expanse Palace, and no one could do anything about her, as she became known as the Little Devil Girl. When she pranked any of the Heaven's Expanse Palace disciples, how could they possibly dare retort or retaliate? Yet, this fellow in front of her had taken advantage of her, and still dared to retort back. All of a sudden, she felt a strange sense of freshness, a novel feeling that she had not experienced before, and she was surprised to find that some of her anger had dissipated. Her eyes swirling, a cunning plot came to her mind, and she pointed at Zhou Weiqing and said, "Fine, Zhou Weiqing, you just wait. Remember your words to me today, and you'll live to regret it. I await the day you beg for my forgiveness." Zhou Weiqing said with a serious look on his face, "That's no problem. As long as you say, I want more, I will likely be begging for forgiveness." Just having to watch as Binger leave his side, Zhou Weiqing was already in a bad mood. Furthermore, he did not have any favorable impression of Shangguan Tianyue or Shangguan Shuer, and with Shangguan Feier provoking him now, how could he possibly stay quiet and still be Zhou Weiqing? In terms of glibness, how could Shangguan Feier be a match for him? Shangguan Feier was so angry that she was almost shivering. "Today Binger is nearby, and I won't argue with you further. You just wait." Humph. As she said that, she turned and left. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 297. Chapter 297, Zhou Weiqing's Coming-of-Age Ceremony. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. The four white-clad guards looked at Zhou Weiqing with pitying gazes. Offending the heavens expanse little devil girl, he would definitely have a tough time ahead.
Zhou Weiqing turned to Lin Tianao and said, I guess Binger will take while more, let's go down and see how the rest are doing first.
If they have already finished choosing their consolidating equipment scrolls, I'll settle their payments first before returning here by myself to wait for Binger.
Leader, as for your scroll, we'll wait until tomorrow before coming here, alright?
Lin Tianao knew that it would be a rare chance for Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger to meet up today, and he did not want to waste any time of it. Nodding, he said, no problems, there is no rush for my consolidating equipment scroll. Both of them returned to the first level to look for the other members of the Fei battle team, and they had already chosen their scrolls. As a consolidating equipment master, Zhou Weiqing helped them look through to see if their choices were good, and soon after, they made the purchases at the consolidating equipment pavilion.
Although the members of the Fei battle team had all conned Zhou Weiqing, they did not overdo it.
Besides Lin Tianao, the other 5 had spent a total of 16 million gold coins. Of course, this was after a 10% discount. As for Little Witch, Zhou Weiqing would naturally not pay for her. Currently, she was nowhere to be seen. After all, she was here this time on behalf of the Heavenly Demon Sect to purchase a large amount of scrolls and materials, and would likely be carrying a large amount of gold coins. As for what exactly she bought, Zhou Weiqing had no interest in finding out. It was the business of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and not a secret that he wanted to know, but no matter what, it was likely a massive purchase. Zhou Weiqing turned to Lin Tianao and said, you guys go ahead first if you want to head back or explore the area further. I'll be waiting for Binger.
Lin Tianao said, do you want me to go with you?
This was after all the Heavenly Jewel Island, and could be said to be populated by many powerhouses.
He was afraid that Zhou Weiqing might encounter any problems. Zhou Weiqing laughed and said, that shouldn't be necessary. In this place, I'm certain that any Heaven's Expanse Palace disciple will be stronger than us. If anything really happens, even if you are there, it will not make any difference. Do not worry, I will be fine, I'll just be waiting for Binger. We are after all guests for the Heavenly Jewel Tournament. Lin Tianao nodded, and the rest of them left. Just as Zhou Weiqing was about to head back up to the 4th level, Shangguan Longying entered the pavilion and spotted him. You all sure do not waste any time. After reporting to the palace masters about your requests, I returned to your inn to look for you, but you had already came to the consolidating equipment pavilion. How was it? Did you find any suitable scrolls? Shangguan Longying asked sincerely. Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily and said, my companions have already chosen and purchased their own, and as for myself, I was of course waiting for you, but... Shangguan Longying said, Weiqing, the 2 palace masters have said, since the Heavenly Jewel Tournament is about to start, there isn't sufficient time. We hope that you will go through the tournament with all your power, and once the tournament is over, no matter what the result is, we will go through the trade according to the terms you have mentioned. Is that all right? Zhou Weiqing said, that sounds great. It's a deal then. Shangguan Longying said, you still have 2 more days to prepare yourselves, and I hope you make use of that time wisely. The finals is a very different ballgame from the preliminary heats, and everything will be decided in this one single fight. The other 3 teams have all entered the finals before, and they have some idea about the finals. Let me give you a simple idea about it. In the finals, you will be going through a massive free-for-all in a unique environment. You will find out more when it actually starts. I truly look forward to you pulling off a miracle once more. After saying that, Shangguan Longying patted Zhou Weiqing on the shoulder before turning to leave. One should not underestimate just that short and simple explanation that Shangguan Longying had given Zhou Weiqing. To the Fei battle team, this being their first time at the finals of the Heavenly Jewel Tournament, and with their opponents all experienced, this could spell the difference between a swift defeat and some hope of success. In any case, it would at least give them 2 days of preparation. Zhou Weiqing hurried back down, managing to catch up with Lin Tianao at the 1st level, and told him about Shangguan Longying's description. After which, he headed back to the 4th level to wait for Shangguan Binger. At the same time as Zhou Weiqing was anxiously waiting for Shangguan Binger, Shangguan Fei had already left the consolidating equipment pavilion and had walked over to one of the inns on the Heavenly Jewel Island. Hello, young Mississippi. All the employees of the various establishments around the entire Heavenly Jewel Island were actually outer disciples of the Heaven's Expanse Palace, and naturally they recognized Shangguan Fei, and most of them could differentiate the 2 young miss from their expressions and airs. As for Shangguan Binger, their 3rd young miss, she had just returned, and not many knew about her just yet. Shangguan Fei looked to be in a huffy, irritable mood, and she said, where are the members of the Zhongtian battle team? Call them out, I want to see them. Seeing her in such a mood, the employee did not dare to question her, and quickly headed in to comply with her request. In moments, the 8 members of the Zhongtian battle team had gathered at the main hall of the inn, including the youth leader who had caught the attention of Zhou Weiqing previously. Second miss, what is the matter? Who angered you?
As soon as the youth saw Shang Guanfei, his eyes lit up and he quickly approached her. Shang Guanfei gave a humph and said, "That is none of your concern, Zhang Lingtian, I need your help to do something." This Zhang Lingtian was naturally the leader of the Zhongtian battle team, and was also one of the core disciples of this generation of the Heaven's Expanse Palace, and he had training with the first palace master Shangguan Tianyang since a young age, and could be said to be one of the top few of the core disciples of their generation currently. In terms of cultivation level, he was also the cream of the crop. When he saw Shang Guanfei, he had gotten a headache. Even though Shang Guanfei and Shang Guanshui looked exactly the same, in Zhang Lingtian's heart, they were of totally different status. Since a young age, he had fallen for Shang Guanshui, but kept a respectful distance from the little devil girl Shang Guanfei. Of course, seeing her here now, he could easily guess that it wouldn't bode well for them. Shang Guanfei glanced at the only female member of the Zhongtian battle team, then turned to Zhang Lingtian and said, "Zhang Lingtian, let me swap with her, I want to join the battle team and attend the Heavenly Jewel Tournament." "What?" Zhang Lingtian was caught by surprise. "Second miss, please don't joke around with me. How can that be possible? You are of exalted rank and status, and no harm must come to you. Should anything happen to you in the finals, how can I possibly take the responsibility for that? Furthermore, there are rules to the tournament, and it is strictly forbidden to change team members after entering the finals. Even though we are the organizers, we cannot break our own rules." Shang Guanfei said angrily, "Don't talk to me about all those principles and rules. Is my power not strong enough? I do not care, I want to join. None of you really fought much in the preliminary heats, I'm sure no one will have even taken much note of the members, what's wrong with just a quick swap? Nobody will notice." Originally, Zhang Lingtian had gotten a slight headache when he saw her, but looking at her stubborn expression, it now grew into a severe migraine. He was clear on how difficult it was to get this second miss to change her mind once she had set her sights on something. "Second miss, this is a matter of principle. I'm sorry, but I definitely cannot agree to it. If you really insist on it, I will have to report to the palace masters." As one of the leading disciples of the Heaven's Expanse Palace, he would not give in so easily. Hearing him bring up her father and uncle, Shang Guanfei knew she couldn't continue forcing him. A mischievous look flashed in her eyes as she thought quickly, then she suddenly gave a loud sigh, saying, "Big brother Zhan, don't you know why I suddenly insist on joining the Heavenly Jewel Tournament?" Zhang Lingtian had also been curious about that, and he asked uncertainly, "Why is that?" Shang Guanfei's eyes reddened, and she said pitiably, because Big Sis was bullied." "What did you say?" Zhang Lingtian exclaimed, a cold light flashing in his eyes. His stable countenance warped into a heavy killing intent, surprising even the other members of the Zhongtian battle team. None of them had ever seen their leader in such an enraged state. Shang Guanfei continued sadly, "I am speaking the truth. In the Fei Li battle team, there is a little rascal called Zhou Weiqing, and he was the one who brought back my third sis, and is also my third sis boyfriend. However, that time in the Zhongtian City Consolidating Equipment Pavilion, he mistook Big Sis for third sis, and kissed her without warning. He just stole away Big Sis' first kiss like that. Big Sis actually wanted to kill him, but third sis appeared, and for her sake, she held back. However, I can still see that Big Sis was not happy, but with her character, you know she would never take action against that Zhou Weiqing. After all, he is third sis man. But I won't take it so easily, humph, how can that fellow just steal Big Sis' first kiss like that? Big bro Zhan, I want to join the Zhongtian battle team in order to teach that rascal a lesson, to help Big Sis get some revenge. As long as we don't kill or severely injure him, then we will be fine, but..." Although Zhang Lingtian knew very well what Shang Guanfei's character was like, her mischievous desire to stir up trouble notorious amongst the core disciples, but when he heard her words, he still fell for it, his eyes reddening in rage. After all, it was his idol, his love's first kiss. As the saying goes, caring causes mistakes one. Even though Zhang Lingtian was one of the top disciples in the Heaven's Expanse Palace, perhaps one of the top of his generation in the entire mainland even, but he was still no exception to that. In his heart, Shang Guanshui was like his goddess, and for her first kiss to be stolen by some stranger, the rage and jealousy in his heart burned fiery hot. Seeing the fiery rage in Zhang Lingtian's eyes, Shang Guanfei smirked to herself inwardly. She knew that as long as she mentioned her big sis, she could easily manipulate this stubborn blockhead. This Zhang Lingtian was so infatuated by her big sis, alas she did not have any reciprocal feelings for him. "Alright. I'll let you join," Zhang Lingtian said curtly, his words filled with killing intent. Shang Guanfei started, furrowing her brow, before saying in a low tone, "Big bro Zhan, the Zhou Weiqing is hateful, but he is after all third sis fiancé. You can teach him a lesson, but you better not try to kill him." Zhang Lingtian looked at her, a cold light in his eyes, but he did not say anything else, instead turning back into his room. Consolidating Equipment Pavilion. Zhou Weiqing sat quietly cross-legged at the entrance of the stairway to the 4th level, his eyes closed as he cultivated his immortal deity technique. His emotions were still in turmoil from seeing Shangguan Binger earlier, and he was barely able to concentrate.
Defeat Shangguan Shuer, only then can you marry Binger.
That was the condition that the Heaven's Expanse Palace had set for him. Naturally, Zhou Weiqing did not think that just because he had barely beaten Shen Little Demon from the blood-red hell, that he would be able to take on Shangguan Shuer. He had personally experienced the sheer presence she had, and the overwhelming power he could sense from her.
7 Jewels.
Low-level zone stage Heavenly Jewel Master. Just her heavenly energy alone was more than 12 levels above his own. Furthermore, Shangguan Shuer was from the Heaven's Expanse Palace. Without even needing to verify, Zhou Weiqing was certain that she was using God-tier consolidated equipment, likely legendary sets.
And unlike him or Shen Little Demon, she probably already had several pieces completed.
The only advantage he would have over her would be his elemental jewels, but everything else he had would definitely pale in comparison, or perhaps even totally useless against her.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 298. Chapter 298, Zhou Weiqing's Coming-of-Age Ceremony. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Power.
This was all due to a massive gap in power levels. As such, even though he didn't know how long he had to wait for Binger, perhaps only a short amount of time, Zhou Weiqing did not want to waste any of it, and he sat there cultivating. In the previous fight against the Dan Dun battle team, he had devoured some of Shen Little Demon's heavenly energy, then once more some of Lin Tianou's heavenly energy when he was being healed, and then Shen Little Demon's once again when he healed her. That had given him a huge overall boost to his heavenly energy, but it was very mixed and impure. As such, these few days, he had been refining and purifying this external heavenly energy and making it his own. The demonic manual that Little Witch had lent him had given him a whole new insight to the demonic attribute, and more so the Devour skill, and had also given him a new target for his future cultivation. The Devour skill was indeed a great skill in combat, but its true benefits actually lay out of combat, in supporting his cultivating, enabling him to devour other humans or even heavenly beasts' heavenly energy for his own use. Once that devoured heavenly energy was cleansed and purified for his own use, it would truly belong to him. Of course, by that time, less than 10% would be left, and he would still need constantly purify and meld it to make it his own, a rather tedious process. This would restrict those heavenly demon jewel masters from using this skill to gain a terrifying amount of power in a short amount of time. Yet, even with all those restrictions, any heavenly jewel master with the Devour skill cultivated at speeds far beyond that of any ordinary talented heavenly jewel master. Of course, that was provided he or she had sufficient heavenly beasts or other heavenly jewel masters to constantly devour from. Earlier, he had gone through all the levels of the Consolidating Equipment Pavilion and looked through the materials, and after thinking about it, he knew that he just had too many things he wanted to purchase. Still, he would not rush into it. After all, his finances were limited. His plan was to wait until after the Heavenly Jewel Tournament before starting his purchases. If they could get a decent ranking position in the tournament, he would be able to make use of a better discount to purchase more materials. At the same time, he had a new focus for his cultivation after today, with the Skill Storing Palace being the best place for him to train. That was because there were more than enough heavenly beasts for him to devour there. As long as he was extremely careful in keeping it hidden, he should be safe from being discovered. As he continued cultivating, he continued making his plans, deep in thought. In such a state, time passed by swiftly, and it was like a blink of an eye and evening had already come. Little fatty. A soft voice roused Zhou Weiqing from his cultivation, and his eyes snapped wide open instantly to see the beautiful face of Shangguan Binger in front of him, tears in her eyes. Zhou Weiqing leaped up to his feet, grabbing her hands as he pulled her into an embrace. Currently, she looked extremely exhausted, but the excitement in her eyes at their meeting was not diminished at all. Shangguan Shuer stood beside Shangguan Binger, an exact look, but a totally different aura and expression, forming a different beauty altogether. Alas, Zhou Weiqing only had eyes for his Binger, and did not even glance at Shangguan Shuer. Binger, you should come back earlier. You will need to cultivate in order to stabilize your state, so you can properly go through fresh new consolidating. Even though she was speaking to her own beloved sister, Shangguan Shuer's voice still seemed cold. Shangguan Binger nodded to her sister, saying, "Big sis, I will be back before midnight." Zhou Weiqing did not greet Shangguan Shuer, pulling Shangguan Binger away out of the Consolidating Equipment Pavilion and right back to the hotel where the Fei battle team were staying. He was almost half carrying Binger as he rushed into his room, slamming the door shut before hugging her tightly in his embrace. At this moment, it was as if their hearts beat as one, melding together like they were about to break free of their chests and join together as their bodies pressed together, and their heartbeats raced increasingly.
Little fatty.
Little fatty, Shangwan Binger muttered, as if not believing that what was happening in front of her was true, and it was all just a dream. Zhou Weiqing could feel Shangwan Binger's body in his arms emitting a shocking heat, melting his body, his heart and his soul. Lowering his head, he found her lips so naturally, kissing down lightly as if afraid of hurting her. Shangwan Binger could clearly feel the pent-up emotions, the excitement in the taut tension of his body, but yet Zhou Weiqing's kiss was so soft and careful as his lips quivered. Lifting her arms and wrapping them around his neck, she took the initiative to deepen the kiss, inexperienced and awkwardly, but very intensely as they felt their connection deepen even further. Two fiery hot hearts, blossoming outward like fireworks in the skies, spreading into every inch of their body, that fire seeming to melt every part of them. Within that room in the inn, a spring in the air thicker than that of the heavenly Jewel Island grew, as love and yearning intertwined in the heat. Rough, powerful pantings, and soft sweet cries rose in sudden excitement, then dropped. As night fell, the skies darkened, and the entire heavenly Jewel Island was covered in clouds, shimmering with a layer of soft light. Snuggling deep into Zhou Weiqing's embrace, feeling his large hot hands lingering around her back, Shangwan Binger did not feel like moving at all, as if her body was like cotton candy. This was not their first time, but as compared to their first time, especially for Shangwan Binger, it was the difference between heaven and hell. This was a true joining of love, of flesh and spirit, and even she was rather shy and embarrassed about her earlier frantic excitement. Still now, in the warm afterglow, she felt that there was no distance between the two of them, as if they were part of each other now. Zhou Weiqing lowered his head, kissing her forehead and hair softly, a doting love in his eyes. How he wished that this moment could last forever. And so they spent several moments just like that, tightly embraced together, neither willing to ruin that special moment, until... Shangwan Binger gave a low cry of surprise, moving back a little fearfully, as she could clearly feel that little monster, that had brought her to the brinks of joy last night, yet now making her shy and scared, show signs of life once more.
Zhou Weiqing quickly moved back a little as well, saying embarrassedly, "I'm sorry Binger, I didn't mean to." "Binger, you're tired, rest a while more."
Shangwan Binger had been exhausted previously when she had come out of the fourth level of the Consolidating Equipment Pavilion, and yet both of them had spent the whole night in overexcited activities, all the way up till now. Looking at Binger's pale face, Zhou Weiqing felt an ache in his heart.
I don't want to sleep, I want to talk with you a while more.
Who knows when I'll be able to see you again?" As she said that, her eyes reddened. Zhou Weiqing quickly embraced her once more, saying resolutely, "Do not cry Binger, I will definitely work hard and train hard, to do my utmost to become worthy of bringing you away as soon as possible." Shangwan Binger put her head on his chest as she said, "Little fatty, do not blame my father and sisters, I know they are doing everything for my good. In truth, they have already acknowledged your talent and capabilities, but father wants me to go through closed-door cultivation to reconsolidate my physical jewels and elemental jewel skill storing. That might require quite a long time."
Zhou Weiqing nodded, saying, "That is a good thing.
You stay here and train hard then, when I have grown sufficiently to prove myself, I will come to pick you up again." But
Shangwan Binger lifted her head to look at him, saying, "Little fool, do you really think I care about that?"
"Actually, I wanted to leave with you no matter what, but father said that he missed mother so much, and wanted to reunite our entire family. Only if I stay in the heavenly Jewel Island will he have the chance to bring mother back together. For both their sakes, and ours as well, that is the reason why I am staying. Since I am staying, that's why I agreed to let father improve my power, so that when I return to the heavenly Bow Empire to find you in the future, we can build up our empire together. In my heart, I will always be a citizen of the heavenly Bow Empire, and it will always be my home."
Although she wasn't willing to sleep, Shangwan Binger was just too tired.
In Zhou Weiqing's comfortable embrace, even as they spoke, she unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Weiqing stroked her hair and back tenderly, slowly circulating his heavenly energy carefully into her body to aid her recovery.
Alas, good times always never seem to last.
When an icy cold call came from outside their door, it shook both Zhou Weiqing and the sleeping Shangwan Binger from their reverie.
"Third sis, it's time to go home."
The cold voice was undoubtedly Shangwan Shui's. It was already long past midnight, and Binger had not returned. As the big sister, she had been worried, and had came to look for her.
"Big sister, I'm coming out, wait for me a while." Zhou Weiqing looked on silently as the blushing Shangwan Binger dressed.
He did not say anything, just quietly looking at her, helping her comb her hair, which had been messed up in the night. As he did so, the more Shangwan Binger could not bear it, and tears welled in her eyes, though she forced herself not to cry.
"Little fatty, don't see me off all right, please?" she said pleadingly.
Zhou Weiqing's voice was rather hoarse as he said, "Let me send you to the entrance of the Heaven's Expanse Palace.
Every second with you is worth it." Shangwan Binger shook her head, tears glittering as the motion jerked them into the air. "No. Little fatty, if you do so, I'm afraid I will not be able to stand it."
I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes, I will always wait for you. I will not go anywhere, nor will I leave the Heaven's Expanse Palace until you come back, lest you aren't able to find me.
All right? Zhou Weiqing held her tightly once more. Binger. Binger.
I will not let you wait long.
I promise.
In 3 to 5 years, I will definitely come back to the Heavenly Jewel Island and defeat your sister, to officially marry you.
Shangguan Binger turned back, hugging him back with all her strength before finally releasing him, running out the door without looking back.
Shangguan Shuer was standing at the doorway, and she had naturally heard their conversation. When Shangguan Binger ran past her, there was a strange look in her eyes, and she turned to Zhou Weiqing and said, "Do not disappoint Binger." After that, she quickly left to catch up with her sister. Zhou Weiqing stood at the door, dazed. He did not chase after them, he did not want to go against Binger's last request to him. Yet, at that point, an indescribable sense of loss and intense longing overwhelmed him. Zen note, as you all might have guessed, the title of this chapter is Zhou Weiqing's coming-of-age ceremony.
Though not NSFW, it was harder than expected to translate. Phew.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 299. Chapter 299, Zhou Weiqing's coming-of-age ceremony. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
In the corner of the room, Fat Cat popped her head out, staring blankly at Zhou Weiqing in the doorway, a complicated look in her eyes as well as she pawed the couch in front of her with her claws. After a long moment, Zhou Weiqing finally seemed to snap out of it, abruptly turning around and saying, "Come on Fat Cat, let's go to the skill-storing palace." Although it was already in the small hours of the morning, Zhou Weiqing could not still his restless heart. Fat Cat started a little, but quickly jumped onto his shoulder and sliding down into her usual spot in his arms. She did not know why, but at that moment, she particularly wanted to feel his warm embrace. Feeling the warm furry body of Fat Cat in his arms, the empty feeling in Zhou Weiqing's heart felt a little better.
After exiting the inn, the fresh cold air cleared Zhou Weiqing's mind in a flash.
Looking up, he was instantly caught by the breathtaking sight of a sky filled with stars, as if they were winking at him from a close distance, just a hand's reach away from him. Taking a huge breath, he held it in until his lungs felt like they were about to explode. Only then did Zhou Weiqing stop, expelling out his troubles in that one long breath. The troubled look on his face disappeared, replaced by a resolute edge to it. Zhou Weiqing was only 17 years old, and yet, at this moment, he had finally truly grown up. And his earlier reuniting with Shangguan Binger was just like his coming-of-age ceremony, signaling that he was now truly an adult, a man. The skill-storing palace on the Heavenly Jewel Island was very close to their inn, and before long Zhou Weiqing had entered it. With the Heavenly Jewel plaque, he easily gained access. At first, he had been worried that the skill-storing palace might be closed at night, but on reaching his destination, he found that his worries had been unfounded, and that the skill-storing palace on the Heavenly Jewel Island was actually open every day, at all hours. The skill-storing palace here had a slightly different payment system as compared to the others Zhou Weiqing had visited before. When entering, no matter which level of Heavenly Beast one wanted to skill store from, every day was a flat fee of 50,000 gold coins. As compared to the lowest prices in some of the Empire's skill-storing palace of 500 gold coins, it was more than 100 times more. Still, no one would complain of it being too pricey. That was because each and every one of the heavenly beasts in this skill-storing palace was painstakingly chosen, and only the best would be allowed to stay here, each having only the best, strongest, or most useful skills. Amongst them, there was no lack of Heavenly King or even Heavenly Emperor stage heavenly beasts. As for whether there were even higher stage Heavenly God heavenly beasts, not many people knew. Under normal circumstances, entering the skill-storing palace, the first thing Zhou Weiqing would have done would be to first store his two last remaining skills of the time attribute. Yet, the current him was filled with the image of Shangguan Binger, and he could not maintain a calm head. In such a state, he had no patience to slowly look for the most suitable skill for himself. Coming here in the dead of the night, his target was not to go through skill storing. Under the guidance of an employee, Zhou Weiqing entered the depths of the skill-storing palace. The size of this place was actually smaller than that of the Zhongtian Empire skill-storing palace, but at every passageway there was a luster gem. The guide who brought Zhou Weiqing in asked him, "Which heavenly beast attributes are you looking to skill store?" Zhou Weiqing hesitated a moment, before asking solemnly, "Do you all have any heavenly beasts with both the darkness attribute and demonic attribute?" "Any stage is fine." The white-clad guide looked at him in surprise, saying, "Please hold a moment, I will have to check regarding that request." As he said that, he walked to one of the luster gems at the side and started to search for the required information. Naturally, Zhou Weiqing had a reason for choosing a heavenly beast with both darkness and demonic attributes. The reason he came here this night was actually to devour a heavenly beast's heavenly energy in order to cultivate faster. After seeing Shangguan Binger, his thirst for power had grown to new heights, and he wasn't even willing to waste any time, wanting to grow stronger in the shortest possible time to gain back his Binger. As for Y1, which had both the darkness and demonic attributes, there was naturally a reason for that as well. After reading through the demonic manual, Zhou Weiqing had a much deeper understanding of the intricate profound mysteries of the Devour skill. According to the records in the demonic manual, when using the Devour skill for the purpose of cultivation and training, the easiest for one to purify and absorb was the heavenly energy from heavenly beasts with both these attributes. That was because the Devour skill was after all a demonic skill, and the demonic attribute was intricately linked to the darkness attribute. In truth, having both the darkness and demonic attributes was the hidden foundation that one had to have before they could actually have the Devour skill. As such, when the devoured heavenly energy consisted of those two attributes, it would have the greatest fit with Zhou Weiqing's own heavenly energy, allowing him to gain a greater proportion after purifying and absorbing, reducing wastage and greatly further increasing his rate of cultivation. This was the fastest speed possible for cultivating. Of course, a heavenly beast having both the darkness and demonic attributes was even rarer than a human with those two attributes. If not for the fact that this was the Heavenly Jewel Island skill storing palace, Zhou Weiqing would not even bother asking about this. It didn't take long for the guide to finish his search and return to Zhou Weiqing, saying respectfully, "Sir, I have completed the search. Heavenly beasts with those two darkness and demonic attributes are extremely rare, and even in our Heavenly Jewel Island skill storing palace, we only have two. One is a top-level Zhong stage heavenly beast, the eight-eyed demon spider, and the other is a Heavenly Emperor stage heavenly beast, the Devil Dragon Girl. However, in order to skill store Heavenly King beasts and above, one needs to have a certain contribution to our Heavenly Jewel Island, otherwise a barter trade of equivalent exchange is required."
Zhou Weiqing started, "Additional payment of gold coins isn't accepted?"
The guide smiled as he shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, the value of Heavenly King beasts and above isn't measurable by just gold coins alone." Hearing his words, Zhou Weiqing nodded and said, "I see, so the 50,000 gold coins here are just for Zhong stage beasts. In that case, I'll choose that eight-eyed demon spider you mentioned earlier then. Please follow me." The guide nodded as he led Zhou Weiqing into the passageway where the darkness attribute heavenly beasts were. As it was late in the night, the rather empty skill storing palace was eerily quiet, and only their footsteps could be heard as they walked down the path led by the guide. As they walked, the guide told Zhou Weiqing, in order to ensure the heavenly beasts are active and in a good environment, although they are given seals and restrictions, the restrictions are much weaker than compared to other skill storing palaces. The eight-eyed demon spider is a fierce, violent creature, and you need to be careful when you are going through skill storing later. Zhou Weiqing nodded towards him, saying, "Thanks for your advice, I will take care." The two walked almost 100 meters through various passageways, twisting and turning before they finally reached a large door, about 2 meters tall and a meter wide. Clearly, there was a sealed heavenly beast behind this door. Finally, the guide stopped right before the door, pausing a second before saying, "Sir, the eight-eyed demon spider you requested is right behind that door. Please do note that you have 1 day in order to go through skill storing. If you do not come out within a day, you will be charged a second day's fee even if you do not make full use of the time. After completing your skill storing, please return via the route we came by, and do not wander into any of the other heavenly beasts' rooms, lest any harm comes to you." As he said that, he took out a key and opened the door, before motioning Zhou Weiqing to enter. Zhou Weiqing thanked the guide before entering the room alone. The room wasn't large, though it was specially reserved only for the lone heavenly beast, and it was only about a dozen or so square meters. As soon as he entered the door, Zhou Weiqing spotted his target easily. It was a huge spider, almost totally lifeless gray in color. Its body was large, almost the size of a big millstone. As compared to ordinary spiders, its 8 limbs were not long at all, but its large 8 glowing eyes on its back were icy cold, almost terrifying. Its entire body was also covered densely with black tattoo lines, almost forming a strange web design on its body. Its relatively short legs were actually terrifying, with vicious reverse spikes studding it. On a single look, one could easily tell this was a fierce creature designed to be a killing machine. This was the eight-eyed demon spider indeed. It truly lived up to its name. Zhou Weiqing drew in a deep breath as soon as he saw the creature. Even someone used to seeing heavenly beasts like himself was almost caught by surprise. His earlier excitement cooled down instantly, as he forced himself to calm down. Without even looking at the introduction, he understood clearly that if not for the fact that this heavenly beast was sealed, he could not possibly even dream of facing it. In fact, even the entire Fei Li battle team together would not be a match for it. Dual attributes. Darkness and demonic. Top-level Zhong stage. That was already more than comparable to an ordinary 9-jeweled heavenly jewel master. Just as Zhou Weiqing was busy thinking, the eight-eyed demon spider decided to try to give him a showdown, a scare. its still, unmoving body abruptly charging forward in a sudden pounce at Zhou Weiqing. Its swift, violent abrupt movement, coupled with the intense killing intent from all its 8 eyes. Almost subconsciously, Zhou Weiqing flew backwards in retreat, his back striking the door heavily. At the same time, the 8-eyed demon spider's body was stopped in mid-air, barely a meter from him. It had been stopped by a long thick black chain, which seemed to made of an unknown material, tough and flexible as could be. In just that short instant, Zhou Weiqing was startled into cold sweat. The 8-eyed demon spider looked at him, its 8 eyes seeming to mock him as it glared coldly from its position. "Damn it, are you asking for death?" Zhou Weiqing growled in a low tone. The sheer violent tyranny of the 8-eyed demon spider had sparked his own anger and fire. He had originally already been in a bad mood, and had came here specially to train, and now he had met a creature testing his limits as well. The muscles of both arms bulged out, growing at a sudden insane speed that the naked eye could follow. Soon after, the usual black tiger tattoos spread across his entire body, and with a savage stomp of his right foot, Zhou Weiqing suddenly charged forward towards the 8-eyed demon spider's head. If this powerful heavenly beast had not been sealed, perhaps Zhou Weiqing could only attempt to run if he saw it, and even that would be a minuscule chance of escaping. Yet, now, it was severely restricted by the darkness seal on it, and it could barely unleash a fraction of its own power. When Zhou Weiqing entered the demonic change state, the 8-eyed demon spider seemed to grow agitated. Seeing him charge forward, it emitted a shrill cry, its legs shrinking in as it lowered its back, revealing layers of scales like an armored covering. Alas, what met its defenses was Zhou Weiqing's demonic right leg. A loud explosion. The 8-eyed demon spider's body was smashed savagely down onto the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300. Chapter 300, Luster Spatial Realm, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. The strongest part of Zhou Weiqing's considerably powerful body was definitely his right leg, especially after his entire body had gone through its second evolution. Added onto the fact he was in the demonic change state, even if Lin Tianao was using his 5-jeweled assembly set shield to block Zhou Weiqing's right leg, he would be hard-pressed to do so and remain standing stably. Furthermore, that was just considering the pure brute strength of the blow. Within Zhou Weiqing's demonic right leg also contained a powerful mixture of demonic and darkness energy, and once it struck an enemy, would be infused into his body. Although Zhou Weiqing's current heavenly energy was not strong, but it was extremely high-quality darkness and demonic energy. In terms of energy grade, even the 8-eyed demon spider was unable to match it. Facing such a blow, the sealed 8-eyed demon spider was unable to dodge or block it, and could only take it head-on with its tough armored scales. Alas, without sufficient heavenly energy to support itself, all its abilities were greatly reduced, even its defensive capabilities. In that massive explosion, its 8 legs were unable to support its body, and it fell down hard onto the ground. Another ear-splitting shriek emitted from the 8-eyed demon spider, and a deep footprint was actually left on its armored back. That was still after Zhou Weiqing had held back a little, fearing that he would kill it, and he had only used the back of his foot, and not the scorpion hook that his demonic right leg had warped into in the demonic change state. Zhou Weiqing glared at the 8-eyed demon spider with a murderous intent in his eyes, saying disdainfully, "You know you've been sealed, and you still want to test this big bro? Humph, you are truly asking for death. Be good and let me devour from you, and I'll let you off. Otherwise. You see this, dot." As he said that threateningly, he had already lifted up his demonic right leg once more, this time placing the glowing black hook in front of the spider's 8 eyes. With his heavenly energy infused within, the hook was glowing, giving forth a cold, evil icy aura, enveloping the 8-eyed demon spider and causing it to shudder involuntarily. The spider cried out in a low tone, though its eyes were still angry and recalcitrant, but its 8 short legs spread out slowly, its body fully resting on the floor. With its legs spread out by its body, it naturally wasn't able to move its body to attack. Although they had no common language, such a powerful heavenly beast was extremely intelligent, and it showed Zhou Weiqing that it wouldn't fight back with its body language. The character of the 8-eyed demon spider was violent and murderous, but it was extremely intelligent. Facing a human who could threaten its own life, it did not dare take any rash actions. Furthermore, it could sense a terrifying aura from Zhou Weiqing's body. Earlier, when Zhou Weiqing had first entered, it had not sensed it, but as he unleashed the demonic change state, the aura grew much stronger, the aura of a pure bloodline-ranked heavenly beast. Zhou Weiqing gave a humph and said, "That's better." As he said that, he placed both palms onto the back of the large spider, quickly activating the devour skill. The 8-eyed demon spider's eyes had previously shown its unwillingness to submit, even if its actions did the reverse. Yet, the moment Zhou Weiqing placed his palms on its back, it started struggling violently, and only a pure unadulterated terror was left remaining in its many eyes. Zhou Weiqing was caught by surprise and almost thrown off its back, and only through the might of his considerable strength was he able to hang on and suppress the spider's movements. It was inscribed within the demonic manual that when heavenly demon masters with the Devour skill unleashed it while in the demonic change state, they would be able to directly make use of the stolen energy to power their own attacks without first purifying and absorbing it, thus greatly increasing their sustainability in battle, just like what Zhou Weiqing had done in his fight with Shin Little Demon. However, this would disrupt them from continuing to devour. Even so, during this process, it could allow the maximum heavenly energy of the heavenly demon master to increase greatly during the fight. This was also one of the most important reasons why Zhou Weiqing had managed to beat Shin Little Demon. Currently, with the Devour skill in effect and at maximum effort from Zhou Weiqing, the eight-eyed demon spider could sense its energy and life force being drained rapidly, causing it to feel shock and fear. That was one of the most terrifying things about the Devour skill. Not only did it drain heavenly energy, but also life force.
This devoured life force could not only be used to heal wounds, but also to temporarily strengthen the user's body and physique.
Worse still, if the devoured target continued being devoured, it would eventually end up a dried-up corpse. It would be just like the previous time when Zhou Weiqing had used it on the forest direwolves for the first time. For the demonic manual to state the Devour skill was the most powerful tool of the demonic attribute, naturally it wasn't just for fun. Just imagine, for a person to be drained of life and heavenly energy, it might even reduce his cultivation level. With the Devour skill active, Zhou Weiqing felt as if he was filled with infinite strength as power surged through him. He kept his hands pressed against the spider, the hook of his right leg stepping at the center of its eyes as a precaution. At first, the eight-eyed demon spider wanted to attempt to get up and resist, but in its unfavorable position, it struggled to do so, and very quickly, it grew too weak to do anything else. The massive influx of energy surged through Zhou Weiqing's thick arms into his body, and in a few moments, he felt as if his entire body was bloated, brimming with excess energy until almost bursting point. As for the eight-eyed demon spider below him, the once lustrous glow of its armored shell was now dim. It was barely 10 seconds since he started before Zhou Weiqing quickly vaulted away from the eight-eyed demon spider's back, jumping over to a corner which the spider could not reach before sitting cross-legged in a meditative position to cultivate. At the same time, he removed his demonic change state. After all, Zhou Weiqing was still merely a three-jeweled heavenly jewel master, while the eight-eyed demon spider was a top-level zone stage heavenly beast. Although it was no match for him due to its seal, it was just unable to use its energy and abilities, and the power within still remained, far beyond what Zhou Weiqing could handle. As such, Zhou Weiqing could only devour a very tiny fraction of its heavenly energy and life force, before his own body was already at its limit. If he continued devouring, he might even self-implode and die. After all, the true cultivation gap between the two was just too huge. After sitting down, Zhou Weiqing started cultivating with his immortal deity technique, the 14 death acupuncture point energy whirlpools whirling like crazy. Due to the improvement to his physique, and the additional life energy he had just devoured, the energy whirlpools were now whirling at a much faster rate. Within his body, the black and gray currents of energy were swiftly torn apart by the energy whirlpools of the 14 death acupuncture points, slowly assimilating the heavenly energy as his own. The corner of Zhou Weiqing's lips moved upward in a slight, pleased smile. The demonic manual was accurate after all, and his efforts were well rewarded. The darkness and demonic attribute imbued heavenly energy he had devoured was indeed much more compatible with his own, and it was much faster to purify and absorb it to become his own, faster by several times as compared to when he was assimilating Shin Little Demons. As he had devoured so much energy this time, nearly his maximum limit, Zhou Weiqing could clearly sense his heavenly energy growing at a respectable rate, bit by bit. To actually sense their own heavenly energy growing while cultivating, that was definitely something unheard of to any heavenly jewel master. Even the great cultivation techniques of the other great saint lands did not have such an effect, yet Zhou Weiqing had clearly done so. The sheer advantage of having this devour skill was slowly showing itself now. Zhou Weiqing did not realize that the original owner of his very own Black Pearl, Dark Demon God Tiger, was notorious for cultivating with this devour skill. After more than 4 hours, Zhou Weiqing finally opened his eyes slowly. When he did so, the eight-eyed demon spider was also startled awake, its body shuddering as it tried to back away in fear. That feeling of its life force and heavenly energy both leaking away, out of its control, was just too terrifying. Not to mention it already had a certain intelligence, even a low-level heavenly beast's base instincts would be terrified of such a feeling, such a person. Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Heh, don't be afraid. I will make sure I do not kill you. After all, my hopes of cultivating fast are all on you." The poor trapped eight-eyed demon spider was ultimately unable to escape the clutches of Zhou Weiqing and his devour. Of course, Zhou Weiqing did not dare underestimate the spider as well, making sure to enter the demonic change state first as a precaution despite its energy waste. In truth, the previous devouring of the eight-eyed demon spider was less than a tenth of its overall heavenly energy, and after 4 hours, it had already fully recovered the energy. Alas, more importantly, the recovery of life force was not so quick, and it had only recovered a little of that when Zhou Weiqing had pounced upon it again. And so, one dejected terrified spider faced its impending disaster, as Zhou Weiqing continued the cycle of devour, absorb,
rinse and repeat, and Zhou Weiqing's own heavenly energy grew at an astonishing rate.
32 hours passed swiftly, immersed in his cultivation. It was already the third day of them entering the heavenly Jewel Island, and finally Zhou Weiqing wasn't able to continue from sheer hunger. Exiting the skill-storing palace, he returned to the inn. Besides the massive hunger, Zhou Weiqing could sense something else, that he had devoured way too much heavenly energy, his own control and finery unable to reach the same level as his heavenly energy. He would need to stabilize for some time before he could go about doing this again. As soon as he entered the inn, Zhou Weiqing bumped into Drunken Bao. When Drunken Bao saw him, he was taken aback momentarily, before quickly giving him a light punch on the shoulder, saying, "Weiqing, you little rascal, why didn't you tell us you were heading to the skill-storing palace, and for such a long time? If not for the fact that we asked the employees of the island where you were, we would be all at a loss about where you were. Tomorrow is the finals match, everyone is waiting for you and leader to discuss our strategy tomorrow." Zhou Weiqing scratched his head sheepishly, saying, "Sorry, I did take too long in the skill-storing palace. Bro Bao, let me just go grab a quick meal, you get the rest of the team to gather in leader's room. I'll be there as soon as I finish eating." The past few days he had spent fully engrossed in cultivation, and his spirit usage wasn't high, and the steady improvement of his cultivation and heavenly energy, as well as the usage of devour, had kept his body in tip-top condition. As such, he did not need much rest currently. After less than an hour, and a massive meal later, Zhou Weiqing reunited with his teammates in Lin Tianao's room. Little Witch was there as well, and from her smiling face, they could easily tell that she had accomplished her goals in the Heavenly Jewel Island, and definitely had no small gain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.